Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 4LH, Chapter 119 Yu Ming, who is watching the theater, is so powerful that he can ignore Uchiha Itachi. 119 330ths. Chapter 119 Yu Ming, who is watching the theater, is so powerful that he can ignore Uchiha Itachi. And just after Yu Ming finished speaking, a voice, Itachi, came from the side. Hearing this voice, Yu Ming looked over. Sasuke was standing at the end of the corridor. Naruto got up from the ground because he heard Sasuke's voice, ran out of the room and looked at Sasuke. Yu Ming smiled and said, "Yo, Sasuke is here too." And Uchiha Itachi turned his head and glanced at Sasuke at this time, saying, "Sasuke," very calmly. Apparently, Uchiha Itachi didn't expect Sasuke to be here either. It's just that Uchiha Itachi's face is very serious, and he doesn't pay attention to Sasuke at all. Seeing this look, Sasuke thought of when the Uchiha clan was exterminated and became angry. He clenched his fist and said, "I didn't have the strength to beat you back then, but now I must kill you." As he said that, he actually opened Sharingan. Both hands seal, Chidori, stab. When Sasuke releases Chidori, he needs seals, but Chidori's seals are only 6, not many. And Kakashi can be simplified to 2. Yu Ming didn't even need a seal to be released. But now Sasuke still has to seal the seal honestly. Looking at the Chidori in Sasuke's hand, Uchiha Itachi was stunned for a moment. "Oh, is this Kakashi's Chidori? I didn't expect him to teach you this ninjutsu." Watching Sasuke rushing towards him, Naruto didn't understand how deep the hatred between Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi really was. But Yu Ming was leaning against the door, watching this scene with a face full of drama. Uchiha Itachi looked at Sasuke who rushed towards him and released Chidori, and frowned. "You are still too weak now." Sasuke was very fast, and quickly rushed to Uchiha Itachi's side, and stabbed Chidori out with one hand. Just at this moment, Uchiha Itachi made a shot in an instant and held Sasuke's min. Boom! The energy of Chidori burst shattered the walls of the hotel. Naruto shouted, "Sasuke!" Sasuke frowned and looked at Uchiha Itachi who was holding his hand. "All these years Sasuke has said a lot, but he can't change the fact that he is still too weak, and he is not at the same level as Uchiha Itachi." After Sasuke finished speaking, Uchiha Itachi kicked Sasuke in the stomach. The huge force kicked him out and hit the end of the corridor. Uchiha Itachi appeared in front of Sasuke, and calmly said, "You are still the same as before, too weak, so weak that I don't even have the desire to kill you." While Sasuke was still struggling, Uchiha Itachi opened the Mangekyo Sharingan, Tsukuyomi. After Tsukuyomi was released once, Sasuke yelled a few times and passed out. Putting Sasuke down, Uchiha Itachi looked at Yu Ming and Jiraiya, and said calmly, "It seems that it can't be done." After finishing speaking, he disappeared in front of everyone the next moment. Yu Ming didn't feel anything. Naruto ran over and supported Sasuke. He was probably the one who cared the most about Sasuke. Jiraiya was actually going to make a move just now, but Sasuke rushed over directly. If he made a move, he would definitely hurt Sasuke. Jiraiya and Yu Ming walked to Naruto's side. Naruto was very angry at this time, thinking of the time in the Land of Waves. Although Sasuke and him did not win Shiro, Naruto regarded Sasuke as his most important friend. Jiraiya asked, "It seems they have found Naruto's location." Yu Ming said calmly, "But isn't there you by Naruto's side? If Naruto is in Konoha now, the consequences will be disastrous." Apart from Jiraiya, there is no one in Konoha who was a match for Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Kaki. Although Uchiha Itachi will find reasons to capture failure. But Jiraiya doesn't know Itachi is a spy. Jiraiya looked at Yu Ming. "Even in Konoha, you are still there. I guess you can defeat both of them by yourself." Yu Ming waved his hand. "I don't have much experience in dealing with Mangekyo Sharingan." This is of course nonsense. Yu Ming's Mangekyo Sharingan is not a vegetarian, and even if Yu Ming didn't have a Mangekyo Sharingan, there are still many ways to replace illusion. Just the fairy art he practiced and his physique are already immune to many illusions. Yu Ming is not without the ninjutsu of rebounding phantom. Jiraiya smiled and said, "Don't talk to me, will you be unable to deal with Mangekyo Sharingan?" Mangekyo Sharingan is indeed a bit troublesome, but for you, it is not that difficult to contend with. Jiraiya quite recognized Yu Ming's strength. While the two were talking, they walked over from behind. "Master Jiraiya, Yu Ming." Jiraiya looked at Might Guy approaching. "A Guy." Yu Ming looked at Guy and said with a smile, "Mr. Guy, why are you here too?" Guy saw Sasuke who was sitting on the ground, fainted, and frowned and said, "I'm here to chase Sasuke." This kid rushed over when he heard about Itachi. Walking in front of Sasuke, Guy frowned. Did Sasuke also fall under Itachi's illusion? Naruto who was getting angry heard this, scratched his head and looked at Guy, also. Who else fell under this illusion? Guy thought for a while and glanced at Yu Ming. Yu Ming smiled. Ms. Kakashi also fell into this illusion. This is the illusion of Sharingan. It is very strong and will cause mental breakdown. Even I can't cure Mr. Kakashi. Guy nodded and said, "Well, every time at this time, I'm thinking, it would be great if that adult was here." Jiraiya smiled and said, "We will definitely find him this time." Yu Ming knew that Guy was doing it for Xiao Li's situation. In fact Yu Ming could also be cured, but he didn't have the time at all during this time. Moreover, Xiao Li's injury needs an operation, and Yu Ming is not sure that Xiao Li can return to normal. So he didn't dare to do it lightly. The healing pill can also only restore his body damage, but there is still a lot of Gar's sand in Li's body. Those are the deadly ones. Yu Ming smiled and said, yes, this time we will definitely be able to find that adult. Naruto turned around and looked at several people, and asked, who is that adult you were talking about? Naruto didn't know Tsunade from beginning to end, and he didn't know that they set out to find Tsunade this time. What Jiraiya and Naruto said is that they are going out to do travel and find a beautiful woman. But Naruto doesn't know that this beauty is Tsunade, and he doesn't know what she can do. Naruto followed Jiraiya only because Jiraiya knows promised to teach him a ninjutsu stronger than Chidori. It never occurred to them that they were going to find a medical ninja. Yu Ming looked at Naruto and said, same as Master Jiraiya, she is one of the Sannin, a very powerful medical ninja in the ninja world, really strong. As long as she is invited back, Teacher Kakashi, Sasuke and Xiao Li will hurt her can be cured. Guy is very concerned about this matter, because he wants to save Xiao Li and Kakashi. Both are important to him. Naruto looked at Yu Ming with bright eyes, is there such a person? Her medical ninjutsu is the best. Naruto is not very convinced. After all, Naruto thinks that the medical ninjutsu of the director of Konoha Hospital should be the best buy. Yu Ming smiled and said, yes, very good, the strongest. For decades in the ninja world, her medical ninjutsu has never been surpassed by anyone. At the same time, she is also the perfecter of Konoha's medical system. When she was in Konoha, but the person in charge of the Konoha medical system, do you think it is amazing? Chapter 120 Rasengan is difficult to learn, how can you learn it after just reading it? 123/130. Chapter 120 Rasengan is difficult to learn, how can you learn it after just reading it? Hearing this, Naruto quickly said, then let's go find her, and find him quickly to treat Sasuke and Kakashi-sensei. Jiraiya looked at Sasuke like this, a little helpless. But Naruto's personality is similar to when he was young. When he was young, he was actually not as good as Orochimaru. Later, the gap between the two was only because Orochimaru focused on other places. Even so, Jiraiya is not much better than Orochimaru. Guy put Sasuke on his back, looked at the three of them and said, then I will wait for your good news in Yi. After watching Guy leave with Sasuke on his back, Yu Ming was quite calm, while Naruto was very excited. Obviously this incident gave him a great sense of crisis. There is a group of people, and a group of powerful ninjas are planning to capture him. Even the cage level strong are a little worried, not to mention that Naruto's current strength is far from the strength to fight back. So now he really wants to improve his strength quickly, otherwise, if Jiraiya and Yu Ming are not around in the future, he will definitely be arrested. And he doesn't want to depend on others. After this incident, the three of them went on the road again. The three walked for a long time, more than 10 days, but still did not find a trace of Tsunade. But Jiraiya doesn't seem to panic at all, he doesn't know that now Mitokado Homura and Udatane Kaharu are panicking. After all, there is only one Danzo left among the 583 cage-level strongmen in the village, and he is deliberately trying to become Hokage. And Danzo has mastered the roots, if he wants to become Hokage, as long as Jiraiya is not there, no one can stop him, and now the village is easy to be attacked by other ninja villages. So although Jiraiya is very relaxed, the two Hokage consultants are not at all relaxed, on the contrary they are very worried. There are many defenses arranged around Konoha. It's just that the strongest person in Konoha is Danzo, Kakashi and others. Although Danzo is unpopular, if he really wants to be Hokage, and if Jiraiya doesn't return to Konoha for a long time, Danzo can really do it. As for Danzo, the two Hokage consultants knew very well that they did not want Danzo to become Hokage either. And along the way, Yu Ming never asked Jiraiya about learning ninjutsu, he didn't care at all. But Naruto keeps asking Jiraiya about it. In the end, there was no way, Kakashi took Yu Ming and Naruto to the back mountain of the town where they lived. Jiraiya stood in front of the two and said, Rasengan is an A- level ninjutsu, which is very difficult and belongs to the forbidden technique level, so it is difficult to learn it. I need to explain the principle clearly to you. Naruto listened with fists clenched, looking expectant. After Jiraiya finished explaining, she said, let me demonstrate. As he spoke, Jiraiya raised his hand, and soon a Rasengan formed in the palm of his hand. There are countless chakra turbulences in the blue Rasengan, but all the turbulences are locked in the Rasengan. Jiraiya looked at Yu Ming's pensive look, and smiled, has Yu Ming understood? Yu Ming nodded and calmly said, I probably understand. Jiraiya smiled and said, I really understand. This ninjutsu is very difficult, and it's not surprising that you can't learn it in a short time. In Jiraiya's eyes, it took him 3 days to learn at that level, and for Yu Ming, at least it would not be less than this time. And Naruto looked at Jiraiya expectantly and said, Pervy Sage, try how strong this ninjutsu is. Jiraiya smiled, turned and pressed down on a big tree. Boom. The severe damage caused the trunk of this big tree to be destroyed by Rasengan into a big hole, but the wound of the sky hole was very smooth. And it rotates in a wind direction very regularly. Jiraiya turned around, looked at the two, and said with a smile, how is it? Isn't it amazing? Naruto's eyes lit up, he nodded and said, yeah, it's amazing, it's really amazing, Pervy Sage, teach me. Jiraiya enjoyed Naruto's adoring gaze, while Yu Ming didn't know what he was thinking about. Jiraiya smiled and said, Yu Ming, didn't you understand just now? I can explain it to you again. Yu Ming didn't speak, but raised his hand, condensing chakra very calmly. Jiraiya smiled and said, "Don't worry, no one is watching." Jiraiya originally wanted to say that no one can learn this ninjutsu just by looking at it. But before he could speak, a perfect Rasengan appeared in Yu Ming's hands. Jiraiya's eyes widened due to the whirlwind of energy swirling around. Yu Ming, how did you master it? How is it possible? Jiraiya couldn't believe it at all. He couldn't believe it. Yu Ming's talent was so terrifying that he really learned it just by watching it once. When Jiraiya learned this ninjutsu, he studied it seriously for 3 days. At that time, he had already reached the cage level, and his knowledge was very rich, but even so, it took him 3 days. But Yu Ming learned it after just reading it once. People compare themselves to others, which is so annoying. Naruto looked at the Rasengan in Yu Ming's hand and was stunned. Yu Ming, you actually learned it. Yu Ming didn't speak, walked to a big tree, and pressed the Rasengan in his hand to it. Puff, boom, on the trunk of the big tree, a big hole appeared, bigger than Jiraiya's hole just now, and the wound was smoother. After Rasengan disappeared, Yu Ming looked at his hands and said to himself that this ninjutsu is not that difficult. The corner of Jiraiya's mouth twitched slightly behind Yu Ming. Yu Ming, I really don't know what to say to you. You are really scary. I was thinking, when Kakashi taught you. Is it the same for you? You learned it after reading it once. Yu Ming looked at Jiraiya, but he seemed very calm. No. Jiraiya smiled wryly. That is why you have laid a lot of foundations over the years, so you have mastered it so quickly. It must be like this. Who knows? After Yu Ming finished speaking, he calmly said, Mr. Kakashi explained some knowledge of ninjutsu to me, and then demonstrated it to me, and then I learned it. Kakashi had just finished speaking when he was interrupted by Yu Ming's words. The corner of Jiraiya's mouth twitched slightly again. Looking at Yu Ming was like looking at a monster. You are such a monster. You are the scariest genius I have ever seen. Back then, Kakashi and 4th Hokage were not as scary as you. You actually learned this kind of A-level ninjutsu after watching it once. If you let others know, I'm afraid we'll worry about you. It's no wonder that you can have a power that is not inferior to Ying at such a young age. It's no wonder that you have mastered so many ninjutsu. This talent of yours is even more terrifying than having a Sharingan. At least Sharingan can't replicate the ninjutsu of Rasengan. After Jiraiya finished speaking, she asked curiously, is it the same when you were learning Chidori? Yu Ming thought for a while, nodded and said, almost. Naruto on the side was full of envy. Fortunately, I haven't thought about competing with you now. People like Yu Ming are not normal people at all. Chapter 121 The old man said, let you be the 6th Hokage. 121 330ths. Chapter 121 The old man said, let you be the 6th Hokage. In fact, Yu Ming did not expect that Rasengan would be so easy for him to learn. If he had known this earlier, he would definitely practice it in private. Jiraiya looked at Yu Ming with eyes full of admiration. I think Orochimaru, 4th generation and Kakashi were the 3 most talented people back then, but I think their talents are not as good as yours. Maybe your future will be better than theirs. 3 higher achievements. No wonder the old man wanted you to be the 6th Hokage, and now I think, if it weren't for your age, you could even be the 5th Hokage. Yu Ming looked very calm. Being a Hokage is not my dream, but Naruto may become a Hokage in the future. I always think that Naruto has the ability to become a Hokage. In fact, if you want to talk about Hokage in the past, the 2nd generation, 3rd generation, 5th generation, and 6th Hokage have all done well, and the political methods of these people are all good. 1st generation, 4th generation, and Naruto are basically the same kind of people. 4th generation is better, but he has only been Hokage for 1 year, and it is not clear what he will become. In fact, the most general Hokage is actually 1st generation in Naruto. But they don't need to do well. After all, they are already very powerful, coercing the entire ninja world, and other ninja villages dare not think carefully when they are Hokage. And Naruto didn't know that his future would become Hokage, nor how powerful he would be in the future. Looking at Yu Ming, he was very excited and said, really? Yu Ming, do you really think I will become Hokage in the future? Yu Ming said very seriously, I believe that because you are different from others, you will be considerate of others. This is actually the most important, I think so, of being Hokage. But Jiraiya doesn't think that although he admires Naruto, the big reason is because of Naruto's character and his identity. As for becoming Hokage, Jiraiya never thought that Naruto would do it. He even felt that a person like Naruto was not suitable to be Hokage at all. But looking at Yu Ming's serious look, and Yu Ming's words, Naruto will be considerate of others, Jiraiya was suddenly shocked. This is what Naruto, or rather, Jiraiya also agrees, is the most important quality of Hokage. Naruto is very happy. Yu Ming, who is so recognized by Jiraiya, even 3rd generation thinks that Yu Ming can become Hokage, such a person actually thinks that Naruto can become Hokage. This surprised and excited Naruto. Naruto feels that this is Yu Ming's recognition of him, and Naruto cherishes this recognition very much. After all, Yu Ming is different from other people, at least Naruto thinks it is very important to get Yu Ming's approval. Jiraiya frowned and looked at Yu Ming, but I think you are a very suitable person to be a Hokage. With your ability, I think you only need to think. In fact, Jiraiya still thinks that Yu Ming should, like Naruto, set his ideal to become Hokage, and with Yu Ming's strength and talent. Jiraiya thinks that there is no difficulty at all for Yu Ming to become a good Hokage. But before Jiraiya finished speaking, Yu Ming interrupted with a smile. Master Jiraiya, I really don't want to become a Hokage. I'm actually similar to you. If you want to be a Hokage, actually we don't need to come out this time looking for Master Tsunade. Don't you also want to be a Hokage? Me too. Your hobby is to collect some obscene material. My hobby is reading, practicing, occasionally doing a task. It's good. While Yu Ming was talking, Jiraiya's hair was full of black lines. What do you mean my hobby is collecting obscene material? Yu Ming, I have to correct you. It's just that Jiraiya's words were interrupted again, but the person who interrupted him was Naruto. That's right, isn't Pervy Sage's hobby just collecting obscene material? You don't know, during the Chunin exam. Before Naruto finished speaking, Jiraiya covered his mouth and said, Idiot, don't talk nonsense. Just regardless of whether Naruto said it or not, in fact Yu Ming already knew Jiraiya's character and hobbies. If it weren't for his great strength and high prestige, he would really be just a shameless and obscene old hooligan. Yu Ming smiled and said, Forget it, in short, I don't have any ideas about being a Hokage. I think Hokage should be someone who wants to be a Hokage. But Jiraiya said, That's not the case, only capable people can be. Yu Ming laughed and said, Ability can be learned, but it's not impossible to learn it. Jiraiya looked at Yu Ming and said with a smile, Do you think everyone is you? You just take a look at everything. Yu Ming doesn't want to talk about this with Jiraiya. Anyway, he knows the future. After Tsunade, there will be Kakashi, and after Kakashi, there will be Naruto. Asking for flowers. 0. As for who is after Naruto, Yu Ming doesn't want to know, it has nothing to do with him. Jiraiya designed a learning method suitable for Naruto because of Naruto's learning talent. Since that day, Naruto would find a place to practice whenever he didn't go anywhere. He has no plans to compare with Yu Ming now. After seeing Yu Ming's talent with his own eyes, Naruto feels that Yu Ming is an abnormal person, and comparing with him is really humiliating. But now Naruto's motivation to learn Rasengan, apart from improving his strength, is that he feels that after he learns Rasengan, Shallow will like him. Of course, this is just Naruto's self-imagination. 0. But from this day on, Naruto has devoted all his attention to practicing Rasengan. Yu Ming also sits cross-legged in the hotel for meditation every day, and walks to the town where they live from time to time to have fun. In the past, Yu Ming practiced very hard. The purpose is to become stronger, very simple. Now that his strength has increased, the purpose of Yu Ming's practice has become a hobby. He likes to practice and study ninjutsu. Of course, he also likes to study many strange things, which is very interesting. There are many things in the ninja world that Yu Ming has never seen, which is really interesting. Either read a book, or retreat. From time to time, Shinya even makes you want to summoning, go to Ruchi Cave to find the 3 god-tier princesses, or the White Snake Immortal to discuss cultivation issues. This kind of life has been going on for more than a month. Jiraiya has been collecting information outside, and Naruto has probably mastered Rasengan. But still can't use it normally. In fact, every time Jiraiya asks Yu Ming to go with him, but Yu Ming knows very well how Jiraiya collects information, and generally can't get away from places like fireworks and willows. Although Yu Ming doesn't dislike women, he doesn't like women in this kind of place. But Yu Ming is only 13 years old now, but he is very tall, 1.75 meters, and looks more mature. He looks like an adult. But Yu Ming really doesn't like going out with Jiraiya to gather information. But it seems that Jiraiya is completely indifferent to going in and out of the fireworks willow field, and sometimes even doing it for real. Chapter 122 You clearly have the talent to be a Hokage. 122 330ths. Chapter 122 You clearly have the talent to be a Hokage. More than a month later, Naruto has mastered the first step of Rasengan in the back mountain, but he can hardly succeed in the second step. At night, he was still practicing in the back mountain forest. Jiraiya came in from the outside and saw Yu Ming sitting cross-legged in the room to meditate. He smiled and said, You stay in the room all day, don't you feel bored? Walked into the room, sat down cross-legged, and poured himself a cup of tea. And Yu Ming calmly opened his eyes, looked at Jiraiya and said, I've been out, I've been to all the interesting places in this town, but didn't Jiraiya find it? Is it flat? Jiraiya drank a cup of tea and said with a smile, With the news, I found out that someone has seen Tsunade on Bamboo Street, and Bamboo Street is also a famous casino, so I'm sure, Tsunade must be there. Yu Ming smiled, Oh, that's what, 550, said, and we can find her soon. Jiraiya nodded. Then he said, By the way, is Naruto still practicing? Yu Ming nodded, Well, he is still practicing. With his spirit, I think he can definitely master Rasengan. Jiraiya sighed. Although it is because of the influence of Nine Tails chakra, his progress is still too slow. Yu Ming smiled, Take it easy, originally this ninjutsu was a bit stressful for his age. In fact, whether it is Chidori or Rasengan, they should not teach Sasuke and Naruto at their age. The danger to them is actually quite large. And Jiraiya looked at Yu Ming and said with a smile, You still mean to say, do you think it's appropriate for someone like you who can grasp it at a glance? Yu Ming was not embarrassed at all, and said calmly, Everyone's situation is different. I think it doesn't matter whether you learn quickly or slowly, you just have to learn. This made Jiraiya a little speechless. You speak so easily, who wouldn't want to learn it early? But you have to have that talent. But Yu Ming shook his head and said, no, I think, as long as you learn it, it doesn't matter whether it's fast or slow, the most important thing is to use the technique. Learning it fast doesn't mean you use it well. Jiraiya nodded. I agree with this point, but you are different, you learn quickly and use it well, otherwise you would not have the strength you have now. I even feel that you are almost as strong as me now. Yu Ming smiled and said, you think too much. In fact, Yu Ming's current strength has indeed surpassed Jiraiya. The perfect level of Sage Mode, the huge chakra and those forbidden techniques alone have surpassed Jiraiya. Even counting the summoning beast, Yu Ming's Shinya is even stronger than Himawan. After all, even Wan Snake was no match for Shinya. And Yu Ming has a good relationship with Ruchi Cave's Orochi, so if Yu Ming really fights Jiraiya, Yu Ming can firmly suppress him. But obviously, Yu Ming didn't want to do that. Jiraiya himself has this idea, and of course he won't think so because of Yu Ming's sentence that you think too much. The two chatted in the room for a long time, and they were all talking about some cultivation issues. What shocked Jiraiya was that Yu Ming's knowledge was much wider than his own. Although Yu Ming has never been to many things in the ninja world, so he doesn't know much about some things in the ninja world, but as long as he can learn about it in books or in Konoha, Yu Ming understands it very clearly. This is also Yu Ming's hobby. Apart from practicing, he usually reads books or studies some strange things. So although he has been staying in Konoha all these years, in fact, his life has not been boring, on the contrary, he still finds it quite interesting. Afterwards, Kakashi was the teacher, and Guy, Yamato, Azuki Shion and others sent many special books to Yu Ming as friends, so Yu Ming's knowledge is actually not much lower than Jiraiya's. The two chatted for a long time, and they stopped talking until Naruto came back. Jiraiya also knows more about Yu Ming, and probably knows what kind of person Yu Ming is. But the more this happened, the more he felt that it was a pity that Yu Ming did not become a Hokage. It was a pity that Yu Ming himself said that he did not have such a dream. In this respect, it is very similar to him. He also doesn't want to be Hokage, doesn't fit, and doesn't want to at the same time. The only difference between Yu Ming and him at this point is that Yu Ming is suitable to be Hokage, but doesn't want to. Naruto fell asleep as soon as he got back to the hotel without even taking a shower. He is so tired. Seeing Naruto like this, Yu Ming smiled and said, that's because he has 9 tails, so his recovery ability is very strong, otherwise, if he practiced like this, his body would be destroyed. Jiraiya also smiled. For Naruto, he is still very relieved. The next day, the three of them set off for Banju Street, walked for a few days, and finally arrived at Banju Street. This is a very famous place in the ninja world. There are many things to do here, but the most famous is the Wishing Gamble. Standing at the entrance of Bamboo Street, Naruto looked up at the torii of Bamboo Street, and said with a smile, as that woman inside. Ha ha ha, after we find her, Mr. Kakashi, Sasuke and Shaoli will be saved. Yu Ming laughed and said, don't make it sound like they are going to die. Naruto clenched his fist and said, now Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke and thick eyebrows are dangerous, so we must invite that woman back. Yu Ming patted Naruto on the shoulder and said, remember, don't be rude when you see that woman, she is one of the Sannin just like Master Jiraiya. Naruto was stunned for a moment. In this case, isn't that woman an old woman in her 50s? Why do you say she is a young woman? Yu Ming was also taken aback, and looked at Jiraiya. Jiraiya laughed and said, because Tsunade is a woman who doesn't like old age, so I don't know what ninjutsu is used to keep her body young. Although I don't know what ninjutsu is used in 3.1, her physique and appearance are really good. She's no different from a young woman, she's a real beauty. Saying Tsunade, Jiraiya blushed. But in Yu Ming's eyes, it looked wretched. Yu Ming glanced at Naruto, and after Naruto and Yu Ming exchanged glances, they both nodded at each other. Master Jiraiya, you are really wretched like this. Curvy Sage is really an old rascal. Listening to Yu Ming and Naruto talking and singing, Jiraiya felt very helpless. Forget it, let's talk about it first. Although some people say that she is here, it is not so easy to find her. This town is very big. Indeed, as a well-known place in the ninja world, Bamboo Street has a large area, and the radius alone is about several kilometers. Chapter 123 Find Tsunade, even Yu Ming is better than her as Hokage. 123 330ths. Chapter 123 Find Tsunade, even Yu Ming is better than her as Hokage. After entering Bamboo Street, the atmosphere here is indeed incomparable to the previous places. The commercial atmosphere is extremely strong, and there are many interesting places. Even Fireworks Willow is more upscale than other places. On Banchu Street, Yu Ming saw most of these places, and there were many gambling houses. Jiraiya walked on this street with a look of enjoyment, especially when passing by those pink entertainment venues. Jiraiya's eyes were about to pop out. These women are really beautiful. Naruto looked at Jiraiya with disdain, and Yu Ming already knew what Jiraiya was like, so it was not very strange. After all, Konoha Sannin, people have 3 hobbies and they occupy one each. After inquiring on the street for a while, Jiraiya got the information and took Yu Ming and Naruto to the back mountain of this town. I heard from others that someone saw Tsunade in a castle in the back mountain. Soon, the 3 arrived at the castle on the back mountain, but what they saw was only a corner of the castle that was destroyed. Looking at the devastated place, Jiraiya frowned and said, it's her. Naruto looked at the destroyed wall. frowned and said, is this what Orochimaru did too? Jiraiya knew that Tsunade must not be here at this time. And because they were on the way, the three knew that Orochimaru was also looking for Tsunade, and this place was obviously where Tsunade had a fight with someone else, and this person might be Orochimaru. Gone. Tsunade is no longer here. In fact, Yu Ming can also activate the perception ability. He can perceive within a range of 20 kilometers, but he doesn't want to do it. Followed Jiraiya and Naruto to search for a long time in the back mountain, but still couldn't find Tsunade's whereabouts. And now Orochimaru is also looking for Tsunade. If he finds it first, Tsunade will surely heal Orochimaru's hands. In that case, Orochimaru will inevitably attack Konoha. Konoha, who was attacked by Orochimaru once, will be even more broken if he suffers the same thing again. So Jiraiya absolutely does not allow Orochimaru to find Tsunade first. It's just that after searching for a long time in the back mountain, I really couldn't find the trace of Tsunade. I went back to Bamboo Street and continued to search for a long time, but I couldn't find it until it was dark. Naruto was so hungry that Jiraiya and Naruto walked on the street without any clues. And Jiraiya asked Yu Ming to search in another direction. Just when Jiraiya and Naruto passed by an izakaya, Naruto's stomach rang, and Naruto complained, "Pervy sage, let's go eat first, I'm starving." Jiraiya sighed. He also knew that Tsunade would not be found in a short time. After looking at the izakaya, I could only walk in and eat. It's just that he didn't expect that when he entered Jiraiya, he saw a person he had been thinking about all the time. Shout out, Tsunade. At this time, Tsunade, who was wondering whether he should agree to Orochimaru, looked up and found that it was Jiraiya. Jiraiya. Tsunade was also a little surprised and even stood up. Naruto, who was walking behind Jiraiya, saw Tsunade for the first time, and was completely stunned, unable to believe that beautiful big sister is actually the Tsunade. Is she really in her 50s? Jiraiya smiled, walked over and sat across from them. Shizune on one side was stunned. Master Jiraiya. Unexpectedly, I saw the other two of Sannin in one day. Shizune always felt that something must have happened. Naruto followed Jiraiya and sat down. Tsunade sat down, drank wine, and completely ignored Jiraiya. Although she didn't know what Jiraiya was doing here, it must have something to do with the Konoha collapse plan. Looking at Tsunade, Jiraiya smiled and finally found you. Naruto sat aside and said, "Pervy sage, shall we inform Yu Ming?" Jiraiya smiled and said, "When I saw Tsunade just now, I asked the communication toad to notify him." Naruto nodded. Although Tsunade doesn't know who Yu Ming is, he can probably guess that it should be the person who came with Jiraiya and Naruto. But she didn't care about this, and drank the wine on her own. Jiraiya was just drinking. Tsunade didn't speak before he didn't speak, and Naruto just sat and ate the appetizers by himself. After a long time, Tsunade said, "The day I really met an old friend today." Jiraiya poured wine for Tsunade and calmly said, "It's Orochimaru." Tsunade didn't answer. Jiraiya probably understood. Seeing Tsunade seriously said, "Orochimaru attacked Konoha before, third Hokage died." Shizune's eyes widened. She couldn't believe it at all, but she had heard the rumors before and didn't think the rumors were true. In Shizune's eyes, third generation is a powerful and responsible Hokage. It was really unacceptable for her to die like this, not to mention that the person who killed him was actually his disciple Orochimaru. Isn't this the murder of a master? Moreover, Orochimaru's attack on Konoha was able to retreat completely, which must have caused a lot of damage to Konoha. Tsunade seemed a little indifferent, drinking wine in silence, but she was also very angry that Konoha was destroyed by Orochimaru. It's just that she doesn't show it. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade and said, "There is no Hokage in Konoha now, so the village wants you to go back to 910 to succeed 5th Hokage." Naruto, who was eating fish, was almost choked to death by Jiraiya. After swallowing the fish in his mouth, Naruto said angrily, "Why did Pervy Sage let this woman be Hokage? Didn't we come here to let her treat Mikashi and others?" Jiraiya can't accept that such a seemingly unreliable woman becomes Hokage. He doesn't admit it. Even if Yu Ming becomes Hokage, he has to accept it better. After all, Yu Ming is very strong and capable. Although he knew it was impossible, how old is Yu Ming? It's just that Naruto said, "Even if Yu Ming is Hokage, I can accept it, but how could she become Hokage? I don't admit it." Tsunade looked at Naruto who was yelling, and asked suspiciously, "Who is this kid?" Jiraiya pressed Naruto on the seat, frowned and said, "Shut up Naruto, stop talking." Naruto was pressed on the seat, but said, unconvinced. But was interrupted by Jiraiya, "Okay, stop talking." Naruto felt that Jiraiya's tone had become serious, so he could only fold his hands and lean on the seat very dissatisfied. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade and said, "He is Naruto Uzumaki." Tsunade was stunned for a moment, and thought to himself, so it's Jinchuriki from Nine Tails, no wonder he has blonde hair. Chapter 124 Possess Cage Level Strength at only 13 years old. 124 330ths. Chapter 124 Possess Cage Level Strength at only 13 years old. But Tsunade seems to have heard a strange name, Yu Ming. Who is this guy? Naruto actually thinks that he is better than himself as a Hokage. This shows that Naruto recognizes this person very much. And Jiraiya didn't refute anything. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya and asked, "Who is this Yu Ming?" "Very good." Jiraiya thought for a while, and said, "Well, very strong, very strong. I am only about 13 years old now, and I already have the power of shadow. Jiraiya spoke very calmly, but Tsunade was stunned, completely surprised, and even Shizune was shocked. What? He has the power of a shadow at the age of 13, is this a normal person? Although Tsunade has seen many talented ninjas, such as Namikaze Minato, Hatake Kakashi. But she has never seen a genius like Yu Ming. He frowned and said, what you said is true. How could such a person exist? How could third Hokage be killed by Orochimaru if there is such a person? Jiraiya was very calm, and when he was about to speak, Naruto said directly, of course, Yu Ming is very powerful, even Mr. Kakashi is no match for him, and no matter what Kurigakure does, it will be killed by Yu Ming. Shizune was stunned for a moment, no more cuts. Momochi, one of Kurigakure's 7 ninja swordsmen, was killed by that Yu Ming. Naruto nodded, of course, even Mr. Kakashi was not his opponent at the beginning, but in the end it was Yu Ming who appeared and would kill him again. But Yu Ming is my goal. One day, I will be able to keep up with his pace. Shizune didn't care about Yu Ming's last words at all, she could only sigh with what Naruto said. Yu Ming's strength is that of elite Jonin, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, with extraordinary experience. Shizune is beside Tsunade, but she is in charge of collecting information, so she has a deep understanding of Zabuza. But such a person died in the hands of a 13-year-old ninja. This original Kakashi is even more terrifying. Kakashi was upgraded to Jonin when he was 12 years old, which already belongs to Konoha. Odd story. Even after so many years, no one in Konoha has broken this record. Jiraiya is not very familiar with the matter of Yu Ming not killing after killing him. He only knows that Yu Ming is very strong, and he can suppress the irritable and powerful summoning beast like Shinya into obedience. Below cage level, Jiraiya said, in fact, 3rd generation originally wanted to train Yu Ming to become the 6th Hokage, or even the 5th Hokage, but this time it happened too suddenly, and Yu Ming was too young. Tsunade frowned and asked, then this person is so powerful, why did the 3rd generation die? Jiraiya thought about it, he didn't know whether to tell Tsunade about it. But thinking of Tsunade's character, he decided to tell Tsunade, because Yu Ming was studying fairy arts at Ruchi Cave at the time, so there was no time. Tsunade was stunned again, learning fairy art. He is a 13-year-old child, let him learn fairy art. Are you crazy? Learning Shanjutsu is not easy to learn, and it is very dangerous. For example, Mount Myoboku will turn into stone if you don't learn it well, and Ruchi Cave will be swallowed by 3 god-tier princesses if you don't learn it well. And the learning of Shanjutsu is very difficult. Among Sannin, only Jiraiya has learned it. Tsunade felt that Jiraiya was too messed up and asked Yu Ming to learn fairy arts. Tsunade felt that Jiraiya must have asked Yu Ming to do the learning of celestial arts. Although she left Konoha, Tsunade still cared about the emergence of a talented junior in Konoha. Jiraiya smiled and said, don't be so angry, I didn't ask him to learn it, he subdued the big snake in Ruchi Cave by himself, and let the big snake take him there. I wanted to stop it but I didn't have time. And he's learned. Tsunade was stunned again. For Yu Ming, who had never met before, she really felt that she was becoming less and less human. She already possessed cage-level power at the age of 13, and at the same time learned fairy art. This kind of talent is no longer human, at least Tsunade has never seen someone with such a terrible talent. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade and asked, come on, the village wants you to be Konoha as the 5th Hokage. What's your answer? Jiraiya is very serious. Naruto was very annoyed, but this time he didn't interrupt again. And Tsunade was silent for a while. Finally she said, only an idiot wants to be Hokage. When Naruto heard this, he jumped over to fight Tsunade. Just got pulled by Jiraiya. UBD, stupid woman, calling Hokage an idiot. Tsunade turned his head away, his face was flushed, it was the blush that appeared after drinking. He raised his head arrogantly. Naruto really wants to fight Tsunade. Finally, under Jiraiya's explanation, Tsunade smiled and said, little devil, there are very few people who dare to talk to me like this. Go outside, and I can give you a chance to challenge me. At this time, Naruto was completely dazzled by anger, and he didn't think of the huge gap between her and Tsunade at all. Of course, it is estimated that Naruto never thought about this problem. Jiraiya on the side, why did it become like this, why hasn't Yu Ming come here yet? His speed can't be so slow, could it be, is he sitting somewhere watching? Jiraiya was right, Yu Ming had actually arrived long ago, but he just didn't show up. Watching what happened in the izakaya, Yu Ming felt a little bored. It's all some bet between Naruto and Tsunade. And Jiraiya actually revealed all his details at once, which made him a little speechless. Although he knows that if Tsunade returns to Konoha, sooner or later Zhao Zhao will know. But now Yu Ming doesn't want her to know, he knows very well how Kakashi, the elite Jonin, is used by Tsunade. It was really all the major tasks that were completely entrusted to him. Yu Ming didn't want to end up like this. It's just that Jiraiya has said everything, and Yu Ming estimates that he will not be idle when he returns to Konoha this time. Standing on the top of the izakaya, Yu Ming sighed, well, it seems that there won't be too many idle days in the future. Husband. Yu Ming's perception and hearing are excellent, so even standing on the top of the izakaya can still hear the conversations of Jiraiya and others below. And Naruto and Tsunade came out from the izakaya. Tsunade stood on the street, looked at Naruto opposite and said, I am also one of the Sannin, if I fight you with all my strength, I am afraid it will be unfair to you, so I just use one finger, just one finger can beat you. Chapter 125 This guy not only mastered Rasengan, but also mastered Chidori. 125 330ths. Chapter 125 This guy not only mastered Rasengan, but also mastered Chidori. Hearing Tsunade's words, Naruto frowned and was angry, damn it. Naruto clenched his fist and rushed towards Tsunade. Yu Ming stood on the roof watching the battle, saying it was a battle, but it was actually just a sudden thought of Tsunade. It's just that Naruto took it seriously, and when he rushed over, he punched Tsunade. Just at the moment when the fist was about to hit Naruto, Tsunade suddenly rolled up his fingers and bounced towards Naruto's forehead protector. The huge force made Naruto retreat more than 10 meters. Although he didn't hurt him, Naruto also felt how terrifying Tsunade's strength was. Just a finger bounced him away a distance of more than 10 meters. Naruto frowned and thought, now it seems that the only way to defeat this guy is to use that move. Naruto's hands began to condense the Rasengan. After seeing the Rasengan in Naruto's hand with a mocking expression, he frowned and said, why does this kid do this trick? Is this ninjutsu he can master? In fact, Naruto did not fully grasp the Rasengan right now, so he could only support it with both hands and rushed towards Tsunade. And Yu Ming, who was standing on the ground, watched Naruto's movements and shook his head. This kid is really not afraid of death. He dared to take out the 470 and use it before he finished it. If the Rasengan is used without finishing it, it is easy to cause serious damage. After all, Rasengan is full of chaotic turbulence. Naruto rushed towards Tsunade with both hands on Rasengan. Even Jiraiya frowned. Naruto is too messy, I took it out before it was finished. Now that Naruto is in a fit of anger, he has no reason at all, and rushes in front of Tsunade, about to send Rasengan out. It's just that his speed is still not as good as Tsunade, and Tsunade deflected his Rasengan with one finger. Naruto pressed his hands to the ground. Boom! The Rasengan exploded violently on the ground in front of Tsunade, creating a crater more than a meter deep. But Tsunade's finger directly cracked the ground into a gully more than 10 meters long, and this force made Yu Ming frown. Crack. Although Yu Ming can also do it, he still finds it very shocking. Tsunade looked at Naruto who fell in the ravine. It's not Fourth Hokage's ninjutsu, it's just like it, but it's completely different BGAC. Maybe it's because I haven't fully mastered it yet. This kid is really brave enough to use this kind of ninjutsu before it's finished. Tsunade thinks that Naruto is too crazy. If this ninjutsu is not mastered, it is quite dangerous. What's more, Naruto is just a genin. Tsunade turned to look at Jiraiya. This ninjutsu can only be used by the 4th generation and you. You taught him, right? To teach a genin to learn this kind of ninjutsu that can't be mastered at all, are you crazy? Jiraiya smiled and said, don't say that, I think he can still learn it, I tested it. And I am not the only one who learned this ninjutsu. Yu Ming also mastered what I told you before. Yu Ming, who was originally standing on the roof and didn't want to go down, was a little speechless when he heard Jiraiya's words. Master Jiraiya, I'm not here, so you don't need the teacher to mention me. Yu Ming appeared next to Jiraiya, with his hands in his pockets, which looks very similar to Kakashi. Maybe after following Kakashi, he also learned some of his habits. The moment Tsunade saw Yu Ming, he frowned. This kid is that Yu Ming. When did he appear? Because Yu Ming hid his breath when he was on the roof, so even Jiraiya couldn't perceive it. Looking at Yu Ming, Jiraiya smiled and said, you have already arrived, why didn't you show up? Yu Ming didn't admit it, saying, no, I just arrived. Jiraiya chuckled, just make it up, this woman is Tsunade, don't you always want to see her? Yu Ming looked at Jiraiya and said speechlessly, I said I would like to ask Mr. Tsunade for medical ninjutsu. Tsunade walked over, looked at Yu Ming, and couldn't believe that Yu Ming was only 13 years old, because he was too tall, already 1.75 meters, although not as tall as Jiraiya, but already much taller than her. After all, Tsunade is not tall, only 1.63 meters, even half a head shorter in front of Yu Ming. You are Yu Ming. Yu Ming smiled and said, Master Tsunade. Tsunade looked at Yu Ming. Although she was good-looking, she didn't believe that Yu Ming really had cage-level power, mainly because Yu Ming's age and appearance were too deceptive. And Tsunade couldn't feel how strong Yu Ming's breath was. Jiraiya says your strength has cage level. Yu Ming looked at Jiraiya and said speechlessly, don't listen to his nonsense, I'm just a genin now, how can I have cage level strength? Jiraiya patted Yu Ming on the shoulder and said, excessive modesty is pride. Yu Ming really wanted to throw Jiraiya out. He never wanted to be strong in Tsunade's eyes, otherwise she would definitely give him a lot of things when she became Hokage in the future. Master Jiraiya sometimes speaks big words, which is not a good habit. Jiraiya was stunned. How did he feel that Yu Ming was so unwilling to show his strength in front of Tsunade? But when he thought of Yu Ming's character, he felt relieved. He laughed and said, Naruto knows this kind of thing, Kakashi knows it, Enko knows it, do you think you can hide it? Even Guy, Yuhihong and Asuma know it, why, who else do you think you can hide it from? Tsunade heard what Jiraiya said, and the doubts about Yu Ming just now disappeared. Those people Jiraiya listed just now are all Jonin of Konoha, and the last one is also a special Jonin. If these people all think that Yu Ming has cage-level strength, then there is really no doubt. Tsunade looked at Yu Ming and said, how did you practice? And just now Jiraiya said you mastered Rasengan. Yu Ming said with a wry smile, I have mastered it, but there is nothing strange about it. Naruto will also master it, as long as you give him time. Jiraiya seemed determined to expose Yu Ming's strength to Tsunade, and interrupted Yu Ming and said, Tsunade, do you know why I taught Yu Ming Rasengan? Yu Ming looked at Jiraiya and signaled him to stop talking. But Jiraiya seemed to have not seen it, and said, because he has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique of the 4th generation before, and the ninjutsu he used with the Flying Thunder God technique is Chidori. You heard it right, this kid even I have mastered Kakashi's Chidori, and also mastered the 4th generation's Flying Thunder God technique. Tsunade looked at Yu Ming with admiration for a moment. After all, having mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, as well as Rasengan and Chidori, Yu Ming's strength is definitely at Kage level. It's just that these 3 kinds of ninjutsu are not mastered by ordinary geniuses. No wonder Yu Ming has Kage level strength at the age of 13. Tsunade smiled, looked at Yu Ming and said, you're not bad, kid. Chapter 126 Yu Ming's medical ninjutsu is currently the strongest in Konoha. 126 330ths. Chapter 126 Yu Ming's medical ninjutsu is currently the strongest in Konoha. Tsunade looked at Yu Ming and asked, do you want to learn medical ninjutsu? Yu Ming nodded, well, I'm more interested in medical ninjutsu. Just after Yu Ming finished speaking, Jiraiya said, Yu Ming's medical ninjutsu is also very powerful. I heard from Guy that Yu Ming's medical ninjutsu is currently the strongest in Konoha, even better than the current director of Konoha Hospital. Be stronger. Tsunade froze for a moment, looked at Yu Ming and frowned and said, have you ever learned medical ninjutsu? Yu Ming didn't hide Tsunade's intentions this time, and said, well, I learned a little bit. It's just that the medical ninjas in Konoha Hospital are not very good at medical ninjutsu, so I don't learn much. Tsunade really can't believe it now. He has Kage level strength at the age of 13, not only that, but also learned medical ninjutsu. If what Jiraiya said is true, then Yu Ming's medical ninjutsu has already very close to Shizune. And Shizune is what she brings with her, teaching by precept and example. Seeing Yu Ming's calm look, Tsunade appreciated, I think you can be a good Hokage. Hearing Tsunade mention Hokage again, Yu Ming shook his head and said, you really think too much, I don't want to be Hokage, I'm not suitable. But you can believe that Naruto may become Hokage in the future, because he has always taken this goal as his ideal. Tsunade turned to look at Naruto who was walking towards them. This kid, I don't believe it, but seeing Naruto's unfinished Rasengan just now, Tsunade was a little shaken. Maybe Naruto can really learn Rasengan, after all, he is also the son of 4th Hokage, and he will definitely inherit some of his talents, and he also has 9 tails in his body. Naruto came over, heard Tsunade's words and said seriously, being Hokage is my dream, and I will definitely do it. Tsunade smiled, you can't even master Rasengan, and you still want to be Hokage, it's ridiculous. Naruto said seriously, I'm about to master the 3rd form of Rasengan now, and I'll be able to fully master it soon. Tsunade froze for a moment, looked at Naruto's confident look, she smiled and said, if you can master Rasengan within a week, I admit that you may become Hokage. Naruto frowned, for a week, he was really not sure that he could grasp it. But looking at the way Tsunade smiled, he felt that he had to prove himself. Okay, after a week, I will definitely be able to master it. Jiraiya also doesn't really believe that Naruto can master Rasengan within a week, but he knows very well that Naruto is very serious now, maybe he can really do it. Tsunade turned to look at Yu Ming, how long did you learn Rasengan? From what Jiraiya said, you and that kid seemed to learn it at the same time, right? Why did you learn it when he didn't? Yu Ming froze for a moment, why the topic turned to himself again. In fact, what Yu Ming doesn't know is that Tsunade uses Baihao technique and 100 healings mark to maintain her physical youth, but her mental age is already in her 50s. She actually pays the same attention to Konoha's talented juniors as ordinary old people. Yu Ming felt a little difficult to answer. But Naruto relieved Yu Ming, saying, Yu Ming only took one look at Pervy Sage's demonstration and he mastered it. He learned it quickly, but Yu Ming also said that it is better to use it well than to learn it quickly. He thinks it will definitely be useful in the future. After Tsunade listened, she didn't pay attention to what Naruto said later. After all, she felt that those words were definitely spoken by Yu Ming to comfort Naruto. Looking at Yu Ming, he was very surprised and said, you can learn this kind of ninjutsu at a glance. Are you really not a monster? The corners of Yu Ming's mouth twitched slightly, but he didn't speak. Jiraiya laughed out loud, Tsunade, don't say that, many people have already said that about him, and it is precisely because he can learn everything quickly, that's why he has such strength at such a young age, and also learned a lot of ninjutsu. Tsunade kept looking at Yu Ming, and the more he looked at it, the more pleasing it was. In fact, it was like an old man looking at his younger generation. Even in terms of age, Yu Ming could even be regarded as Tsunade's grandson. One is 13 years old and the other is 50 years old. Isn't it the grandchildren? But Yu Ming felt pain when he looked at Tsunade, because he felt that if he was really missed by Tsunade, then if she became Hokage in the future, he would definitely have the same fate as Kakashi. Thinking about Kakashi being sent by Tsunade to perform various tasks like an animal in the following years, Yu Ming felt a little speechless. Asking for flowers, Tsunade laughed and said, actually, I think that if this kid is trained well, he may not be able to surpass 4th Hokage in the future. Yu Ming doesn't want to talk now, it seems that no matter whether Jiraiya or Tsunade talk about him, they want Yu Ming to be Hokage. The point is that he really doesn't want to be Hokage, Naruto wants to be, so let him be. Yu Ming's ability is actually enough after becoming Hokage. Might even be doing well, but he's the same as Jiraiya, just really has no interest in being Hokage. Looking at Yu Ming's helpless look, Jiraiya smiled and said, in this regard, he is somewhat similar to me, but I think he may just be young now. Tsunade smiled, well, I think so too. Yu Ming no longer intends to answer the two people's questions. In the end, Tsunade still did not reply whether he would return to Konoha and become the 5th Hokage. Jiraiya also felt that she should give Tsunade a week to think about it. And at this time, Tsunade also had a week to think about whether to help Orochimaru heal his hands. So Jiraiya and Tsunade took Yu Ming and others to live in the same hotel. Living in the hotel, Jiraiya didn't go out to collect information, and sat in the hotel every day, watching Tsunade go in and out. Yu Ming is doing meditation every day. Yu Ming may be the most peaceful person here. Whether it is Jiraiya, Tsunade, or Shizune and Naruto have their own concerns. Naruto knew that it would be difficult for him to practice Rasengan within a week, but he decided to do his best to practice for the bet after a week. Shizune was worried about Tsunade's choice. Tsunade is also thinking about Orochimaru's condition. Jiraiya also knows from Shizune the agreement between Orochimaru and Tsunade. So he has been observing how Tsunade will choose. Every day he sits on the balcony of the hotel watching Tsunade. It's just that after watching it for a while, I will turn my head to look at Yu Ming from time to time. I said, don't you want to learn medical ninjutsu from Tsunade? Why don't you ask her for it? Yu Ming opened his eyes and said calmly, I think I'd better ask for advice when I go back to Konoha. Anyway, she is restless now, so she probably doesn't want to teach me. Chapter 127 Healing Jutsu in one hand, Chakra Scalpel in the other hand, the terrible Yu Ming. 127 330ths. Chapter 127 Healing Jutsu in one hand, Chakra Scalpel in the other hand, the terrible Yu Ming. Jiraiya froze, then smiled and said, are you afraid of her? Yu Ming shook his head calmly, why am I afraid of her? Yu Ming has never been afraid of Tsunade's thoughts. Now Tsunade is not his opponent at all, let alone Tsunade. Jiraiya is not even Yu Ming's opponent. So Yu Ming naturally wouldn't be afraid of her. It's just that Tsunade is really not in a good mood now, he just doesn't want to join in at this time. Jiraiya turned around, looked at Yu Ming, and said seriously, now Tsunade must be thinking about Orochimaru, but we must not let Tsunade really cure Orochimaru. Yu Ming nodded, well, if Master Tsunade really wants to do this, there is nothing we can do. Jiraiya sighed and said, if she really did that, then I will definitely kill her. Hearing this, Yu Ming glanced at Jiraiya, and said with a smile, although I believe you can do it at 670, I have to say that I still trust Master Tsunade in this matter, she is not that kind of person. Jiraiya frowned and said, I hope she can really choose the right option. Yu Ming believes that if Tsunade really helped Orochimaru, Jiraiya is unlikely to make a move on Tsunade. Just might be disappointed with Tsunade. These few days, Tsunade has been spent in the casino. Whenever she encounters something, she will gamble money in the casino. This can be regarded as a bad bug. But Yu Ming doesn't stay in the room all day. For him, the reason why he stays in the room must be because he has visited all the interesting places nearby. It's just that he won't enter the casino on Pamphlet Street, so it's basically impossible for him to meet Tsunade. For a week, Naruto has been practicing in the back mountain, and Jiraiya still stays in the room every day. Yu Ming stayed for 2 or 3 days and went out to play. Walking on the street, Yu Ming was about to go to the back mountain to have a look at those castles. When passing by a casino, Tsunade's voice came, Yu Ming. Yu Ming looked over and saw Tsunade standing at the door of the casino, looking at Yu Ming. Yu Ming nodded, Master Tsunade, what's the matter? Tsunade came over, stood in front of Yu Ming and asked, what are you doing here? Yu Ming said with a smile, I want to go to the back mountain to see the castle here. But Tsunade took Yu Ming's hand and said into the casino, what's so interesting about the castle? It's just a pile of stones. Come in and play with me. Yu Ming actually refused, but I don't like gambling. Tsunade laughed and said, I didn't ask you to gamble, you just sit and watch. Yu Ming thought for a while and said, could it be that you have been staying here all day by yourself these few days? Tsunade pulled Yu Ming into the gambling house and said, with a smile. Yu Ming felt a little speechless. Seeing is better than hearing 100 times, her life is really so long. Probably influenced by Senju Hashirama, Tsunade really likes to gamble. In front of them were rows of people who looked like gang bosses, and these people looked at Yu Ming as if they were seeing a fat sheep. In fact, they really regarded Yu Ming as a big fat sheep in their hearts. As long as it was brought by Tsunade, they were basically big fat sheep. Yu Ming sat beside Tsunade, watching her gamble boldly, like a Valkyrie. It's just that Yu Ming is bored. But for some reason, after Yu Ming sat next to Tsunade, she actually won. And not just one, but several of them won. In less than an hour, the banknotes in front of Tsunade had piled up. Tsunade laughed loudly, Yu Ming, you are my lucky star. You are sitting here, and I have won so much money. When I go back, I'll give you 50%. Tsunade really has never won so many times. She felt that Yu Ming brought her luck. Yu Ming watched the eyes of the people sitting around him and Tsunade becoming more and more unfriendly, but they really didn't dare to make small moves. After all, They knew that Tsunade was a fat sheep, but most importantly, this woman was one of Sannin's friends. Even if she wins, who would dare to touch her? But they didn't dare to show embarrassment to Tsunade, but they dared to make Yu Ming look bad. So many people here looked at Yu Ming extremely unkindly. Tsunade won so much that he got carried away, and didn't feel that several people were dissatisfied with Yu Ming at all. Yu Ming smiled. It has nothing to do with me, it's all Master Tsunade's game. Yu Ming was completely unafraid of the gazes these people gave him, and sat beside Tsunade very calmly, drinking tea. Although he doesn't like to gamble, it's fun to watch Tsunade win. 2 hours passed, all the money brought by the people around was lost, all the money was packed into boxes, there were 3 big boxes, the excited Tsunade even hugged Yu Ming's face number 3-0. Yu Ming was very speechless. Even if you win money, you don't need to be so excited. After handing over the 3 boxes of money to Yu Ming, Tsunade pulled Yu Ming out of the casino. Because if they don't come out, these people really can't hold on. Coming out of the casino, Yu Ming smiled and said, "Don't you usually win money? You were so happy when you win today." Tsunade was walking on the road, smiling, obviously in a good mood. Looking at Yu Ming, he smiled and said, "I'm lucky today, I'll treat you to dinner." After speaking, without waiting for Yu Ming's reaction, he dragged him towards the izakaya. After following Tsunade to an izakaya, Tsunade ordered a few side dishes and a few jugs of wine and began to drink. In fact, Yu Ming and Tsunade are not very familiar. They met once in an izakaya before, and after a few words, there was no communication at all. So now Yu Ming is sitting across from Tsunade, and doesn't know what to say. While drinking, Tsunade said, "That Jiraiya guy said, you want to ask me about medical ninjutsu. How's your medical ninjutsu, healing jutsu and chakra scalpel mastered?" Yu Ming nodded. "Well, I have mastered it." Tsunade raised his head, was stunned for a moment, looked at Yu Ming, and couldn't think of, "Have you learned?" Yu Ming nodded. "Well, what's the matter?" Tsunade said with a look of surprise, "Healing jutsu and chakra scalpel are very advanced medical ninjutsu, you actually learned them in 2.4. I don't believe it, just release it and let me have a look." "No nonsense." Yu Ming released chakra scalpel with one hand and healing jutsu with the other. Seeing Yu Ming's action, Tsunade was completely stunned. "Your chakra scalpel is so sharp, and the control of chakra is so precise, and this healing jutsu, the medical chakra is so thick. It seems that Jiraiya is not talking nonsense this time. Your medical ninjutsu is really strong. If you tell me what you don't understand, I can tell you." Tsunade looked at Yu Ming more and more pleasing to the eye, because Yu Ming's medical ninjutsu is indeed quite good. It is even very close to Shizune, and even in healing jutsu and chakra scalpel, 2 kinds of medical ninjutsu, Yu Ming's control is definitely above Shizune. Chapter 128 Carrying Tsunade. 128 330ths. Chapter 128 Carrying Tsunade. Yu Ming was a little pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect to get so much money from gambling with Tsunade for 2 hours today. In fact, Yu Ming is not learning medical ninjutsu now simply because he wants to cure diseases and save lives. It's more about his interest. He likes to study many strange ninjutsu. Maybe because he doesn't want to waste his time, Yu Ming wants to study everything. Tsunade was drinking while explaining to Yu Ming. Yu Ming listened very carefully, plus Yu Ming has a visual memory and a deaf ear, so what Tsunade said, Yu Ming can instantly understand and write it down. Talking with Yu Ming in the izakaya for several hours, Tsunade knew from the questions Yu Ming raised that Yu Ming really has a deep grasp of medical ninjutsu, and even in terms of theoretical knowledge, Yu Ming's the level has surpassed Shizune. Maybe even Yu Ming's actual operation is better than Shizune's. However, there is still a gap compared to Tsunade. Before, Tsunade thought that no matter how talented Yu Ming was, he was only a 13-year-old child, and his level should not be as good as Shizune's. But now it seems that the level of Yu Ming's medical ninjutsu is definitely higher than that of Shizune. When Tsunade was explaining, Yu Ming listened very carefully. Seeing Yu Ming's serious expression, Tsunade even 16 was in a daze, thinking that she had returned to decades ago. The same seriousness and interest. The two talked until midnight. It was dark, and the table was filled with a lot of side dishes, but they were all finished. Yu Ming ate while listening, and so did Tsunade. Both Yu Ming and Tsunade have special physiques. Everything they eat will be transformed into chakra, so they won't get fat at all. Until midnight, Tsunade was flushed from drinking, and even a little delirious. In the end, he even lay down on the table and fell asleep. It was only at this time that Yu Ming realized that it was already dark. Yu Ming stood up and stretched his limbs. "I didn't expect time to pass so fast, but today I did understand many details of medical ninjutsu that I couldn't understand before. I really want to try it now. I think, like Kakashi and Sasuke, I should be able to treat them." After listening to what Tsunade said, Yu Ming fully understood, and he even felt that his medical ninjutsu has improved a lot now. Yu Ming feels that he should have no problem dealing with the situation of Kakashi and Sasuke now. Looking at Tsunade lying on the table, Yu Ming laughed and said, "The drinking capacity is really terrible. I actually drank so much and took so long to get drunk." Yu Ming doesn't drink alcohol, but it's easy to get drunk when drinking. Even a ninja, he will still get drunk when he should be drunk, and he won't be special because of chakra. Otherwise, Shaoli wouldn't have created the drunken fist by himself. Just looking at Tsunade lying on the table, Yu Ming thought for a while, looked at the checkout counter of the izakaya and asked, "Boss, do you have any rooms in your store?" "Oh." The boss was stunned for a moment, then looked at Tsunade in front of Yu Ming, and said apologetically, "Sorry, guest, we don't provide accommodation service in our store." Yu Ming had a headache. He really wanted Tsunade to lie down and sleep here. After all, it's not like she hasn't done this before. "I used to stay directly at the izakaya until the next morning. You can drink all night." I have to say, Tsunade does have a lot of problems. Alcoholism, gambling, bad temper. Sometimes even more outrageous than Jiraiya. Standing beside Tsunade, Yu Ming said to himself, "This Sannin is really normal." Yu Ming doesn't shy away from Tsunade at all, after all she is drunk now. Looking at Tsunade, Yu Ming said to himself, "Just let her stay here until the next day." As soon as Yu Ming finished speaking, he saw that Tsunade was not wearing a coat, so that figure, while looking at the drinking guests in the izakaya, looked at Tsunade from time to time. This made Yu Ming frown. Should no one dare to touch Sannin, right? Unless they want to seek death. It's just that Yu Ming thinks that if someone who really doesn't want to live or who doesn't know Tsunade wants to kiss Fangs, it will be a little troublesome. It is estimated that Tsunade will definitely blame Yu Ming by then. Before, when Tsunade was drunk, Shizune was around her, but now Shizune is not around her at all. In desperation, Yu Ming sighed, "Forget it, I'd better take you back, don't blame me then." After finishing speaking, Yu Ming paid the bill and put 3 boxes of money into his space scroll. In fact, space scrolls are for sale, but they are too expensive, costing more than 1 million taels, which is the same as the reward for an S-level mission. If third generation didn't give it to Yu Ming, he would definitely not buy this kind of thing. After collecting the money, Yu Ming walked up to Tsunade and picked her up. It's just that the moment Tsunade pressed Yu Ming's back, Yu Ming felt humiliated. From the first time he met Tsunade, Yu Ming never cared about Tsunade's figure. Now when he was carrying her on his back, Yu Ming could only say that he was really a normal man. After stabilizing his mind for a while, Yu Ming started walking with Tsunade on his back. Just when he was leaving, Yu Ming's heart was beating endlessly. What's going on? I still have such a day. It seems that Tsunade's figure is really scary. It's no wonder that this figure is regarded as the most beautiful woman in the ninja world. I have to say that this capital is indeed rich enough. Yu Ming was thinking as he walked. Yu Ming is 1.75 meters and Tsunade is 1.63 meters. In fact, Tsunade is much smaller than Yu Ming. So when Yu Ming carried Tsunade on his back, no one on the street would cast strange glances. Just looking at Yu Ming's 113 eyes full of envy and jealousy. After walking for a few minutes, Tsunade rested his head on Yu Ming's shoulder and wrapped his arms around Yu Ming's neck. It made Yu Ming feel even more flustered. Fortunately, Yu Ming often cultivated his mind, so he didn't get upset. And Tsunade opened his eyes at this time, looking at the situation he was in now. After watching for a while, Tsunade leaned his head completely on Yu Ming's shoulder. He hugged Yu Ming's hands even tighter. This was the first time she felt warm in so many years. Yu Ming knew that Tsunade had opened his eyes at this time, but she didn't know that Tsunade was not too drunk, and was even very sober, otherwise he wouldn't have explained a lot of knowledge about medical ninjutsu to Yu Ming just now. But Tsunade didn't know why. She didn't think about breaking this situation, on the contrary, she still enjoyed it a little. Yu Ming didn't think too much about it, but at the beginning, when he touched Tsunade's body, he really felt good. After walking for 10 minutes with Tsunade on my back, I finally arrived at the hotel. After finding her room, he put her in the resting place. When Yu Ming put Tsunade down, he stood up, smelling of alcohol. This woman is really sloppy and drunk. Just as Yu Ming finished speaking, he saw Tsunade lying on the bed, opening his eyes and looking at Yu Ming. Chapter 129 The Necklace to Give to Yu Ming First Generation. 129 330ths. Chapter 129 The Necklace to Give to Yu Ming First Generation. Yu Ming looked at Tsunade's eyes, a little embarrassed. "Master Tsunade, so you are still awake." Hee. Yu Ming stood by the bed, a little embarrassed. It was really embarrassing to be caught just after speaking ill of others. Tsunade stretched his muscles and stood up, but his face was flushed, and he was already very drunk. It's just that her drinking capacity is indeed quite strong, and she didn't become unconscious after drinking so much. Tsunade didn't speak, just stood in front of Yu Ming, looking at Yu Ming calmly. Yu Ming was a little embarrassed and wanted to escape here early, so he smiled and said, "Master Tsunade, rest well, thank you for teaching me so many medical ninjutsu today. I'll go first." After speaking, Yu Ming left directly. Tsunade didn't stop Yu Ming. After Yu Ming left the room, Tsunade leaned on the balcony and looked at the night outside. Although she was drunk now, she was still able to stay awake. Her physique was really good. Drinks are very good. After watching for a while, Tsunade laughed, thinking of Yu Ming carrying her from the izakaya back to the hotel just now. It reminded her of when Senju Hashirama carried her on her back when she was a child. For some reason, she, a person in her 50s, felt this feeling in a 10-year-old boy. When I was young, Tsunade spent the most time with Senju Hashirama, and my parents died early because of the war. So when I was young, the ones who gave Tsunade the most affection were Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama and Uzumaki Mido. So after Tsunade grows up, no one will carry her back, and of course, she doesn't need it. Now is the time when she faces the most difficult choice, so these geniuses will always linger in the casino. But today Yu Ming gave her a very special feeling, as if she was her grandson or her elder. It was very strange, either her junior or her senior. Tsunade thought this feeling was very strange, but at that time, she really let go of everything and just wanted to lean on Yu Ming's back. If Yu Ming knew that Tsunade felt this way, he would definitely feel quite outrageous. The gap between grandchildren and elders is simply too great. But in terms of seniority, Yu Ming is indeed a disciple of Tsunade's grandson, very young. After all, Yu Ming is Kakashi's disciple. Whether it is Kakashi, Yu Ming or Konoha's people, they have all recognized this relationship. And Kakashi is Jiraiya's descendant if he counts his seniority, and Jiraiya and Tsunade are of the same generation. Naturally, Tsunade can also be regarded as Yu Ming's elder, and a very senior elder. Leaning on the balcony, with the breeze blowing her long golden hair, Tsunade smiled and said, "This little guy is quite interesting, and he should have learned a lot of medical ninjutsu today. I don't know after the explanation I gave him this time, will his medical ninjutsu improve? Hi. It will definitely improve. It is obvious that he has fully mastered it from the way he looks." In fact, before Tsunade felt about Yu Ming, he just thought that Yu Ming was very talented. He is a very powerful junior. But now, or rather, during the whole day of getting along today, she felt kindness towards Yu Ming besides the feeling she had before. But she thought of the promise with Orochimaru, and frowned. "Naoki, off, you two probably don't want me to do that, but I really want to see you." For Tsunade, Naoki and Kato-dan are definitely the biggest regrets and the biggest source of pain in her life. The reason why she became what she is now is because the two died on the battlefield. It's unimaginable that a medical ninja actually suffered from hemophobia, which basically ruined her medical ninja career. But when thinking of these two people, Tsunade grabbed the necklace on her chest. It was given to her by the first generation. She wore it for nothing, but it was given to Naoki. Naoki died, and it was given to Kato-dan. Kato-dan soon then died too. I have to say that this necklace is indeed a bit evil. This is the most precious thing my grandfather gave me back then. Maybe it could be yours. The figure of Yu Ming appeared in Tsunade's mind. For some reason, at this time, the figure of Yu Ming appeared in Tsunade's mind, and he was still smiling. Yu Ming is obviously different from the two of them. He doesn't want to be Hokage at all. No matter in character, ideal, or philosophy, they are all the same as Naoki. But in Tsunade's mind, the figure of Yu Ming standing in front of the two of them emerged. Gripping the necklace tightly, Tsunade looked at the lights in the distance. Sighing, this guy is completely different from the two of them, but for some reason, he seems to have a different magical power. Tsunade kept thinking of the feeling when Yu Ming carried her on his back just now. It really gave her so many years to get warmth. A warmth that not even Kato-dan and Naoki can give. She used to be with Kato-dan because of Naoki, because of Kato-dan's support, but now Yu Ming is completely different from Kato-dan. Not the same as Naoki. Yu Ming is different from the two of them, and there is a big difference, but Tsunade feels that the warmth that Yu Ming gives her even Naoki and Kato-dan cannot give. Of course, this kind of feeling belongs to warmth and family affection. Tsunade, a person in his 50s, naturally wouldn't like a boy who was only 13 years old. It's not that she's out of her mind. It's just that Yu Ming gave her a warm feeling, so she recognized Yu Ming, just like what Naoki means to Tsunade. The relationship between Kato-dan and Tsunade is completely different. But even if it's just this kind of feeling, Yu Ming's getting along with Tsunade this day has already made her recognize Yu Ming's existence, which is also very warm. It even made her want to give Yu Ming her own necklace. But if Yu Ming knew that Tsunade wanted to give this necklace to him, he would be speechless. The evil nature of this necklace, Yu Ming can't control it with any certainty. This necklace was given to 3 people by Tsunade. Naoki died, Kato-dan died, and Naruto Zhao would have been in bad luck if the necklace hadn't been broken in the end. After getting this necklace, Naruto faced life and death many times. Yu Ming didn't dare to accept this necklace. He felt that he would definitely not be able to restrain this necklace. Even Naruto can't stand the aura of the protagonist, let alone Yu Ming. The next day, when Yu Ming was sitting on the balcony basking in the sun, Tsunade suddenly appeared beside Yu Ming. Yu Ming didn't open his eyes because he could feel Tsunade's chakra in him. "Master Tsunade, is there anything else you want to teach me today?" Yu Ming didn't mention yesterday's incident at all, and Yu Ming naturally wouldn't bring it up by himself. Cover up if you can. Jiraiya, who was writing his novel in the room, was taken aback when he saw Tsunade. "Tsunade, have you figured it out?" Jiraiya thought Tsunade had made up his mind and wanted to return to the village to become Hokage. Chapter 130 Trying to Convince Tsunade. 133/130. Chapter 130 Trying to Convince Tsunade. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya and said, "I didn't say that." After finishing speaking, Tsunade turned to look at Yu Ming, took his hand and ran outside. "Come with me, I want to try your results last night." Yu Ming, who was lying on a chair basking in the sun, was suddenly pulled out by Tsunade. On the way, Yu Ming said very speechlessly, "I said, Master Tsunade, although I did say something disrespectful to you yesterday, you don't have to retaliate against me like this." Yu Ming thought it was Tsunade taking revenge on Yu Ming for his rude words yesterday. He wasn't worried about Tsunade's revenge at all, he just didn't think it should be, and he didn't say anything excessive. Tsunade was speechless all the way, and dragged Yu Ming to the forest on the mountain behind Bonshu Street. After knocking down a bear with one punch, he set up many diseases on the bear. Then he looked at Yu Ming and said, "Go and solve it." Yu Ming glanced at Tsunade. Is that just for this? Tsunade glared at Yu Ming. Do you think I'm such a stingy person? Tsunade folded his hands, raised his head, and looked at Yu Ming. Yu Ming smiled awkwardly. No, of course not. Yu Ming is like this. It's not that he can't beat Tsunade, it's just that he doesn't feel the need to make a move. Tsunade stood aside and watched Yu Ming use healing jutsu to inspect the giant bear's body, and found that Tsunade had set him up with several very difficult diseases. If it were for his level before 420, Yu Ming was indeed a bit tricky, but after Tsunade taught him medical ninjutsu last night, now Yu Ming thinks it is quite easy. After investigating clearly, it only took 10 minutes for Yu Ming to heal all the ailments on the giant bear, and the treatment was quite perfect. Many techniques were taught to him by Tsunade yesterday. Tsunade, who was standing on the side, looked at Yu Ming and was very surprised. This kid is so talented. He was taught medical ninjutsu yesterday, but he has already used it so proficiently today. It's terrible, what a terrible talent. Tsunade feels that Yu Ming's medical ninjutsu talent has far surpassed his own, but he doesn't have a good teacher to teach him this knowledge. If you want to surpass Tsunade, if there is no professor of Tsunade, then Yu Ming will need at least several years of self-comprehension to achieve it. But now, Yu Ming's medical ninjutsu is very close to Tsunade. If she teaches Yu Ming all the medical ninjutsu she has mastered, then Yu Ming will definitely surpass her, to become the strongest ninja in the ninja world of medical ninjutsu. Tsunade is now Yu Ming's teacher. After all, it is impossible for Tsunade to teach Yu Ming's medical ninjutsu. Of course, Yu Ming didn't ask, and Tsunade didn't say anything. It's just that the two Fangmo may have recognized this relationship. After curing the giant bear, Yu Ming walked up to Tsunade and asked, Master Tsunade, how is it? Tsunade folded her hands and stood in front of Yu Ming. She was shorter than Yu Ming, so Yu Ming could clearly see her figure. I was a little embarrassed for a while, thinking of the feeling when I carried her behind my back last night. But that feeling is really good, much better than Azuki Shiin, or in other words, the two sides are not at the same level at all. Thinking of this, Yu Ming felt a little speechless. Why do I feel that my thoughts are getting more and more strange? Yu Ming thought about it, and finally realized that his body was already 13 years old, and he had reached the age. Thoughts will be changed by the growth of the body. Yu Ming feels helpless. Tsunade didn't mind Yu Ming's gaze at all, and said with a smile, it's not bad. I taught you yesterday, and now you can fully use it. It seems that what Jiraiya said, it's not surprising that you can learn Rasengan just by looking at it. Then Tsunade walked towards the river. Yu Ming stood where he was. The giant bear had already run away, and he didn't dare to provoke these two humans. Watching Tsunade walk to the river, Yu Ming didn't know whether he should go there or not. Tsunade walked to the river, took off his shoes, sat on the giant pebbles on the river, and soaked his feet in the clear water. The water in the river is not deep, it only reaches a person's calf. The water in the river is crystal clear, and there are even small fish swimming from time to time. The bottom of the river is full of pebbles. This place is indeed a good place to relax. It's just that Yu Ming stood far away and didn't follow. He didn't know exactly what Tsunade was going to do. After Tsunade sat there for a few minutes, he turned his head and looked at Yu Ming. BGAC, what are you doing standing there? Yu Ming thought for a while and walked over, but Yu Ming didn't take off his shoes to enter the river, but stepped on the river, stood beside Tsunade, and asked curiously, Master Tsunade, did you call me here today? In order to test my learning results yesterday. Tsunade nodded, curled up with his head on his knees, calmly looked at the water and said, Yu Ming, if two of your very important people die, someone can resurrect them and talk to you, on the condition that you do something. Would you do something that would cause great turmoil? Yu Ming knew what Tsunade was talking about. He didn't answer for a long time. After a long time, Tsunade turned to look at Yu Ming who was standing aside. Yu Ming turned his head to look at Tsunade sitting beside him, and sighed after a long time, how do I know? I have never experienced it. Yu Ming has never experienced it. Hearing this answer, Tsunade was not satisfied, and frowned, think about it. Yu Ming was a little helpless, but finally gave Tsunade the answer, I won't, let alone whether I will be asked to do something that will cause huge turmoil. I feel regretful about the resurrection. Sometimes it is the discord in life. Indispensable things. If someone important to me dies, then I won't resurrect them, because it wouldn't be interesting to resurrect anything. Hearing Yu Ming's words, Tsunade was completely stunned. What fallacy is this? Yu Ming smiled. That's right, this is fallacious, because I don't have that kind of feeling at all, so if you want to ask me how I feel, I can only tell based on my feeling. However, I do feel that only a life with regrets has the meaning of commemoration and the meaning of memories. Otherwise, the road is smooth, and it is indeed quite meaningless. In fact, these are all made up by Yu Ming, and he has never experienced it, so naturally he will not feel anything. But these few words, Yu Ming's purpose is to tell Tsunade, don't choose to help Orochimaru heal his hands, otherwise this guy will make a lot of big things. Although Orochimaru is not Yu Ming's opponent, if he is cured, he will definitely do more things that Yu Ming finds troublesome. Yu Ming is not afraid of Orochimaru, but he doesn't like that he keeps finding things for Yu Ming. And this guy's abilities are really disgusting. Although Yu Ming has the spirit-inducing technique and the extinguishing technique, each time he casts a spell, he will consume Yu Ming's huge chakra. He feels that there is no need for him to do that. When Tsunade heard these words from Yu Ming, he became thoughtful. It seems that she has a clear understanding in her heart, or in other words, she has made a decision in her heart long ago, but she just can't make up her mind. After a long time, Tsunade stood up, turned and left, leaving Yu Ming standing there with a puzzled face. No, just leave like this. Watching Tsunade stepping away, he settled for dozens of meters before saying, then what do you want to do here? Tsunade stood tens of meters away and looked at Yu Ming. Chapter 131 I will also impure world reincarnation. 131 330ths. Chapter 131 I will also impure world reincarnation. Yu Ming thought that Tsunade was going to do something big, who knew it was just such a thing. Yu Ming walked over and said, I thought you were thinking about jumping into the river. Tsunade glared at Yu Ming. Stinky boy, why didn't I realize that you were so indecisive before? Tsunade committed suicide by jumping into the river. This is simply Yu Ming's teasing of Tsunade. Yu Ming laughed and said, so Tsunade-sama has made up his mind. Should he heal Orochimaru or return to Konoha? Tsunade looked at Yu Ming's eyes, and after a while her eyes began to avert. Apparently no decision was made. Yu Ming chuckled, actually, I will also do reanimation jutsu. If you want to meet your important person, I can do it for you. There is no need to ask Orochimaru. Tsunade froze for a moment, looked at Yu Ming. Impure world reincarnation is a forbidden technique, how did you learn it? Yu Ming took a few steps forward, lowered his head and said, I learned it secretly. Tsunade frowned, followed Yu Ming, and walked beside him, because she was shorter than Yu Ming, so she raised her head and looked at Yu Ming's face, stealing. That's reanimation jutsu, you know how dangerous this technique is, I don't know. If someone is not careful and really kills, the reason why it is listed as a forbidden technique is quite dangerous. At this time, Tsunade was worried that Yu Ming would be backlashed by this forbidden technique. After all, the forbidden technique sealed in the sealed book is quite dangerous. Yu Ming looked at Tsunade and looked straight at himself, obviously concerned. Yu Ming said with some embarrassment, to be honest, I learned a lot of ninjutsu secretly, and there are many forbidden techniques among them, but don't worry, I haven't encountered any dangers. Yu Ming raised his hands, making hair look like. Tsunade frowned, keeping his eyes on Yu Ming. After a long time, Yu Ming said with some embarrassment, well, some ninjutsu are indeed dangerous, but I have learned them all, and I did not encounter any danger. Don't worry, Master Tsunade, I will not do things that I am not sure about. Oh. Seeing Tsunade still looking at himself seriously, Yu Ming felt a little puzzled, but he thought for a while and said, well, I can really use impure world reincarnation to help you summon your most important person back from the underworld. Tsunade looked at Yu Ming. Finally she lowered her head and said, no, I think you were right before, I don't think they want me to call them back either. Yu Ming looked at Tsunade suspiciously and asked, really? Tsunade glared at Yu Ming, why, do you have any questions? Yu Ming laughed, that's not true, it's just unimaginable, you will be moved by me. I don't believe it. Yu Ming actually didn't know whether Tsunade had changed his mind or not. But it doesn't matter, whether she changes her mind or not, Yu Ming can accept it, anyway, Yu Ming knows what happened afterwards. Tsunade will definitely return to Konoha eventually. Because tomorrow is the day that Tsunade and Orochimaru agreed, so Tsunade is very entangled now, but what Yu Ming said today really made Tsunade a little shaken. After Tsunade glared at Yu Ming, he said, let's go for a drink together. Yu Ming refused, no, I'm not of age, so I can't drink. In fact, it's just that Yu Ming doesn't like drinking. It's just that Tsunade pulled him away before he finished speaking. Yu Ming didn't have anything to do, so he went with her. In the previous izakaya, Tsunade ordered a glass of juice for Yu Ming after drinking for a while. Such a strange scene appeared in the izakaya, a beautiful woman drinking wine, and a man drinking fruit juice sitting opposite. The woman kept talking, and the man opposite had a hard time saying a word for a long time. In the izakaya, drinking for several hours, listening to Tsunade talking about Naoki and Kato Dan for several hours, Yu Ming was almost fell asleep by her talking. Yu Ming is really not interested in those things. Maybe it's because Tsunade is old and always likes to say these things. But after Yu Ming drank the juice, he discovered the problem of the juice. This juice is laced with medicine, although it is difficult for ordinary people to find out, but Yu Ming's medical ninjutsu may be very close to Tsunade now, and in terms of his physique, there is no medicine that works on his body at all. But Tsunade did this, Yu Ming already knew her choice. So in order not to let Tsunade know about her physique, and not want to stop her from choosing, Yu Ming pretended to faint. And seeing Yu Ming lying on the table, Tsunade blushed from drinking. Tsunade stopped drinking when he saw Yu Ming lying on the table. Looking at Yu Ming so quietly. After a long time, he said, I'm sorry, Yu Ming, I still want to see them both. Although Yu Ming will also perform impure world reincarnation, Tsunade knows how dangerous this ninjutsu is, and she doesn't want Yu Ming to be dangerous. Asking for flowers. Orochimaru should bear this risk. After drinking the last glass of wine, Tsunade carried Yu Ming on his back. Although she is shorter than Yu Ming, but with Tsunade's strength, carrying Yu Ming is no problem at all. Yu Ming wasn't dizzy, it was just that he was suddenly carried by Tsunade, which made him a little embarrassed. He originally thought that Tsunade would leave him alone at the izakaya, after all no one is interested in someone like Yu Ming. When Tsunade was carrying Yu Ming on his back, his face was also blushing. Especially when Yu Ming didn't really faint. Not only Yu Ming was quite embarrassed, but Tsunade was also very embarrassed. In 3 minutes, Tsunade quickly returned to the hotel with Yu Ming on his back, and put him in his room. Looking at Yu Ming, because Yu Ming used ninjutsu, he put himself into a state of suspended animation. 0, 0. So Tsunade couldn't see it at all. But when I was carrying Yu Ming on my back just now, it was really embarrassing. Looking at Yu Ming, after Tsunade calmed down, he said, "I'm sorry, Yu Ming, you sleep here for a while, and I will bring you back after Orochimaru and I settle the matter." Taking a deep look at Yu Ming, Tsunade turned and left decisively. She is going to make Jiraiya unable to stop herself tomorrow. 10 minutes after Tsunade left, Yu Ming stood up from Tsunade's bed and sat in the room, a little speechless. It was so embarrassing just now, I was almost discovered by her, but luckily I put myself in a state of suspended animation, otherwise it would be embarrassing for both of them if they were found out. However, as expected, Tsunade still chose that way, so I was saying nothing before. It seems that I really don't have the talent to escape. Thinking of Naruto, Yu Ming was a little speechless, as if he really didn't have the talent for talking. Of course, Yu Ming also feels that Naruto's words are completely impossible to really work, but he is the protagonist of this world, so it's normal to be special. However, Yu Ming originally wanted to try if he could change Tsunade's will. The result disappointed Yu Ming a little, but Yu Ming was quite happy. Tsunade didn't give himself the medicine to disperse chakra. Although no medicine has any effect on Yu Ming. But from this point of view, Tsunade really showed mercy to Yu Ming. And Jiraiya was really directly drugged by her to disperse chakra, and even the summoning technique couldn't be used normally. Chapter 132 Orochimaru might kill Tsunade. 132 330ths. Chapter 132 Orochimaru might kill Tsunade. The next day, the time agreed by Tsunade and Orochimaru came. Tsunade came to the back hill of Bamboo Street alone, but she still couldn't make up her mind. Along the way, she was thinking about this question. Soon, after reaching the back mountain, I saw Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto standing there waiting. When Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto saw Tsunade appearing, they smiled. I said she couldn't resist this temptation, and those two people are very important to her. Still, Yakushi Kabuto was a little wary, and even wondered what he would do if Tsunade returned. Tsunade came before Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto. Looking at Orochimaru very seriously, "After I heal your hands, you should still attack Konoha." Orochimaru looked at his old friend, thought for a while. He didn't lie to Tsunade, nodded and said, "Yes." Tsunade frowned. 580, but when she thought of Naoki and Kato Dan, she couldn't give up such an opportunity. Just when she was about to agree to Orochimaru, Yu Ming's words from last night suddenly came to mind. Why does this kid keep showing up? Originally, Tsunade couldn't make up his mind and wavered, but when he thought about Yu Ming's words yesterday, she suddenly made up her mind. Let the dead people rest in peace. It is estimated that Naoki and Kato Dan do not want Tsunade to call them back. Cherishing the present is the most important thing. For Tsunade, Konoha is the most important thing to her, because it is the most precious treasure of her grandfather, her second grandfather. And that little guy definitely wouldn't want me to make that kind of decision. Thinking of Yu Ming's embarrassed face, Tsunade made up his mind. Orochimaru, I won't help you heal your hands. Tsunade raised his head, looked at Orochimaru and said. While Orochimaru thought he could succeed, who knew Tsunade would say so? Yakushi Kabuto also frowned at this time. Orochimaru froze for a moment, then smiled and said, really? If that's the case, then I can only use some means to get you to treat me. After speaking, Yakushi Kabuto rushed towards Tsunade immediately. Now that Tsunade had made up his mind, he naturally didn't have the slightest hesitation, clenched his fist and threw it at Yakushi Kabuto. Yakushi Kabuto took a step back. Tsunade slammed his fist to the ground. Boom! The huge force smashed the ground in an instant, and the ground within a dozen meters around was smashed to pieces. The terrifying power was completely released at this moment, and this was still a punch she hadn't activated Baihao technique. If Baihao technique is activated, with one punch, the ground within dozens of meters will collapse, and its power is no less than that of an A- level ninjutsu. Even scarier. Seeing this, Yakushi Kabuto quickly pulled Orochimaru back. The two jumped onto a house. Looking at Tsunade below, Yakushi Kabuto said with lingering fear, it's so powerful, if you get punched, you will really die. Orochimaru was not worried at all, and said in a hoarse voice, she is still so strong after so many years of absence. However, with your strength and the right tactics, you should be able to take her down. I believe in you. The tactic Orochimaru was talking about was actually taking advantage of Tsunade's hemophobia. And Yakushi Kabuto said speechlessly, you can really speak, and I was the one who fought with her. Yakushi Kabuto saw Tsunade's strength just now and didn't think his tactics might have any effect on her. Yakushi Kabuto felt that the gap between the two was too great. But Tsunade didn't let go of Orochimaru's thoughts at all, and rushed towards Yakushi Kabuto and Orochimaru with fists clenched. Seeing this situation, the two immediately ran towards the grass in the back mountain. At this time, Yu Ming was sitting in Tsunade's room drinking tea. This woman chose to do that in the end, why bother? Yu Ming felt that he had made it very clear, and he knew how to impure world reincarnation. If he wanted to meet her brother and lover, he could help her do it. Yu Ming felt that even though he had reached this level, he still couldn't change Tsunade's decision. He felt that his mouth to talk was really not as powerful as Naruto's. Yu Ming always thought that he might be able to persuade a person with his mouth, but now it seems that he really overestimated his ability to escape with his mouth. In fact, Yu Ming didn't know at all. Tsunade was just worried that Yu Ming's use of impure world reincarnation would be very dangerous. And she didn't want Yu Ming to be charged with toying with souls. For Yu Ming, that kind of stigma is not good for a ninja like him who has a bright future. When Yu Ming was drinking tea in the room with peace of mind, Shizune opened the door of Tsunade's room and saw Yu Ming sitting in it drinking tea at first sight. Completely stunned. Fortunately, these days she knows that the relationship between Tsunade and Yu Ming is much closer. So I just wondered for a while, and then asked, Yu Ming, where is Master Tsunade? Yu Ming took a sip of tea and calmly said, I should have gone to Orochimaru. Hearing this, Jiraiya, who was walking behind Shizune, frowned. What? Went to find Orochimaru. Jiraiya came over and looked at Yu Ming. Yu Ming nodded. Well, I went to find Orochimaru. After drinking with her yesterday, she gave me medicine and I just woke up. Yu Ming's words made Jiraiya suddenly realize. So that's the case, she also drugged me, damn it, did she really choose that? Yu Ming, we have to stop Tsunade now, and Tsunade's current state is likely to be killed by Orochimaru. Jiraiya knows a little bit about Orochimaru. This guy doesn't care about fellowship now, even if he dares to kill third generation, fellowship is nothing. Yu Ming was not in a hurry at all. Standing up, she said, maybe it's better for her to think about it herself. If she really treats Orochimaru, then how can we stop it? This is her choice. If you stop 2.4 once, can you stop it for the second time? The person Orochimaru wants to resurrect is very important to Master Tsunade. Jiraiya frowned at Yu Ming's words. It makes sense, but now Jiraiya is worried that something will happen to Tsunade. Orochimaru is a scheming and vicious person, and she is worried about Tsunade's safety. What choice she makes will be discussed later. Now we have to hurry, this guy Orochimaru might kill Tsunade. Yu Ming nodded, which was not surprising to him at all. So follow Jiraiya and Shizune to the back mountain to find Tsunade. Yu Ming has been following Jiraiya and the others, he is not in a hurry. Because he knows what happened behind. When Jiraiya was on the road, he asked Yu Ming what he said to Tsunade yesterday. Chapter 133 Fighting Again, Orochimaru who refuses to admit defeat. 133 330ths. Chapter 133 Fighting Again, Orochimaru who refuses to admit defeat. Yu Ming talked about it, and Jiraiya smiled wryly. It's Tsunade's regret that you said these things, it's strange that she can listen. Yu Ming didn't really care, he just tried to see if he could persuade her. Yu Ming didn't think there was anything strange about persuading him. Soon, the four arrived at the place where Tsunade and Orochimaru were fighting. Shizune said, it seems Tsunade-sama refused. Shizune was very happy to hear this news, because Tsunade didn't make a decision that would cause Konoha a lot of losses. And Jiraiya also breathed a sigh of relief, but the problem now is that Tsunade is very dangerous. From the intensity of the battle here, it can be seen that the two sides really fought each other. Shizune holds Fubuki to let him sniff out Tsunade's location. Soon, Yu Ming and others came to the back mountain. Just when I arrived at the back mountain, I saw Tsunade kneeling in front of Yakushi Kabuto with bloodline on his face. Orochimaru was standing beside him. Seeing the trembling Tsunade with bloodline on his face, Jiraiya was furious. Orochimaru, you actually attacked her. Shizune rushed towards Tsunade quickly, and Naruto did the same with 16. And Yu Ming stood in place, looking at Tsunade tens of meters away, frowning. Tsunade seems to have completely forgotten about the outside world at this time, immersed in the memory of the death of the rope circle fan before. Yu Ming has always wanted to know what kind of disease this is. He knew that some people did come off the battlefield with fear, but nothing like Tsunade. Actually completely lost the ability to resist. And at this moment, Tsunade raised her head tremblingly, because she seemed to sense a familiar person here. When looking at Yu Ming, Zhao Ming looked at Jun suspiciously. The moment the two looked at each other, Tsunade suddenly grabbed the clothes with one hand. Then Tsunade lowered her head slowly. For some reason, she suddenly felt a little guilty. Maybe she felt guilty for drugging Yu Ming yesterday. Yu Ming also didn't understand what Tsunade's expression meant. But Yakushi Kabuto won't wait for Jiraiya and the others to save him. Pull out kunai and walk towards Tsunade. And Tsunade, faced with this situation, lowered his head and trembled unknowingly. The corner of Yu Ming's mouth twitched slightly. How did she travel around the ninja world alive? Although there is a Shizune by my side, haven't they met a very strong master? Yu Ming couldn't figure it out at all. But he can't let Yakushi Kabuto kill Tsunade. This woman wants to go back to be a Hokage, and Yu Ming doesn't agree with her not being a Hokage. Because only she is the Hokage, Yu Ming feels that it is the most relaxed, and there is no need to hide anything. At this moment, Yu Ming opened the Sharingan. If there was no sealing technique for the eyes, people would definitely be able to see the pattern of Mangekyo Sharingan appearing in Yu Ming's eyes. Teleportation. In fact, this pupil technique is not called teleportation, it's just that Yu Ming changed the name for a better name. Instantly, Yu Ming appeared in front of Tsunade. Jiraiya, Shizune, and Naruto who were running towards Tsunade were all stunned. This speed is so fast. This is definitely not the body flicker technique. The body flicker technique is not so fast. Ordinary body flicker technique is actually quite low level, just AD level ninjutsu, as long as a ninja knows it, but that kind of speed is of no use at all in the eyes of a master. The body flicker technique of many masters is actually an escape technique combined with the chakra attribute. Even Jiraiya didn't see what kind of ninjutsu Yu Ming was it just now. So Jiraiya is sure that the ninjutsu released by Yu Ming just now is definitely time-space ninjutsu. Jiraiya asked curiously, could it be that Yu Ming imprinted the Flying Thunder God technique on Tsunade? It's just that Jiraiya doesn't know when Yu Ming cast the Flying Thunder God technique on Tsunade. And Yu Ming, who appeared in front of Tsunade, looked at Yakushi Kabuto and said with a smile, I didn't expect to meet again. Orochimaru next to Yakushi Kabuto looked at Yu Ming with a frown, didn't expect you to be here. Orochimaru still remembers what happened in the Forest of Death before, that was the first time he felt the terror of Yu Ming. Tsunade raised his head slowly, and after seeing Yu Ming, he clasped his hands and panted heavily, what are you doing here? Tsunade is worried that Yu Ming is not the opponent of Orochimaru. Orochimaru is one of the Sannin, and Tsunade knows his strength best. Even if Yu Ming has cage-level strength, he is only a 13-year-old boy, and his combat experience is not enough compared to Orochimaru. Yu Ming turned around, and Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto took advantage of this opportunity to jump back tens of meters, opening the distance from Yu Ming. Orochimaru frowned and said, be careful, this guy will Flying Thunder God technique, be careful of his kunai, and don't get close to him. Before, Orochimaru felt that he was careless. He didn't expect Yu Ming to be able to use the Flying Thunder God technique and the terrifying lightning style ninjutsu, so he was quickly defeated. But this time, if he is prepared, it will definitely not be the same as before. Yu Ming turned around and looked at Tsunade, who was kneeling on the ground, still trembling all over. He smiled and said, Master Tsunade, you are really in such a mess that you can't move with a little blood. Tsunade didn't move at all, just trembling uncontrollably, obviously still immersed in the miserable meeting. Seeing this scene, Yu Ming felt a little helpless. It seems that I still need you, Naruto. Yu Ming looked at Naruto, who was running here with Jiraiya. It was Naruto who almost lost his life before Tsunade overcame his hemophobia. Although Yu Ming felt that if he came to the Naruto scene, he would definitely be able to make Tsunade overcome his hemophobia. But Yu Ming didn't want to do this kind of thing, and the loss was too great. So Yu Ming laughed and said, Naruto, Master Tsunade will be in your care, I'll go test Orochimaru. Although Naruto 430 didn't know what Chu Yuming meant, he nodded. The purpose of his hard work to learn Rasengan is actually to get Tsunade's approval. And Yu Ming walked towards Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto. Seeing Shizune approaching, Yu Ming said, Miss Shizune, go and see Master Tsunade. Shizune nodded, although she didn't know how strong Yu Ming was, but Yu Ming's speed just now showed Yu Ming's strength, at least she couldn't do it. And Jiraiya walked to Yu Ming's side, frowned and said, I haven't recovered chakra yet, I'm afraid you have to hold on to this battle first. Yu Ming nodded, it seems that Master Tsunade is so cruel to you that he gave you this drug. Fortunately, he didn't give me this drug. Otherwise, we might all die here in this battle. Jiraiya nodded. He knew that Orochimaru's hand was only weaker than him, and even in terms of overall strength, Orochimaru was no worse than him. So this battle, he knows how much pressure is on Yu Ming. And Yu Ming took it a lot more seriously this time. Last time it was indeed because Orochimaru underestimated him and didn't understand him, so he was killed quickly. It is a bit difficult to want to be the same as last time this time. And Orochimaru looked at Yu Ming with serious eyes, although it was indeed because of his carelessness last time. But Yu Ming can do it, which already shows how terrifying Yu Ming's strength is, and he is even more threatening to him than Jiraiya. Chapter 134 Orochimaru Summoning, Yu Ming Where's Yours? 134 330ths. Chapter 134 Orochimaru Summoning, Yu Ming Where's Yours? In fact, for Orochimaru, Yu Ming thinks that if there is a fight, there will be no difference from the last result. Although Jiraiya knew that Yu Ming and Orochimaru fought against each other last time and Yu Ming defeated him, he still felt that Orochimaru might have been careless last time. There is no way, although Yu Ming is indeed very strong, but he is too young, and his actual combat experience is still questioned. This is normal. Orochimaru was very wary of Yu Ming this time. Last time he didn't even have a chance to release a lot of ninjutsu, and was killed by Yu Ming. Orochimaru looked at Yu Ming and said with a smile, Yu Ming, after such a long time, you should have improved, but this time I won't be fooled by you like last time. Yu Ming looked at Orochimaru and said, last time I could beat you, this time, too. Yakushi Kabuto watched the conversation between the two. He didn't make a move, because he knew that he was not Yu Ming's opponent at all. Orochimaru knew it too, and said, go and deal with Shizune, find a chance to catch Tsunade and leave. Yakushi Kabuto nodded, but before that, Yakushi Kabuto wiped the blood on the tree and said, I'd better summon an assistant first. Orochimaru also knew that he couldn't use ninjutsu with both hands and needed an assistant. At this time, Jiraiya also began to bite her finger after seeing Yakushi Kabuto's movements. Looking at Jiraiya's movements, Yu Ming said helplessly, Master Jiraiya, have you forgotten your current situation in chakra? Yu Ming had just finished speaking, and Yakushi Kabuto on the opposite side had completed, summoning technique. Jiraiya also seals and completes, summoning technique. After a puff of smoke passed, Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto stood on the head of a large snake. And a toad appeared in front of Jiraiya. Just a tiny toad. Jiraiya looked at the toad in front of him, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Naruto, who was standing behind Jiraiya, twitched slightly. How could this be? Shizune also looked speechless. And Yu Ming sighed. Your chakra hasn't recovered yet. Hamamaru, who appeared, said hello to Jiraiya. Yo. It was only at this time that Naruto realized how bad Jiraiya's situation was now. He stepped forward and his hands began to seal. Summoning technique. After a puff of smoke passed, another little toad appeared in front of Naruto. Nothing but a yellow exterior. Toad cat. Yu Ming was also a little helpless. The two masters and apprentices really lost the chain in exactly the same way. At such a critical time, Jiraiya was not summoned because of the medicine, and Naruto was not summoned either. At this moment, Naruto and Jiraiya looked at Yu Ming. They couldn't do it, but Yu Ming could. They knew how fierce Yu Ming's summoning beast was. It's just that Yu Ming laughed and said, summoning beasts should not be used to deal with them. Jiraiya thought about it, and yes, although the summoning beast summoned by Orochimaru is a powerful snake, it is not enough to suppress Jiraiya. If Orochimaru summons 10,000 snakes, Jiraiya will really be under a lot of pressure. Unless he can summoning Gamabunta. Even Bunta Toad is not necessarily an opponent of one snake, although neither of them has the strength to completely suppress the other. But in a real fight, Wentai's strength is still slightly inferior to one snake. Actually, Orochimaru didn't know that Yu Ming also signed a contract with Ruchi Cave. After Yakushi Kabuto summoning came out of the big snake, he was ready to control the big snake to rush towards Jiraiya and Yu Ming. The huge body pressed down like a mountain. Gives a strong sense of oppression. Yu Ming was very calm. But Naruto frowned. How can we win? It's so big. Although he had seen Yu Ming summoning a bigger snake before, but now Yu Ming did not summon it. He thought Yu Ming didn't summoning because he was also drugged by Tsunade. Shizune looked at Yu Ming curiously. Asked Naruto on the side, does Yu Ming also have summoning beasts? Naruto nodded. Well, Yu Ming's summoning beast is also a big snake just like Orochimaru. Shizune froze for a moment. Is it also the Orochi of Ruchi Cave? Naruto shook his head. I don't know, it's a big snake anyway. It is not very clear about Naruto, the three holy places. But Shizune guessed it should be the Orochi of Ruchi Cave. After all, the Orochi of Ninja World, there is only Ruchi Cave. Seeing the big snake rushing towards him, Yu Ming smiled. Master Jiraiya, how is your chakra recovering? Jiraiya shook her head. It still doesn't work. I'm afraid I need you to bear it first. Yu Ming didn't say anything, and turned his head. Although the big snake was huge, it was very fast, and it rushed to Yu Ming not far away. Yu Ming quickly sealed, Earth-style water dragon bomb technique, with both hands when the big snake was only a dozen meters away from them. Jiraiya froze for a moment, then said in surprise, Yu Ming, there's no water here, don't use water style here again. And this water style can't at all. Before Jiraiya could finish speaking, Yu Ming had already started ninjutsu. Too fast. After all, his water dragon bomb technique only has 3 seals. Roar. The water droplets suspended around Yu Ming suddenly condensed together, and almost instantly, a water dragon tens of meters long was condensed. With high pressure, the water dragon sprayed out instantly. With a terrifying impact, it hit the big snake before the big snake could react. Then the water dragon wrapped itself around the big snake, and finally pulled it hard. Boom. Finally the big snake turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared, returning to Ruchi Cave. Both Shizune and Jiraiya were stunned, and Jiraiya said in surprise, you actually created this level of water style in an environment without water, I can't imagine it. And Shizune couldn't believe it at all. Yu Ming really released this level of ninjutsu. AB level ninjutsu, more powerful than the water dragon bomb technique released by ordinary ninjas. It can actually defeat a big snake. This kind of power is enough to explain the horror of Yu Ming's ninjutsu. And Tsunade also raised his head at this time. Although he was trembling all over, seeing Yu Ming's calm face in the battle, he recognized Yu Ming more and more. Today was the first time Yu Ming showed his strength. At least for now, although the strength Yu Ming has shown is only a teleportation and water dragon bomb technique, it can already be seen that his strength may be the same as Jiraiya said, reaching the cage level. Naruto was very envious when he watched Yu Ming release a ninjutsu of the level of water dragon bomb. Although he has mastered Rasengan now, the attack and kill effect of Rasengan is still not as gorgeous as water dragon bomb technique. And Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto stood in a puddle of water after Orochi hours. Looking at Yu Ming frowned. Because Orochimaru can't use ninjutsu now, there is no way to deal with many of Yu Ming's ninjutsu now. Just when Yakushi Kabuto was about to use body skills to fight with Yu Ming, a bolt of lightning was suddenly released from under Yu Ming's feet. Because after using the water dragon bomb technique just now, a puddle of water has formed here. Stab. Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto didn't have time to get out of the water, and all of a sudden the thunder and lightning released by Yu Ming arrived. Chapter 135's Level Illusion, comparable to Tsukuyomi. 135 330ths. Chapter 135's Level Illusion, comparable to Tsukuyomi. But this kind of lightning obviously couldn't hurt them. The two quickly jumped out of the water. Jiraiya looked at Yu Ming, a little surprised. You released lightning style without seal. Yu Ming smiled and didn't explain anything. There is nothing wrong with releasing this lightning style non-binding seal. After all, Yu Ming can even use high-level lightning style ninjutsu such as Chidori and Lei Wang without forming a seal. Even water dragon bomb doesn't need seals, but he didn't put his mind on it. If he spends time on it, Yu Ming can release other escape techniques without seals. It's just completely unnecessary. Orochimaru stood more than 20 meters away from Yu Ming, looked at Yu Ming, and said to Yakushi Kabuto beside him, "First find a way to get rid of Yu Ming. If he is here, we can't get in touch with Tsunade." Today Orochimaru has to take Tsunade away and has to restore his hands, although he can use the turn technique to be reincarnated every once in a while. But he still hopes that his hands can recover. After all, after each reincarnation, he will be weak for a period of time, which is fatal. Yakushi Kabuto frowned. The two we are facing now are not so easy to deal with, especially Yu Ming. I am not his opponent at all, he is too strong. Judging from the speed and quality of Yu Ming's shot just now, Yao 697 Shido felt that he was not Yu Ming's opponent at all. Orochimaru thought for a while, and could only say, use the summoning technique to summon 10,000 snakes. Hearing this, Yakushi Kabuto was completely stunned. Well, if you summon it in your current state, I'm afraid it will be uncontrollable. Yakushi Kabuto knew very well that if Man Snake knew that Orochimaru could not use ninjutsu with both hands, he would definitely betray him directly. So Yakushi Kabuto felt that it would be quite dangerous to summon 10,000 snakes at this time. Orochimaru looked at Yu Ming, frowned and said, now we have nothing to do but summon 10,000 snakes, otherwise we have to give up and take Tsunade away. This is something Orochimaru absolutely cannot accept. Seeing that Orochimaru was about to summon 10,000 snakes, Yu Ming was a little disappointed. Oh, I thought it would be a good fight, but I didn't expect it to be over. When Jiraiya heard that Orochimaru was going to summon 10,000 snakes, she was very anxious. She felt that the chakra in her body had recovered a little, and she frowned and wanted to forcefully use the summoning technique. Tsunade, who was originally kneeling behind Yu Ming, had no intention of recovering at all at this time. Yu Ming feels that if this goes on, BGFJ, Tsunade will have no chance to overcome his phobia. After thinking about it, Yu Ming looked at Jiraiya. Jiraiya froze for a moment, not understanding what by Yu Ming meant. Yu Ming turned around and walked towards Tsunade, and when he walked in front of her, he squatted down. Looked at her, frowning. It seems that it is impossible to restore you in a normal way. Tsunade raised his head tremblingly, looked at Yu Ming, completely unaware of what Yu Ming was going to say. Even her lips were trembling. Shizune also knelt down and looked at Yu Ming, not knowing what he wanted to do. The same is true for Naruto. Yu Ming held Tsunade's face with both hands, and under Shizune's and Naruto's staring eyes, opened the Mangekyo Sharingan, which of course they couldn't see. But they could see that Tsunade's eyes suddenly turned blood red the moment Yu Ming stared at them. Shizune instantly understood what Yu Ming was doing. Yu Ming, why did you use illusion on Master Sensei? Yu Ming frowned, Tongli and chakra output crazily. Tsunade's eyes became more and more red, and finally even turned into a faint purple. The trembling body no longer trembled, but tears flowed out. Yu Ming, don't die. This shout attracted everyone. Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto have no idea what Yu Ming did to Tsunade. Jiraiya also frowned, and turned to look at Tsunade. Shizune and Naruto saw Tsunade crying. It's just that her body no longer trembles. And Yu Ming held Tsunade's face with both hands, with a serious expression, and for some reason, Yu Ming released illusions on feelings, and it was a very terrifying illusion. It made Tsunade's eyes turn blood red. This kind of illusion, which Shizune had never seen before, was indeed terrifying. But Shizune didn't stop it, because she felt that Yu Ming would not harm Tsunade. After a long time, about 20 seconds later, Tsunade's eyes began to return to normal, and the blood red faded. It was only after Tsunade's eyes recovered that he hugged Yu Ming. Yu Ming didn't care about this, and felt that Tsunade's body was no longer trembling. I didn't expect it to be so simple, I knew it earlier and I used it. Just now Yu Ming released an S-level illusion with the help of Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil power. In this illusion, Tsunade can't realize whether he is in reality or in the world of illusion. And in the world of illusion, Yu Ming turned Naruto into Yu Ming himself and reenacted what was supposed to happen. But in that illusion, Yu Ming was really about to die. This kind of illusion is very destructive to the spirit. If it can't last, Tsunade may have a mental breakdown. So at first Yu Ming didn't dare to use this ninjutsu on her, it was too dangerous. Even so, when Yu Ming used it, he even lowered the intensity a lot. If he really released it completely, Tsunade would definitely collapse. This illusion does not belong to Mangekyo Sharingan's own pupil technique, but was developed by Yu Ming himself. Similar to Tsukuyomi's illusion, its strength can be compared with Tsukuyomi's. It's just that the mode is different from Tsukuyomi. Tsukuyomi is to torture people physically in the world of Tsukuyomi, but Yu Ming's illusion is to completely sink people into the world of illusion, similar to infinite Tsukuyomi. It's just that what people experience is the darkest and most unwilling to see things in people's hearts. For example, if it is used on Sasuke, then Sasuke will continue to repeat the situation on the day of genocide, how his parents died, and when repeated, the plot will become more and more frustrating, such as the way his parents died. Constant changes will more and more trigger his mental breakdown. So Yu Ming rarely uses this illusion. The reason why Yu Ming set himself as the protagonist in the illusion world is because the relationship between Naruto and Tsunade has not yet reached that level. After thinking about it, Yu Ming can only replace Yu Ming himself. He felt that his relationship with Tsunade should now be to the point where she could break down. If this scene didn't work, He also set Jiraiya as the protagonist, First Hokage as the protagonist, Mito the Vortex as the protagonist, Naoki as the protagonist, and Kato Dan as the protagonist. As long as Yu Ming is useless as the protagonist, the second scene will follow. In this illusion world, people under the illusion cannot be distinguished. Chapter 136 Participating in the Battle of Sannin. 136 330ths. Chapter 136 Participating in the Battle of Sannin. After Yu Ming felt that Tsunade had got rid of the phobia at this time, he smiled and said, "Master Tsunade, it's your turn to fight now." Tsunade originally hugged Yu Ming, tears came out, and was awakened by Yu Ming's voice. After parting from Yu Ming, looking at Yu Ming's smile, I thought of the bloody Yu Ming in the illusion world just now. The person who fought to the death with Yakushi Kabuto and Orochimaru for her, is no longer there at this time. The tears that could not be stopped at first stopped at this time. Tsunade, who came back to his senses, frowned, looked at Yu Ming, separated from Yu Ming at once, stood up, and said angrily, "You used illusion on me." Yu Ming also stood up, and said with a smile, "Yes, how about it, is my illusion very real?" Tsunade clenched his fist and made a cracking sound. Yu Ming felt something was wrong. "If you dare to use illusion on me next time, I will blow you away." Hearing this, Yu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. If there was a real fight, Tsunade would not be his opponent at all, but if he really wanted to kill Tsunade, he didn't think it was necessary. That's pretty embarrassing, so Yu Ming thinks it's best for neither side to do anything. Tsunade looked at the blood all over his body. These were the blood of Yakushi Kabuto. This guy was really cruel. To scare Tsunade, he pricked his own hand and bled so much. However, Tsunade, who recovered, looked at Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto on the opposite side, and walked to Jiraiya's side. "Jiraiya, your chakra should be recovering soon." Jiraiya nodded. "I'm about to recover, but you actually gave me medicine." Jiraiya was a little annoyed. Tsunade didn't care at all, and said very calmly, "If it wasn't for that guy, I still haven't overcome my fear of blood." Looking at Orochimaru, Tsunade thought of Yu Ming being stabbed to death by Orochimaru in the illusion world. It appears in her mind all the time. "I will never let this happen." Summoning technique. As soon as Tsunade finished speaking, he began to seal and use the summoning technique. A huge puff of smoke appeared. Seeing Tsunade's action, Yakushi Kabuto also started to seal, stained with his own blood, and drew a line on Orochimaru's arm. Use the summoning technique again, and Jiraiya quickly formed the summoning technique with both hands. Almost at the same time, the three used summoning technique at the same time. 3 bursts of huge white smoke appeared. After the smoke and dust cleared, live slugs, 10,000 snakes, and toad wentai appeared at the same time. The real Sannin has officially appeared. Yu Ming was standing on the living slug at this time, behind Tsunade. Shizune and Naruto are also here. Jiraiya stood alone on the head of Toad Bunta. On the opposite side, Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto are standing on the head of 10,000 snakes. Scattered, only the huge summoning beast. Tsunade turned to look at Shizune and Naruto. "You two get out of here and find a place to hide. The battle later is too dangerous, you can't participate." Naruto originally wanted to participate, but after looking at the scene, 3 giant summoning beasts appeared here. He knew very well that he really couldn't participate in this battle. So he followed Shizune and jumped off the live slug. After Yu Ming saw this scene, he knew how the following things would develop, so he didn't care about it, and followed Shizune to jump off the live slug's body. It's just that when Yu Ming was about to jump, Tsunade grabbed him and asked, "Where are you going?" Yu Ming froze for a moment, looked at Tsunade with a serious face. Yu Ming asked curiously, "I'll go down with Miss Shizune, this is your Sannin's battlefield." Shizune and Naruto who jumped down looked at Yu Ming and Tsunade on top of the live scorpion. Naruto asked, "Miss Shizune, why isn't Yu Ming coming down?" Shizune looked at the above situation, although he didn't quite understand what was going on, but judging from Yu Ming's performance just now, it is estimated that he was dragged by Tsunade to participate in this battle in time. It should be Master Tsunade who asked Yu Ming to participate in this battle. After all, Yu Ming's strength is good, and he has the ability to fight against Sannin. Naruto was a little envious. One day, sooner or later, I must also keep up with Yu Ming. It's just that he wasn't jealous this time. When the gap is too big, the jealousy will actually disappear. Shizune took Naruto away from the battlefield. Yu Ming was forced to stand by Tsunade's side. While looking at Orochimaru, Tsunade said to Yu Ming, "Now it's a battle between Sannin, but Orochimaru is not so easy to defeat. You have the ability to stay here. Do you still want to escape?" Tsunade turned to look at Yu Ming. Yu Ming thought for a while, and said helplessly, "But this is a battle between you Sannin, what does it have to do with me?" Tsunade looked at Yu Ming with a serious face. "Then you stand here and watch how the 3 of us fight. Wouldn't it be good to gain more experience in actual combat? Ask for flowers." Yu Ming nodded. "Okay." Tsunade didn't know why, but because of the illusion, he was very worried that Yu Ming would die inexplicably. However, Tsunade believes that with Yu Ming's strength, it is impossible to die in such a battle, and it can also increase his actual combat experience. After the 3 summoning beasts appeared, Toad Funta looked at 10,000 snakes and live slugs, and asked with a smile, "Is this Sannin's party?" When one snake saw Orochimaru, he was furious. "Orochimaru, what are you doing handing me over if you have nothing to do? Believe it or not, Lousy ate you." Orochimaru didn't speak, and Yakushi Kabuto explained, Master 10,000 Snakes, today we are going to face the other two of Sannin, please help me. 0. It's not that one snake really wants to quit, it's just that its violent temper can't be restrained. For this battle, Orochimaru, remember to prepare at least 100 humans for me. Orochimaru didn't answer it at all. And Yakushi Kabuto frowned, thinking in his heart, if 10,000 snakes know that Master Orochimaru's hands cannot use ninjutsu, it will definitely rebel immediately. And Huiju curiously felt Yu Ming on his body. Master Tsunade, who is the person beside you? Because the living slug felt that the chakra in Yu Ming's body was huge. It's actually bigger than Tsunade and Jiraiya's. You know, Tsunade uses the 100 healings mark to seal most of the chakra in his body, so the chakra on his body is very huge. But still can't compare with Yu Ming. If the live slug is not very sensitive to chakra, it really can't be found. Tsunade explained. Yu Ming, he is my disciple. Yu Ming looked at Tsunade with a speechless face. Although Tsunade did teach him a lot of medical ninjutsu, it is too inappropriate to say that Yu Ming is Tsunade's disciple. But Tsunade took a look at Yu Ming and was very serious. Yu Ming didn't say anything, and acquiesced. The main reason is that Yu Ming doesn't care too much. If there are as many teachers as there will be as many teachers as there will be no loss of meat. Tsunade actually wanted to bind Yu Ming to his side. I don't know why, but the illusion that Yu Ming used on her before shocked her too much, and made her feel that if she didn't care about Yu Ming would die a miserable death. Chapter 137 10,000 Snakes Dare Not Provoke Yu Ming's Summoning Beast. 137 330ths. Chapter 137 10,000 Snakes Dare Not Provoke Yu Ming's Summoning Beast. If Yu Ming knew that Tsunade thought so, he would die laughing. In the ninja world, there are not many people who can kill Yu Ming now. At least the ninjas of the 5 major countries cannot do it. Of course, there are many ways for ninjas to kill, and it doesn't have to be based on strength. But Yu Ming is still hard to kill. The living slug understands that since he is Tsunade's disciple, he must sign a contract with him in the future. Strictly speaking, Shizune is not Tsunade's disciple, but because of Kato Dan, Shizune was raised by her and taught a lot of Tsunade's own medical ninjutsu. However, the summoning contract was not signed with the live slug. Because Tsunade didn't regard Shizune as his disciple. It's different from Tsunade's treatment of little Sakura. After little Sakura became Tsunade's disciple, she signed a contract with the live slug. The live slug said with a smile, Master Yu Ming, and 403. Listening to this gentle voice, Yu Ming felt that among the 3 holy places, at least the living slugs in the wet bone forest were indeed the kindest. It is also the most gentle. However, the live slug is originally an auxiliary summoning beast, and its healing ability is very powerful. Yu Ming smiled, but Tsunade said, okay, the battle is about to begin. Yu Ming, you assist me, and I will kill Orochimaru with my own hands. Yu Ming nodded. Yu Ming actually didn't really want to participate in this battle, mainly because he knew the result, so there was no point in it. If he joined, the result would be even more obvious. The 3 summoning beasts confronted each other. For a moment, the entire battlefield was eerily quiet. It's just that when Wan Snake looked at the live slug, his eyes widened. Why is that guy there? Wan Snake was completely stunned when he saw Yu Ming standing on top of the live slug. Because he was worried that Yu Ming would summon Shinya, and he was no match for Shinya. So shouted, Yu Ming, why are you standing there with a live slug? Following Wan Shi's words, Gamabunta looked at Yu Ming who was standing beside Tsunade. The living slug also asked curiously, Wan Snake seems to know Master Yu Ming. Tsunade looked at Yu Ming. She knew that Yu Ming signed a contract with Ruchi Cave. Casually explained that, because Yu Ming signed a contract with Ruchi Cave, his summoning beast is also a big snake. And Orochimaru also looked at Yu Ming curiously at this time, and asked in a hoarse voice, Wan Snake, do you know Yu Ming? Wan Snake was not irritable this time, and said calmly, this guy is also a contractor of Ruchi Cave, and his summoning beast is Shinya. You know that guy's strength. Both Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto froze. Yakushi Kabuto was surprised that Yu Ming signed a contract with Ruchi Cave. Orochimaru was surprised that Yu Ming had subdued Shinya. Gamabunta was surprised that Yu Ming signed a contract with Ruchi Cave, and he was still so young. But thinking of Naruto's age, Gamabunta is not surprised. Seeing everyone looking at him, Yu Ming smiled and said, why are you looking at me? Do you want to add a summoning beast? After Yu Ming finished speaking, he looked at Wan Snake. In fact, because Yu Ming signed a contract with Ruchi Cave, Yu Ming can also summon 10,000 snakes. It's just that he never summoned 10,000 snakes. When Wan Snake saw Yu Ming's gaze, he immediately shook his head. No, we can't let that kid summon Shinya, otherwise we won't be able to win this battle at all. I'm no match for that guy Shinya. Orochimaru was surprised, but guessed that, maybe Yu Ming was drugged by Tsunade, and he hasn't summoned summoning since just now. Wan Snake shook his head. I don't think that kid will be drugged. Orochimaru, you don't understand that kid's strength at all. Even Shinya is submissive in front of him. I don't dare to provoke him. Orochimaru was completely stunned. It was the first time he saw 10,000 snakes so afraid. This is not its character at all. In fact, Wan Snake was only taught by Shinya several times when he was in Ruchi Cave, and the 2 big snakes fought several times, each time because of Yu Ming. If it weren't for the Ruchi Cave, Shinya might really turn all snakes into stone. Whether it is speed, strength, or ability, Shinya is far above 10,000 snakes. So every time they fight, Wan Snake is suppressed to death. It's just that Yu Ming didn't know about it, and he only summoned Shinya once. Apart from staying in Ruchi Cave for more than a month, Yu Ming and Shinya didn't have much time exchange. It's just that Shinya was woken up by Yu Ming last time. His temper is really too big and he often doesn't obey orders on the battlefield. Of course, the most important thing is that Yu Ming is too strong and can easily suppress it, so it really regards Yu Ming as its own master. So I often warn Wan Snake not to fight Yu Ming when going out in the future. It's just that Wan Shi couldn't bear Shinya's finger pointing, and the two sides fought several times for this reason, but Shinya completely suppressed Wan Shi every time. After a few times, Wan Snake was convinced. I really can't beat it. Orochimaru frowned, and Jiraiya laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, Orochimaru, Wan Snake doesn't seem to dare to provoke Yu Ming, you will lose this battle. Orochimaru frowned and said, I'll add 300 people to you. Hearing this chip, Wan Snake sticks out his tongue. Wan Snake really likes to eat people. To be precise, the big snakes in Ruchi Cave all like to eat people, except for the green snake and Shinya, they all like to eat people. Shinya stays in Ruchi Cave all year round and rarely sees people, which doesn't mean it doesn't like to eat people. The green snake is just because it doesn't like to eat people. Ruchi Cave, White Snake Immortal, Sanshinji, and all the big snakes all eat people. But generally it's the human beings who come to cultivate. But Wan Snake simply likes to eat people. Hearing that Orochimaru had increased by 300 people, it immediately forgot that it was not Shinya's opponent at all. He roared, you said it yourself. If you can't do it, I will eat you right away. Orochimaru nodded, you can defeat them both first. And Yu 2.3 Ming smiled when he saw Wan Snake being so realistic, this guy is really obsessed with eating people. The living slug explained, among the 3 holy places, only Ruchi Cave will often devour humans. However, most big snakes actually only eat humans who have failed in cultivation. Only 10,000 snakes are purely for the purpose of eating people. Yu Ming was aware of the situation in Ruchi Cave, so he nodded, that's right, people who fail in cultivation, no matter where they are, can't actually live. They will turn into toad statues at Mount Myoboku, and they will be eaten at Ruchi Cave. By the way, what will become in Wetbone Forest? Huiju froze for a moment, thought for a while and said, it will become a part of me. Yu Ming understood, it turns out that the reason why you were so big is because many people who have failed in cultivation have become part of you. Yu Ming didn't find it strange. After all, live slugs are indeed too big. Chapter 138 Yu Ming also summoning, the legendary serpent. 138 330ths. Chapter 138 Yu Ming also summoning, the legendary serpent. Hearing Yu Ming's words, Tsunade frowned and said, okay, now is not the time for you to talk, it's time to prepare. Yu Ming stood beside Tsunade, looked at Orochimaru opposite, frowned and said, actually, I can defeat Orochimaru by myself, but he has a resurrection spell, even if I kill him now, he will be resurrected, it's disgusting. Tsunade also nodded, that's right, Orochimaru does have a lot of weird tricks. For so many years, although Tsunade and Orochimaru haven't met each other, it is clear that he is doing a lot of experiments. Now that Wan Snake has made up his mind to provoke Yu Ming, it is impossible to stop. A pair of eyes fixed on Yu Ming, ready to swallow him in one gulp. Yu Ming looked into Wan Snake's gaze and smiled, this big snake wants to swallow me. Live Slug said, Master Yu Ming, I will protect you. Obviously, the living slug didn't understand what Yu Ming wanted to say. But he didn't explain anything. This scene is very strange. Yu Ming, who originally belonged to the contractor of Ruchi Cave, and Wan Snake faced each other. 16. But if Yu Ming summoned Shinya, the battle would be over soon. Wan Snake was no match for Shinya at all. Wan Snake saw an opportunity, and suddenly launched an attack, very fast. Get rid of one first. Wan Snake rushed towards Toad Wentai at once. The speed was too fast, Wentai could only draw out the short sword. It's just that its speed obviously can't be compared with Wan Snake. In fact, Wan Shi does not have an advantage over Wentai, neither in terms of hard power nor in terms of the food chain. After Wentai and Wan Snake competed for a while, they suddenly changed direction, and the live slug obviously expected Wan Snake's purpose. So the moment it rushed towards itself, it spit out a mouthful of concentrated acid. It's just that Wan Snake entangled the living slug in an instant under the cover of the stone. After wrapping around the live slug, Wan Snake opened its mouth wide and bit Yu Ming. Tsunade jumped to the side. Yu Ming's speed was also very fast, turning into a bolt of thunder and disappearing over the live slug's head. And the live slug was surrounded, and the originally soft body was squeezed and deformed. As soon as 10,000 snake exerted force, the live slug instantly turned into countless little Katsuyu. Katsuyu doesn't die so easily, and its regeneration ability is the scariest among the summoning beasts in one-day Holy Land. Yu Ming, who jumped to the side, looked at the living slug who was constantly reorganizing, and said with a smile, Lu Slug, your fighting talent is not high. Huobu apologized and said, sorry Master Yu Ming, I'm not very good at fighting. Yu Ming naturally knew, so he smiled and said, I know, Lord Tsunade is fighting Orochimaru now. Sure enough, at this time Tsunade had already jumped on Wan Snake's head, and punched Orochimaru out. Orochimaru wanted to bite Tsunade, but was punched in the face by Tsunade, the huge force almost knocked Orochimaru's head off. After Wan Snake failed to kill the live slug, he rushed to fight Wentai again. Although Wentai's dagger is used to deal with Wan Snake, but in real fights, Wentai is still a bit worse than Wan Snake. So it has been suppressed. Even though Tsunade kept beating Orochimaru, he still couldn't kill him. It may even be dangerous. Just when Orochimaru's head was about to bite Tsunade's neck, Yu Ming turned into a lightning bolt and appeared beside Tsunade. A violent thunder burst out from his body. Stab, boom. Terrifying lightning erupted from Yu Ming's body, and a wrist-thick lightning struck Orochimaru instantly. The terrifying thunder and lightning made Orochimaru charred all over. Orochimaru almost fell off the head of Wan Snake. Wan Shi felt that Tsunade was presumptuous on her head, and immediately became upset, and began to think of ways to throw Tsunade and Yu Ming off her head. But Yu Ming sensed Wan Snake's movement, and took Tsunade's hand, which turned into a thunderlight and disappeared on Wan Snake's head. When it appeared again, it appeared on the head of the living metaphor. Live slugs have been reorganized. Tsunade is not very fast, speed is not her forte. Although much faster than the average Jonin, it is slower than cage-level powerhouses like Jiraiya or Orochimaru. However, Yu Ming's speed is very fast. In terms of speed, even 4th Hokage may not be able to compare with Yu Ming. Just now Yu Ming used Lei Shunshin, but did not use Flying Thunder God technique, nor did he use Mangekyo Sharingan. Just using Lei Shun's body alone, the speed has already far surpassed Tsunade's speed. Tsunade looked at Yu Ming. What kind of ninjutsu did you release lightning style just now? Yu Ming did not hide it, saying, it is a defensive ninjutsu developed from Chidori, Lei Wang. Tsunade said, Thunder Net. How do I feel? This ninjutsu is very difficult. Yu Ming laughed and said, it's really quite high. S level. Orochimaru was killed by this move and Flying Thunder God technique in Konoha's Death Forest back then. It's just been resurrected now, so as I said before, this guy is disgusting. Tsunade couldn't believe it. Have you ever killed Orochimaru? Yu Ming nodded. Didn't I say that before? Tsunade said directly, I thought you were bragging. The corner of Yu Ming's mouth twitched slightly. I don't need to brag at all, it's not necessary. Yu Ming didn't want to get entangled in this matter, and said, live slugs are really not suitable for fighting, so I'll come to summoning too. The battle between Wan Snake and Wentai has gained the upper hand. If he doesn't make another move, Wentai will definitely lose. Still, if they have any battles, it is the living slug and Wentai who work together to deal with the snakes to maintain the current balance. Both Wentai and Hualu are not in good condition today, and Orochimaru plans to add 300 people to Wan Shi, which makes Wan Shi very desperate now. Under Wentai and Hualu's joint efforts, they are also at a disadvantage. After Yu Ming finished speaking, he jumped off the live slug's head. Tsunade looked at Yu Ming with a frown and said, I don't know what he will summon. The living slug knew exactly what Yu Ming summoned, because it heard what Wan Snake said during the conversation just now. Should be able to summoning pungent teeth. Tsunade didn't know Shinya at all, and didn't even know there was such a big snake in Ruchi Cave. Shinya, is it very powerful? Living slugs were a little terrified when they mentioned it, and said, very strong. Very powerful, stronger than 10,000 snakes, but their temper is also more irritable than 10,000 snakes. I don't know how Yu Ming tamed such a rebellious snake. Tsunade also looked at Yu Ming expectantly. After Yu Ming ran tens of meters away, he quickly formed seals with his hands. Summoning technique. A huge puff of white smoke appeared. Hualu sensed the appearance of Shinya, and was completely stunned. Unexpectedly, Master Yu Ming really subdued the big snake Shinya. It is about to come out. Master Tsunade, you have to be careful. The big snake Nanya the venom can petrify people. It's very dangerous, you must not get close to it, and its speed is very fast, much faster than 10,000 snakes. Chapter 139 Shinya's powerful, instantly suppresses 10,000 snakes. 139 330ths. Chapter 139 Shinya's powerful, instantly suppresses 10,000 snakes. Tsunade heard the introduction of the live slug, and knew how powerful this big snake that was about to come out was. Wait until the white smoke dissipates. Roar. A voice no less than the roar of the tailed beast came out first. A big red snake appeared next to the live slug. Even the living slug felt a little trembling with that kind of deterrence. Tsunade looked at Shinya, and said in shock, it's so powerful, this momentum alone is even more terrifying than ordinary summoning beasts. Tsunade felt the pressure Shinya brought her. At this time Yu Ming was standing on Shinya's head, and Wan Shi, who was fighting Wentai, suddenly felt something. After one tail pulled Wentai away, he quickly rushed to Shinya. Roar, he growled at Shinya, and Shinya opened his eyes, looking at the 10,000 snakes in front of him. What are you yelling at? Even Orochimaru, who was standing on the head of Wan Snake, couldn't stand Shinya's power. This big snake was subdued by Yu Ming. How did he do it? And Yu Ming stood on Shinya's head, very calm. After Shinya glared at Wan Shi, he felt Yu Ming standing on his head. Yu Ming, call me out, what do you want me to do? Yu Ming smiled and said, of course they came out to fight. Today is Konoha Sannin's party. Wan Snake can take on two without losing the slightest bit. Shinya looked at Wan Snake. Did I tell you before not to provoke Yu Ming? Wan Snake was very dissatisfied with the tone of Shinya's order, and roared, you told me not to provoke me, so I won't provoke you. Shinya, I will definitely not lose this time. Originally Shinya wanted to intimidate Wan Snake, so there was no need to fight this battle. Who knew Wan Snake would not buy it at all? Shinya didn't get angry, and became very calm and said, Yu Ming, it seems that I have to fight this battle. Yu Ming nodded. Shinya got the order and said, well, since this guy wants to fight, I can only teach him a lesson. After saying that, Shinya quickly rushed up. Originally, Shinya was much larger than Wan Snake, and his strength and speed were much stronger than it, so he appeared next to Wan Snake in an instant, and quickly entangled Wan Snake directly. Wan Snake wanted to resist but didn't have time. Roar. Being entangled and unable to move, Wan Snake could only roar at Shinya. It's just a pity that Shinya's strength is too strong. Wan Snake has no way to break free. Finally unable to break free, Wan Snake had no choice but to return to Ruchi Cave, otherwise it would be too embarrassing to stay here at this time. And this battle stunned everyone. Toad Wentai and Hualu couldn't believe it at all. Wan Snake, who could 1-on-2, suppressed the summoning beast that they were fighting, and was completely suppressed by Shinya in an instant, completely powerless to fight back. In fact, Shinya's strongest ability, petrification, has not been used. But anyway, it is also the big snake of Ruchi Cave, and Shinya will not really petrify. After all, Wan Snake is not an ordinary big snake. Among the Ruchi Cave, apart from the white snake immortal, the 3 god tier G in it, and the green snake, the tens of thousands of snakes are the most powerful. Shinya will not really kill Wan Snake. Seeing this scene, Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto already knew that it would be impossible to bring Tsunade back. Just use the body flicker technique and get out of here. And Yu Ming was standing on Shinya's head. He could catch up, but he was too lazy to catch up. Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto left. Shinya asked, Yu Ming, is there anything else? If not, I'm going back. Yu Ming smiled and said, go back, thanks for your hard work. After Yu Ming finished speaking, Shinya turned into a puff of white smoke and disappeared. Toad Bunta looked at Yu Ming and asked Jiraiya, hey, Jiraiya, who is this kid? He can subdue that big snake and obey him so much. Jiraiya thought for a while and explained, Yu Ming should have used his strength to subdue the big snake. When Yu Ming was subduing the big snake, it happened to be the time when I was going to let Naruto sign a contract with Mount Myoboku. At that time, Yu Ming also happened to sign a contract with Ruchi Cave, and Yu Ming subdued this big snake named Shinya with great strength. Yu Ming's strength and talent are good. I originally wanted him to sign a contract with Mount Myoboku, but who knew he signed a summoning contract with Ryuji first? Don't look at him so young. He has learned Ruchi Cave's Sage Mode now, and he seems to have learned it perfectly, and he can maintain Sage Mode for a long time. It's a pity, he should have learned from me at the beginning. It was only after Jiraiya finished speaking that Wentai said, learn from you. Then you should stop learning, don't harm people and children. Tsunade also saw Shinya for the first time, but was shocked by its power. This kind of summoning beast belongs to the top level in the ninja world. The size is already comparable to that of ordinary tailed beasts. Of course, the strength is absolutely inferior. The reason why the tailed beast is a tailed beast is not comparable to summoning beast at all. Not even Shinya can compare. At most, when fighting with tailed beasts, it can be restrained. After Tsunade let the living slug go back, he came to Yu Ming and looked at him as if he didn't know him. Before Jiraiya and I bragged about how strong you are, I didn't believe it, but now I believe it. Your strength is really ridiculous. No wonder the old man 3rd Hokage wanted you to become the 6th Hokage. You are fully capable of becoming a Hokage now, but you are too young. Yu Ming smiled wryly and said, don't keep talking about being a Hokage. I, like Master Jiraiya, don't want to be a Hokage. You tell Naruto that he is more interested in this kind of thing. Yu Ming felt a little helpless. It seemed that every ninja who saw Yu Ming's strength felt that Yu Ming could be a Hokage. Although it is true that from the perspective of Yu Ming's strength and identity, he does have the ability to be a Hokage. But he didn't want to be. It's not because of worrying about fighting with the higher-ups, as long as he becomes Hokage, who would dare to fight with him. Yu Ming just doesn't like being so boring now. It's not that I'm afraid of trouble, it's that being a Hokage is boring. I stay in the village every day and cannot leave the village easily, basically losing part of my freedom. Jiraiya walked over and said with a smile, I said before that this kid is really okay powerful. You still don't believe it. In fact, since you taught him medical ninjutsu before, his learning progress should be obvious. His talent is really terrifying. Tsunade thought for a while and said, I thought he was just a genius in medical ninjutsu, who knew he was so talented in ninjutsu and physical skills. But the illusion you cast on me before was really too much. Yu Ming was a little embarrassed. In that illusion, Yu Ming set up a lot of tragic things, and even a little carelessness would cause Nashu's mental breakdown. Because the illusion is too real, there is a possibility that the person who is subjected to the illusion will not be able to get out of the illusion for the rest of his life. Although Jiraiya didn't know exactly what illusion Yu Ming had cast, he knew very well that it must be a terrible illusion. Kakashi knows this best. Yu Ming has mastered many forbidden techniques, and many of them were developed by himself. So many forbidden techniques are weird, but very dangerous. Chapter 140 Tsunade forced to listen to the story. 143 130ths. Chapter 140 Tsunade forced to listen to the story. After this incident, Tsunade has gained a lot, and the biggest gain is to overcome the fear of blood. In the Short Book Street, Yu Ming has been staying in the hotel since returning to the Short Book Street after the previous battle. Jiraiya is playing in the place of fireworks in Bamboo Street. Bamboo Street is indeed much better than other places, whether it is a casino, an izakaya or a place of fireworks, it is much better than other places. Naruto is also perfecting his spiral good night in the back hill. Although he was probably usable before, it was still a little unstable. Staying in the hotel, Yu Ming was either reading a book or looking up information, because Tsunade handed him a lot of information on medical ninjutsu. We stayed in the hotel for 2 days. Tsunade would come to find Yu Ming for a drink from time to time, but Yu Ming usually reads in the hotel. Because the information about medical ninjutsu that Tsunade gave him is not available in Konoha at all, maybe there is, but that kind of information is generally confidential and cannot be accessed by Yu Ming. In the hotel, Yu Ming was reading a medical ninjutsu book about body reconstruction. After a while, the door of the room was opened. Yu Ming didn't raise his head, he already sensed who was coming. Why do you stay in the room every day, isn't it boring? Yu Ming's eyes didn't leave the book, as if there was something in it that attracted him. But it is true that there is indeed knowledge in the book that attracts him. Yu Ming has never been in contact with it before. Master Tsunade, isn't it bothering you to come here every day? Tsunade sat directly next to Yu Ming and poured himself a cup of tea. Yu Ming smelled the aroma from Tsunade. But he's used to it. Tsunade turned his head to look at Yu Ming, and sighed, I should have given you these books if I knew it earlier, and made you so bored. You were not like this before. Yu Ming smiled. He didn't learn medical ninjutsu for the purpose of curing others, but he was curious and interested in medical ninjutsu. To be precise, he is actually very interested in many weird things in the ninja world. Yu Ming has mastered many forbidden techniques. The reason is because of this, he didn't want to learn these forbidden techniques to become stronger at the beginning, but he was very interested in these forbidden techniques. Take learning ninjutsu and exploring other things as a hobby. The so-called Yan Ryu in the book, it is estimated that Yu Ming is in this state. Because in these books, Yu Ming saw a lot of knowledge that he had never been exposed to before, and he wanted to absorb it quickly. Hearing Tsunade's complaint, Yu Ming laughed and said, Master Tsunade is like a child, cherish the present time, you will become the 5th Hokage when you reach Konoha. When the time comes, you will be so busy that you may not even have a vacation. Tsunade naturally knows what Hokage is like. Yu Ming continued, if I were you, I would definitely have fun these few days. Tsunade was leaning on the table, and Yu Ming was sitting on the ground. The same is true for Tsunade, sitting next to Yu Ming, his body is stuck to Yu Ming's side. If it was Yu Ming before, she would definitely be red-faced, but after getting in touch with her a lot, it doesn't matter. Maybe it's because of getting used to it. Tsunade didn't seem to care about such things either. Leaning against Yu Ming's side, reading his book. When you finish reading, accompany me to drink. Yu Ming looked at the sky outside, it was only noon. Yu Ming sighed, why don't you let Master Jiraiya accompany you? Tsunade lay on the table and said weakly, why should I go to drink with that guy, it's better to be with you. Yu Ming smiled and said, I'll be with you, so you can talk freely, right? Yu Ming knew why Tsunade took Yu Ming to drink. Because she said everything in front of Yu Ming. In fact, it was some past events of the Second Ninja World War. Every time she talked to Yu Ming listened to her very quietly. The main reason is that Yu Ming is actually quite BGFJ interested. Although he knows some big events, he is not very clear about the details of the past. When Tsunade spoke, he knew a lot about the past. Tsunade lay on the table, turned her head to look at Yu Ming, and after a long time, she said, if the illusion you cast on me that day really happened, what do you think will happen to me? Yu Ming was stunned for a moment, he had already forgotten about this matter. Yu Ming stopped and thought about it. Tsunade just looked at Yu Ming like this. Yu Ming laughed, I guess you will kill Orochimaru. Tsunade thought for a while and said, it should be about the same. Actually, you and Naoki don't look alike at all. Yu Ming looked at Tsunade curiously. Tsunade also sat up, faced Yu Ming face to face, and said very seriously, Naruto is very similar to Naoki, so I think he is very kind, but you are neither like them. Yu Ming is actually very curious about what this sentence means. I didn't understand, what are you trying to say? Tsunade looked at Yu Ming seriously, do you know how I used to like to break? Hearing this, Yu Ming said helplessly, actually, I don't really want to know. Tsunade froze for a moment, then glared at Yu Ming angrily, huh? The voice has been raised several degrees. Yu Ming said helplessly, well, I want to know, you can tell me. Yu Ming is indeed not interested in why Tsunade likes Kato Dan, most importantly, he is very clear. Not to mention that Yu Ming knew it long ago, but Tsunade had told him many times before, every time he was drunk, he would say it. After finishing speaking, Yu Ming looked at the book again, but he really didn't want to know. That was all many years ago. But it may be that Tsunade is old, so he likes to recall the past. Tsunade laughed, actually, the reason why I like to break is because he is very similar to my brother, both are so obsessed with being a Hokage, and he supported me in the medical ninja reform. I fell in love with it then. Listening to this ancient love story, Yu Ming even felt sleepy. Is this woman here to give me hypnosis? Although he complained in his heart, he had no choice but to focus on the book. After Tsunade finished speaking, Yu Ming didn't respond, because his attention was already on the book at this time. After Tsunade found out, he immediately pushed Yu Ming. Yu Ming turned to look at Tsunade, frowning, is it finished? Tsunade nodded and said, it's over, you didn't listen. Naturally, Yu Ming would not admit, no, I listened. Tsunade laughed, then what did I say? Yu Ming was silent for a while. In fact, he knew that he was fully capable of doing this kind of thing. It's just that he feels that he doesn't like this kind of story. Chapter 141 Akatsuki's Purpose. 141 330ths. Chapter 141 Akatsuki's Purpose. Tsunade's face darkened. Didn't you listen? Yu Ming sighed, put down the book and said, I see, but I think it's not good for you to regard me as your disciple. I will not inherit the legacy of your brother and your lover, Naruto can, but I can't. I never wanted to be Hokage, never, so you might be disappointed. In fact, the purpose of Tsunade talking about those stories just now is to let Yu Ming change his goal to become Hokage. It's just that Yu Ming really didn't have such an idea. Tsunade waved his hand and said, I know you will do this, I'm not saying it, forget it, I won't force you. Yu Ming knew that when his strength was exposed and he was Kakashi's disciple, he would be targeted by Jiraiya and Tsunade at the same time. Just when he exposed Jonin's strength, he was already targeted by Third Hokage. Being targeted by Third Hokage, he felt that there was no problem. After all, there are not many powerful and talented ninjas now. The appearance of Yu Ming gave third generation a good choice, and it is normal to focus on Yu Ming. But Jiraiya and Tsunade, these two people just want Yu Ming to become Hokage. Jiraiya thinks Yu Ming has a good identity, no problem with ability, and is very strong. If he doesn't do Hokage, then no one will really do it. Got it? Tsunade, on the other hand, is more complicated. One is because she wants to raise Yu Ming to be her heir, same reason as Jiraiya. Another one is that she has a good impression of Yu Ming. And Yu Ming is still her disciple. But Yu Ming didn't seem to have this idea at all. Yu Ming smiled and said, then I will continue watching. Before Yu Ming finished speaking, Tsunade smiled and said, what are you watching? I will watch it later, and go out for a drink with me. Although Yu Ming doesn't drink alcohol, he always drinks with Tsunade. Yu Ming didn't agree, so he was pulled away by Tsunade. Soon, we came to the previous izakaya. Yu Ming didn't think it was very strange, that is to say, he will definitely hear Tsunade talk about the previous story later. Sure enough, as soon as the wine and dishes were served, after drinking for a while, Tsunade started talking about the past again. After drinking for a long time, and in the middle of the night, Tsunade got drunk and collapsed on the table. Yu Ming sighed, it's like this every time, doctor. But Yu Ming was not disgusted either. Originally he wanted to go out to eat something, but it was a bit late. Seeing Tsunade lying on the table, Yu Ming carried her back to the hotel as before. Looking at Tsunade lying in the room, Yu Ming could tell that after drinking, she probably recalled a lot of things, so she was very sad. But especially Tsunade was really miserable. I don't know if her life was bad or too hard. My brother died in battle, and I guess that the lover I liked for a long time died in front of me. Just looking at Tsunade's figure, Akira nodded, there is indeed no one in the ninja world. But just take a look, Yu Ming didn't dare to move. Although Tsunade is drunk now, if he really did something, it is estimated that Yu Ming will end badly when she wakes up. It's impossible for him to actually fight Tsunade. Just like Jiraiya, it's not that Jiraiya couldn't beat Tsunade, but she still regarded it as a serious injury and almost died. But just when Yu Ming was about to turn around and leave, he was stopped by Tsunade. The next morning, Yu Ming held Tsunade's necklace in his hand. Standing on the balcony of his room, Yu Ming felt a little scared, almost went off, it's terrible. Fortunately, the sanity is still there. It's just that Tsunade gave this necklace to Yu Ming, leaving him speechless. This necklace is not a good thing. Naoki wore it and died soon after. Kato Dan wore it and died soon after. It seems that I should not wear it. Although I think my life is very hard, but some things are not, just don't touch it. At this time, Jiraiya came in from the outside, saw the necklace in Yu Ming's hand, walked up to Yu Ming and asked curiously, is this Tsunade's necklace? Jiraiya knows very well what this necklace means to Tsunade. Yu Ming nodded. Sitting next to Yu Ming, Jiraiya asked curiously, why is her necklace here? This is Tsunade's very precious necklace, which never leaves her body. Yu Ming said, she gave it to me, saying it was because I helped her overcome her phobia before. The reason is not this, but yesterday when Yu Ming was about to leave, Tsunade gave it to him. At that time, she was no longer drunk. Yu Ming refused for a long time. It's not that he didn't want it, the necklace is actually quite valuable, and it can buy several mountains if sold for the value. Ask for flowers. The ninja also needs to eat, so of course he wants such a priceless necklace. But this necklace is too unlucky. The 3 people who wore it, except Tsunade, all died, and Naruto almost died several times after that. This necklace is too evil. Yu Ming is a little afraid to accept it. It's just that under Tsunade's stern eyes at that time, Yu Ming took it away. Although Jiraiya was curious, she didn't delve into it. Yu Ming smelled Jiraiya's body, and said a little speechlessly, no wonder you can't catch up with Master Tsunade, have you been staying in the land of fireworks these days? This smell is obviously brought out by that kind of place. Jiraiya laughed and said, I went there to collect information, and those places are where the information gathers. Yu Ming agrees with this point, although he knows that Jiraiya's purpose is not simply to collect intelligence. 0. Master Jiraiya, what exactly is Akatsuki you're talking about? In fact, Jiraiya doesn't know yet. It's not clear. During this period of time, it seems that they have restrained a lot, but instead they are collecting all kinds of ninjutsu. I always feel that they have some kind of conspiracy. Yu Ming laughed, isn't this obvious? But if the ninjas in Akatsuki really have the strength above elite Jonin, then the power of this organization is indeed quite terrifying. Besides, they are still hiring organizations, some forces must have paid them to complete the task. Jiraiya nodded. Well, that's true, members of this organization will also take on missions. Yu Ming is actually very curious about Akatsuki, especially the secret techniques of the ninjas in this organization, he is quite interested. Now he studies ninjutsu purely for interest. After chatting with Jiraiya for a few minutes, he went out again. Looking at Jiraiya and Yu Ming with wretched smiles on their faces, they talked about how charming those women are in the place of fireworks. Yu Ming felt very speechless. Although he is no longer a child, he also felt a little embarrassed when Jiraiya talked about that kind of thing with him so unscrupulously. In fact, Jiraiya is because he was the same as third generation back then. Third generation is also an old hooligan, the telescope technique is used by him to do some peeping things, and he is also very skilled. It's just that Jiraiya has always wanted to chase Tsunade, but it's a pity that every time at the most critical time, someone preempts the second. Chapter 142 To be a Hokage Guard. 142 330ths. Chapter 142 To be a Hokage Guard. Not long after Jiraiya left, Yu Ming, who was holding the necklace and watching in the sun, suddenly felt Tsunade appear. Looking at Tsunade standing in front of her with a calm face, Yu Ming smiled slightly and said, "Woke up so early. I thought I wouldn't get up until noon." Putting down the necklace, Yu Ming looked at Tsunade and said. And Tsunade was standing in front of Yu Ming, very calm, but this kind of calm was a bit weird, and Yu Ming was also very calm, without any embarrassment at all. After a long time, Tsunade picked up the necklace from Yu Ming's hand and wanted to put it on Yu Ming's neck. But Yu Ming turned his head away, smiled and said, "I don't want it anymore, I don't think I can hold it down." Tsunade's hand paused, sat opposite Yu Ming, and put the necklace back into Yu Ming's hand. From just now, Tsunade didn't say a word, which was weird. But Yu Ming didn't feel the slightest bit of weirdness. It seems that 883 is quite calm. But on the surface he was indeed so, but in fact he was very panicked. Although what happened yesterday has passed, Yu Ming still has a deep memory. It is estimated that Tsunade has lived for so many years, and no one has treated him like this, even Kato Dan has not reached the point of being with Yu Ming. Tsunade was sitting opposite Yu Ming, watching him quietly all the time. After a long time, Yu Ming couldn't stand the look. Smiling, "Master Tsunade, what's the matter?" Today, Tsunade looked at Yu Ming calmly, very seriously, "You are an a-hole." If Tsunade said this in the past, Yu Ming would definitely refute, but today he was wronged, so he just smiled and didn't say anything. Tsunade went on to say, "I never thought that you would dare to do that kind of thing at such a young age. Do you know that when Jiraiya had this idea, I almost beat him to death?" Yu Ming still didn't speak. "Lien Duan has never done this to me, don't you have any fear?" Yu Ming leaned back on the chair and completely let Tsunade decide. Of course, he still felt that he should be right. It was true that he didn't hold back yesterday, but it was Tsunade who held him back. Both are at fault, and at the last moment, Yu Ming controlled himself and didn't make the last move to Tsunade. Facing a beauty like Tsunade, Yu Ming felt that he had stabilized at the last moment, which was quite remarkable. He doesn't believe that if Kato Dan achieves the same level as Yu Ming, he can be stable. Yu Ming felt that his self-control was quite strong. Tsunade looked at Yu Ming without any guilt, and even looked calm, so he was a little angry. "Why, do you think I can be irresponsible because I am 50 years old?" Yu Ming pondered for a while, looked at Tsunade and said, "I think, we can actually forget about this matter. No one knows anyway, and I didn't really take the last step, and I didn't take the initiative to do it yesterday. Master Tsunade also has a big responsibility, right?" Tsunade looked at Yu Ming seriously. There was indeed a relationship, at most it was holding hands. But what about Yu Ming? Last night, Yu Ming finished everything, and just missed the last step. Fortunately, his reason defeated desire, otherwise, Yu Ming probably wouldn't be so calm. However, when Yu Ming left, Tsunade was about to sober up from the alcohol. In fact, she was very sober at that time, but because of the alcohol, it had an impact on her relationship, and she had a good impression of Yu Ming before, resulting in such a result. When Yu Ming regained his senses and was about to leave, Tsunade gave him back his most important necklace. Tsunade also blamed himself that he would shoot a young man who was only 13 years old. In fact, the reason why Tsunade is like this has a lot to do with Yu Ming's illusion. That illusion was too real. Seeing Yu Ming being killed by Orochimaru in order to save herself, she didn't want that kind of thing to happen to Yu Ming. The relationship between the two was good before, but under the blessing of the illusion, Tsunade directly regarded Yu Ming as a very important person. After hearing what Yu Ming said, Tsunade also looked at Yu Ming very calmly. "I don't care about what happened last night, but I hope that after I get to Konoha, you can be my guard." Yu Ming froze for a moment. "Hokage guard? This is not good, I'm just a genin." Tsunade was very calm. "You don't want to." Yu Ming really didn't want to. He was already a little embarrassed, but it would be even more embarrassing if he saw Tsunade every day. Although he is calm on the surface now, he is actually a little uncomfortable in his heart. Especially when seeing Tsunade, what happened last night kept repeating in his mind, and strange thoughts would arise. If it's okay to stay by Tsunade's side every day, Baobaki Yu Ming will do something irreversible. Although he doesn't have any opinion on Tsunade's age, it's really embarrassing. A person who can be Yu Ming's grandmother has an unclear relationship with Yu Ming, and Yu Ming also finds it strange. Yu Ming looked at Tsunade with a smile and said, "It's not that I don't want to, but according to the rules of the village, it's not allowed. How can a genin be Hokage's guard? At least he must be a jonin." But Tsunade laughed and said, "For this reason, you don't have to worry. After I become a Hokage, I have the right to choose my own guards. Naturally, I can also promote you to a jonin. What's more, your strength is also sufficient, and you participated in the Let's Take the Chunin exam. According to your performance in the Chunin exam, it is inevitable for you to become a Chunin this time, and if you want to become a jonin in accordance with the village rules, there is no problem. I only need to arrange 3S level ninjutsu for you, and then I will promote you to jonin." Jonin, no one will say anything. In fact, the evaluation criteria for jonin are not uniform. Some people have completed many S-level tasks, but they are still just a special jonin, and maybe even just a chunin. Some people become jonin just by completing an S-rank mission. For example, after Neji became jonin, he only completed it twice. But because Tsunade thought he had the ability to become a jonin, he was promoted to jonin. And no one has said anything yet. Tamari also said that as long as you complete a few more tasks, you can become a jonin. As far as Yu Ming's strength is concerned, he doesn't even need to complete special tasks, maybe he can be promoted to jonin with just one S-level task. And Yu Ming just completed a 2.1 S-level task before. So in fact, to promote Yu Ming to jonin is just a word from Tsunade. But Yu Ming is not because of this reason. It is not difficult for him to become a jonin. When he graduates, he just needs to take on more tasks. Yu Ming looked at Tsunade with a wry smile and said, "Why do you have to let me be the Hokage guard? I really don't think I'm suitable." Tsunade didn't speak, but still looked at Yu Ming seriously. After a while, Yu Ming said helplessly, "Well, whatever you want, it's easy to be a Hokage guard anyway." Tsunade finally smiled. "Don't worry, you don't need to do anything to become a Hokage guard, you can just make a move at a critical moment." Tsunade knows Yu Ming's strength, so she only needs to act when Yu Ming encounters a major crisis in the village. This is her idea. Another reason is that she wants to keep Yu Ming by her side. The reason is only understood by Tsunade himself. Chapter 143 Tsunade and Yu Ming accept each other. 143 330ths. Chapter 143 Tsunade and Yu Ming accept each other. Hearing this, Yu Ming nodded, "Okay. Come out with me for a walk." Tsunade looked at Yu Ming and said with a smile. Yu Ming asked tentatively, "Is there no need to drink?" Tsunade gave Yu Ming a blank look, "Why are you so afraid?" Yu Ming said seriously, "Who said I was scared?" Tsunade didn't say anything, but his eyes were already clear, despising Yu Ming's courage. Yu Ming was really taken aback yesterday, and afterwards he was really terrified by what he did. If I really did something at that time, it would be really terrible. Yu Ming felt pretty good, but he was worried that he might be beaten to death by Tsunade. He remembers very clearly that Jiraiya was almost beaten to death by Tsunade back then. If it still fails, if it succeeds, it will be directly beaten to death by Tsunade. At that time, Jiraiya's strength cannot be compared with Tsunade, and he probably will not fight back. And what Yu Ming did was far more serious and crossed the line than Jiraiya. It was only the last step. If he hadn't forcibly suppressed his desire in the end, Yu Ming might have turned into a rebel. However, what surprised Yu Ming was that when Tsunade was about to leave yesterday at 16, she sensibly stuffed her cherished necklace into Yu Ming's hand. Unknown to Yu Ming, this is a kind of recognition. In fact, if it was Yu Ming himself, it would be impossible to do such an irrational thing. But this body is only 13 years old, and it is in the prime of youth, so in this regard, sometimes reason cannot suppress desire at all. Fortunately, Tsunade didn't blame Yu Ming, and he didn't seem to take this matter to heart. Yu Ming felt that this was the best result. As for being Tsunade's guard, Yu Ming does not reject it, but feels that it is indeed awkward at times. As long as you overcome this embarrassment, becoming a Hokage guard is actually quite good, and you don't need to be sent out to perform tasks every day like Kakashi. And many precious materials can be viewed. This is Yu Ming's favorite power, and many precious materials can be viewed. Tsunade laughed. "Then why do you always ask about drinking or not?" Yu Ming didn't speak anymore. Tsunade smiled. "Okay, I won't drink today, I just want to go out with you." Yu Ming nodded. "That's no problem." Tsunade gave Yu Ming information. In fact, he didn't finish it, only read 1/10 of it. After all, there are too many materials, all of which are sealed in the sealed scroll. But Tsunade did not want to go back with Yu Ming, and has already given it to Yu Ming by default. When the two walked out of the hotel, Shizune stood in his room watching Yu Ming and Tsunade. What happened to Tsunade-sama these days? He seems to be much happier. Is it because of Yu Ming? What happened between them? During this time, Tsunade didn't keep Shizune by his side. And Yu Ming's height is already half a head taller than Tsunade, and although he looks good, he is also more mature. With a 13-year-old appearance, he looks 16 or 17. Relatively mature. The functions of all aspects of the body have fully reached the normal 18-year-old age. Originally, Yu Ming's physique was very strong, and his physique has been strengthening, but he has not yet reached the level of first Hokage. But chakra has reached the level of a whole 9 tails. So when he releases a wide range of lightning style, it seems that there is no shortage of chakra at all. It is because his chakra has reached the level of 9 tails. Very scary. If he enters Sage mode again, Yu Ming doesn't even need to worry about chakra. However, it seems that during this period of time, the enemies he encountered did not require him to use Sage mode, and the normal state of Yu Ming could already be resolved. Walking on the street, Yu Ming and Tsunade don't look like people with such a big age gap at all. It's like siblings. Tsunade really didn't enter the izakaya today, but bought a lot of snacks on the street, or bought clothes and the like. It was impossible for her to do this in the past, she is a female man. Many of the clothes are exactly the same. No other clothes are considered at all. But Yu Ming's wallet was a bit unlucky. In a clothing store, Yu Ming looked at his deflated wallet and wanted to cry. Sure enough, the speed at which women spend money is terrible. It's even scarier for beautiful women to spend money. But every time Tsunade came out of the fitting room, Yu Ming always appreciated it. The main reason is that Tsunade has such a good figure and looks too beautiful, so when trying on clothes, it is really no different from watching a fashion show. And the model is very perfect, and will soon become Konoha's 5th Hokage. Yu Ming can tell from the envious eyes of the shop assistants in the clothing store that they also like Tsunade very much. Under such envious gazes, Yu Ming took out several banknotes. It is distressed. In fact, he is not short of money, but if he spends like this with Tsunade every day, he really can't support it. Along the way, Yu Ming was very calm on the surface, but his heart was bleeding, and he lost the funds for a B-level mission all at once. Tsunade walked beside Yu Ming, and said with a smile, "Does it hurt?" Yu Ming forced a slight smile and said, "I don't feel bad." Tsunade then asked, "Really?" Yu Ming couldn't hold back, and said, "Yes, I don't feel bad, my heart is bleeding." This sentence really made Tsunade laugh. "Ninja, don't be a slave to money. This is one of the 3 taboos of ninjas." The corners of Yu Ming's mouth twitched slightly. "I'm not a slave to money, but my wallet can't stand you spending so much money." Yu Ming said, "Why don't you sell this necklace?" Yu Ming pointed to the necklace that was woven into a bracelet by Tsunade and worn on his hand. It's just that Tsunade immediately gave Yu Ming a serious look. "Dare you?" Yu Ming then said with a smile, "Oh no, I was just kidding." Although this necklace is indeed quite valuable, Yu Ming is not ready to take this necklace and sell it. On the street, after shopping for an hour, passing by a hot spring hotel, Tsunade pulled Yu Ming into it. Yu Ming was fine, and followed Tsunade into the room. "Give me a separate hot spring room." Yu Ming frowned. He felt that something was wrong. It wasn't until Yu Ming was sitting in the hot spring, facing Tsunade, that he realized that something was wrong. Tsunade narrates a jug of wine. Yu Ming is actually very curious. Tsunade seems to have fully accepted Yu Ming. Otherwise absolutely would not do it. The two stayed at the hot spring hotel for several hours. When he came out, Yu Ming's face turned slightly red. Even more so with Tsunade. But Tsunade had already grabbed Yu Ming's hand. But now it was dark, and the two of them stayed from morning until dark. But it cost Yu Ming a lot of money. It's just that this time it was Tsunade's silent consent to Yu Ming. Yu Ming did not refuse either. It's just that Yu Ming didn't promise anything. As for Tsunade being 50 years old, Yu Ming didn't care at all. As long as Tsunade's 100 healings mark didn't consume chakra, she would be 90 or 100 years old, and her body was still in her 20s. And mature Tsunade, Yu Ming appreciated even more. This time today, Yu Ming and Tsunade have completely accepted each other. Chapter 144 Naruto's Rasengan hits Yu Ming's lightning shield. 144 330ths. Chapter 144 Naruto's Rasengan hits Yu Ming's lightning shield. It's just that neither of them said anything. But Tsunade didn't need to think anymore while holding Yu Ming's hand. But as he walked, Yu Ming felt something was wrong when a woman held his hand. Then he held it back. Tsunade froze for a moment, then turned to look at Yu Ming with a calm face, without any expression at all. He joked, "Male chauvinism is really heavy." Yu Ming didn't answer, but his clenched hands already showed his attitude. Tsunade smiled slightly. At this moment, Tsunade didn't know why, but felt that she had suddenly become a girlish mentality. But she is 50 years old after all, so her thinking is very mature. I also understand Yu Ming's attitude. In fact, Tsunade also thinks that Yu Ming's thinking is quite mature. Not like a 13-year-old boy. In fact, they are not very similar in terms of height and appearance. However, there are all kinds of people in the ninja world. Tsunade is not surprised. Some people have adult thinking at the age of 5 or 6, which is normal. The two walked on the brightly lit street without speaking. Yu Ming didn't expect that he and Tsunade could reach this step. At first, Yu Ming just thought that Tsunade's medical ninjutsu was very powerful, and later, he thought that Tsunade was very beautiful and had a very good figure. After that, I felt that she was very nagging, and finally reached the current point. Soon, it seemed that there was no twists and turns to the relationship it is today. Yu Ming found that he seemed to have no psychological burden at all. The same seems to be true of Tsunade. When approaching the hotel, Yu Ming thought for a while and said, "I want to tell them about our relationship when I'm 18. Tsunade looked at Yu Ming, stunned for a moment. Seeing Tsunade like this, Yu Ming explained, "I just don't want them to say that you are using your power to promote me to be a Hokage guard." Because when going back, if Tsunade promoted Yu Ming to become Jonin, and let him be his bodyguard. This belonging is a change in power. Hokage guard, this is a very high position, if it wasn't for the short time of 4th Hokage as Hokage, otherwise, his guard would also have great power. Moreover, Promoting Yu Ming to Jonin also means that Yu Ming will be able to master more resources. If someone finds out the relationship between Yu Ming and Tsunade, it will definitely be said that Tsunade promoted one of his own people to a high position. Yu Ming doesn't care about these words, but Tsunade is Hokage, and there is Danzo. This is a power struggle, and in many cases, it cannot be resolved by force. So Yu Ming had to do it. Tsunade held Yu Ming's hand with the other hand, and said with a smile, "I'll listen to you." Yu Ming nodded, "Thank you." Tsunade smiled and said, "Thank you." Yu Ming was a little embarrassed, "Go in." Saying that, he let go of Tsunade's hand and walked in by himself. Tsunade stood at the door of the hotel, looked at Yu Ming who walked in, and said with a smile, "This kid, Tien is 18 years old. Cultivating Yu Ming to become the 6th Hokage is not my selfish intention. After all, Yu Ming is very strong and capable. Well, let him show his face more in major events, at least he belongs to one of the participants, and when he is allowed to be Hokage in the future, there should be no objection." Thinking of this, Tsunade thought it was a good thing to do. But he has to sign a contract with a live slug. How can my man just sign a contract with Ruchi Cave? Tsunade still hopes that Yu Ming will sign a contract with Shibone Forest. In fact, ninjas in the ninja world can have multiple summoning beasts, such as Sasuke, who signed a summoning contract with Ruchi Cave, and at the same time he also has a summoning beast like an eagle. Even if Tsunade doesn't have a further relationship with Yu Ming, he actually hopes to train Yu Ming to be her heir. Just like third generation, they all regard Yu Ming as the best successor of 6th Hokage. As for the relationship between Yu Ming and Tsunade, Tsunade naturally hoped that Yu Ming would become the 6th Hokage. Originally, Yu Ming also had such ability, but he was a little younger. However, Tsunade thinks that the problem is not big. In the future, let Yu Ming show his face more in major events and perform more S-level tasks. You must know that Sannin has performed a lot of S-level tasks, and the least Tsunade has performed 95 times, which is quite an outrageous number. But it was also because they were in the war years. However, the S-level mission performed by Sannin, Konoha, has not yet been broken by anyone. And their prestige is also created because of a large number of high-level tasks. Hanzo gave them the title of Konoha Sannin, and it was just the beginning. To make this title worthy of the name, they need to show their own strength. So Tsunade thought that the best way to improve Yu Ming's qualifications is to let Yu Ming perform more S-level tasks. At the same time, take him to participate in some high-level meetings. After all, as Tsunade's guard, it is normal to follow Tsunade to participate in high-level meetings. After returning to the hotel, the two resumed their usual distance. Tsunade didn't go to Yu Ming's room to find him, and Yu Ming didn't go to her because he just appreciated the beauty of Tsunade. After returning to the hotel, Yu Ming took out the book on medical ninjutsu and read it. It was late at night when Jiraiya came back from the outside. Not surprisingly, his body smelled of rouge again. Yu Ming looked at Jiraiya, and was a little speechless. "Master Jiraiya, you do this every day, and you say that you go out to collect information, it's really hard to be convincing." Jiraiya was not drunk, sat in front of Yu Ming, poured a cup of tea, and said with a smile, "What do you know, kid? I went deep into these places just to collect information. You think I am willing?" Yu Ming put down the book, looked at Jiraiya and said calmly, "I think you are very willing, but this is your preference, so I won't say much. By the way, how is Naruto practicing now?" "Naruto comes back every day at midnight." Jiraiya was stunned for a moment. He didn't care about Naruto during this time, because Naruto's training has actually been completed. During this time, he is only in the skilled city, okay Jiao. Seeing Jiraiya's expression, Yu Ming was a little speechless. "Okay, I'll go to the back mountain to have a look." Seeing Jiraiya being so unreliable, Yu Ming felt a little speechless, but it might be because of the different teaching methods, so Yu Ming didn't comment. As soon as Yu Ming finished speaking, he disappeared into the room. He left a spell of Flying Thunder God technique on Naruto. The moment Yu Ming appeared, Naruto released Rasengan just in time, and it was about to hit Yu Ming. Intense thunder and lightning erupted from Yu Ming's body at this moment. These lightnings protected Yu Ming's surroundings, forming a lightning shield. Boom, yes, Rasengan smashed into Yu Ming's lightning shield. In an instant, the chakra collision broke out a strong chakra turbulence. The ground was instantly shattered by the terrifying chakra energy. There were large pits several meters wide on the ground, and only the place where Yu Ming was standing was still intact. Chapter 145 solved the problem of Rasengan Shuriken self-injury. 145 330ths. Chapter 145 solved the problem of Rasengan Shuriken self-injury. Naruto was sent flying more than 10 meters away by this huge aftermath of energy. After the smoke cleared, Yu Ming looked at a large pit of more than 10 meters around, and said with a smile, "This time the energy fluctuation is very strong." He raised his head and looked at Naruto's position. Naruto was not injured either, but was blown away by the aftermath of the energy. Yu Ming walked over, looked at Naruto who was sitting on the ground and said, "How is it? Are you okay?" Naruto raised his head and saw that it was Yu Ming. He was a little helpless. "It's you, why did you appear in front of me?" "It's too dangerous." Yu Ming pulled Naruto up and said with a smile, "Actually, I just want to test whether your Rasengan can break my Thunder Shield. This ninjutsu of Yu Ming is an A-level ninjutsu, Thunder Shield. But it has been used by Yu Ming as a common ninjutsu." Naruto looked at Yu Ming enviously. "My Rasengan didn't break your Thunder Shield just now, is this also the ninjutsu that teacher Kakashi taught you?" Yu Ming shook his head. No, I developed it myself. When Naruto heard this, he jumped up quickly and said with a smile, then can you teach me? Yu Ming shook his head. I can't. Naruto was a little disappointed, and Yu Ming continued, because you don't have chakra with thunder attribute. Naruto didn't understand what by Yu Ming meant at all. Yu Ming didn't explain. 130 took out a piece of paper and said, you enter your chakra into it. Although Naruto didn't understand what by Yu Ming wanted to say, he still did it. After Naruto entered chakra, the chakra test paper was suddenly cut in half by a gust of wind blade. Naruto was stunned. What's going on here? Yu Ming glanced at it and said, this shows that your chakra attribute is wind attribute. Learning lightning style requires chakra of lightning attribute. Of course, you can also obtain chakra of lightning attribute through practice, but it will be difficult. Naruto will then gain all chakra attributes except yin attribute chakra. It's just not now, now he only has the wind attribute. Naruto's eyes lit up. Can I practice? Yu Ming looked at Naruto and said, I suggest you learn Rasengan well, and the Heifeng attribute chakra is enough. And Rasengan is originally an ultimate form change, but as long as you complete the nature transformation with the wind attribute chakra, you can increase the power of Rasengan and become very powerful. Naruto froze for a moment. Can Rasengan still be promoted? Yu Ming laughed and said, that's BGFG, natural. Now the form change after Rasengan, although it is the form change of ultimate, unfortunately it is still just a form change. As long as you join nature transformation, you can increase the power of Rasengan. After Naruto finished listening, he looked at Yu Ming and said, then, Yu Ming, have you completed nature transformation? Yu Ming thought for a while, he was wondering whether he should tell Naruto. Looking at Naruto, Yu Ming said, actually, I have already completed the nature transformation of the chakra attribute. Naruto remembered something. In other words, you have mastered wind style ninjutsu stronger than Rasengan. Yu Ming nodded. Well, more. However, I haven't used it yet, and it can actually be used as a key point in your future practice. What Yu Ming was going to talk to Naruto about was the wind style Rasengan Shuriken. In fact, after he learned Rasengan, he had fully developed it in 10 days, and not only integrated into wind style, but also fire style, earth style, water style and lightning style. But Yu Ming never used it. And this ninjutsu is not Yu Ming's strongest ninjutsu. It was developed out of pure curiosity, just curious about how powerful the wind style Rasengan Shuriken is. Naruto looked at Yu Ming with bright eyes and asked, what is it like? Yu Ming thought about it, and there was a large grassland in the back mountain, and Yu Ming felt that the area was enough. He said, I'll show you a demonstration, and you can try to learn it in the future, but this ninjutsu is very dangerous, and normal people can't learn it at all, but if you think of a way, you should be able to master it. 0. Under Naruto's expectant look, Yu Ming raised his right hand and gathered chakra. In an instant, countless chakra condensed in Yu Ming's hands, and these chakra formed the shape of a shuriken. The moment the Rasengan Shuriken in Yu Ming's hand appeared, the surrounding air trembled slightly. Naruto's hair stood on end by the wind style that appeared. It was just that his eyes were fixed on the Rasengan Shuriken in Yu Ming's hand. Is this Rasengan's ninjutsu added to wind style nature transformation? Good, so strong. It feels more than twice as strong as Rasengan. At this time, Jiraiya, who came slowly to the back mountain, happened to see the scene where Yu Ming raised the Rasengan Shuriken. Yu Ming raised his right hand above his head, and for a moment, within tens of meters around him, there was a violent flow of air. Standing more than 100 meters away, Jiraiya looked at this scene and was completely stunned. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Is this Yu Ming's ninjutsu? The power of this ninjutsu is far stronger than Rasengan. It seems that the nature transformation of the wind attribute has also been added. Under Naruto's adoration, Yu Ming threw the Rasengan Shuriken in his hand towards the distance. Go. The moment Yu Ming threw the Rasengan Shuriken, Jiraiya was stunned. You can still throw it, what are you kidding? The Rasengan Shuriken was very fast, and it appeared hundreds of meters away in an instant, and the moment it landed on the ground, a violent explosion suddenly broke out hundreds of meters away. Boom. There were serious violent vibrations within hundreds of meters around. The shock wave from the explosion hundreds of meters away quickly swept across Yu Ming and Naruto. The violent storm blew the hair out of both of them. Fortunately, Yu Ming has short hair, and Naruto's hair is not short, so even the forehead protector was almost blown off. The violent explosion stunned both Naruto and Jiraiya. Especially Jiraiya, he knows how terrible the specific damage of this ninjutsu is. There are a lot of small wind blades, even wind blades that can reach the cell level. This is a ninjutsu formed by the condensation of countless small wind blades, etc. Jiraiya remembered something, appeared beside Yu Ming using body flicker technique, looked at Yu Ming's hand and said, Yu Ming, how is your hand? Yu Ming looked at Jiraiya, knew exactly what he wanted to say, and stretched out his right hand. Jiraiya checked and found that there was no damage at all. This made Jiraiya a little strange. No, it stands to reason that this ninjutsu will hurt your hand. With that kind of damage, your hand should be useless. Naruto froze for a moment, looked at Yu Ming. How dangerous is this ninjutsu? Yu Ming laughed and said, it's really dangerous. The difficulty of practicing this ninjutsu is at S level, and if it wasn't for me, the hand that uses this ninjutsu will definitely be destroyed by this ninjutsu. Jiraiya looked at Yu Ming and said, in other words, you solved the ninjutsu self-injury problem. Yu Ming nodded. Chapter 146 Tsunade worried about Yu Ming's injury. 146 330ths. Chapter 146 Tsunade worried about Yu Ming's injury. Jiraiya was completely surprised. If so, this ninjutsu is really a terrible move for you. This ninjutsu is the scariest and cruelest ninjutsu Jiraiya has ever seen. Because once this ninjutsu hurts a person, the body will be completely destroyed immediately, and the cells of the body will be completely destroyed, which is difficult to avoid even for people with strong regenerative ability. Unless it is the kind of third Kage whose physical strength is so high that even time-space ninjutsu can't tear it, it can be avoided. Yu Ming smiled and said, Go over and have a look, what kind of damage this ninjutsu has caused. It's the first time I've used this ninjutsu. Jiraiya also wanted to take a look at the specific destructive power of this ninjutsu. Soon, the three of them came to a huge pit, and Naruto and Jiraiya were completely stunned. Naruto couldn't believe that human beings could make such a terrible attack. In front of the three of them, a huge pit with a width of more than 100 meters appeared. Even Jiraiya was shocked. His big ball Rasengan couldn't do that far, couldn't. Jiraiya said solemnly, Yu Ming, after learning this ninjutsu, your strength has increased a lot. Yu Ming didn't feel much. Actually, this ninjutsu Naruto can also be learned, but first he must be able to master the power of 9 tails in his body, because this ninjutsu is also very destructive to the body, but after mastering the power of 9 tails, this issue can be ignored. Because mastering Naruto of 9 tails chakra, the recovery ability and strength of the body will be enhanced a lot. Even if the Rasengan Shuriken is used, the damage to him is negligible. And Yu Ming completely covered his hands with chakra so that the Rasengan Shuriken could not hurt him. It's just that this kind of chakra control is too demanding. Even if Naruto masters 9 tails, he may not be able to master it, so he doesn't intend to teach him his own method. Jiraiya looked at Naruto. This ninjutsu is still not suitable for him. It may be the same as what you said. It may be possible after he can really master the power of 9 tails. This ninjutsu is really terrible. It is my current ninjutsu. The strongest ninjutsu I've seen so far. In fact, Yu Ming's lightning style is much stronger than this Rasengan Shuriken. Therefore, Yu Ming usually uses lightning style ninjutsu the most, and other escapist ninjutsu, water style and fire style are more commonly used. Although Naruto wants to learn it, but seeing Jiraiya's serious analysis just now, he knows that he is still unable to master this advanced ninjutsu, and it is too harmful. He just needs to learn the Rasengan and that's enough. After returning to the hotel from the back mountain, several people rested. Naruto, Jiraiya and Ming live in the same room, and Tsunade and Shizune live in a room each. The next day, Yu Ming directly used the ability of teleportation to appear in the back hill of the Short Book Street. Had a retreat here. Yu Ming didn't return to Banju Street until noon. Not long after Yu Ming returned to the room, he came to the room to look for him. As soon as he entered the room, his face was gloomy. Yu Ming raised his head. He was sitting in the room reading a book at this time, looking at Tsunade with a gloomy face. Yu Ming asked curiously, what's wrong? Tsunade walked directly to Yu Ming's side, took Yu Ming's hands and looked at them. After seeing that there was no problem, I was relieved. Then he blamed and said to Yu Ming, Jiraiya said that you have developed a very powerful ninjutsu, but after using it, your hands will be abolished. After listening to it, Yu Ming knew what was going on, and then laughed. Master Jiraiya is really too, and I can't speak clearly. I have developed a kind of ninjutsu, and it will indeed have a serious impression on the body, but that is for others, not for me. Since I have developed it, I can naturally prevent this kind of thing from happening. You check my body to see if there is any problem, don't you have it? In fact, Yu Ming just wanted to make a joke, but who knew Tsunade would really do it? When Tsunade checked Yu Ming's body, Yu Ming smiled wryly. I'm really just joking, don't take it so seriously. It was only after Tsunade checked one side of the body and found that there was no problem before giving up. Fortunately, there is no problem, but this kind of ninjutsu, I heard Jiraiya said, can even destroy the cells of the human body and completely cut off the connection between cells. If this is the case, no matter how powerful the regenerative ability is, it still cannot be restored. How did you develop this ninjutsu? Yu Ming laughed and said, it's an upgraded version of Rasengan. Isn't Rasengan a form change of ultimate? I just added some nature transformation with other chakra attributes and developed this technique. 720. Don't tell me, this ninjutsu is really strong, but unfortunately it is not as easy to use as my lightning style ninjutsu. Indeed, compared to Rasengan Shuriken, Yu Ming still uses lightning style, fire style or water style ninjutsu smoothly. The Rasengan Shuriken was actually just developed by Yu Ming out of curiosity. It's like Reikiri actually developed it by Yu Ming, but he never used it at all. Now he learns ninjutsu entirely because of his hobby. But also because of this, Yu Ming has mastered many kinds of S-level and A-level ninjutsu. Tsunade looked at Yu Ming, and said very seriously, this kind of ninjutsu, in the future, you should not expose it casually. If the ninja's whole cards are known to others, it is quite dangerous, even if it is your close one. Disclose. Yu Ming nodded. I understand. Tsunade is actually right. If a ninja has information obtained by others, it is easy to be successfully assassinated. Like 3rd Kage and 4th Kage, both were assassinated to death. If it was a head-on battle, the Red Sand Scorpion would not be the opponent of 3rd Kage at all. Although Tsunade is not strong, he is still one of the 5 great ninja villages. How can someone who can be called the strongest Kage in history be so weak? But being assassinated, that is 2 concepts. In this world, as long as Jonin has the intelligence of the opponent, it is very possible for Jonin to kill Kage level. This is not surprising. Of course, if you are as strong as Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, you don't need to worry about these at all. These two have gone beyond the boundaries of ordinary ninjas. The reason why the shadows of each ninja village do not leave the village easily is because they are easily assassinated. There are not many masters in the ninja world, so Yu Ming is still happy to accept Tsunade's worries. After saying this, Yu Ming looked at Tsunade and said, I have a medical ninjutsu to ask you. After speaking, Yu Ming gathered all the knowledge in the books he had read before, and found some points that he was a little confused about. He really likes medical ninjutsu. Learning medical ninjutsu is purely for fun. Chapter 147. Are they really discussing medical ninjutsu? 147 330ths. Chapter 147. Are they really discussing medical ninjutsu? After asking Tsunade a few questions about medical ninjutsu, Tsunade also felt a little tricky after reading it. Because she had discovered these problems before, but there was no way to solve them. So I discussed with Yu Ming in the room for several hours, and finally solved the problem. After solving these problems, Tsunade sighed and said with a smile, if I don't discuss with you today, I still can't solve these problems. Yu Ming, maybe now in the medical ninjutsu of the ninja world, yours is the closest to mine. Yu Ming closed the book and said calmly, I'm still far away, but medical ninjutsu is really interesting. After the two finished talking about medical ninjutsu, they started chatting, but now Tsunade rarely talks about her past. Maybe it's because there's no need to talk, maybe it's because I don't want Yu Ming to feel the shock. After all, in her current relationship with Yu Ming, she still always chats with Yu Ming about the 130 relationship with Kato Dan in the past. No matter how big-hearted Yu Ming is, she will feel uncomfortable. So since Tsunade established a relationship with Yu Ming, he never mentioned Kato Dan, and even Naoki rarely mentioned it. In fact, Yu Ming doesn't care about these things. Tsunade liked Kato before, this is a fact, what's wrong with it? As long as Tsunade likes Yu Ming in his heart at this time, it is enough, there is no need to ask her for anything. Yu Ming also feels very tired. If Tsunade really still has Kato Dan in his heart, Yu Ming would simply choose to quit. No complaints, as this is Tsunade's freedom. At the same time, it is Yu Ming's freedom not to like a woman who still has an ex in her heart. But obviously, both Tsunade and Yu Ming have a tacit understanding. Tsunade can tell from the action of holding hands that Yu Ming is a machismo. The key point is that he already has this capital, strong strength, strong ability, and good looks and good sex. Although they were born as civilians, many outstanding women in the ninja world certainly don't care about this factor. So Tsunade is very clear that he will not force Yu Ming to accept his former female character. It is even more impossible to mention Kato Dan in front of Yu Ming, this is a brain problem. Although Tsunade is straightforward, he is not a fool. At noon, Tsunade looked at Yu Ming and said with a smile, why don't you sign a summoning contract with the live slug? Your medical ninjutsu will definitely be better if it is assisted. In fact, a large part of Tsunade's medical ninjutsu comes from living slugs. Tsunade's name in the ninja world has the title of a Katsuyu girl. Especially Chiyo, who is an opponent of Tsunade, even calls her Katsuyu girl all the time, because a large part of Tsunade's medical ninjutsu is assisted by live slugs. It's just that Yu Ming thought about it, and said seriously, actually, I don't need it. I don't plan to use medical ninjutsu to treat anyone. Learning medical ninjutsu is entirely because I prefer medical ninjutsu, all because of hobbies. But after Yu Ming finished speaking, Tsunade looked at Yu Ming seriously, very seriously. After the two looked at each other for a few seconds, Yu Ming smiled helplessly and said, well, anyway, I'm not losing money, and I got another summoning beast. After Yu Ming agreed, Tsunade finally smiled and took out the summoning scroll that he had prepared a long time ago. Come, sign your name here. Seeing Tsunade's impatient look, Yu Ming felt a little funny, could he still run away? After writing his name, Yu Ming bit his own finger. Put your handprint on your name. In an instant, Yu Ming was in contact with the living slug in the wet bone forest. Yu Ming's hands seal, summoning technique. After a puff of white smoke dissipated, the live output appeared on Yu Ming's desk. As soon as it appeared, the living slug called out, Master Yu Ming, Master Tsunade, in a gentle voice. Tsunade put his hands on the table, looked at the living thing and smiled, Yu Ming will also be your contract signer in the future. The live slug nodded, yeah. After calling out and saying a few words, Yu Ming let the live slug go back. Yu Ming looked at Tsunade and smiled, I should be the first ninja to sign a contract with 2 of the 3 holy places. Tsunade nodded, hugged Yu Ming's arm, and said with a smile, yes, ordinary people don't have such good luck. Feel the beauty of Tsunade on his arms. Yu Ming took a deep breath, your figure is a little scary. Tsunade rested his head on Yu Ming's shoulder and chuckled softly, what, do you hate it? Yu Ming didn't speak, but, without Tsunade's figure, he probably wouldn't be able to have the current intimate relationship with Tsunade. But just when Yu Ming was about to chat with Tsunade about his life, he sensed Jiraiya's presence. He quickly returned to normal, and said with a smile, Master Jiraiya is here. Tsunade also turned slightly red and returned to normal, leaning on the table to give Yu Ming advice on medical ninjutsu. After a while, Jiraiya opened the sliding door of the room. Seeing that Tsunade was discussing medical ninjutsu with Yu Ming, I was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled and said, Yo, Tsunade, you are quite caring. Sitting opposite Yu Ming and Tsunade, I poured myself a cup of tea. Jiraiya didn't notice the difference between the two at all. Yu Ming has been pretending for 6 or 7 years, and now is not the age to be easily dismantled. Tsunade is one of the Sannin, 50 years old, not only reflected in the body. Camouflage ability is also very strong. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Tsunade rolled his eyes at him. Yu Ming is a good material to learn medical ninjutsu, who is like you, an old rascal. Jiraiya's ears were already calloused upon hearing these words, and she didn't care at all. Hee hee ha ha. Actually looking at Jiraiya, Yu Ming felt quite apologetic. After all, he is well aware that Jiraiya has liked Tsunade for decades. As soon as I appeared, I established a relationship with Tsunade, which is really not good. But thinking of this, Yu Ming thought in his heart, sure enough, I still like mature women with good figure, good looks and good looks. However, after thinking about it, Yu Ming still wanted to add another requirement, a strong woman. In fact, like Anko, Azuki Shion also has a good figure and looks beautiful, but her strength is really not very good. Those who are weak are prone to accidents, and it is impossible for Yu Ming to be by her side every day. So before, Yu Ming's relationship with Azuki Shion and Anko was actually more like a friend relationship. As for Hinata and Ino, they are just childhood playmates, not to mention that these two girls have a big family behind them. And although Yu Ming admires these two girls very much, it is true that 2.0 cannot develop a relationship between a man and a woman. It may be because I was too familiar with her before. After staying with a girl for a long time, I gradually lost that kind of thinking. Of course, maybe it's the reason why these two didn't grow up. After all, they are still children now. As for little Sakura, that's Sasuke's woman, and Yu Ming doesn't want to touch her. Whether it is now or not, but Yu Ming really doesn't have any thoughts about her. Probably because of knowing about Tsunade, Yu Ming felt that other people suddenly didn't feel anything. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade and Yu Ming, although he felt that the relationship between these two people was a bit too close. But seeing the two of them seriously discussing medical ninjutsu, he felt that he definitely had too many things and thought too much. How old is Tsunade? Yu Ming and Naruto are the same size. How can you be interested in a 50-year-old woman? Chapter 148. You have surpassed the 4th Hokage. 148 330ths. Chapter 148. You have surpassed the 4th Hokage. Although Tsunade can stay young forever, he is indeed 50 years old. The age difference between the two is more than 30 years, and it is impossible for something too outrageous to happen. Jiraiya also felt that she had been thinking too much when the teacher went in and out of those fireworks places recently. Jiraiya looked at the two talking and laughing, and said, we are going back tomorrow, and you should be ready. Yu Ming and Tsunade looked up at the same time, looked at Jiraiya. Yu Ming said, is there anything to prepare, can't you just check out and leave? Tsunade didn't speak, but nodded, agreeing with Yu Ming's words. Looking at the two people who were almost in sync, the corners of Jiraiya's mouth twitched slightly. Okay, I'm talking too much. He always felt that these two people were weird, but he didn't know what was wrong. After watching the two start talking and laughing again, Jiraiya suddenly felt that it was redundant and a little embarrassing for her to appear here. And Naruto is still practicing in the back mountain. Shizune didn't stay by Tsunade's side at all during this time. Every time Tsunade came to Yu Ming's room, he wouldn't let her follow him. The three people 16 stayed in this state until late at night. After a day's rest in Banju Street, they packed up their things and went back. Leaving Bamboo Street, Tsunade stretched his muscles, stood at the entrance of Bamboo Street, and said with a smile, I finally left this place. Jiraiya smiled and said, I think you like this place a lot, it's the most famous casino in the ninja world. Tsunade gave Jiraiya a blank look, looked at Yu Ming and said, Yu Ming, I'll test you, aren't you a flying thunder god technique? Can you instantly transfer us to Konoha? Jiraiya was stunned, how is this possible? Tsunade, are you crazy? People like 4th generation can't do this kind of thing. Shizune also nodded, really, Tsunade's request is too difficult. But Yu Ming didn't say anything, looked at Tsunade's smiling face, and said with a wry smile, okay, I'll try. Jiraiya looked at Yu Ming and said, don't talk to her, Yu Ming, she just made things difficult for you on purpose. I think you made her feel very upset by giving her illusion before. Jiraiya thinks she has touched the truth. It's just that Jiraiya thinks that Tsunade shouldn't embarrass a junior Yu Ming, and he is also a junior he is optimistic about. But Tsunade ignored Jiraiya, looked at Yu Ming with a pair of beautiful eyes, and smiled slightly. Yu Ming laughed and said, no way, Master Tsunade seems to want to do this, but in fact it is also possible, but it will consume chakra very much. Jiraiya looked at Yu Ming and said in surprise, you don't really want to do this, it's impossible, it's too difficult. Naruto also nodded, since you find it difficult, don't do Yu Ming, we can go faster to Konoha, why do you listen to Granny Tsunade? Hearing Naruto call her mother-in-law, a black line flashed across Tsunade's brow, she was angry. It's just that Yu Ming patted her on the shoulder to tell her not to be angry, otherwise she would reveal her truth. At the same time, by taking the opportunity to pat her on the shoulder, he cast the Flying Thunder God technique on her body. Likewise, Yu Ming patted Shizune, Naruto and Jiraiya. Yu Ming stood among the four of them and said, come closer to me, so that I can perform spells. Although Jiraiya doesn't believe Yu Ming can do it at all, but he was still curious. When the four people approached Yu Ming closed his eyes. And Tsunade looked at Yu Ming, Smiling all the time, she liked seeing Yu Ming like this very much. As Yu Ming closed his eyes for an instant, the space around the four of them changed instantly. Almost instantly, the four of them moved from Bonshu Street to Akira Konoha's home. And a violent chakra erupted from Yu Ming's body. Because using the Flying Thunder God technique this time consumes too much chakra. Such a teleportation once directly consumed even 1% of Yu Ming's chakra. Already consumes as much chakra as it takes to transfer a tailed beast bomb. Although it seems nothing to Yu Ming's own chakra. But Yu Ming didn't have much chakra except when he was learning ninjutsu with Kakashi when he was a child. After he was 8 years old, he rarely consumed so much chakra. The four people who appeared at Yu Ming's house looked at their surroundings. Tsunade first laughed and said, "Look, I knew you could do it, and there was no pressure at all for you." Jiraiya, on the other hand, was completely stunned. He knew very well that Minato couldn't transfer so many people at the same time. Looking at Konoha's iconic Hokage rock from the yard, Jiraiya was sure that they had returned to Konoha. After being surprised, Jiraiya looked at Yu Ming with some indescribable eyes. "You have really surpassed 4th Hokage now, Yu Ming. I have to say that your current strength has definitely surpassed 4th Hokage. If it weren't for your age, I would even recommend you as the 5th Hokage." Yu Ming smiled wryly. "Here again, Master Jiraiya, didn't I say it? I don't have the idea of becoming a Hokage. Let Naruto accomplish this goal. I believe he has the potential to become a Hokage, as long as he can master Nine Tails' power. Do you believe it? His strength can soar to Kage level in no time. Even normal Kage level is an unlikely match for Naruto who has mastered 9 tails. Of course, the Yang power given to Yu Ming by Sage of 6 Paths, the power of 6 Paths is another matter. But Yu Ming is quite optimistic about the future of Naruto. Naruto watched Yu Ming have such high hopes for him. Immediately looked at Yu Ming happily and assured, "Yu Ming, don't worry, I will definitely live up to your expectations, I will definitely become Hokage in the future." Yu Ming patted Naruto on the shoulder and smiled, "Well, I believe in you, you will become Hokage in the future, and you will be your bodyguard." Hearing that Yu Ming has even thought about the future for himself, Naruto was so touched that he couldn't be more moved. In fact, Yu Ming is just trying to shirk responsibility for not being a Hokage. And Tsunade gave Yu Ming a blank look. "I'm going to be 5th Hokage now, why, don't you want to be my bodyguard?" Seeing Tsunade's serious face, Yu Ming immediately smiled and said, "Of course not, after Master Tsunade retires, I can still be Naruto's bodyguard." Jiraiya froze for a moment, looked at Tsunade and said, "What, you want Yu Ming to be the Hokage guard?" Tsunade nodded seriously. "What, do you have an opinion?" Jiraiya naturally has no objection, and he also feels that Yu Ming is fully qualified to be the Hokage guard. Sufficient strength, but also a disciple of Tsunade. As long as Tsunade becomes the 5th Hokage, she has the right to choose her own guard. And this time estimate, Tsunade will promote Yu Ming to Chunin, maybe even Jonin. Nothing is normal. So Yu Ming became Tsunade's guard. Not only would he not oppose it, but he would also support it. After all, if this is the case, the chances of Yu Ming becoming Hokage will increase. The cages of the previous ninja villages, generally the descendant cages are the guards of the previous cages. Of course, this rule applies only to first-generation shadows, second-generation shadows, and even third-generation shadows. But this is an unspoken rule. It depends on who recognizes this rule of not becoming. Chapter 149 Yu Ming's medical ninjutsu is second only to Tsunade. 149 330ths. Chapter 149 Yu Ming's medical ninjutsu is second only to Tsunade. Jiraiya waved his hands and smiled, "Of course I don't have any objections. But you managed to convince him to become a Hokage guard, what benefit did you give him?" Yu Ming smiled and said, "Do I dare not agree? Master Tsunade has taught me so many medical ninjutsu, and this is very good for me, so I don't have to go out to perform missions as before." Jiraiya suddenly realized, looked at Yu Ming and scolded with a smile, "Boy, so you think so, but if you want to be a Hokage guard, you have a great responsibility." Jiraiya is also happy that Tsunade can persuade Yu Ming. Yu Ming nodded. Jiraiya went on to say, "Since we're back, we're going to say hello to the village seniors first. This time use the Flying Thunder God technique to pop up in the village. You have to say hello to the village senior management, otherwise there will be misunderstandings." After speaking, several people walked towards the Hokage building. Along the way, some older ninjas thought they were mistaken when they saw Jiraiya and Tsunade. But after seeing it clearly, they were pleasantly surprised. It's really those two adults. That's all right, there is someone for 5th Hokage. These older ninjas are the most aware of the prestige of these two. Sannin's reputation is very loud in the entire ninja world. Now the village has just experienced destruction, and even lost nearly half of the ninjas in the village. The power of the village has been reduced to the lowest level, and there is an urgent need for someone like Sannin to be a Hokage, so that he can suppress the eagerness of other villages. The news of Jiraiya and Tsunade's return to Konoha spread from one to another, and within a few hours, the whole village knew about it. The patriarchs of the big families in the village came out of their homes one after another and walked towards the Hokage building. In fact, in this Konoha collapse plan, each family also lost a lot. Even a powerful clan like the Hyuga clan suffered great losses. But the patriarchs of these families know very well that as long as Tsunade and Jiraiya come back, then Konoha will be safe. After all, Sannin's prestige was still feared by the entire ninja world. When walking on the road, Naruto was very curious to see the ninja comments on both sides of the road from time to time. Full of admiration, looking at Naruto's puzzled eyes, Yu Ming explained, now you know the weight of Sannin. In the eyes of Konoha's ninjas, as long as the two of Sannin come back, they don't need to worry about encroachment from other villages. This is Sannin's star. Do you think Sannin is just a name? It is proved by countless achievements. So if you want to become Hokage in the future, you need to prove with your strength that you can reassure the village, so that the ninja will no longer worry about the village being hurt when they see you. Naruto was indeed shocked by this situation, but upon hearing Yu Ming's words, Naruto nodded, well, I will definitely prove with my strength that I can reassure them and protect anyone. Now Naruto feels pressure like never before, but also more motivated. Hokage is really not something that ordinary people can be. Several people soon came to the Hokage building. Mitokado Homura and Uchiha Kaharu knew the news of Tsunade's return and had already been waiting in the Hokage room. Although these two are very stubborn and selfish, they are consistent with third generation in major matters. Even if they support Kakashi, a ninja who does not have enough qualifications to become Hokage, they are unwilling to support Danzo to become a ninja. When I entered the Hokage room, I saw Uchiha Kaharu and Mitokado Homura standing in it. Tsunade, Jiraiya, you are back. Seeing these two, Tsunade didn't like it very much. So he nodded solemnly. Jiraiya actually doesn't like these two very much. I brought Tsunade back, what to do next, you arrange it. The two don't care about the attitude of Tsunade and Jiraiya, because they used to be like this. They know Tsunade and Jiraiya don't like them. But they are very clear that even if the characters of Tsunade and Jiraiya look down on them, they will not do anything to them. But if Danzo were to be Hokage, not to mention that the village would be turned into darkness immediately, and both of them would be taken away from power. When the two saw Naruto and Yu Ming, they both froze for a moment. They have met Naruto before, but this is the first time they have met Yu Ming, and they only heard about third generation before. And it seems that third generation values Yu Ming very much, and even wants to train him to become the sixth Hokage. If the third generation is still alive, it is estimated that they will do this, but now the incident happened suddenly, and the third generation died in battle. However, they only took one more look at Yu Ming, and then the two began to send people to notify the village and the daimyo by the way. Although daimyo generally do not intervene in the affairs of the village, they still need to be notified. Before long, word spread throughout Konoha that Koko would be the fifth Hokage. All ninjas know it, just some young ninjas wondering who Tsunade really is. But Tsunade and Uchiha Kaharu and Mitokado Homura said a few words and left with Shizune. By the way, Yu Ming and Naruto were also taken away. 4 people came to Konoha Hospital. Kakashi and Sasuke were both lying in the hospital, and they didn't wake up. It can be seen how lethal Tsukuyomi's Itachi is. It has been more than a month, and the two are still lying in the hospital. Came to Kakashi's hospital bed, Tsunade looked at Yu Ming and said, "You have a try." Yu Ming froze for a moment. "I feel like I might not be able to do it yet." Tsunade said, "But I think you can already." After thinking about that, Yu Ming came over and began to diagnose Kakashi, and then began to treat him. In fact, Yu Ming's current medical ninjutsu is very close to Tsunade. It can be said that in the ninja world, his medical ninjutsu is second only to Tsunade. With Yu Ming's current level, there is no problem in curing Kakashi, he was just being humble just now. In about 10 minutes, Yu Ming cured Kakashi. Kakashi woke up and saw Tsunade. He sat up and hurriedly said, "Master Tsunade." Tsunade crossed his hands and sighed, "I always thought you were a genius before, why did a Uchiha clan make you like this?" Kakashi had no way to refute Tsunade, so he could only bow his head and say, "I'm sorry." Then Kakashi saw Yu Ming. Kakashi was very curious, what happened to Yu Ming standing next to Tsunade, they knew each other. Seeing that Kakashi was puzzled, Yu Ming explained, "This time, Naruto and Jiraiya-sama and I went out to find Tsunade-sama and come back to serve as the 5th Hokage, and treat Kakashi-sensei by the way." As soon as Yu Ming finished speaking, Tsunade said, "It was Yu Ming who cured you, and his medical ninjutsu is now second only to me. But as his teacher, you should have known it a long time ago." Kakashi looked at Yu Ming and smiled, "It seems that you have really been guided by Master Tsunade." Kakashi has always been clear that Yu Ming has always wanted to ask Tsunade for medical ninjutsu. Chapter 150 You can learn the ninjutsu of the Senju family as you like. 153/130. Chapter 150 You can learn the ninjutsu of the Senju family as you like. Yu Ming smiled, turned to look at Tsunade and said, "There's one more." Naruto nodded, and said anxiously, "Well, Grandma Tsunade, and Sasuke." Kakashi froze for a moment, what happened to Sasuke? Yu Ming smiled and said, "Just like you, Uchiha Itachi also gave me illusion." Kakashi frowned. He didn't expect that Uchiha Itachi was so kind to his younger brother, he knew very well, and how terrifying the power of reading was. Originally, he thought that his Sharingan could resist Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyomi, but he didn't succeed in the end. Tsunade looked at Kakashi and said, "You have a good rest." After speaking, Tsunade followed Yu Ming and Naruto to Sasuke's room. Once in the room, I saw little Sakura coming out of the room. As soon as the door was opened, Sakura met Yu Ming. After seeing Yu Ming, she was a little sad and almost cried. Sasuke was hurt too badly, Naruto and Yu Ming were not there, Kakashi also fainted, and she couldn't even find someone to talk to. Yu Ming, Naruto, you are finally back. Seeing that little Sakura was about to cry, Yu Ming smiled and said, don't worry, Sasuke is fine, we have invited Master Tsunade back, she is the strongest medical ninja in the ninja world. 463. Little Sakura looked at Tsunade, a little curious. But in my heart, I was very surprised and thought, what a beautiful woman. I have to say that Tsunade's appearance is indeed too beautiful. Shikamaru's father said that she is the most beautiful woman in the ninja world, and he is not joking. Tsunade looked at the words next to her and thought in her heart, this kid comes every day, this kid should be a very important person to her. Tsunade went to Sasuke's side, checked it, and said, slighter than Kakashi. Yu Ming. Yu Ming leaned on the windowsill and said with a smile, this time it's up to you, I just had some. Tsunade gave Yu Ming a blank look, with Yu Ming's chakra volume and physique, how could he be tired if he treated a Kakashi? But Tsunade still treats Sasuke himself. After about 5 minutes, Sasuke woke up. When I opened my eyes, the first thing I saw was Sakura and Naruto. And after Yu Ming saw that Tsunade had cured Sasuke, he said, there is one more, please, Master Tsunade. Tsunade gave Yu Ming a blank look. Originally, with Yu Ming's level of medical ninjutsu, she actually didn't need to come. Guy, who followed in, jumped out at this time and said, yes, and my disciple, please be sure to cure him, Master Tsunade. Tsunade didn't speak, and followed Yu Ming to Xiao Li's ward. After checking Li's side, Tsunade looked at Li with a frown. Guy standing next to him felt his heart tighten immediately when he saw this expression. Tsunade turned to look at Yu Ming. Yu Ming looked at Guy and said, Mr. Guy, I'm afraid Xiao Li's condition is not optimistic, but it can be cured, but the success rate is not high. If the operation is not successful, Xiao Li will probably die. So Xiao Li can only choose to have an operation, or give up being a ninja. Hearing this, Guy was completely stunned and clenched his fists. Although he was somewhat unwilling to do so, there was no need for Yu Ming to lie to him. It's just that this choice is also very difficult for Xiao Li. If the operation is unsuccessful, he may die, but if he does not have the operation, he will no longer be a ninja. For Xiao Li, there is no difference between not being a ninja and being dead. It's just that he still can't make a choice now. Guy stood aside and wanted to say something to comfort Xiao Li, but seeing Xiao Li's appearance, he couldn't speak. Looked at Tsunade and said, Master Tsunade, is there no better way? Tsunade sighed, as Yu Ming said, he has injured a nerve. This operation is very difficult and the success rate is very low. If you choose to have surgery, you must be prepared for possible failure. For Xiao Li, this news was really unacceptable. Not counting death or not being a ninja, it was a very cruel thing for him. Guy and Xiao Li have never made a choice, because this choice is really difficult to make. Looking at the silent BGFD2, Tsunade stood up and said, okay, you can talk to me anytime after you think about it. Turning to look at Yu Ming and saying, let's go. Naruto stood aside and frowned. He looked helpless at Xiao Li's difficulty in making a choice. After Xiao Li's ward came out, Yu Ming looked at Tsunade and said, this operation is indeed very difficult. Tsunade nodded, actually, even if I come in person, the success rate of the operation is only 50% at most. Shizune walked on the other side of Tsunade. She looked at Yu Ming and Tsunade. She feels that Yu Ming and Tsunade's relationship is too good. Coming out of Konoha Hospital, Yu Ming was about to go home. Tsunade stopped Yu Ming, I have no place to live. Yu Ming turned around and frowned at Tsunade, even Shizune looked at Tsunade in surprise. This is so weird, Tsunade's words sound like they are implying something. Yu Ming was also curious, Shizune is still there, what is Tsunade doing? But Yu Ming still said, didn't the village prepare a residence for you? Sister Shizune, the senior management of the village must have prepared a residence for you. It is just a joke that the future 5th Hokage has no place to live. Shizune nodded and said, it must be arranged, but we came out in a hurry just now, so we didn't find out. Tsunade glanced at Shizune, and Shizune sensed a hint of danger from Tsunade. Shut up now, Yu Ming thought for a while and said, Master Tsunade belongs to the Senju clan, the residence of the Senju clan is still there. In fact, the Senju clan is not really gone, it's just not as strong as before. Most of them have been transferred to the logistics or education department. So to say that Tsunade has no place to live is purely what Tsunade said on purpose. Tsunade was not angry, but just smiled. Of course, Yu Ming could feel the pressure from this smile. After the two looked at each other for a few seconds, Yu Ming first compromised, okay, I will accompany you to see the Senju family's clan land. In the end, Yu Ming still found an excuse not to let Tsunade live in his home. The main reason is that now Yu Ming didn't take the last step with Tsunade and live with himself. Yu Ming was worried that he couldn't help it. Tsunade smiled, haven't you always been interested in weird ninjutsu? The Senju family has many, of course, as long as you learn it, you can try it. Shizune was stunned for a moment, looking at Tsunade, completely unaware that Tsunade was so generous. Shizune looked at Yu Ming and thought in his heart, it seems that Master Tsunade really cares about Yu Ming, and he really treats him as his disciple. Shizune guessed for a long time at the end, and still felt that Tsunade should treat Bai Tong as his disciple. Yu Ming is indeed learning medical ninjutsu with Tsunade. Tsunade has taught Yu Ming almost all medical ninjutsu, obviously he really regards him as his own disciple. Thinking about it this way, Shizune makes sense. Yu Ming smiled wryly, is the ninjutsu of the Senju clan really good? Chapter 151 I hope you can reach the strength of First Hokage. 151 330ths. Chapter 151 I hope you can reach the strength of First Hokage. Yu Ming knows very well that the ninjutsu of the Senju clan still has a lot of good ones. After all, they used to be the two strongest families in the ninja world with the Uchiha family during the Sengoku period. This was the case when there was no Senju Hashirama. It is conceivable how deep the heritage of the Senju family is. Tsunade walked up to Yu Ming, patted him and said, "Let's go," with a smile. Of course Yu Ming would not refuse, he just wanted to see how powerful the ninjutsu of the Senju clan is. And most importantly, Ming is quite interested in the seal bed of the Vortex Mito. That is the background of the Uzumaki clan. Yu Ming felt that Uzumaki Mito must have left a lot of Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques for the Senju clan. The purpose of Tsunade is actually to let Yu Ming learn more ninjutsu of the Senju clan and spend more time with Yu Ming. She knows very well that Yu Ming is a genius, but no matter how talented he is, he needs enough resources to become a talent. In the past, Yu Ming was born as a commoner, so he didn't have enough resources, but now, Tsunade wants to give Yu Ming enough resources to grow up. The reason why Tsunade thinks this way is because she feels that Yu Ming does not have enough resources to grow up now, and if she has enough resources, she might become a strong ninja like her grandfather. This is what Tsunade expects from Yu Ming. She hopes that Yu Ming's future strength and achievements can reach the level of First Hokage, or at least come close. Yu Ming didn't know what Tsunade was thinking, and thought Tsunade just wanted to stay with Yu Ming. He thought Tsunade was a little naive. In fact, if Tsunade's original character is followed, even if she appreciates Yu Ming again, it is impossible for her to have other thoughts about Yu Ming, such as being with Yu Ming. But because of Yu Ming's illusion, and the drinking several times before, Yu Ming was brought back by her, and the two of them discussed the relationship between medical ninjutsu. But the most important thing is the illusion. The illusion was so real, it strengthened Tsunade's feelings for Yu Ming a lot. The three soon came to the Senju clan. Looking at the deserted courtyard of the Senju clan, Yu Ming sighed. At any rate, it used to be the #1 family of Konoha, but now it has become so bleak, the reason why the Senju clan has not developed. Tsunade was silent for a while, and then said, "There is no way." After the establishment of Konoha, the Senju clan has integrated into the village a lot. Except for the main line, all other branches have integrated into the village. There is no strong leader in the main line, so it declines, but it is normal. It is normal for a family to decline. Tsunade is actually a little bit lost, but she has seen it now. The decline of the family is inevitable. Yu Ming looked at Tsunade's lost look. If Shizune wasn't around, he would comfort her, but Shizune is here. He could only pat Tsunade on the shoulder and smiled. Anyway, the Senju clan has paid a lot for the establishment of the village, which I think the village will always remember. Besides, don't you still have you in the Senju family? One of the Sannin, first generation and second Hokage belong to the Senju family. Now you have become the 5th Hokage, and you are also from the Senju family. This is the essence of the Senju family. Tsunade was very disappointed at first, but was amused by Yu Ming's words. "You said it as if Hokage was set up for our Senju family." Yu Ming smiled and said nothing more. But Tsunade knew why he brought Yu Ming here. "I'll take you to the secret room of the Senju clan." Shizune looked at Tsunade and said, "Master Tsunade, is it really suitable?" In the secret room of the Senju family, there are all the secrets of the Senju family. Tsunade looked at Shizune and said with a smile, "Yu Ming will be my bodyguard in the future, so there is no need to hide the matter of the Senju clan from him." "Well, Shizune, don't talk about it." Shizune wanted to say something, but was stopped by Tsunade's eyes. Although the Senju clan has declined, there are still dozens of people in the clan land. Tsunade is back. They are very happy, not because Tsunade is going to be Hokage, but because Tsunade has overcome the fear of blood. At the same time, I am also willing to visit the village. People from the Senju clan also persuaded Tsunade to leave the village, but it is a pity that the Senju clan has no binding force on Tsunade at all. Not as strong as third generation's binding on Tsunade yet. As for taking Yu Ming to see the secrets of the Senju clan, they have no opinion. Originally, many ninjutsu secrets of the Senju clan had already been copied in the village high level. Those things are no longer secrets. Came to the basement. In a basement, there is a lot of books. The number is several times more than the library where Yu Ming stored the sealed book before. Yu Ming sighed. "Sure enough, you are a big family. This collection of books is incomparable even to the library in the village." 0. Tsunade smiled and said, "Whatever you want to know in the future, as long as there is something here, you can come and see it." Yu Ming was stunned for a moment. A little unbelievable, although he and Tsunade had a good relationship, but Tsunade could release the confidential documents of the Senju clan to himself, which made Yu Ming a little unbelievable. Is this really okay? Yu Ming couldn't believe it. This is especially true for Shizune, who had no way of connecting Uncle Kato Dan to the secrets of the Senju clan. Tsunade didn't even tell him about the place. Otherwise, Kato Dan would not only have one spirit technique, although the spirit technique is very strong, and it is an S-level ninjutsu. And if the body is not discovered, then Kato Dan's strength is even more terrifying than Jonin. But as long as the body is discovered by others, it will be miserable. And he can obviously learn more ninjutsu from the Senju clan to defend himself. But Tsunade didn't tell him because of the confidentiality involved. But for Yu Ming, Tsunade really did everything to support Yu Ming. This kind of relationship, Shizune can hardly believe that Tsunade can do it. And Tsunade heard Yu Ming's questioning, and gave him a blank look. Why, you don't want it? Well, if you don't want to come, then don't come. Hearing this, Yu Ming smiled and said, if it's possible, I'm naturally looking forward to it, but I can't believe it. Tsunade smiled and said, as long as you need, you can watch everything here. Yu Ming, with your talent, I hope that one day you can approach or even reach my grandfather's original strength. Although I know it will be difficult, I think you have this potential. Shizune stood aside, looking at Tsunade in surprise again. First Hokage, what kind of person is that? That is the person who ended the Sengoku era, founded Konoha, and suppressed an era of ninja with his own power. If Tsunade's request for Yu Ming is this, Shizune is not surprised why she let Yu Ming enter here. It is true that Tsunade has high expectations for Yu Ming. Yu Ming nodded. I will try my best. In fact, let alone reach the level of Senju Hashirama, give him some time, he can even surpass Senju Hashirama. But it's true that it still can't reach Senju Hashirama's strength 5. Chapter 152 over an hour, learn 100 healings mark. 152 330ths. Chapter 152 over an hour, learn 100 healings mark. Looking at the countless books in this library, Yu Ming said with emotion, as expected of the heritage of the Senju clan, Mr. Tsunade, although I can't guarantee that I can surpass Shodai, I will definitely work hard to get closer. Tsunade smiled. It is naturally difficult to surpass Grandpa, but I think you have the potential to reach his level. Yu Ming nodded, and walked to the bookshelf, where the sealing technique of the Senju clan was stored. It's just that Yu Ming saw a standard of the Uzumaki clan on the cover of the scroll. Here is actually the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. Tsunade walked to Yu Ming's side and said with a smile, these are all brought by my grandma. After Yu Ming opened it and took a look, the first sealing technique was 100 healings mark. Yu Ming laughed and said, it turns out that your 100 healings mark is inherited from your ancestors. Yu Ming remembered that Mito also had the 100 healings mark. It seems that the 100 healings mark was not created by Tsunade. However, Baihao technique was indeed developed by Tsunade himself. After the development of Baihao technique, the healing ability of the body will be enhanced, and the strength of the body will also be enhanced a lot, after all, if the body strength is not high. With Tsunade's strange strength, her body couldn't hold it at first. Tsunade stood next to Yu Ming, and said with a smile, I think you should learn, your chakra is already huge, if you store it, it will be unimaginable, maybe even comparable to a tailed beast. In fact, Tsunade's chakra is not too much, not even as much as Jiraiya, but because of the existence of 100 healings mark, it is impossible for her to consume chakra unless she fights to the death. Yu Ming has always felt that Tsunade has a lot of chakra because she is a member of the Senju clan. But Yu Ming found out later that not all Senju tribes have a lot of chakra, only Senju Hashirama has a ridiculous number. And Yu Ming has always felt that the reason why Tsunade chakra has more is just because of her 100 healings mark. Just the body chakra, if the 100 healings mark is not counted, the amount of chakra in Tsunade is not even as much as that of Jiraiya, not to mention that the amount of chakra in Tsunade is already equivalent to a complete 9 tails Yu Ming. Now Yu Ming's chakra is even more than Naruto plus half a 9 tails. This matter, only live slugs know, because live slugs are very sensitive to chakra. So now Tsunade doesn't know that Yu Ming's chakra is already comparable to a tailed beast. But Yu Ming is really more interested. If he stores all his chakra, he will feel terrible when he thinks about releasing it. After carefully reading the 100 healings mark, more than an hour passed. Sealing is different from other ninjutsu. It takes a deep understanding to complete. Sealing technique and medical ninjutsu are both difficult ninjutsu in the ninja world. Ordinary ninjutsu is completely incomparable. After sitting at the desk in the library and looking at it for more than an hour, Yu Ming finally deconstructed the 100 healings mark almost. I looked up and saw Tsunade sitting across from me. She was also reading some books on medical ninjutsu. After feeling Yu Ming's gaze, Tsunade looked at Yu Ming and smiled, have you learned it? It's only been over an hour, so fast. Shizune, who was sitting on the side, couldn't believe it. It was 100 healings mark. It took several months for Tsunade to learn it. It's not that Tsunade has poor qualifications, it's just that it is really too difficult to learn. The sealing technique is already difficult to learn, not to mention the sealing technique of storing chakra in the human body is more demanding. If you don't pay attention, you may hurt yourself. So you have to be very careful. Yu Ming nodded. I'll give it a try. Tsunade originally wanted to persuade Yu Ming to wait until he had fully mastered it before trying again, but Yu Ming had already started to seal. 100 healings mark, from. The moment Yu Ming completed the seal, countless runes appeared around his body, and these runes began to continuously rush towards Yu Ming's forehead. In the end, they all converged on Yu Ming's forehead, forming a diamond-shaped black mark in the forehead. What Tsunade wanted to say was in his mouth, but he didn't say it in the end. Shizune stood up and stared at Yu Ming intently. It actually succeeded. What are you kidding? How could it succeed so easily? Shizune never imagined that Yu Ming could learn the high-level ninjutsu of 100 healings mark so easily. After Yu Ming constructed a 100 healings mark, he found that the excess chakra in his body kept pouring towards his forehead. This place is like having a tailed beast, constantly sucking up excess chakra. It's just that the amount of Yu Ming's chakra is too much. So every moment, chakra pours into Yu Ming's forehead like seawater. Yu Ming laughed and said, now I don't have to worry about not having enough chakra anymore. In fact, since Yu Ming was 8 years old, there has never been a situation where chakra is not enough. Tsunade put down the book in his hand, looked at Yu Ming, and said after a long time, what a monster. Although Tsunade expected that Yu Ming would learn faster than himself, he never expected that it took Yu Ming just over an hour to learn 100 healings mark. The most frightening thing is that he taught himself. Tsunade didn't teach him anything just now. Originally, Tsunade wanted to ask Yu Ming if he didn't understand anything. Who knew that Yu Ming would learn the 100 healings mark by himself? Such a person can no longer be described as a genius, but a proud son of heaven. Tsunade thought in his heart, fortunately, such a person was born in Konoha, otherwise, a catastrophe may occur in the ninja world. With Yu Ming's talent, it may really be possible to reach the level of first Hokage in the future. And if it was in other ninja villages, maybe Yu Ming would really be used as a weapon. Or if Yu Ming is a bit ambitious, it will really be a disaster for the ninja world. Yu Ming is still Senju Hashirama now. If it is in other ninja villages, Yu Ming may become Uchiha Madara. And if he becomes Uchiha Madara, there is no Senju Hashirama in this era to stop him. After learning the 100 healings mark, Yu Ming is preparing to learn the next sealing technique. He really thinks these sealing techniques are very subtle and very interesting. But Tsunade stopped him. Since you have learned 100 healings mark 1.6, then I will teach you 100 healings technique. Yu Ming was stunned for a moment, and Shizune was surprised again. Master Tsunade, Bai-Hao technique is your secret technique. Tsunade looked at Yu Ming seriously. It's a secret technique, but as long as Yu Ming wants to learn, I can teach him. Yu Ming actually doesn't really need Bai-Hao technique, because although the healing ability of his physique is still not comparable to that of first Hokage, it is already close. But Yu Ming thought about it. Bai-Hao technique is not only for healing, but also for increasing the strength of the body. He said, okay. The corners of Tsunade's mouth twitched slightly. After speaking, I began to talk about the specific principles of Bai-Hao technique with Yu Ming. Bai-Hao technique is even more powerful than 100 healings mark. It is more difficult to learn, and the requirements for physical fitness are also extremely strict. Chapter 153 Naruto's 9 tails are only half 9 tails. 153 330ths. Chapter 153 Naruto's 9 tails are only half 9 tails. For example, Little Sakura's Bai-Hao technique is all used to strengthen Little Sakura's body strength, but the healing ability cannot be compared with Tsunade's. Because her physique is really incomparable with Tsunade. Although Tsunade's chakra is not very much, it is also a lot in cage level. It can't be compared with that kind of tailed beast level ninja, but compared with ordinary cage level, it is much better. Little Sakura is even more incomparable with Tsunade. Therefore, Tsunade's Bai-Hao technique not only enhances the physique but also enhances the healing ability, but a large part of the small building is to enhance the strength of the body. Tsunade spent more than an hour, and after talking with Yu Ming, he began to point out the chakra running path of Bai-Hao technique on Yu Ming. It took more than 3 hours of analysis before I finished. Although Shizune has been listening, she can't learn it. In fact, Tsunade also let Shizune learn 100 healings mark and Bai-Hao technique, but she really can't learn it. After Yu Ming listened to it, he pondered for a while. Tsunade was not in a hurry. Bai-Hao technique is indeed much more difficult to learn than 100 healings mark. She doesn't think Yu Ming can learn it in a short time. It was only after Yu Ming pondered for 16 minutes that his hands began to seal. 100 healings mark solution, Bai-Hao technique. The moment Yu Ming released the 100 healings mark, an extremely huge chakra caused violent vibrations in the surrounding air, and the chakra rioted. Boom. In the secret room, the ground was cracked by the chakra riot, with Yu Ming as the center, and spider web-like cracks spreading around. And Yu Ming's whole body began to have very complicated runes, spreading all the way to his legs. Yu Ming cut a big gash on his hand. Blood flowed. Tsunade couldn't bear to look at it. Yu Ming's expression was dull. It took less than 2 seconds for a 5-centimeter long opening to heal completely in one day. The recovery is amazing. Just looking at such a good healing effect, Yu Ming didn't feel any joy at all, which was indeed much worse than his constitution's self-healing ability. Yu Ming raised his head and looked at Tsunade and said, this ninjutsu will heal itself with only a small wound, and the consumption of chakra is much higher than that of general medical ninjutsu. If you use this ninjutsu too much, your life will be shortened. You should use it less in the future. This ninjutsu is really harmful to your body. This ninjutsu is definitely used in the most critical time. Because if you use this ninjutsu too much, your lifespan will be shortened. Although Yu Ming knew, there was no problem with Tsunade living into his 70s. But maybe Tsunade could have lived to be over 100 years old. It would be too serious to reduce 1 or 2 years of life at a time. After Yu Ming quit Bai-Hao technique, he talked to Tsunade. Tsunade smiled and said, don't worry, this ninjutsu is a secret technique, how can it be used casually? But Tsunade just noticed that the moment Yu Ming untied the 100 healings mark, the huge amount of chakra that burst out was simply at the level of a tailed beast. You know, Yu Ming has only learned 100 healings mark for a few hours. In a few hours, the amount of chakra stored by Yu Ming has been released and there has been a chakra riot. This level of chakra proves that Yu Ming's own chakra is of the tailed beast level. In the ninja world, chakra has not many ninjas who have reached the level of tailed beasts, even very rare. Hoshigaki Kisame can achieve it, but he relies on shark muscles to absorb chakra to increase his own chakra. Tsunade thought for a while and asked, why do you have so much chakra? I think your chakra has reached the level of a tailed beast. Yu Ming looked at Tsunade with a surprised face. He felt that there was no need to hide the amount of his chakra from Tsunade, so he said, "You are right, my chakra is indeed at the level of a tailed beast. My chakra amount is about the same as that of 9 tails. The amount of chakra is the same. In fact, there is nothing to hide about this kind of thing, as long as a ninja with a perception type can perceive it, even the Hyuga clan can see it with their supercilious eyes." It's just that Yu Ming told the truth, but Tsunade laughed and said, "Do you know how much chakra the 9 tails have? Among the 9-tailed beasts, the chakra has the largest amount and is also the strongest. You alone have 9 tails. Tails level chakra measured, you know, the chakra of Senju Hashirama, which has a very large amount of chakra, is just Naruto's chakra plus a whole 9 tails chakra." It's just that Yu Ming looked at Tsunade very seriously. "Will I lie to you?" Tsunade was originally smiling, but when he saw Yu Ming's expression, he began to check the chakra on Yu Ming's body. When the investigation was clear, Tsunade felt chills all over his body. What a huge chakra. Tsunade couldn't believe that Yu Ming's chakra could be so huge, and this was no longer the chakra of an ordinary tailed beast. Even Tsunade felt that the chakra of 9 tails in Naruto was far from being able to compare with Yu Ming. Looking at Yu Ming, Tsunade said in disbelief, "You have more chakra than 9 tails." Yu Ming shook his head and said, "No, my current chakra is about the same as 9 tails, and the 9 tails on Naruto's body is only half, and I don't know where the other half is, but I only feel that the 9 tails in Naruto's body is absolutely missing half." Tsunade frowned. Half less. Although Tsunade knew that Naruto was the son of the 4th generation, he didn't know what happened to the 9 tails in Naruto's body. The 9 tails in Naruto's body feels that they have been separated in half intentionally, otherwise the complete 9 tails will definitely not be like that in Naruto. In fact, if the entire 9 tails were completely sealed into Naruto's body, he couldn't bear it at all. Even with the blood of the Uzumaki family, a whole 9 tails is still too strong. Naruto did not learn the powerful sealing technique before sealing 9 tails like Uzumaki Mido and Uzumaki 9 tails. Therefore, when 543 sealed the 9 tails into his body, he had extremely strong control. Both Mido and Kushina have the absolute power to suppress 9 tails. It's just that they all kept 9 tails at arm's length, and never thought of using 9 tails' power. Or rather, there was never a settlement with 9 tails like it was after Naruto. They can do 9 tails chakra mode, but not Kurama mode. The two women want to use 9 tails chakra, and what they do is to directly forcibly extract it, instead of needing 9 tails consent. However, it can also be seen from this that the sealing technique of both Mido and Kushina is extremely powerful. Using the sealing technique, 9 tails can be completely suppressed in the body. Even after the vortex Kushina is drawn out of the 9 tails, before dying, the adamantine sealing chains can still be used to lock the 9 tails. This kind of power is what Naruto does not have, so if he bears a whole 9 tails, he will easily go berserk. In fact, even if it is half of 9 tails, Naruto is easy to run away before reaching a settlement with 9 tails. But this situation did not happen to Uzumaki Mido and Uzumaki Kushina. Whirlpool Mido needless to say, but Whirlpool Kushina has never been violent once, so she can live an ordinary life, because the villagers don't even know that she is 9 tails Jinchuriki. Chapter 154 Yu Ming meets Wood Style. 154 330ths. Chapter 154 Yu Ming meets Wood Style. This is also the first time for Tsunade to know about this matter. Only half of 9 tails chakra is already so scary, so how scary would a whole 9 tails be? It's just that Tsunade looked at Yu Ming, so how terrifying it is to have Yu Ming who is comparable to a whole 9 tails chakra. Seeing Tsunade's shocked face, Yu Ming smiled slightly and said, "Don't be so surprised, it's normal, think about First Hokage, my current chakra can't compare with him, there will always be some people who are special." Tsunade looked at Yu Ming and was still shocked. How old was Senju Hashirama to have such a huge chakra? Yu Ming was only 13 years old. I already have a chakra comparable to 9 tails, and Yu Ming is a humanoid tailed beast. Such a monster actually appeared in Konoha, but fortunately it appeared in the wrong place. No wonder you didn't have the slightest feeling of excessive chakra consumption when you used Baihao technique just now, and the chakra stored in just a few hours has already burst out such a terrifying amount of chakra. But don't tell anyone about your body chakra except me, Shizune, don't tell it, or I will kill you. Tsunade showed real murderous intent for the first time when he looked at Shizune. Shizune's heart trembled, and he quickly said, "I can't, Master Tsunade, how can I?" Tsunade put away the murderous aura on his body. Although he hadn't killed anyone for several years, the aura of Tsunade Sannin still exists. What's more, this matter has something to do with Yu Ming, so it is even more impossible for her not to take it seriously. After threatening Shizune, Tsunade began to study the sealing technique with Yu Ming. Shizune also knew that Tsunade didn't mean to target her just now. After all, no matter which village this kind of thing is in, it is the most important and most confidential information in the village. Leaking out will cause extremely serious consequences. And she won't really say it. The whole day passed, and at night, Yu Ming was about to go back, but Tsunade didn't let him go back at all. Pull Yu Ming to sit in the courtyard of the Senju clan and chat. It has to be said that although the Senju clan has declined, the land of the clan is not much smaller than that of the Hyuga clan. Just the house where Tsunade lives is a wooden villa. Sitting in the porch of the house, Tsunade turned to look at Yu Ming. "What else are you hiding from me?" The kind that others know, but I don't know. Yu Ming sat in the corridor with his hands behind his back, looked at the starry sky, and said after a long time, if there is one, it might be the blood succession boundary that I have mastered. Tsunade was stunned for a moment. Blood successor limit. Do you still have blood successor limit? But Yu Ming remembered that Yu Ming was born as a commoner. In Konoha, anyone who has a little bit of secret art has a family, let alone the blood successor boundary. Yu Ming nodded. Well, in fact, there are quite a few people who know about blood succession limit, Mr. Kakashi, Mr. Guy, Mr. Yamato, and Sister Shenyan. Hearing the name Shion, Tsunade didn't seem to have much impression. Who is this Shion? No way, it's normal for the relationship between Tsunade and Yu Ming to be so sensitive now. Yu Ming didn't think there was any problem. Azuki Shion, a ninja from Anbu, I saved her when I was a child, so our relationship is pretty good, and she helped me a lot afterwards. Actually, I didn't have any blood successor boundaries at first, but later she and Mr. Yamato got a secret art scroll that integrated blood successor boundaries when performing tasks. I tried for several years to integrate except one blood successor boundary. Hearing Yu Ming's explanation, Tsunade nodded. She is not an unreasonable woman. After knowing the relationship between Yu Ming and her, Tsunade turned her attention to Yu Ming's own fusion of blood succession boundary. Did you fuse the blood successor boundary yourself? Are you crazy? Merging the blood successor boundary is very dangerous, and you may even die if you don't pay attention. Yu Ming said with a smile, I prefer to take this kind of risky thing, which is more interesting. Tsunade didn't want to ask these questions anymore. She had seen Yu Ming's horror during this time. Anything can be mastered as soon as you get started, and you can master it very well. It took several years for Yu Ming to master the fusion of blood successor boundary, which is enough to show how difficult it is. Tsunade asked curiously, what blood succession limit did you merge? Yu Ming paused for a moment, and then quickly sealed, wood-style wood-clone technique, with both hands. Under Tsunade's shocked face, a Dao clone appeared beside Yu Ming. Tsunade found that he couldn't tell whether he was shadow clone or not. This is the power of wood-style's avatar. Unless the strength is particularly strong, and the opponent is very familiar, it is possible to recognize it. Yu Ming waved his hand, and the wood-style avatar turned into a piece of wood. Yu Ming laughed and said, now you know the limit of my blood successor. Tsunade nodded. Looking at Yu Ming was like looking at another monster. Is this really you who fused it? Yu Ming nodded. My wood-style ninjutsu is still learned from Mr. Yamato. Of course, I learned it secretly. At that time, he didn't know that I had integrated wood-style. Then when he used wood-style ninjutsu, I learned it secretly. A few tricks. However, I completed an S-level mission before. Third Hokage asked me to choose an S-level ninjutsu from the sealed book, and I wrote down several wood-style ninjutsu of First Hokage in the sealed book. Actually, didn't I tell you before? I also know about Impure World Reincarnation, and I learned it from the Book of Sealing. Although this matter was indeed not glorious, Yu Ming didn't feel that there was anything bad to say. Anyway, the third generation is dead now. Tsunade looked at Yu Ming, smiled wryly and said, since that's the case, there is also my grandfather's wood-style ninjutsu in the secret room. If you need it, you can also take a look inside to see what ninjutsu you haven't learned. Yu Ming nodded. Tsunade looked at Yu Ming, and blamed, you didn't watch wood-style for the first time in the secret room, but the sealing technique. Are you worried that I will find out that you know wood-style? Tsunade looked at Yu Ming seriously. Looking at Tsunade in this state, Yu Ming knew what she was thinking, nothing more than blaming Yu Ming for not trusting her. But there was Nuo Jiaohao Shizun there at the time, so he naturally didn't want to talk about it. Yu Ming smiled wryly and said, at that time, I hadn't figured out how to tell you. After all, normal people don't quite believe that a person born as a commoner would be able to wood-style. If others find out, then I guess I can only be a traitor. It was only after Yu Ming finished speaking that Tsunade glared at Ming and said, how dare you? Then Tsunade said, with me here, who would dare to make you a traitor? Seeing Tsunade's firm words, Yu Ming knew what Tsunade was thinking. She was really on her side, but that's right, it would be strange if she wasn't on Yu Ming's side. After all, the relationship between the two, as long as Yu Ming didn't betray Konoha, she would naturally be on Yu Ming's side. And there is no need for Yu Ming to betray Konoha, because there is no reason enough for Yu Ming to betray Konoha. Before Yu Ming was strong, the reason why he kept a low profile was because he just wanted to stay in Konoha peacefully. If you don't agree with each other, you will be a traitor, and Yu Ming is definitely not that kind of person. Chapter 155 There is actually a Mangekyo Sharingan. 155 330ths. Chapter 155 There is actually a Mangekyo Sharingan. What's more, now that his woman is the 5th Hokage, he has no idea of being a traitor. In fact, even if Yu Ming is a traitor now, it is estimated that Tsunade will not want to arrest her. Given how much Tsunade cares about Konoha, it is Tsunade's greatest love to be able to make Yu Ming a traitor. You know, she even sacrificed herself for the sake of the village, and let her betray the village, even if she was really willing. She was absolutely ashamed. Yu Ming felt that it was really foolish to insist on making his own woman do this kind of thing for him. Yu Ming smiled and put one arm around Tsunade's waist. Tsunade flushed slightly, but she didn't refuse, because Yu Ming seldom took the initiative, and she took the initiative several times before. Yu Ming looked at Tsunade and said with a smile, actually, I still have a blood inheritance limit, but if I say it, you will definitely be scared to death. Tsunade was stunned. What else could scare her to death? Didn't you say you only know one kind? Yu Ming smiled and said, I lied to you. Tsunade was a little angry, and twisted Yu Ming's waist. How dare you lie to me? But I didn't use any force. If I really used force, with Tsunade's strength, I probably don't want this piece of meat. Yu Ming smiled, casually and suddenly looked at Tsunade seriously, and lifted the seal of both eyes. A burst of pupil force struck. Tsunade was completely dumbfounded, looking into Yu Ming's eyes. How is this possible? Is this also the blood succession limit of your fusion? Yu Ming showed his Sharingan. And also Mangekyo Sharingan. This belongs to the organ-specific blood inheritance boundary, not the attribute blood inheritance boundary, and it cannot be obtained by the fusion of the attribute chakra. Tsunade is clear. Yu Ming closed Mangekyo Sharingan again. To prove that this pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, he can close and open at any time, these eyes belong to him completely. Tsunade even wondered if Yu Ming belonged to the Uchiha family. If Yu Ming really belongs to the Uchiha clan, wouldn't she be with the Uchiha clan? This is too magical, right? Tsunade has no opinion on the Uchiha clan, but she is curious about how Yu Ming survived the Uchiha clan's extermination. Yu Ming stared blankly at Tsunade, knowing what she was thinking, and smiled. What are you thinking? I got these eyes on the day when the Uchiha family was exterminated. BGFD. I'm not from the Uchiha family. Tsunade was stunned for a moment. Also, she had checked Yu Ming's life experience, and even looked up the dolls of previous generations of their family. Really think Tsunade, one of the Sannins, is really casually with a guy. She has already found out Yu Ming's family background. The Yu Ming family has nothing to do with the Uchiha clan, and of course they have nothing to do with the other big families. They are completely civilian ninjas. It's just that Yu Ming's Sharingan, or Mangekyo Sharingan, is too weird. Why would he, a commoner ninja, have a Mangekyo Sharingan? Tsunade asked his own doubts. Then why do you have the Sharingan? Even the Uchiha clan may not be able to open the Sharingan. You have already opened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Yu Ming smiled and said, different from wood style, Sharingan belongs to a special attribute of my physique. I felt it when I came out of the Hyuga clan on the day when the Uchiha clan was wiped out. I found that Anbu's ninja surrounded the Uchiha clan, and there was a strong smell of blood inside. I knew something happened to the Uchiha clan. I sneaked into it, and saw the dead bodies of the Uchiha clan all over the street, and most importantly, the eyes that opened their eyes were all gouged out. After that, I sneaked into Sasuke's house and found that Sasuke's parents were also killed, but their eyes were not taken out. Maybe Uchiha Itachi didn't want to take out his parents' eyes. When I checked Sasuke's father's eyes, I suddenly found that my eyes and his eyes were connected by a mysterious force, and then an extremely powerful pupil power in his eyes turned into a red chakra and connected to me after a long time. After the red chakra disappeared, my eyes opened Sharingan, and it was still Mangekyo Sharingan. Yu Ming recounted what happened that day. It's just that Yu Ming omitted some details. At the beginning, I was discovered by Uchiha Itachi just after I absorbed and played Sasuke's father's Sharingan. Later, I escaped with the help of the Sharingan of the two flower tubes. That's why I got this pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. I think Sasuke's father was going to give this pair of Mangekyo Sharingan to Uchiha Itachi or Sasuke, so he put a secret technique in his Sharingan. I'm not very clear. That's how I got these eyes in the first place. Or because of my special constitution, I can absorb the opponent's pupil power to open the Sharingan. Yu Ming guessed wildly, and what Yu Ming said made Tsunade stunned. It was so amazing that Tsunade even thought it was fake. But Yu Ming showed himself Sharingan, and it was still Mangekyo Sharingan, which means that he didn't need to hide it from himself at all. And Tsunade also believed in Yu Ming. It's just that Tsunade really couldn't imagine what kind of coincidence it was that caused Yu Ming to encounter such a thing. Yu Ming laughed and said, actually, the illusion I cast on you that day was an S-level illusion, but it can only be cast with the assistance of Mangekyo Sharingan. Tsunade remembered that illusion was really very real. But thinking of this, Tsunade looked at Yu Ming and said, in the future, don't use these eyes until the worst time, they are too sensitive now. Hearing this, Tsunade was still worried about himself, and Yu Ming was relieved. He made the right bet, and Tsunade would definitely hide it from himself. This is also the reason why Yu Ming chose Tsunade. Although he is old, he also understands the importance of the matter. Yu Ming laughed and said, actually, whether it is wood style or Sharingan, it needs a lot of chakra to be able to play it out. Otherwise, even if you master these two powerful blood succession limits, you still can't show your due strength. Quote. For example, Mr. Yamato knows wood style, but it is completely different from first generation's wood style. First generation's wood style can suppress tailed beasts, but Mr. Yamato's wood style can't do it at all. Similarly, it is also because I have a large amount of chakra that I can use wood style and Mangekyo Sharingan very well. Otherwise, it is not very useful for me to obtain these two blood inheritance limits. Tsunade nodded. Well, for a ninja, the amount of chakra is very important. However, your physique is quite special. You have a 9 tails chakra at the age of 13. Even if my grandfather was at your age, I am afraid that it is impossible to have such a huge chakra. Chapter 156 The Background of the Senju Clan. 156 330ths. Chapter 156 The Background of the Senju Clan. After talking with Tsunade, Yu Ming smiled and said, okay, I should go back too. Just when Yu Ming got up, Tsunade grabbed Yu Ming and said with a smile, "Let's rest here today." Yu Ming looked at the night. Tsunade then said, "You have Flying Thunder God technique, what are you afraid of?" Yu Ming thinks about it too. So he rested here at Tsunade. Early the next morning, Yu Ming returned to his room using the Flying Thunder God technique. This is to not be discovered by others. After all, this period is quite sensitive. Tsunade wants to promote himself as a Jonin and at the same time make himself her Hokage guard. But Yu Ming really didn't do anything yesterday, before he turned 16, the last step he won't go out at all. This is also Yu Ming's bottom line. It wasn't that Yu Ming didn't want to go out, and it wasn't that Tsunade didn't allow it. It was because Yu Ming didn't think well about whether he could take responsibility. He and Tsunade are not just playing around, so Yu Ming still has his own concerns. But Tsunade really likes to take the last step with Yu Ming, and she can naturally see Yu Ming's hesitation. That's why she took the initiative, otherwise, with her character, only others will chase after her. But it is precisely because of this that Tsunade treats Yu Ming so well. In the next 5 days, Yu Ming seemed to disappear in the village, and he could not be found in the village. Naruto, little Sakura, Hinata and Ino, even Anko and Azuki Yugao couldn't find him. During the past few days, he spent the day in the secret room of the Senju family reading the information inside. The information in the secret room of the Senju family is more precious than anything to Yu Ming. Because of Yu Ming's strength, now he studies things more for his own hobbies. It's like staying up late to play games. Yu Ming's hobby is learning ninjutsu, learning some weird ninjutsu, sealing technique and illusion, and even medical ninjutsu. And at night, Ming stayed in Tsunade's room to rest. Occasionally Yu Ming would chat with Tsunade at night, but most of the time, he studied in the secret room. Because the heritage of the Senju clan is indeed too deep, Yu Ming seemed to have discovered a golden mountain, and wanted to finish reading the information in the secret room. Among them are not only ninjutsu, but also a lot of secrets about the ninja world, as well as some secrets about the results of the battle. All in this secret room. This is the foundation of the big family. Before Yu Ming wanted to find a volume of material that could be compared with the material of the Senju family's secret room, it was possible to do it through various means. For example, the secret art that merged with the blood successor limit was obtained by accident when Yamato and Azuki Shion performed a mission. The secret art method is actually not very clever, but fortunately, Yu Ming's ability is relatively strong. The errors and redundant parts were tested out. This is also the reason why it took Yu Ming several years to integrate the wood-style blood succession limit. In the secret room of the Senju family, there is information about this, but it is very detailed, and it is many times more subtle than the secret technique obtained by Yu Ming. Yu Ming felt that if he followed the method of fusing blood successor boundary in the Chamber of Secrets, he could fuse wood style within a year. Of course, it is because of his special physique and strong learning ability that he can succeed. The method of the Senju family is very subtle, but for so many years, except for Senju Hashirama, there is no Senju family ninja who has mastered wood style, which has already shown that not everyone can do it. Even the food is delivered by Tsunade himself. But every time he saw Yu Ming reading a book in the secret room with a serious face, Tsunade felt a little distressed. I don't know why, but she always feels distressed. After all, Ming hasn't gone to bed early for several days. Fortunately, Yu Ming's physique is very good, otherwise, he would not be able to withstand it. On the 5th day, it happened that Tsunade became the 5th Hokage ceremony. Tsunade originally didn't intend to disturb Yu Ming. Anyway, he's just a genin, it doesn't matter if he goes or not. But just when Tsunade was about to go to the Hokage building, Yu Ming had already appeared at the door of the Senju family. Tsunade and Shizune were stunned when they saw Yu Ming. Tsunade came to his senses, walked over, and said calmly, "Actually, you don't need to come out." Yu Ming laughed and said, "Today is the day when Master Tsunade succeeds the 5th Hokage, how can I not go? I'll send you to the Hokage building." Tsunade froze for a moment, After Yu Ming finished speaking, he began to mobilize the chakra on his body, and the next moment, Person E appeared in the Hokage room. The sudden appearance of the three of them stunned all the Jonins in the Hokage room. Ask for flowers. This is time-space ninjutsu, isn't Master Tsunade also no time-space ninjutsu? In the Hokage room, Kakashi, Guy, Asuma Yuhikun, Enko and many other Jonin and special Jonin appear here. Also Jiraiya and 2 Hokage advisors. When Kakashi saw Yu Ming, he smiled, "You've disappeared these days, I thought you were missing." Yu Ming is Kakashi's disciple. Kakashi is very aware of Yu Ming's current strength, and at the same time very proud. Yu Ming explained, "I've been practicing these days, and I just learned medical ninjutsu from Master Tsunade, so I plan to practice hard." Hearing this explanation, Kakashi nodded, "It will be very good for you to be able to advance in medical ninjutsu." Tsunade, who appeared in the Hokage room, immediately changed the gentle attitude towards Yu Ming when he was in the Senju clan. "Seriously, have all the preparations been done?" Jonin, who was in charge of the event, stood up and said, "It's all done, Master Tsunade." Tsunade didn't look at Yu Ming again, and walked in front of all the Jonins very forcefully, saying, "Let's go then." The Tsunade at this time is the Tsunade of one of the Sannin, so haughty and confident. If she had looked at Yu Ming at this time, she would have become stingy instead. Yu Ming is just a genin though. But Tsunade has already talked to the 2 Hokage advisors and the high-level people in the village to promote Yu Ming to Jonin and serve as her Hokage guard. Not surprisingly, the two Hokage advisors and the village's top management agreed on the matter. Because becoming Hokage's Tsunade, this matter is not a problem for her at all. This is her right, she has the right to increase the level of ninjas she is optimistic about and give them higher powers. At the same time, she can also choose her own guards. And the two Hokage guards are both clear of Yu Ming's Grandmaster Flying Thunder God technique, and possess the strength of elite Jonin, which is completely sufficient in terms of strength. As for the age issue, Yu Ming is only a Hokage guard, not a high-level village official, so naturally he doesn't need to worry about it. Moreover, even the third generation is planning to train Yu Ming to become the sixth Hokage, and he personally told the two Hokage guards about this. Naturally, the two Hokage guards had no objections, and even more so did the senior officials of the village. Chapter 157 There is a mission that requires you. 157 330ths. Chapter 157 There is a mission that requires you. In Fifth Hokage's succession ceremony, Yu Ming is the only genin ninja who can stand on top of the Hokage building and watch Tsunade. The ninjas of the whole Konoha village stand in front of the Hokage building, looking at the Tsunade on the roof. At this time, many ninjas finally saw Tsunade's face clearly, only to find that their Hokage is so young. Isn't she in Jiraiya one of the Sannin? Many ninjas wonder why Tsunade is so young. While Tsunade looked at the ninja below, she didn't wear the Hokage robe, thinking she didn't need it at all. Just wear a Hokage hat. Seen from the side, Tsunade's face is simply perfect. Tsunade looked at the ninja below, very calm, and then slowly took off his hat. Looking down, he said with a smile, "From today onwards, I will manage Konoha, and I am the fifth Hokage, 8-3. As Tsunade finished speaking, the thousands of ninjas standing in front of the Hokage building all cheered. Today, at this time, is the most at ease time since they experienced the Konoha collapse plan. They finally have a Hokage that can hold down the surrounding villages. Yu Ming, who was standing behind Tsunade, smiled slightly. The inauguration ceremony will be over soon. After Tsunade announced himself as the fifth Hokage, the whole village officially entered the rebuilding period. Because the fifth Hokage is one of the Sannin, everyone in the village supports her. After all, Tsunade is not only one of the Sannin, but also the granddaughter of the first generation, a disciple of the third generation, the strongest medical ninja in the ninja world, and even the strongest female ninja in the ninja world. After Fifth Hokage's inauguration ceremony, in the Hokage room, the two Hokage advisors have gone back, but in the Hokage room, there are also Kakashi, Jiraiya, and Asuma and Kurenai Yuji and Guy here. Several ninjas notify Shikamaru and Yu Ming to the Hokage room. One of the two came down from the top of the building, and the other came out from among the ninjas. We came to the Hokage room together. Shikamaru froze for a moment, wondering why Yu Ming was standing on the roof of the Hokage building. Although he knew that Yu Ming was very strong, he really didn't understand why Yu Ming was qualified to stand on the top of the building. After the two greeted each other, they entered the Hokage house. Standing in front of Tsunade, there are several serving Jonin of Konoha beside him. Tsunade looked at the two and said, "The two of you are the best performers in the previous Chunin exams, and you are also the ninjas recognized by third Hokage, so starting today, I will promote the two of you to become Chunin. I hope you two can make persistent efforts and work harder. Becoming a Chunin means that you will become the leader of the team in the future." That's right, in Ninja Village, Chunin is already the leader of the team. It's not necessary to have Jonin, otherwise there are tens of thousands of ninjas in a big ninja village. How can there be so many Jonin? Becoming a Chunin means becoming a team leader in the future. Shikamaru was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that he lost all the Chunin exams and finally became a Chunin. It can be said that among the people who became Chunin this time, both of them are the most controversial. Shikamaru lost in the final, although the third generation said that in this Chunin exam, winning does not necessarily mean becoming a Chunin, and losing does not necessarily mean that one cannot become a Chunin. But if you lose, you lose. Although Shikamaru actually won the game. But judging from the results, he did lose. And Yu Ming was even more controversial. He basically didn't take part in the second exam, and he entered the arena with Sasuke and the others. In the knockout round of the third exam, I even entered the final by directly. After that, I didn't participate in the final at all. Tsunade and Orochimaru attacked Orochimaru and the game was terminated. In the end, no one saw how strong Yu Ming really was. But from the very beginning, third Hokage explained the rules of the competition, so although some people were a bit puzzled, no one objected. After all, this is Hokage's business, and all the Jonin and some Chunin in Day know that Yu Ming's strength does not need to be questioned at all. After Tsunade finished speaking, he looked at Yu Ming and said seriously, "Yu Ming, because you participated in the Cholera Ninja besieging the Land of Grass, stopped a tragedy, and completed an S-level mission, so now you are specially promoted for the special Jonin, and serve as Hokage guard." Hearing this, Shikamaru was stunned. It turns out that the S-level mission this guy participated in was to participate in the matter of the Country of Grass. Shikamaru knew that Yu Ming had participated in the S-level mission, but he didn't know what the S-level mission was. However, Yu Ming was directly promoted to a special Jonin and became a Hokage guard. How much does 5th Hokage trust Yu Ming? The people who become Hokage's guards are all chosen by Hokage himself, which means that the people she chooses must be the people she trusts the most. And how did Yu Ming become Tsunade's most trusted person? Shikamaru was very curious. Yu Ming nodded very calmly, "I will try my best to protect Master Hokage." At this time, Yu Ming did not show any intimacy with Tsunade, and was very calm. The same goes for Tsunade. He didn't show any special concern for Yu Ming. So no one sees anything. Kakashi and others also know that Yu Ming has now learned medical ninjutsu from Tsunade, and is regarded as Tsunade's disciple, so it is normal for Tsunade to promote him to a special Jonin and become his own guard. The news that Yu Ming became a special Jonin and Shikamaru became a Chunin quickly spread among the students in the same class. Naruto is not surprised, he thinks Yu Ming has this ability. Sasuke didn't have any objections, let alone little Sakura. She had seen Yu Ming use the Flying Thunder God technique with her own eyes, and killed them without killing them. Yu Ming must have Jonin's strength. It's just that they don't understand at all, although Yakushi Kabuto told them before the Chunin exam, but after that Yu Ming really didn't show much experience that Jonin should have. After becoming Tsunade's guard, 1.6 Yu Ming left the 7th squad and followed Tsunade every day. But generally he spends most of his time studying the books of the Senju clan in Hokage's library. After becoming a Hokage guard, Tsunade gave him access to the Hokage library. Inside, Yu Ming can not only see many secrets of the Senju family, but also many secrets of other families. However, there will not be any ones that really involve family secrets. After a few months like this, Yu Ming read about 1/3 of the books in Hokage's library. And learned a lot of sealing techniques and a lot of ninjutsu. On this day, when Yu Ming was reading a book in the secret room of the Senju clan, Tsunade walked in. Looking at Yu Ming, he said, "There is a task for you to complete." Chapter 158 Becoming the Leader Jonin. 158 330ths. Chapter 158 Becoming the Leader Jonin. Yu Ming raised his head and looked at Tsunade, a little curious. What mission? It's definitely not an easy task for Tsunade to get Yu Ming to attend in person. Tsunade sighed and said, "In the land of the water country, a group of people appeared. They are all rebels from Konoha, and they want to assassinate the daimyo of the water country. Now there is mutual distrust between the country of water and Kuritiker, so the country of water entrusts us Konoha to get rid of these traitors." Yu Ming froze for a moment, then let some ninjas deal with it. Tsunade sat in front of Yu Ming, and said helplessly, "Because there are about a dozen people in that group of rebels, and there is one Jonin among them. If you want to wipe them out, you need at least one Jonin to be in charge. But now everyone in Konoha's Jonin is performing tasks outside. During this time, Konoha's tasks have piled up a lot. The only person Konoha can transfer out is you." Yu Ming nodded. Yes. As Konoha's special Jonin, Yu Ming should have many tasks, but Tsunade made Yu Ming a Hokage guard. Strictly speaking, Yu Ming does not need to perform tasks. It's just that Konoha is really short of manpower now. The previous Konoha collapse plan caused Konoha to lose half of its ninjas. Although mostly some genin and Chunin 16. But it also caused Konoha's vitality to be severely injured, and his strength reached the bottom of history. In other words, since the Nine Tails Rebellion, Konoha's strength has been weakening. The Nine Tails Rebellion also caused the death of a large number of Konoha ninjas, including many Jonin, and then the Uchiha clan was wiped out. You know, the Uchiha clan is also a very powerful force in Konoha. There are more than a dozen Jonin and special Jonin alone. After that came the Konoha collapse plan. Konoha lost half of the ninjas again. Directly let Konoha's strength reach the worst level in history. If Tsunade hadn't returned to serve as 5th Hokage, Konoha would definitely be besieged by the surrounding villages. Sannin's name is quite deterrent. As for the many tasks that were backlogged before, all the Jonins that Konoha could send out have now been sent out to perform tasks. Kakashi was so busy that he connected 3 or 4 S-level missions during this time. You know, for high-risk missions such as S-level missions, it is not bad for a Jonin to have 1 or 2 every year. In just a few months now, Kakashi has executed 3 or 4 in a row. I don't even have time to take the 7th class. Not only the Kakashi class, but also the Asuma class, the Yuhirin class and even the Gai class. It's all Genin's own combination to complete C-level or D-level tasks. Jonins are all sent out to perform B-level or A-level tasks. Elite Jonins like Kakashi are really used as livestock. They have taken 3 or 4 S-level tasks in a few months. This kind of thing has never happened before. It will only appear when the war is most critical. But now there is really no one to use Konoha. Not to mention Jonin, even Chunin has been transferred out a lot. After hearing Yu Ming's agreement without hesitation, Tsunade smiled and said, "Very well, I will match you with 3 Genins. Although the number of Genins is much smaller than the opponents, I believe that with your strength, you can definitely defeat them. Although there are more than a dozen people in the rebellious ninja gang in the country of water, including some Chunin and even a Jonin, but Tsunade believes that with Yu Ming's strength, they can solve them all. The 3 Genins are all for Yu Ming to lead them to gain knowledge and train them by the way." Although Yu Ming didn't need any assistance, after thinking about it, he understood what Tsunade meant, so he didn't say anything. Follow Tsunade to the Hokage room. The two suddenly appeared in the Hokage room using the Flying Thunder God technique. As soon as he appeared in the Hokage room, Yu Ming saw Hinata, Ino and Shino standing in the Hokage room waiting. The appearance of Yu Ming and Tsunade stunned all 3 of them. Master Hokage. Seeing Yu Ming, Hinata jumped up and hugged Yu Ming's arm. Yu Ming. The voice was so loud that Yu Ming frowned, while Tsunade had no expression on the surface. But from the slight trembling of her brows, it could be seen that she was a little upset. After Yu Ming held Ino down, he smiled and said, "My partners this time are you guys." Hinata looked at Yu Ming, blushed slightly, lowered her head and said, Mr. Yu Ming, I heard that you have become a Jonin. Just special Jonin. Yu Ming laughed. But this time because the village Jonin is short of manpower, I will take you to participate in this mission. This is an A-level mission. In fact, the A-level task should not be completed by them, but Yu Ming is there, so Tsunade is relieved to hand over this task to them. Ino, Hinata, and Shino, who had been silent all this time, frowned. A-level task is indeed a difficult task. They're not Naruto, well aware of how dangerous mission levels can be. After Tsunade explained the task to be completed this time to the three of them, he looked at the three of them. This time, Yu Ming took you to participate in this task. Although I know you are from the same class, but Yu Ming's strength and ability they are far superior to you, I hope you can follow his command on this mission. Ino and Hinata laughed. Yeah. Shino nodded silently. Shino is different from others. But to say that his strength is indeed very strong. Chunin's strength is definitely there now. And very calm. It's just that the sense of presence has not been very strong before. Fortunately, none of the three are Naruto Sasuke's type. Hinata and Ino know Yu Ming's strength is very strong, so it's normal to be the leader Jonin. Jinai also rationally analyzed that only Yu Ming and Shikamaru became Chunin this time, especially after Yu Ming was upgraded to Chunin, he was immediately upgraded to a special Jonin. It can be seen that in the eyes of Jonin, Yu Ming's strength is absolutely 123 with Jonin level. Coupled with the sense of coercion that Yu Ming released during the first Chunin exam last time, he knew that at that time, Yu Ming possessed the strength of Jonin. Because he uses insect technique, he can feel the fear of Yu Ming from the feeling of insects. So Jinai also approves of Yu Ming becoming the team leader Jonin. After receiving the task order from Tsunade, Yu Ming left Konoha with the three of them. Standing in the Hokage room, Tsunade looked at Yu Ming and the others who were walking towards the entrance of Konoha village, and frowned. After you complete this mission, and take a few more S-level missions, I can promote you to Jonin. Yu Ming, you are destined to become a great ninja like my grandfather. I hope you can use your achievements and missions to stop other people's mouths. Tsunade will not promote Yu Ming to a high level just because she is Hokage. She knows that with Yu Ming's strength, accumulating the amount of tasks is only a matter of time for him, and there is no difficulty at all. And the reason why Hinata, Ino and Shino were arranged for Yu Ming is to strengthen the relationship between Yu Ming and the Hyuga clan, the Aburame clan and the Yamanaka clan. This is very good for him who was born as a commoner. Before Namikaze Minato became the fourth Hokage, he often teamed up with the Aburame clan, the Akamaiki clan, and many big clan ninjas. In fact, it was also an opportunity for third Hokage to give Namikaze Minato a chance to strengthen his connection with the Konoha family. 5LH, Chapter 159, Traces of Rebellion. 159 330ths. Chapter 159, Traces of Rebellion. After Yu Ming took Shino, Hinata and Ino out of the village, they rushed towards the land of water. It would take them more than 10 days to go to the country of water at the fastest speed. Because Yu Ming has never been to the land of water, he can't use the Flying Thunder God technique or teleport ability to rush there. And even if he had left the Flying Thunder God technique spell in the water country, he would not use the Flying Thunder God technique to hurry. This is not something normal people can do. In fact, even if he is unable to use the ninjutsu of Flying Thunder God technique and Mangekyo Sharingan, Yu Ming can still use Lei Shun to drive away to the land of water. It's just that Shino and the three of them couldn't keep up. Using Lei Shunshin, Yu Ming can shorten the time of more than 10 days to a few hours. It took several people more than 5 days to pass through the country of fire and walk to the port from the country of fire to the country of water. For the rest of the time, they need to take a boat to the country of water. After getting on the boat, Yu Ming stood on the deck, looking at the sea level. Stand beside Hinata. Hinata wanted to know what she had been doing during this time. Just don't know how to ask it. Yu Ming looked at Hinata and smiled. Just say what you want to say, Hinata. Hinata blushed slightly, looked up at Yu Ming. Yu Ming, do you have any tasks during this time? Yu Ming thought for a while and said with a smile, I don't have any tasks, I just stay at home. It was only after Yu Ming finished speaking that Hinata muttered, liar, in a low voice. Hinata has been to Yu Ming's house to look for him several times, but he is not there. Yu Ming's hearing is very strong, so when he heard this, he smiled bitterly and said, well, I'm actually practicing. And now I'm Hokage-sama's guard, naturally I follow her most of the time. You didn't find me, just because I hid it better. Of course, it's not appropriate to hide from the Hyuga clan. But Hinata is not all right to keep her eyes open all day. But Hinata still believed Yu Ming's reason. After chatting with Hinata for a while, Yu Ming took her to the cabin. In the cabin, Ino has bought food with the boss of the boat. Looking at the sumptuous food, Yu Ming smiled and said, Ino, you spent a lot. Sitting beside Yu Ming, Ino smiled and said, it's hard to form a team with you, of course it's going to be a trip. Ino has not seen Yu Ming for several months and misses Yu Ming very much. Shino and Hinata also thanked Ino, saying that the meal was obviously worth a lot. It's just that when Yu Ming moved his chopsticks, he felt something was wrong with the food. I looked at Ino, Shino and Hinata and found that they didn't find it at all. Yu Ming chakra checked the food, it was just some drugs. So Yu Ming hoped that even one person among the three could tell, but seeing the three happily eating, Yu Ming was a little disappointed. It seems that I still lack experience. The boss of this ship should be the group of rebellious people. Yu Ming ate all the food calmly. As far as his constitution is concerned, these drugs have no effect on him. After the four of them finished eating, outside the cabin, several sailors on the ship, Yamato, looked at the four of them and laughed. The boatman Yamato and several sailors whispered, "Don't act rashly now, wait until they are completely down before going there. Ninjas are very cunning, don't be fooled easily." Several sailors nodded. These people are ordinary people, so Yu Ming didn't doubt them at first, let alone Shino and the others. By the time Jinao and the others discovered the food problem, they were already exhausted and collapsed. Seeing the three of them, Yu Ming also fell down. 10 minutes after the four of them fell down, the captain of the ship, Yamato, and several sailors dared to enter the cabin. Looking at the four people who fell down, he said with a smile, "What kind of ninjas are just a group of little ghosts? All right, tie them up, remember, tie their hands to prevent them from forming seals. We can send them to Akita for about 5 million taels, 1 jonin, 3 genin, 5 million taels is considered a loss for us. It's just that a few sailors were a little worried, if Konoha knows, will we be retaliated against?" The boss of the boat slapped the sailors under him and scolded, "Are you stupid? Give these people to Akita and the others, and we will leave when we get the money. Akita and the others will definitely kill these people. No one will know that it was us, made. And we get 5 million taels, we just go to another place and go by boat, why stay in the land of fire?" Although 5 million taels is not a high price for ninjas, it is definitely a huge sum of money for boatmen like them who rely on man transportation all year round. You know, even the value of elite jonin like Asuma is only more than 30 million. So as long as the boat boss makes this vote, he doesn't even need to work in this industry, and he can live a good life in other countries. Several sailors nodded, thinking that the boss of the ship was right. Just when they were about to tie up Yu Ming and others, Yu Ming who was lying on the ground disappeared. It is not good for the boat boss to see you disappearing. Just as he was about to run out of the cabin, a short sword was placed around his neck. The cold blade made the boss of the boat tremble all over. Although Yu Ming stood behind him, he didn't dare to turn around to look at it. Puff! Hearing the voice from behind, the boss of the boat knew that several of his men had been killed. He became even more nervous. "Ninja, Lord Ninja, spare me, I will tell you all the information I know, please spare my life." Yu Ming asked calmly, "Who is Akita?" Hearing this, the boss of the boat knew that Yu Ming had heard their conversation just now. The boss of the boat regretted it now. He was so mean, why did he say this? If he doesn't say it, he can lose it completely. Now it is estimated that if he does not tell the truth, he will definitely be killed by Yu Ming. Feeling the coldness on the neck, even a little pain, blood dripping down the blade. The sharp short sword has cut the neck of the boss of the ship. Yu Ming didn't even move, but the blade was too sharp, so the boat boss Qian Dejiao moved a little by himself and got cut. But even though it was painful, he didn't dare to resist. He said, "Akita is the leader of the ninja gang in the water country. He was the ninja of Konoha before, and he was also jonin." Yu Ming then asked, "How many people under his command, and what level of ninja are they?" Hearing this question, the boat boss hesitated for a while. "Master Ninja, I don't know, I'm just a boat runner, where, Before the boat boss could speak, one of his arms fell off. Blood spurted out, and the boss of the boat knelt on the ground with a grim face, clutching his broken arm. Blood was scattered all over the floor, and the short sword was placed around his neck again, and Yu Ming's calm and cold voice came over, "I don't want to ask a third time." The boss of the boat was sweating, but he resisted the severe pain in his arm, gritted his teeth and said sentence by sentence, "There are 15 people in Akita's organization, there are about 5 Chunin, 9 Genin, and Akita is jonin." Chapter 160 Hinata's Rolling Eyes. 160-330ths. Chapter 160 Hinata's Rolling Eyes. Because he was worried that Yu Ming would lose his other arm again, the boss of the boat continued to say, "They issued a reward, as long as the Konoha shinobi from the land of fire go to the land of water. As long as they can be tied to Akita, Akita will a bounty of 500,000 taels for a genin and 3.5 million taels for a jonin." Hearing what the boat boss said, Yu Ming smiled and said, "This Akita is quite good at mobilizing personnel. Because Kurigakure and the country of water have been closed to the outside world for a long time, basically, as long as you go to the country of water from Konoha, you are basically going to destroy them. Basically 99% of them are like this. Because Konoha has no communication with Fire Nation, Water Nation and Kurigakure at all. Where is their place?" Hearing this, the boat boss quickly said, "I really don't know about this, all I know is that if you want to claim the bounty, you can go to Beishui village in the land of water to collect it, as long as you hand it over to the people in Beishui village." After listening, Yu Ming probably understood. All right. Hearing Yu Ming's words, the boat boss thought he was saved, but the next one, he felt a pain in his neck, and then lost consciousness. Throw the body of the ship's boss into the sea. 980. After waking up the three of Hinata, Hinata froze for a moment, stood up quickly, pulled out the kunai, looked around, and found that there were only sailors on the ground. And Ino and Shino also frowned and looked around. The cabin was stained red with blood. The three of them frowned at this scene, and looked at Yu Ming together. Yu Ming put away the short sword and said calmly, "They want to hand us over to the ninja gang we are going to destroy this time. Hurry up and memorize the faces of these ninjas, and then use the transformation technique. This time, we will go directly to Beishui village to inquire about them. I have learned enough information from the boss of the ship, but your vigilance is still too low. When buying food, you should be careful. The three of them were a little embarrassed by Yu Ming's words. In fact, Yu Ming didn't notice the actions of these people at first, because they were all ordinary people, but when he saw the food, he kept an eye out and checked whether there was any problem with the food. In fact, the drug they use is very low level, even if it is not Yu Ming, Hinata and Shino and the others can try it out. It's just that they don't have the idea. But the most important thing now is to complete this task. Yu Ming released several shadow clone techniques. Make shadow clone use transformation technique to turn into Hinata and the others. The reason why Yu Ming didn't become these sailors himself was because he wanted them to exercise their camouflage ability. Otherwise, Yu Ming can transform everyone and complete these tasks by himself, and there is no need for the three of them to participate. It's just that this is not enough. In addition to completing the task this time, as a team leader Jonin, Yu Ming needs to let these three people learn some experience. The three of them felt ashamed and used the transformation technique to become several sailors, while Yu Ming became the boss of the ship. And Yu Ming's 4 shadow clone became their appearance. Ino laughed and said, "Yu Ming, you can actually separate out so many shadow clone, it's really amazing." In fact, even if it is Jonin, usually only 2 shadow clones are the limit, because shadow clone has to divide chakra equally. If Jonin divides chakra too many times, there will be a lot less chakra, and the spirit will not be able to hold on. After several people got ready, they drove the boat towards Beishui village. Because they have a map of the country of water, if not, they don't even know where to go. So it can be seen from the map, the location of Beishui village. After sailing at sea for more than 6 days, Yu Ming and others rushed to Beishui village as quickly as possible. Just when he entered the village, Yu Ming saw that the village was actually deep in the mountains. Among the dense woods, there is a small village, which is very secret. Standing on the mountain and looking at Beishui village BGFE below, Ino complained, "Why do these people choose to trade here? Can this village really get 5 million taels? This is equivalent to the reward for 5S level missions." Although killing a Jonin is worth more than this, the environment of this village makes Ino question whether they can spend 5 million taels. Yu Ming said calmly, "It's not like they take it. When you enter it, be careful to pretend to be like those sailors, otherwise you will be exposed, and don't act rashly. We need to know the location of Akita and the others through the people who come to connect, you know." Hinata and Shino nodded, and Ino smiled and said, "Well, Yu Ming, you can rest assured as much as possible for me." Yu Ming glanced at Ino and thought to himself, "I'm just worried about you the most." Among the three, although Hinata and Shino don't talk much, they are much more reliable and stronger than Ino. But this is also a kind of training. Yu Ming will not give Ino too many hints, and many things need to be understood by himself. Bringing Hinata and others who were transformed by shadow clone using transformation technique, Yu Ming and the others headed towards Beishui village. In fact, among these 3 people, if you want to say who is the most important to them, it is definitely not Yu Ming, because they don't know Yu Ming very well, and the most important person to them should be Hinata. Hinata is a member of the main family. Her white eyes are the biggest temptation for Akita and the others, especially when Akita is still Konoha's rebel. After walking for more than 10 minutes with a few shadow clones, they finally came to this small village. There are very few people in the village. There are only about 100 people, and only 30 or so houses. Walking into this village, no one searched or anything. Yu Ming asked the boss for many details. So I walked into the village calmly and walked directly towards the izakaya in the village. Here's where they trade. On the way, some villagers looked at Yu Ming and the others strangely. Both curious and somewhat angry. Yu Ming didn't know why. Looking at the eyes of these people, even the 3 of Ino felt a little flustered. But Yu Ming patted the shoulders of the 3 of them and smiled slightly. After seeing Yu Ming's gesture, the 3 finally calmed down a bit. It's just that the surrounding atmosphere is actually a bit dignified. Yu Ming imitated the character of the boss of the boat, and led a few people into the izakaya. In the izakaya, there are not many people, only about a dozen people. The owner at the counter was almost asleep. Yu Ming walked to the counter and knocked on the table. It's in stock, 3 small ones and 1 big one. The boss at the counter looked at the 4 people who were being helped, and smiled. "You old thing is okay, but you even tied up this kind of thing. Wait, that kid is from the Hyuga clan, right?" Seeing Hinata changing from shadow clone, the counter boss was stunned. The Hyuga clan is a pair of white eyes even if they don't use white eyes. It's easy to see. Chapter 161 Cloud Shinobi Ninja, Samui. 161 330ths. Chapter 161 Cloud Shinobi Ninja, Samui. The boss's reaction instantly made all the guests in the izakaya look up. Yu Ming was stunned for a moment. Hyuga clan. Who cares what clan she is, just give me the money. Hearing this, the owner of the tavern smiled happily. Yu Ming didn't know the Hyuga clan, so he didn't take the opportunity to raise money, which is a good thing. But 5 million is indeed not a small amount, the tavern owner said with a smile. "Wait a minute, I will contact the boss first." As he spoke, he walked behind the counter, not knowing what he was doing. At this time, Yu Ming activated his perception ability, noticed what kind of ninjutsu the boss seemed to be using, and notified their boss. And many of the guests in the tavern are actually ninjas. Although this is just a remote mountain village, it is the main road to the country of water. Seeing the ninja who kept looking at him in the tavern, Yu Ming frowned and said in a low voice to a few sailors around him, "Be careful and eat black people." Hearing Yu Ming's words, several sailors surrounded Hinata and others. But Yu Ming was still among the guests and saw a familiar face. Samui of Cloud Shinobi Village, Yu Ming thought to himself, this guy appears here, it seems that the daimyo of the Country of Water also hired Cloud Shinobi Village, I'm afraid he doesn't trust Konoha's ability. Because of the policy of the Village of Blood Mist before, a lot of rebellion appeared in Kurigakure, and Kisame also assassinated the daimyo, so the daimyo doesn't trust the current Kurigakure. In fact, Terumi-Mei has taken over Kurigakure now, but before Kurigakure betrayed and assassinated the daimyo of the Water Country, the daimyo didn't trust Kurigakure very much. In this world, the daimyo manages the affairs outside of Ninja Village, although they cannot intervene in the affairs of Ninja Village. But Ninja Village also needs the approval of the daimyo if it wants enough military expenditure. Otherwise, it can only be the same as Sunagakure. The daimyo's military expenditures for Sunagakure are constantly being cut. After all, daimyo can hire ninja villages from other countries. It's like the daimyo of the Country of Water now hires Konoha's ninja. But this time, the daimyo of the Country of Water not only hired Konoha, but also hired Cloud Shinobi Village, but did not hire Kurigakure's ninja. It is estimated that the last assassination left too deep an impression on him. Samui is Jonin of Cloud Shinobi Village, and his strength is still very strong. The two ninjas under her command, Omoi and Karui, were recognized by Yu Ming at a glance by their different skins. During this period, they were only 12 or 13 years old. I didn't expect that Cloud Shinobi Village would send them here. Samuel is an elite Jonin. It seems that he received an S-level mission from Cloud Shinobi Village. Task ratings vary from village to village. Konoha has sent Yu Ming, which obviously couldn't satisfy the daimyo of the Land of Water, because Yu Ming was too young, and he was only a special Jonin. And Samuel is a Jonin, a standard Jonin, and can even reach the strength of an elite Jonin. After all, someone who can fight Jinyinjao in the 4th generation ninja war, and has a calm personality. In terms of strength, it is estimated that he has reached the level of elite Jonin. She is 1 or 2 years younger than Kakashi, and she is about 24 years old now. In the past, Yu Ming always thought that she was about the same age as him, but after he got some information about Sam Yi, he found that she was actually 24 years old. She is about the same age as Azuki Shion, but her strength is much stronger than Azuki Shion. However, Cloud Shinobi Village sent her here, which is enough to show that Cloud Shinobi Village has a clear understanding of this group of people. Akita is Yi's rebellious ninja. In his 40s, his strength has reached the level of Jonin, and if combat experience is counted, he can reach the level of elite Jonin. And there are 5 Chunin to assist. Assassinating the daimyo of the Country of Water, he should really be worried because of his name. However, Yu Ming has analyzed this matter, and it is estimated that Kurigakure directed and acted on his own. He wants to use this incident to make the daimyo regain trust in Kurigakure. It's just that the daimyo didn't ask Kurigakure's guards, but asked Cloud Shinobi Village and Konoha Village to investigate this matter. And in this izakaya, there are also a few Kurigakure ninjas, but they are all genin and chunin, and they should not be sent by Kurigakure. After waiting for a while, the owner of the izakaya came out and said, "Old man, come with me." Yu Ming frowned. "Don't you just give me the money? Why do you want to go in?" Yu Ming showed a common man's distrust of ninjas. The owner of the izakaya smiled. "Don't worry, the money will definitely be given to you, but our boss needs to confirm whether the captured ninja of the Hyuga clan belongs to the main family. Ask for flowers." The 3 of Samyi, who were sitting in the izakaya drinking, frowned. Although Cloud Shinobi Village and Konoha had an enmity because of the Hyuga clan in the past, but now the two villages are not in a state of war. But Samyi also didn't want Konoha's supercilious eyes to fall into the hands of a group of rebels. Just when he was about to make a move, Yu Ming coughed and said, "Then why don't you take her in and have a look? What are we going in for?" The owner of the izakaya smiled and believed that Yu Ming was the boss of the boat. He laughed and said, "Our boss has come all the way, and he also wants to see you, and wants to know whether you belong to them or not." In fact, this group of people really wanted to kill people. They received a reward task of 30 million taels, which was to assassinate the daimyo of the Country of Water. The reason why the task price of assassinating daimyo is so low is because there is no Kurigakure ninja guardian around the daimyo of the Land of Water. Some small ninja villages in the Country of Water sent a few Jonin ninja guards. In the 5 great nations, there are not only 5 great ninja villages, just like the 12 Jonin who guard the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Only Asuma is from Konoha. Therefore, the reason why daimyo can sit on an equal footing with ninja village is that in addition to mastering the financial power, there are many ninja villages and ninja clans who work for him. After all, ninjas are also human beings, and as human beings, their thoughts can be easily grasped. When Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara did not appear in Ninja Village, people who can push a ninja village by themselves, the strength between Ninja Village and daimyo is actually relatively balanced. But now, although the daimyo of the Country of Water has several Jonin guardians, they have limited manpower. If they want to solve the assassination, they need to hire ninjas to get rid of these people. Yu Ming even felt that the name of the Country of Water had already been guessed, and this matter was directed and acted by Kurigakure himself. If this is the case, then the name of the Country of Water is quite stubborn. Yu Ming thought for a while, looked at several people and said, "Come in with me." The owner of the izakaya chuckled. "I thought in my heart, this old guy thinks that if there are many people, he can beat the ninja. It's really stupid. This time they really want to kill the ship boss and swallow these ninjas." Watching the boat boss and the others follow the owner of the izakaya into the backyard. In the backyard, there is also a courtyard 6. Chapter 162 Jonin at the age of 13. 162 330ths. Chapter 162 Jonin at the age of 13. Yu Ming, Hinata and the others followed the boss of the boat all the way to the inside. And Samui in the izakaya frowned. Kurui and Omoi looked at Samui and said, now those Konoha people have been captured, why don't we rescue them? Among them are the Hyuga clan. Now Cloud Shinobi village has not got the supercilious eyes of the Hyuga clan, but because Fourth Raikage has no idea about the supercilious eyes of the Hyuga clan. So they didn't want to take Hinata away, but they didn't want Bayan to fall into the hands of these traitors. Although Samui frowned, he pressed Kurui and Omoi, wait a minute, we need to know where their boss is. They had previously thought that the owner of the izakaya was one of the gang, and now it seems right. Kurui and Omoi were a little worried, but if they wait any longer, they will really succeed. Sammy didn't speak, and the three of them waited here for 3 minutes. Samui nodded. The next moment, the three of them disappeared into the izakaya no Chen. At this time, Yu Ming followed the owner of the izakaya to the backyard. Opening the door, the owner of the izakaya walked in and knelt down in front of a ninja with a knife handle in one eye. Ninja's forehead protector has a scratch. It shows that this person is a traitor. But it's not from Konoha, but from Chongyun village. After the owner of the izakaya spoke a few words to the man, the ninja looked at Hinata. Sure enough, it's supercilious. I just don't know if this guy belongs to the main family or a branch house. Go, lift that guy's forehead hair and let me have a look, the ninja shouted. The owner of the izakaya came to Hinata. Lifting the hair on his forehead, he found that there was no curse mark of branch house. The ninja who was still calm just now stood up immediately, and walked quickly to Hinata. After a careful look, he found that there was really no curse mark of the branch house. Ha ha ha, today's luck is really good. I actually caught a ninja from the Hyuga family. Ha ha ha. If I hand this guy over to the boss will be very happy. Just when this ninja was about to take Hinata away, suddenly a few people rushed in from the window. Puff. The owner of the izakaya was instantly stabbed through the heart by one of them, and blood flowed. And Chunin of Kurigaka realized that it was not good and was about to run away. After being barged in, Sam put a short sword on his neck. If you dare to move, your life will be lost. It turned out that the ninjas who rushed in were the three of Samui. And the person who killed the owner of the izakaya was Karui. The moment the other side slashed at Yu Ming, Hinata, Ino, and Shino who transformed into sailors immediately stepped forward. Shino stretched out his hands. Countless black bugs rushed towards Omoi. And Yu Ming had a calm face. Omoi was overwhelmed by Shino's sudden move, and jumped backwards. And Yu Ming also changed back. Several shadow clones also turned into streaks of smoke. After Yu Ming recovered, Sammy looked at the four of them and frowned, you guys. Kurui and Omoi were also stunned, you were not caught. And Kurigaka Chunin, who had Sammy's knife resting on his neck, was stunned, how could it be that you weren't caught? Ino laughed and said, you were just arrested, and you underestimated us Konoha shinobi. Samui's gaze was on Yu Ming all the time, are you Konoha's Jonin? Samuel was a little skeptical, because Yu Ming looked very young, although judging by his appearance, he was about 6 years old. But Sammy doesn't have any information about Yu Ming. It stands to reason that Cloud Shinobi Village should have information about a young Jonin like Yu Ming. Yu Ming laughed and said, Konoha's special Jonin, Yu Ming, I haven't asked for advice yet. Samuel heard the name, but she had never heard of it. Although Samui was a little confused, he still said, Cloud Shinobi Village Jonin, Samui. I am Omoi, I am Karui. When Samui said his name, Karui and Omoi also said their names. Now Cloud Shinobi Village and Konoha are not hostile, so there is actually no enmity between the two sides. We want to know where the gang's lair is, Yu Ming said. Samui said, but my mission is also this. Yu Ming looked at Samui and said, we can actually do it together. Karui frowned and said, why, people are in our hands. Yu Ming was not angry, but Ino said angrily, but we found this person. If it weren't for you, we would already know where their lair is now, and you haven't even been sure who the owner of the izakaya is. The handover of this group. Hearing what Ino said, Karui waited for her and said, but now he is in our hands, if you have the ability, you can take it back. Now the strength of Kurui and Omoi is in Chunin, even very close to that of Jonin. The two were considered genius ninjas, although they are only about 1 year older than Ino and the others. The strength is much stronger. Especially Ino, she is the weakest player here. And Hinata and Shino are at least not too bad than Karui and Omoi. As for Yu Ming, there is no need to say. Neither Yu Ming nor Samui spoke, watching Ino and Karui sparring. After a while, Yu Ming patted Ino on the shoulder because Karui was said to be in a hurry. Obviously, she is not as good as Ino when it comes to talking. Seeing Yu Ming making a stop, Samui also said calmly, okay, Karui, stop talking. Chunin of Kurigaka was the most uncomfortable being held on the neck by Samui's knife. If you don't pay attention, he will die. Although he has become a traitor, he still cherishes his life. Yu Ming looked at Samui and said, we have a way to let this guy tell where their lair is. Samui pondered for a while, then looked at Yu Ming and asked a completely irrelevant question, how old are you? Yu Ming was stunned for a moment, and then he understood that Samui wanted to find out how old Yu Ming was, so as to determine his talent and status in Konoha. In terms of Yu Ming's current status, the younger he is, the more important his status and importance to Konoha is. The weight of natural speech is heavier. But before Yu Ming could speak, Ino said, Yu Ming is only 13 years old, be afraid, 1.8. Yu Ming looked helplessly at Ino. And Karui, who had been sparring with Ino just now, also shut up, looking at Yu Ming, he couldn't imagine. You are so Jonin at the age of 13. Is Konoha's selection criteria too loose, or are you too fishy? Just now, Yu Ming hadn't made a move, so Karui couldn't believe that Yu Ming was special Jonin when he was only 13 years old. And Samui knew that Yu Ming was very strong. Because neither Karui nor Omoi noticed just now. The foreshadow clone created by Yu Ming used transformation technique. Foreshadow clone, this is not something Chunin can do. At least not something that the average Chunin can do, with Jinchuriki like Naruto being the exception. And Yu Ming is obviously not this kind of person, which also shows that Yu Ming's strength must be at the level of Jonin. At least in terms of chakra and psychic power. Chapter 163 Civilian Ninja, is it comparable to 4th Hokage? 163 330ths. Chapter 163 Civilian Ninja, is it comparable to 4th Hokage? Sammy looked at Yu Ming very calmly. Although your name is not listed in the information of Cloud Shinobi Village, I think, given your age, you should have been promoted to Jonin recently. Ino and Hinata were shocked, not knowing why Samui would know. And Ji now stood on the side with a calm face, ready to attack at any time. Yu Ming looked at Samui calmly. Jonin from Cloud Shinobi Village, it's rare to see such a calm person. Cloud Shinobi Village is indeed martial arts. Among all the muscular men, it is rare for such a calm ninja to appear. Hearing Yu Ming's words, Karui and Omoi became angry. Isn't this calling them Cloud Shinobi? Boy, are you courting death? Karui directly scolded. Yu Ming ignored her at all, but looked at Sam Yi, smiled and said, I have a way to find out the location of their leader, how about we complete this task together? Karui didn't wait for Samui's answer and said, it's a good idea, this person is us. Boom. Before Karui could speak, an extremely strong aura emanated from Yu Ming's body, causing the surrounding air to vibrate violently. The ground under Yu Ming's feet exploded in an instant, and the cracks spread for more than 10 meters. There were nagging cracks in the wood throughout the room. 16 Karui's voice suddenly stopped, looking at Yu Ming's face full of fear. Okay, what a horrible chakra burst, this guy seems strong. Omoi held a samurai sword and stood in front of Samui and Karui, but his head was full of sweat. Nonsense, do you still need to say this? After Yu Ming broke out chakra, even Samui showed a vigilant look, and sweat appeared on his forehead likewise. She also felt that Yu Ming should have some strength just now, but she never thought that it would be so terrifying. She had only seen this kind of chakra outbreak on 4th Raikage. And it's rare to see, and 4th Raikage is a scene that appeared because of the outbreak of lightning-style chakra. And Yu Ming, this is completely the destruction caused by the pure chakra's eruption. This guy's strength is even higher than I imagined. At such a young age, his strength is unfathomable, terrifying guy. Samui also made a defensive move, and Kurigaku's rebellious ninja had already knelt on the ground at this time. Just now when Yu Ming broke out chakra, he knelt on the ground. This chakra is really terrible, he has never seen it before. The strongest ninja he has ever seen is their leader, but the chakra of their leader is not at the same level as the chakra that Yu Ming broke out just now. And Ino, Hinata, and Shino were also stunned by the chakra erupted by Yu Ming at this time. Hinata thought in her heart, it turns out that Mr. Yu Ming is already so powerful. Ino looked at Yu Ming with bright eyes. I didn't expect Yu Ming's strength to be so terrifying and so handsome. Just now, he broke out like chakra, and he looks like a god. The moment Jinai broke out chakra just now, he felt all his bugs shrunk. Sure enough, Yu Ming became Jonin entirely because of his strength, which is too terrifying. This strength is even much stronger than that of Yujihong and Dad. Yu Ming looked at Samui very calmly. Now, can we have a good talk? In Yu Ming's eyes, Mui is also an equal person and a subordinate of both parties. After Yu Ming finished speaking, Sammy did not answer immediately, but looked at Yu Ming calmly. After a long time, she said, yes, but it's not impossible to cooperate. After Sammy agreed, Yu Ming walked over and walked in front of Sammy. Although Sammy was 10 years older than Yu Ming, she was shorter than Yu Ming, but not much shorter than Yu Ming. She is 1.68 meters, which is relatively tall among girls. After all, she is much taller than Tsunade's 1.63 meters. Now let's get Akita's information from this guy. Sammy nodded, acquiescing to Yu Ming's words. And Karui and Omoi dare not be rude to Yu Ming at this time. This guy might even be able to kill the two of them easily, and they even felt that even their master couldn't do it with the aura that Yu Ming erupted just now. The master of these two is Killer B. Although his strength can beat these people, Yu Ming likes to follow the rules. Strictly speaking, Samuel is one level higher than Yu Ming. Of course, the two are not from the same village, so there is no need to care about this at all. After getting Samui's consent, Yu Ming looked at Ino and smiled. Ino, it's up to you now. Seeing Yu Ming smiling at him, Ino blushed a little shyly. But that's what they, the Yamanaka clan, originally did. Nodding his head, he walked in front of Kurigaku Chunin. Yu Ming pulled Kurigaku up. Tie this guy to a post with steel wire. Ino stood in front of him and began to make a seal with both hands. Renfa Shinjuan Shinji Shu. When I invaded Kurigaku, I fainted. Yu Ming hugged her with one hand. Waiting for information from Ino. Sammy stood beside Yu Ming and asked doubtfully, is this little girl from the Yamanaka family? Yu Ming nodded. Yeah. Sammy also nodded. No wonder you just said that you have a way to know the information. The interrogation secret technique of the Yamanaka family is also quite famous in the ninja world. Even Karui said, this girl's ninjutsu is quite useful. It's just that Samui is more interested in Yu Ming. When Ino got the information, Samui asked calmly, which family do you belong to? Sammy felt that Yu Ming must have a powerful family if he is so powerful. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible to be so powerful. Holding Ino 487 in one hand, Yu Ming said calmly, I'm not a ninja of any family. Samui frowned. She didn't quite believe that Yu Ming didn't come from the ninja family, but she seemed to think of a person, that ninja with a strong history in the history of Cloud Shinobi Village, 4th Hokage, he was a civilian ninja. That is a legend, not only the legend of Konoha, but also the legend of the entire ninja world. Looking at Yu Ming, Samuel felt that maybe Yu Ming was that kind of person. Judging from the extent of the outbreak of chakra just now, Yu Ming's strength is definitely not inferior to Elite Jonin, and may even be similar to Killer Bee. At least in terms of chakra's strength, it does. For such a person, Samui is very interested. In fact, as long as they are ninjas, they are more interested in a young and strong man like Yu Ming. At least now Yu Ming doesn't appear much in the ninja world, so many people in the ninja world don't know him at all. But as long as Yu Ming starts to walk in the ninja world in the future, he will definitely leave some names, because he is so strong. Of course, the premise is that Yu Ming is willing to do this. Obviously, Yu Ming is not that kind of character. Yu Ming looked at Sam Yi and said with a smile, are you a bit unconvinced? Samui was stunned for a moment, and then said calmly, it's not unbelievable. In the history of our Cloud Shinobi village, Konoha also had such a ninja who was also born as a commoner, but he defeated the 4th Raikage at that time and was very strong. Chapter 164 might have to face 3 tails. 164 330ths. Chapter 164 might have to face 3 tails. Kurui, Omoi, even Hinata and Shino don't know who Samui is talking about. Although history is taught at Konoha Shinobi School, it is generally not covered in detail. As a result, many ninjas don't even know the ninjas Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama who founded the village. 4th Hokage and the others knew about it, but they only briefly mentioned it. So neither of them knew who Samui was talking about. Yu Ming smiled and said, you are talking about 4th Hokage, right? He is indeed very strong. I think he is a very good Hokage in Konoha's history. In his era, no one can evade his attack. In fact, if anything, Killer Bee's responsibility at that time was comparable to that of 4th Hokage. It's just that Killer Bee was really not that old at that time, and he didn't know time and space ninjutsu. But in terms of responsiveness, he is actually similar to 4th Hokage. The Flying Thunder God technique requires extremely high reflexes. If an unresponsive ninja learns the Flying Thunder God technique, it's useless. After all, the Flying Thunder God technique just sends you to the destination, and you still need to shit yourself to attack. And this period of time is to compete with your reaction ability. If your reaction ability is not as good as others, you may be killed as soon as you teleport to that place. This was the case during the 4th Ninja World War. 2nd Hokage's reaction ability was not as good as that of Uchiha Madara, so when he used Flying Thunder God, he had no time to launch an attack, and was caught by Uchiha Madara in an instant. Therefore, the strength of the Flying Thunder God technique depends on who uses it and how the tactics are coordinated. Of course, at this moment, it is naturally impossible for Yu Ming to say that Killer Bee's reflexes are comparable to Namikaze Minato's. To speak out is to show weakness. As for the specific situation, in fact, Samuel didn't know much about it. He only knew that Namikaze Minato had indeed defeated 4th Raikage at the beginning. Namikaze Minato was the only ninja who had the ability to retreat when he encountered Namikaze Minato during the mission. The person who was honored as the Yellow Flash is indeed quite powerful. It's really admirable for a civilian ninja to reach this level, and Samui obviously thought of Namikaze Minato, so he felt that Yu Ming might really be a very powerful civilian ninja. Looking at Yu Ming, she is still as cold as ever, just like her name. Sam Yi's name means cold. You have already become a Jonin at the age of 13, I'm afraid you Konoha are training you as a Hokage. When talking about this, Samui is very serious. In other words, she seems to be so serious all the time and rarely laughs. Yu Ming looked very calm. You think too much, there are many better ninjas in our village. Sammy sneered and said, except for the 5 great ninja villages when the ninja village was founded, none of the ninja villages will have a genius of your level. I don't believe that there are peers who are better than you in your village. Yu Ming knew that Samuel didn't believe it, and he didn't believe it himself. So Yu Ming didn't answer her. Yu Ming said calmly, actually, I have always been curious about your Cloud Shinobi village, especially 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee. Our village also has 9 Tails Jinchuriki. I heard that Lord Killer Bee is a perfect Jinchuriki, who can perfectly control tailed beasts. I really want to know what method you used to go to Hidden Village. Sammy glanced at Yu Ming, do you think I can know that level of confidentiality? In fact, Killer Bee is the teacher of Kurui and Omoi, but they don't know how Killer Bee did it. The people in the whole ninja world who can perfectly control the tailed beasts are all in Cloud Shinobi village. 4th Mizukage can also perfectly control Jinchuriki, but 4th Mizukage is dead. In fact, Wooden Golem is not a perfect control of the second tail, but can forcibly control the second tail, and can forcibly use the second tail's chakra. After completely turning into a tailed beast, he still does not lose his sanity. It's just that it doesn't have the perfect tacit understanding with the tail beast like Killer Bee. But apparently at Sam's level, he didn't know how Cloud Shinobi Village did it. Yu Ming also knew, just looking for a topic to talk about. Just after Sammy spoke, Tianyi returned to his body. It's just that she's a little weak and consumes too much chakra. After Ino came back, Yu Ming stuffed her with a military food pill. Looking at Yu Ming, Ino smiled and said, I know where their lair is now. And Kurikager's rebellion was directly ended by Sammy. Hinata flinched. She is kind-hearted. Looking at these pictures, she feels a little uncomfortable. After Ino informed Yu Ming of Akita's lair, he smiled and said, it seems that they hid very deeply. They should have known that we were coming back to arrest them, so they hid on that island. Akita and the others hid on a small island in the water lake where Three Tails was hiding. If there was a battle on this island, the Three Tails would probably be alarmed. It is estimated that they chose this place as their lair because they wanted to use Three Tails as their amulet. Because even ninjas rarely approach that place. Yu Ming looked at Sammy, who nodded. Yu Ming said, together. Sammy looked at Yu Ming, do you want to do it alone? Yu Ming smiled and said, but there are Three Tails in that place, if you are not careful, you will die there, not even Jonin. Samuel didn't know what Yu Ming meant by, what do you want to say? Yu Ming thought for a while and said, I mean, this mission is very dangerous, even if you are Jonin, you are likely to die. Samuel naturally knows that Three Tails is also a tailed beast, and its strength is extremely powerful, even Jonin may die. This mission is S level, so there is a lot of risk, but since the ninja has accepted the mission, he must complete it, otherwise it will not be cool. Yu Ming knows that the word cool is Samuel's catchphrase. Actually, I Wang Jiao can guarantee that I will not die, and I can also guarantee that my subordinates will not die, but can you guarantee the safety of your subordinates? Live. At this time, Karui looked at Yu Ming and said seriously, we can guarantee our own safety. Yu Ming looked at Karui, she didn't seem to understand what they were going to face this time. Sister, don't you know the tailed beast you are going to face? It is a tailed beast that can destroy a country, do you think it is as simple as facing a few genin? Although Yu Ming was just teasing, in terms of grades, Karui is indeed 1 year older than Yu Ming, so it doesn't matter if she is called sister. Since Killer Bee and Wooden Golem have completely controlled the tailed beast, Cloud Shinobi Village has never had a tailed beast run amok, so Kalui really doesn't know what a tailed beast is. The same is true for Omoi. Although their master is Jinchuriki, they have never seen him release 8 tails. Chapter 165 The power of the tailed beast can destroy a country. 165 330ths. Chapter 165 The power of the tailed beast can destroy a country. Seeing Yu Ming being so emphatic, although Karui really didn't know what a terrible creature the tailed beast was. But there is still a vague concept, that is, the tailed beast is very strong, so strong that even a strong man like Yu Ming is afraid. Although Sammy knew how terrifying the tailed beast's rampage was, she was a little surprised to see Yu Ming so excited. It was completely different from the calm and rational Yu Ming she had seen before. In fact, let alone Karui and Omoi, even Hinata and Shino have no concept of tailed beasts. In Konoha Yu Ming's class, apart from Yu Ming, only Naruto, Sasuke and little Sakura know how terrifying tailed beasts are. Sammy looked at Yu Ming calmly and said, then what do you want to do? Did you give up this task for this reason? Yu Ming shook his head, and said calmly, no, I just let you know in advance how strong the tailed beast is, and have a concept, so that you won't offend the tailed beast when it appears. Samui looked at Kalui and Omoi, did you two hear that? Although the two still don't know the concept of tailed beasts, judging from Yu Ming's seriousness, they are probably very strong. So the two nodded, and both felt a certain awe towards the tailed beast in their hearts. Yu Ming turned around and looked at Hinata and Shino, once you find that Three Tails is disturbed, you don't need to worry about me, or each other, and run away from it as quickly as possible. Three Tails is very recognizable and looks like a turtle, but oddly enough, it has 3 tails. Cloud Shinobi Village also has tailed beasts, 8 tails Jinchuriki, and the reason why Jinchuriki is so powerful is because there is a tailed beast in its body. The power of the tailed beasts is so terrifying that it can even easily destroy a country. With one blow, several mountains can be blown up, so the tailed beast is called the ultimate weapon of every village. Every time the tailed beast runs wild, it will cause extremely serious damage in the 5 great ninja villages, not to mention Yugenin, Chunin, and even Jonin will die a lot every time. So you better have a concept in your mind. Sammy looked at Yu Ming, and paid more attention to it, because this kind of thing is difficult for a ninja of Yu Ming's age to master, especially Konoha's 9 tails have never heard of rampaging news. These news probably came to Yu Ming from looking up some information. And often these materials are the secrets of a village. It is conceivable BGFC that Yu Ming's status in Konoha is definitely not ordinary special Jonin. Generally, ninjas of the same age as Yu Ming would not know the horror of tailed beasts. Karui and Omoi were stunned for a while, and then looked at Samui to verify whether it was true. Samui nodded. Every time a tailed beast in Cloud Shinobi Village runs amok, it will cause a large number of casualties, including Jonin. In fact, this is not just our Cloud Shinobi Village, Konoha, Iwagakure, Sunagakur and Kurigakure. If the second-tailed beast runs wild, it will cause a large number of casualties. Kurui and Omoi finally have a concept: the tailed beast is a disaster creature. But Ji now suddenly asked, since tailed beasts are such terrible creatures, why do the villages seal them in human bodies? Isn't it good to kill them? Neither Yu Ming nor Sam Yi could answer this point. The two looked at each other, and then Yu Ming turned to look at Ji now and said, since the tailed beast is a disaster creature, it means that it has extremely powerful destructive power. What if this destructive power is used by the village? Everyone paused for a moment, then finally understood. Seeing everyone lost in thought, Yu Ming said, okay, I said this just to give you an idea. As long as the three tails appear, don't get entangled with them. How far away, how far to hide, under the tail beast. What we have to do is to live as many people as we can. Hearing that even Yu Ming said such words, Hinata, Kurui and others felt heavy pressure. Sammy looked at Yu Ming. This mission is very dangerous, and you Konoha have only set an A- level mission. Yu Ming laughed and said, this has nothing to do with Konoha, it's just that the situation has changed. In the beginning, if you just asked Yu Ming to clean up the rebellious ninja, there is actually no problem with Konoha setting A-level tasks. Of course, it is also possible to set S-level tasks. It's just that in this situation, a tailed beast is also involved, so it must be an S rank. It is estimated that it can be changed to an S-level task after returning. Before leaving, Yu Ming looked at Samui, please lend me your hand. Samuel froze for a moment, then frowned. She has seen this kind of person a lot. She is beautiful and has such a good figure, naturally she must have suitors. Obviously, she also regarded Yu Ming as that kind of person. Samui's face gradually turned cold. Kurui and Omoi didn't say anything, they just looked at Yu Ming with some amusement. Seeing Sam Yi's appearance, Yu Ming knew that she was thinking too much, so she explained, don't get me wrong, I just want to leave a mark on you, and when I really meet the tailed beast, I can support you. Seeing Yu Ming's calm look, Sammy thought for a while and agreed. She didn't see the malicious look in Yu Ming's eyes. Then hold out a hand. Yu Ming didn't hold it, just tapped the back of her hand with 2 fingers. In an instant, the spell of Flying Thunder God technique appeared on the back of Samui's hand. Samui was stunned for a moment. What is this? Yu Ming didn't explain, but said, it's a technique, if you need support, I can help you quickly. Hope it doesn't work, Yu Ming said. Sammy didn't care, since just now, Yu Ming didn't have any bad thoughts towards her, but she misunderstood Yu Ming. But Sammy's personality is very cold, and her enthusiastic body is completely 2 extremes. So of course I won't say sorry or anything like that. After Yu Ming and Sammy finished these, they rushed towards Akita's lair, which requires a boat to enter an island. And Three Tails just inhabits that sea area, and now Three Tails is free. Sitting on the boat, the more you enter this sea area, the thicker the fog will be. From time to time, large marine life will be found. Fortunately, these creatures did not attack Yu Ming and other ships. And Kurui, Hinata and others watched the holding sharks swimming in the ocean from time to time, feeling terrified. Why are there so many sharks in this place? And they are so big, they won't attack us. Yu Ming and Samui were standing on the deck, and they were not sure whether the sharks swimming around the boat would attack them. Yu Ming frowned. The same is true for Samui. It's just that neither of them spoke. Standing beside Yu Ming, Hinata turned her head to look at Yu Ming. She felt that as long as Yu Ming was by her side, she would feel at ease. Ino was holding Yu Ming's arm at this time, but his eyes still couldn't help looking down. Although Shino was also worried about this problem, he didn't show it, standing on the deck, frowning. Chapter 166 Mastering Revolving Heavens Hinata. 166 330ths. Chapter 166 Mastering Revolving Heavens Hinata. Fortunately, the ship sailed smoothly to the small island in the sea. This small island is not too big, only about 1 kilometer in length and width. Thick fog hung around the island. The moment Yu Ming landed, the corner of Yu Ming's mouth slightly raised. It seems that they have been discovered. It turns out that there is an enchantment they set up in the thick fog. Samuel on the side froze for a moment. Frowning, discovered. Yu Ming raised his head and looked out of the thick fog. The water fog was so thick that the visibility was only 3 or 4 meters. It's just that Yu Ming's perception ability is too strong. Although the thick fog is very thick, it can't cover his perception. Looking at the thick fog around, Samui frowned and said, what should I do now? In this situation, I can't see the road clearly at all. Yu Ming looked at Sam Yi, and said with a smile, you don't need to look clearly, they will come back to us by themselves. Didn't I just say that? We were found out. Samui drew the short sword. Omoi and Kurui also drew their katanas. Yu Ming looked at Shino, Ino and Hinata. Be careful, Hinata, open your eyes. Shina, your bugs can be released now. Ino, follow me closely. Of the 3, Ino is not a combatant at all. She is a support-type ninja who needs to cooperate with Choji and Shikamaru to play her role. The 3 nodded. Hinata rolled her eyes, and instantly saw a few ninjas groping towards them quietly. There is a ninja at 1 o'clock, and there is a ninja at 1 o'clock. Yu Ming sensed it, and it seemed that there were still 2 ninjas with good strength. Judging from the amount of chakra, it should be Chunin. Yu Ming looked at Ji now. Shino nodded. Countless bugs were released towards 1 o'clock. Insect Jade. Countless parasites rushed towards the ninja in the direction of 1 o'clock in an instant. Although these 2 ninjas are Kuritiker ninjas, so they can sense the location of Yu Ming et al. But she and the others didn't perceive Shino's parasites. Countless parasites flew to the ninja in the direction of 1 o'clock in an instant. Shino shook hands. Spray. Jinai issued an order, and in an instant, countless parasites swarmed up, covering the ninja in the direction of 1 o'clock. Before the ninja even understood what was going on, his body was covered by countless parasites. The chakra on the ninja at 1 o'clock is constantly being eaten away by parasites. The moment the enemies in the 11 o'clock direction heard the shouts of their companions, they attacked Yu Ming and the others. Countless shurikens and kunai flew towards Yu Ming and the others. Even Jonin will die if he is not prepared. That's how Yi Kang died. If a ninja is assassinated, he will die very easily. This is why the shadows of various villages will not leave the village easily. The strength has been strong to the extent of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Otherwise assassination must work for you. Countless shurikens and kunai flew towards Yu Ming and the others. Although Samui could feel it, he couldn't feel the exact location. Can only rely on instant response to deal with. Quite passive, mainly because the dense fog restricted their performance. At this instant, Yu Ming shouted, Hinata. Hinata nodded and jumped to Revolving Heaven, in front of Yu Ming. Hinata, standing in front of the crowd, used Revolving Heaven, which she had mastered not long ago. Originally, Hinata was unable to master this technique, but because Yu Ming changed her personality differently from the original shy and introverted, so now Hinata's strength has been greatly improved. Because she took the initiative to learn a lot of skills. As the heir of the clan, she naturally could easily get advice from the elders of the clan. Countless shurikens and kunai were instantly destroyed by Hinata using Revolving Heaven. After releasing Revolving Heaven once, Hinata was obviously stressed. Yu Ming could tell. Hinata, sleepy sun goes down. It's just that Hinata looked at the man of the thick fog and said, No, Mr. Yu Ming. As he said that, he rushed towards the ninja in the direction of 11 o'clock. Yu Ming didn't stop it. I only heard Hinata's voice saying, 8 trigrams hyphenation .32 palms, in the dense fog. In just a few seconds, another ninja called out in the dense fog. Yu Ming also sensed that Hinata had won. However, he also sensed that several ninjas were already rushing towards this side. Yu Ming looked at Samui. Let's go in. Ask for flowers. Samui also heard Hinata's attack just now. As expected, it belongs to the Hyuga family. This kind of taijutsu really restrains taijutsu ninjas. The gentle fist of the Hyuga family is indeed quite terrifying. Even if Shaoli's acupuncture points are sealed, he can't even open the 8 inner gates. This is why Shaoli has been losing to Neji before. Every time he wanted to use the 8 inner gates, Neji blocked the acupoints in advance, and he couldn't open the 8 inner gates. After all, 8 inner gates also needs chakra, and the gentle fist of the Hyuga family can block the ninja's chakra. The reason why Cloud Shinobi Village wanted to roll their eyes was the same. No matter how powerful their taijutsu was, they still needed chakra. Once chakra was blocked by the ninjas of the Hyuga clan, no matter how powerful their taijutsu was, it would be useless. Unless there is a chakra like Nine Tails that does not belong to the ontology at all. 0. Or be able to use fairy art, because fairy art absorbs natural energy outward, so it cannot be affected. Since the Hyuga family is the largest family in Konoha, and no one objected, they naturally have their own abilities. It's just that the Hyuga clan did not have many cage-level powerhouses, so the top combat power is a little bit worse. Fortunately, the Hyuga clan, whether it is a branch house or a clan, can open their eyes. Once they grow up, their strength is the lowest. There are quite a few Chunin and Jonin, even more than the Uchiha clan. In contrast, the Uchiha clan, although the Mangekyo Sharingan is very powerful, but it is not possible to open the Mangekyo Sharingan in every period, and the Sharingan that cannot open the Mangekyo Sharingan is not much stronger than Baian, and even in terms of dynamic vision, it cannot compared with white eyes. The biggest limitation is that even if it is the Uchiha clan, not everyone can open the Sharingan. Even if it is a one-go Jade Sharingan, the people who open it are also a minority in the Uchiha clan. Sasuke once said that the ninjas who start Sharingan must belong to the gifted ninjas of the Uchiha clan. In fact, the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan have been competing for who is the first pupil art, but everyone admits that the overall strength of the Hyuga clan is indeed much stronger than the Uchiha clan. And the reason why Cloud Shinobi Village is so afraid of the Hyuga clan's white eyes is because the Hyuga clan's supercilious eyes and their acupressure physical skills are too restrained from Cloud Shinobi Village's physical skills. Many people in Cloud Shinobi Village practice ninjutsu. As long as the chakra is blocked by the Hyuga clan, it is really not much different from ordinary people. Chapter 167 Akita and Orochimaru have a relationship. 167 330ths. Chapter 167 Akita and Orochimaru have a relationship. Yu Ming didn't say anything, and walked forward with Ino Shino. Samu also quickly followed, because there were no sentient ninjas among them, so they needed Yu Ming's leadership, otherwise they might really die here. This is also Karigakur's standard ninjutsu, Mist Shinobi technique. A huge Mist Shinobi technique is naturally formed here, covering the nearby sea area. Therefore, the reason why the 5 great ninja villages can exist for a long time is because they each have their own strengths. Unless it is a ninja like Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama who can suppress an era, otherwise, even if the 4 major ninja villages work together, it will be very difficult to attack a ninja village. Whether it is Konoha, it is the same in other rural areas. Walking into the island, Yu Ming didn't make a move, but stood aside and watched the whole time, letting Hinata and Shino make a move. Both of these two are perceptual ninjas, or ninjas with perceptual means, and this place is very beneficial to them. And Ino really can only stay with Yu Ming, she is really not suitable for fighting. In addition to the heart-to-heart technique, there are only some basic body skills and the very basic 3-body technique. At this time, she is the same as little Sakura. And Sammy was also walking beside Yu Ming, and she also noticed some Kurigakure ninjas around her, but hiding behind the thick fog, it was difficult to find them. After Hinata and Shino took out the 2 Chunin of Kurigakure, on this island, there are only 2 Chunin and 8 genin left. Yu Ming opened the perception, and Chakra Yu Ming within a radius of more than 20 kilometers can perceive it. In the middle, Yu Ming sensed Akita's position. I looked at Samui, Akita is on the island, but when we are about to fight, don't make too much noise, otherwise it will disturb the 3 tails in the sea. I have already sensed its location. It is just 1 kilometer away from the island. Location, too close. When Sammy heard the news, he trembled. What? 1 kilometer away from this island? Samuel couldn't believe it. They were operating under the eyes of 3 tails. If they were not careful, they would definitely startle it. Moreover, this isolated island is tens of kilometers away from the shore, and there are so many sharks in the middle. If the 3 tails are alarmed, they will be trapped here, and it is scary to think about it. Under Samuel's cold appearance, a look of fear finally appeared. Yu Ming didn't think much of it, and smiled calmly. As long as you don't use large-scale ninjutsu, I don't think it can be disturbed. Sammy looked at Yu Ming, and it was really hard to imagine that Yu Ming was still so calm at this time. That's a tail beast, and this location is too close. If we don't pay attention, we will be attacked by 3 tails. Maybe a few tailed beast bombs from 3 tails can level the island. So Sam can't do without fear, and there are actually countless giant sharks in the surrounding sea, and it's almost impossible for them to go out. Sammy finally understood why Yu Ming was so solemn before coming here. Even for Jonin, as long as the 3 tails are disturbed, this place is a place of death, a place where death is inevitable. Because as long as the 3 tails are alarmed, it is impossible to leave the island safely, and neither can Jonin. At least Samuel has no such confidence at all. Yu Ming laughed, so I said don't disturb 3 tails, just don't use large-scale ninjutsu, don't worry too much. Samui frowned and said, how could I not be worried, but now that they are all on the island, if I keep complaining like this, it's really not cool. Samui felt that it was very dangerous now. Their danger no longer came from Akita, but from not alarming 3 tails after killing Akita. Otherwise, they couldn't get out of the island alive. Yu Ming led Hinata and the others towards the center of the island. The 3 of Sammy could only follow behind Yu Ming. I met a few ninjas on the way, and they were either dealt with by Samui or by Hinata and Shino. The strength of Karui and Omoi is also very good, and now they are much stronger than Hinata and Shino. Omoi is good at Cloud Shinobi-style swordsmanship, and so is Kalui, both of whom are disciples of Killer Bee. At this age, he already has the strength close to that of Jonin. Not to mention Samui's strength, it is definitely at the level of Jonin. Good at using short sword, and has great lethality. But all 3 of them use swordsmanship or ninjutsu. Ninjutsu is rarely used. Yu Ming is not surprising. After all, this is also the characteristic of Cloud Shinobi Village. Along the way, Yu Ming never made a move at all, and the 8 genins were all eliminated along the way. But Hinata and Shino are also at their limit. Hara is almost exhausted. Hinata defeated a Chunin and a genin. Shino also defeated a Chunin and a genin. Of the remaining 6 genins, 4 were killed by Kalui and Omoi. Samuel killed 2 Chunin and 2 genin. These levels of ninjas are indeed not difficult for Samui. As Kakashi said, normal Chunin he can kill easily. After killing all of Akita's subordinates. At this time, Akita was standing on a flat ground waiting for a few people. Several people came to Akita. The only difference between this place and others is that there is no fog. Because Akita is Konoha's ninja, he is not good at fighting in the fog. Therefore, there is no water mist within 200 meters in the middle of the island. They were all blocked by him with enchantment. Looking at Akita, Yu Ming smiled and said, it's really hard to find you. When Akita saw Yu Ming, he frowned. You have become a Jonin at your age. It seems that Konoha's assessment agency is really crazy. Akita was promoted to Jonin when he was 40 years old, and now he is almost 50 years old. Seeing Yu Ming becoming a Jonin in his teens, jealous. Yu Ming didn't talk nonsense. This time our mission is to destroy you, or bring you back to Konoha's prison. Akita chuckled. Little 1.4, do you have that ability? Before you came, you didn't do enough research on me, did you? Akita's strength is really good, especially this guy also colluded with Orochimaru, and it is estimated that he also has a curse seal. It is also because of contact with Orochimaru that he became a rebel. Yu Ming is very calm. I've investigated, isn't it just that I was a dog for Orochimaru? I may also have mastered some spells and the like, but those failed products are only considered good things by someone like you. If I guess correctly, use after Zhou Ying has more, it will shorten the lifespan. Akita, who had an arrogant face just now, gradually became serious. Samui didn't know what other spell seals Akita had mastered, and even had a relationship with Orochimaru. She naturally knew who Orochimaru was. That guy was one of the Sannin, and he released the 8 tails from the body of the former 8 tails Jinchuriki of Cloud Shinobi Village. Chapter 168 Shuriken Clone Technique, A-Level Ninjutsu. 168 330ths. Chapter 168 Shuriken Clone Technique, A-Level Ninjutsu. Speaking of which, Orochimaru has a feud with their Cloud Shinobi. Samui frowned and said, why didn't you say that this matter has something to do with Orochimaru? Yu Ming glanced at Sammy, smiled and said, don't be so nervous, this guy is just a failed experiment of Orochimaru, and I know you have a grudge against Orochimaru, so it's hard to say. If I say it has something to do with Orochimaru, then you still have to blow up. No good for this mission. Sammy looked at Yu Ming, his face gradually turned cold. You should have made it clear from the beginning. Yu Ming smiled and didn't explain anything. It was very interesting for him to be able to explain it once. After all, Yu Ming represents Konoha now, so it is impossible to make the relationship too rigid with Jonin of Cloud Shinobi Village. Sammy is obviously also aware of this problem, so although he is a little dissatisfied with Yu Ming's concealment from him, he resists the urge to get angry. The most important thing now is to get rid of Akita or take him back. Stop talking nonsense, we will arrest you today. Samui Jonin, this time, let the two of us go up. In order to make up for my concealment this time, as long as I kill 16, then you take the body away. If no one is killed, how about we take it away? If Akita hadn't been killed, Yu Ming wouldn't have asked Sammy to take him away. This guy knew a lot about Konoha. But if the person is dead, naturally there is no need for it. Samui frowned and said, let's defeat him first. Yu Ming nodded. In fact, regardless of whether Sammy agrees or not, he can only follow Yu Ming's method. After all, his strength is indeed stronger than anyone here. Of course, Sammy didn't know yet that Yu Ming had never shown his true strength. And Akita looked at Yu Ming and Sammy, and said with some displeasure, a woman, a little ghost wants to kill me. It's really whimsical. As he spoke, Akita took out a handful of kunai and rushed towards the two of them. Kurui and Omoi also drew their samurai swords and prepared to join the battle. It's just that Samuel stopped the two of them. You two are not rivals, leave it to me. Although the two were a little unhappy, but Sammy was their captain now, so they could only listen to her. Samyi and Yu Ming looked at each other, and Yu Ming smiled slightly and said, I can use a knife too. After speaking, he shook his hand, and his saber appeared in his hand. Samui frowned and said, time-space ninjutsu. Yu Ming smiled and said, what are you thinking? Summoning technique, although it is also considered space-time ninjutsu. In fact, summoning technique was originally a space-time ninjutsu. The two nodded, and in an instant, they rushed towards Akita. The moment he rushed over, Yu Ming's other hand began to seal, shadow clone technique, dance of the three suns and moon. This is Konoha Ryu's swordsmanship, Moonlight Hayate's swordsmanship, but it was taught to Yu Ming by Azuki Shion. 3 Yu Ming rushed towards Akita. Akita naturally knows this swordsmanship. This is the swordsmanship of that guy Moonlight Hayate. Ding, puff. In an instant, although Akita blasted a shadow clone, he was pierced through by Yu Ming's knife. But the next moment, his body turned into a puddle of water. Yu Ming frowned and looked not far away, water. In fact, Yu Ming can see all this, but he just wants to have fun. But Samui didn't stop, appeared in front of Akita, and started fighting with him. Yu Ming assisted at the side and did not kill Akita with a single shot. Under the pressure of the two Jonin, Akita gradually couldn't hold on anymore. After jumping a few steps towards the back, his hand swiftly formed a seal of water-style water dragon bomb technique. Samui frowned. Samui can dodge it, she is not very strong in ninjutsu. The strongest is swordsmanship. In the battle just now, it was obvious that Samuel could suppress Akita with his sword skills, and even kill him if he had a chance. But now that he releases ninjutsu, he can only dodge. Just when Sammy was about to hide, Yu Ming's figure, water-style water dragon bomb technique, appeared next to him. Although he made the mudra behind Akita, Yu Ming only made 3 mudras, and he did it with one hand. The speed is also very fast. It was done almost instantly. The two activated the water-style water dragon bomb technique at the same time. Quote, quote dot. Water mist is all around, so using water style is the best way. 2 water dragons instantly flew out from behind the two of them, biting each other. Yu Ming looked calm, but Sammy looked at the giant water dragon flying out from behind. It was tens of meters long, far more terrifying than Akita's water dragon bomb, which was only less than 10 meters long. Boom! The 2 water dragons collided instantly. The water dragon bomb technique released by Yu Ming was too powerful, and the impact instantly shattered Akita's ninjutsu. After smashing Akita's water dragon bomb, Yu Ming's water dragon bomb's power remained undiminished, and rushed towards Akita again. Akita frowned and jumped dozens of steps back, almost jumping out of the place where there was no water mist. It was only at this time that Samuel knew how strong Yu Ming was. AB-level ninjutsu such as the water dragon bomb technique was released in an instant, and its power is so much stronger than the opponent. This guy can really be a Jonin. Although Yu Ming is a special Jonin, his strength is indeed very strong. After releasing the water dragon bomb technique, Yu Ming drew 2 shurikens. He threw it towards Akita who had just stood firm. And quickly seal, shuriken clone technique, with both hands. Hundreds of shurikens split out from the 2 fast and powerful shurikens in an instant. It turned into rays of light and shot towards Akita. Boom! Countless shurikens destroyed the area where Akita shrank into ruins. Smoke and dust. This ninjutsu was learned by Yu Ming in Hokage's library. It was created by 3rd Hokage, but there are quite a few people who know how to use this ninjutsu, except for 3rd generation Hokage, Namikaze Minato, and Konohamaru too. However, the power used by Yu Ming was indeed very light. Countless attacks instantly smashed dozens of meters around Akita's area into rubble, and the power was terrifying. Samui was completely stunned. This guy actually knows this kind of ninjutsu. Shuriken Shadow Clone technique, but it belongs to A-level ninjutsu, very powerful. Yu Ming is easy to use, and the seal speed is also very fast, and the speed of the shuriken is also very fast, so it brings a lot of power. After the smoke and dust dissipated, pits 1 meter in size appeared within a range of tens of meters around Akita. There are hundreds of such pits. Many small pits have even become large pits. A thick earth wall appeared in front of Akita, but now the earth wall has become ruins. Akita's body in the back was also scratched several times by the shuriken, bleeding continuously. But it didn't hurt his vitals. Akita frowned and looked at Yu Ming. How could this guy master 3rd Hokage's ninjutsu, and just released a powerful B-level ninjutsu? Isn't his chakra exhausted? Ordinary Jonin, to release B-level ninjutsu, only 7 or 8 of them will consume 90% of the chakra. Yu Ming released a B-level ninjutsu, and it also strengthened the power so much, adding an A-level ninjutsu, it didn't look weak at all. This is so weird. Chapter 169 Orochimaru's Curse Seal. After opening, get a huge amount of chakra. 169 330ths. Chapter 169 Orochimaru's Curse Seal. After opening, get a huge amount of chakra. Sammy looked at Yu Ming and asked worriedly, are you okay? Now she knows that if she wants to win Akita, she can't do it without Yu Ming. She is not familiar with this place, and she doesn't have the ninjutsu to compete with Akita's water-style ninjutsu. So she can only rely on Yu Ming to resist Akita's ninjutsu, otherwise, she may fail. Yu Ming looked at Sammy and said calmly, it's okay, be careful, that guy's strength is not weak. Samui nodded, you help me block his ninjutsu, and I will launch a fatal blow. Samui is not very good at ninjutsu, so he can only rely on Yu Ming to resist. In other places, Samuel's strength is higher than that of Akita, but on this island, Akita has been greatly enhanced, and Akita's water style has also been greatly enhanced here. Moreover, he is also relatively familiar with the terrain here, so Samui suffered a lot in the fight. After the two discussed it, they looked at Akita. Akita looked at Yu Ming, a little apprehensive. Yu Ming's ninjutsu is very exquisite. If it is better than water-style ninjutsu, he is not Yu Ming's opponent at all. And Samui's ninjutsu is not very good, and her swordsmanship is very exquisite, but as long as she doesn't give her a chance to attack with swordsmanship, she can be ignored. So now the biggest threat is said to come from Yu Ming. After analyzing it, Akita set his sights on Yu Ming. This is what you forced me to do. Akita gritted his teeth, his hands began to seal. Curse Seal Solution. On Akita's back suddenly appeared a 3-hook jade. Then countless runes spread all over Akita's body. Akita's body also began to turn into a monster. Using this spell seal will shorten his lifespan, but now he has no choice but to use the spell seal to obtain a huge amount of chakra for 10 minutes. During these 10 minutes, he does not need to worry about the consumption of chakra at all. It's just that after using it, his body will die a large number of cells. He will not use it when the situation is not critical. After untying the seal, Akita turned into a monster. While gaining a lot of chakra, one also gains great physical strength. Ka ka, ka, clenching his fist, his bones creaked. This is the second time Akita has undone the seal. Feeling the abundant strength in his body, Akita enjoyed it very much. It's wonderful, if only this state can be maintained continuously. Master Orochimaru is really a great ninja. And Sammy obviously felt Akita's enhanced aura, which made her feel a lot of pressure. But Yu Ming was very calm. Looked at Samui, be careful this time, that guy unlocked the curse seal. At this stage, his chakra is almost absorbed from the outside world, so there is no shortage of chakra, and the body's all aspects of quality will be improved to a very high level. When confronting him, don't let him find an opportunity to attack, otherwise, your physical strength will not be able to withstand his punch. Although Sammy didn't understand, she could also see some clues from Akita's current situation. Why do you Konoha ninjas always study these evil things? Yu Ming chuckled, Orochimaru is no longer our Konoha ninja. Akita looked at the conversation between Yu Ming and Sammy, and seemed to ignore him, and clenched his fists. At this time, he was very confident. Just now I was forced to be miserable by you brat, now, you die for me. Boom. Suddenly, Akita launched an attack, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Yu Ming, and punched Yu Ming's body. Samui jumped back a few steps. What? Seeing that everything within a dozen meters around them collapsed. Rocks flew across, and Samuel must have been amazed by this power. This kind of power I have only seen in the 4th Raikage. That guy won't die, right? At that speed just now, Samuel felt that he couldn't keep up at all, and that kind of strength, just like Yu Ming said, was really punched and his body couldn't bear it at all. But almost as soon as she thought this way, Yu Ming appeared beside him, and said with a calm smile, I saw this guy's speed and strength. At this time, his speed and strength are not inferior to some shadows. Sammy couldn't believe that at that speed, Yu Ming could survive. Looking at Sammy's expression, Yu Ming smiled and said, why, don't you think I will survive? Actually, my speed is quite fast. Otherwise how could I be a special Jonin at this age? At the moment when Sammy was stunned, Yu Ming frowned, and almost instantly, Yu Ming appeared more than 10 meters away with her in his arms. Boom. Sammy didn't even understand what was going on, so she was carried to the side by Yu Ming, but Yu Ming frowned slightly, it's really troublesome, this guy's speed and strength are not something you can solve at all. I wanted you to deal with this guy just now. Yu Ming did plan to have Akita executed by Samyi just now. It's just obvious that Akita and Samyi in this state are no longer opponents. Being hugged by Yu Ming, Samyi frowned, feeling a little annoyed. Yu Ming didn't look down at her, his eyes were on Akita's body all the time. It is not allowed to use large-scale ninjutsu, otherwise it will definitely alarm Three Tails, which is really difficult. Just as Yu Ming was talking to himself, Samyi in Yu Ming's arms said, "Put me down." Yu Ming looked down and shook his head. "No, your speed can't keep up. The situation is beyond your control now. I have to send you to meet with Hinata and the others." Samyi didn't object, because she also felt that this situation was beyond her ability to deal with, and the opponent's strength had skyrocketed to the point of cage level. She can't be an opponent at all, and this place has too many restrictions on her. Just as Yu Ming finished speaking, there was a loud noise, and the place where Yu Ming was standing was suddenly exploded, and the ground within tens of meters around was turned into ruins, with rocks flying everywhere, and the rocks on the ground, the soil was shaken to pieces. And Yu Ming has appeared beside Hinata and others at this time. And Kului and Omoi witnessed the battle just now, seeing that Yu Ming was no longer just treated as an ordinary Jonin before. Yu Ming's teleportation several times just now has already shocked them unceasingly. That's simply not a negative that the body flicker technique can match. The most basic ninjutsu, body flicker technique, is a ninja skill, but it is only AD level ninjutsu. But in front of this kind of slightly stronger ninja, the ordinary body flicker technique has no effect at all. And as long as a slightly stronger ninja will have its own characteristics in body flicker technique. For example, Kurikaker's ninja will develop a water instant body, and Cloud Shinobi Village will develop a lightning style chakra mode to enhance speed. These are all improvements of the body flicker technique. Even the Flying Thunder God technique is actually a body flicker technique, but it involves the body flicker technique of time and space. Chapter 170 Cage Level Power, The Terrifying Yu Ming. 170 330ths. Chapter 170 Cage Level Power, The Terrifying Yu Ming. In fact, the basic body flicker technique is a very low-level ninjutsu, almost a ninja will. But the body flicker technique that Yu Ming used just now is no longer an ordinary body flicker technique. Yu Ming didn't care about Kului and Omoi's surprised eyes. After putting Samui down, he said, "Be careful here, don't let them interfere in my battle, otherwise I will protect you and fight at the same time. It will be very uncomfortable." Samuel was a little shocked at this moment, but she still nodded. When Yu Ming was about to leave, he said, "Be careful, that guy is very powerful." Yu Ming didn't answer, looked at Akita and frowned. This guy's curse seal should be similar to Sasuke's, and it has been improved. Otherwise it is impossible to have such a strong effect, this damn Orochimaru. However, this level can't threaten me, but this guy's movement is too loud. If he continues to fight, he will definitely alarm Three Tails. It's really difficult. At this time, Akita looked at Yu Ming and frowned. Why is this kid so fast? It's like teleportation. Just now, Yu Ming actually used Mangekyo Sharingan's teleportation instead of Flying Thunder God technique. He doesn't have time for the Flying Thunder God technique's kunai. Seeing Yu Ming looking at him, Akita frowned, and soon, his hands quickly sealed, water-style heavenly cry. The moment Akita Yuyan finished clapping his hands on the ground, countless water columns appeared from the sky. These water columns were all high-pressure water columns, and they had a wide range, completely covering Yu Ming, Samyi and others. Yu Ming frowned. At the same time, Yu Ming's hands quickly sealed, water-style water barrier, wind-style tornado. Yu Ming knew how much threat the water-style ninjutsu released by Akita was to them. If he didn't need to take care of Hinata and the others, Yu Ming would have just used Lei Shun to get out of the way. It's just that their speed is too slow to avoid this water-style ninjutsu at all. Yu Ming completed the printing quickly. Countless floating drops of water instantly appeared around the few people. These water drops spun wildly around the few people quickly, and the speed became faster and faster, finally bringing out a huge water curtain. At the same time, the strengthening of the tornado caused the water barrier to spin faster. Buzzing, water barrier formed a huge rotating water cover to cover several people. Even a few people could feel the crazily rotating storm in the water cover. The storm blew a few people's hair, rustling. Sammy looked at Yu Ming who was calmly standing in front of her, and was shocked. This is a combined ninjutsu. The strength of this combined ninjutsu is at least above grade A. This guy is really strong. Is he really only 13 years old? Boom. Dozens of high-pressure water jets in the sky hit the water cover continuously from top to bottom. However, the original ultra-high-pressure water column, which can penetrate even boulders, was deflected by the crazily rotating force of the water cover the moment it touched the water cover. The water column continuously hit the water cover, and dozens of super high-pressure water column. Boom. The ground within tens of meters around was constantly shattered. Only the place protected by the water cover around Yu Ming and the others was intact. The ultra-high-pressure water column continued to impact for more than 10 seconds. Finally, after the water column completely disappeared, Yu Ming finally withdrew his ninjutsu. It's just that no matter Sammy, Hinata and others looked at Yu Ming at this time, their eyes were full of shock. Ino was even more stunned. Okay, so strong, Yu Ming, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Although she and Hinata knew that Yu Ming was very powerful, they didn't expect it to be so terrifying. This is no longer the level that ordinary Jonin can achieve, releasing so many advanced ninjutsu one after another. Especially this combined ninjutsu, Jonin can't operate it so delicately. Samui knows best that Jonin of Cloud Shinobi Village can't do this level of ninjutsu at all, which means, at least Yu Ming's ninjutsu has surpassed Jonin's level. Yu Ming looked at Akita, who was also shocked at this time, with a calm face. When did Konoha have such a powerful ninja like you, who can actually stop my heaven's cry? The power of this ninjutsu is hard for me to control. If it weren't for BGEJ having a curse seal to increase a huge amount of chakra, I would collapse after using it once. I didn't expect to be cracked so easily by you. Hinata looked at Yu Ming's back and was very happy in her heart. As long as Yu Ming is strong, she will be very happy. Mr. Yu Ming is so strong, he must practice very hard, and I must work hard to keep up with his pace. Hinata cheered herself up in her heart. Samui looked at Yu Ming and said, when you kill that guy, I need his body to turn in Cloud Shinobi. It is equivalent to Sammy agreeing to Yu Ming's suggestion before. Yu Ming nodded. Yeah. His eyes never left Akita's body. At a certain moment, Akita suddenly treated the doctor severely. Then suddenly there was a violent explosion between the two of them. Boom. The ground within tens of meters around them shattered again, and the energy shock wave detonated by the two even spread to a distance of several hundred meters. But it's just a storm. No damage was done to the ground. But even so, it was still shocking enough. And when Sammy saw Chu Yuming's figure clearly, he was completely stunned. He actually used his physical strength to withstand that guy Akita's strength. Beside Yu Ming and Akita, a large pit of tens of meters has appeared, and the surrounding soil and stones have also been pushed to the edge by the aftermath of the energy detonated by the two. Akita was completely scared at this moment. Damn it, this guy is actually strong enough to compete with my physical strength after undoing the curse seal. How could such a person exist? He is not a ninja like Tsunade who can be weird. Just relying on the strength of the body to compete with him to undo the curse seal, this kind of physical strength is no longer a normal person. Yu Ming frowned slightly, and in an instant, Akita flew out with one kick, shooting towards a hill more than 10 meters high like a shell. Boom! The huge force even pierced through this small hill with a height of more than 10 meters in an instant. The power is so great that everyone is shocked. At this time, Yu Ming's strength is no longer Jonin, and has even reached cage level. Because Samui felt that 4th Raikage could only achieve this level with the lightning-style chakra mode turned on. This kind of power is really not what normal human beings should have. After Akita pierced the hill, he flew more than 100 meters in the air before stopping. While in the air, a pair of weird wings suddenly grew on his back. Although the corner of his mouth was bleeding, he seemed to be beaten crazy at this time. Clenching his fists, the wings behind his back shook wildly. Continuously accelerating from more than 100 meters in the air, he rushed towards Yu Ming on the ground. Chapter 171 Three Tails appeared, facing the tailed beast for the first time. 171 330ths. Chapter 171 Three Tails appeared, facing the tailed beast for the first time. The speed is too fast, causing the air to be rubbed and catch fire. A burst of flame rushed towards Yu Ming. Sammy and Hinata trembled in their hearts. Can Yu Ming stop it? But Yu Ming raised his head, frowned, and began to make seals quickly with both hands. Lightning-style Thunderbird. Boom. Suddenly, violent lightning burst out from Yu Ming's body. PK. Countless lightning bolts converged around Yu Ming, and countless lightning bolts appeared within a dozen meters around him. Arm-thick arcs surrounded Yu Ming's side, forming a dense thunderstorm. ZZZ. Countless thunderbolts began to gather to form a huge thunderbolt bird. The eyes of the thunderbolt giant bird with a height of more than 10 meters are shining with golden light, and the sharp beak of the bird is shining with lightning. Go. Yu Ming waved his hand. The giant lightning bird gathered around him instantly turned into a beam of lightning and shot towards Akita. Boom. In the air, the giant lightning bird pierced through Akita in an instant. The subsequent thunder and lightning instantly turned Akita's body into ashes. The thunderbird neighed, flying thousands of meters into the air before dissipating in the air. Catch. In an instant, the world was filled with thunder and lightning, and the rain stopped. Sammy was completely stunned. What level is this ninjutsu? Is it A level, or S level? Can humans really release this kind of ninjutsu? Is this still ninjutsu? Even if Samui has seen 4th Raikage turn on the lightning chakra mode, he has even seen him use the lightning-style chakra mode to cause a lot of damage. But she still felt that Thunderbird's ninjutsu was definitely not something that 4th Raikage's body could handle. Both the strength and speed of this ninjutsu had already exceeded 4th Raikage's limit. A ninjutsu that can fly thousands of meters and cause climate change in an area can no longer be a ninjutsu. Normal ninjas cannot release this kind of ninjutsu at all. In fact, this is because Samuel did not understand Uchiha Madara. This one can even summon meteorites. However, Yu Ming's Thunderbird is indeed a super S-rank ninjutsu, and its power is even more terrifying than the Kilin created by Sasuke. Even this ninjutsu can crush the meteorite summoned by Uchiha Madara. But this ninjutsu is not Yu Ming's most powerful ninjutsu. Yu Ming has two more powerful ninjutsu than this ninjutsu. But just releasing Thunderbird's ninjutsu once consumes a cage-level chakra. The chakra consumed is huge. If it weren't for Yu Ming's current chakra, which is more than a whole 9 tails, it is absolutely impossible to release it. After releasing the Thunderbird, Yu Ming came to the Samui and the others. Before Sammy could speak, Yu Ming frowned and said, Three Tails has been alarmed, you have to find a place to hide quickly. Sammy was stunned, then frowned and said, then what should I do? To deal with a tailed beast like Three Tails, Samuel was sure that he couldn't be an opponent at all. I'm afraid even Yu Ming is no match. Yu Ming looked at the cave where Akita was, and frowned. You took them to hide in, and now I can only try to see if I can defeat Three Tails. In fact, for Three Tails Yu Ming, turn on Mangekyo Sharingan and control it. There is no difficulty for him, but if he uses the Sharingan to control the tailed beasts, he will be able to tell from their eyes that the Sharingan is used. Yu Ming didn't want Samui and others to know that he had Sharingan. No one knows about having a Sharingan except Tsunade. But as soon as Yu Ming said that, Sammy stood in front of Yu Ming and said, "Impossible, I want to fight with you. We will carry out this mission together by chance." Although Sammy said it was for this mission, she obviously felt the risk of Yu Ming's battle this time, and she might even die. She didn't want Yu Ming to fight by himself. Hinata and Ino also came out and said, "Yu Ming, we also want to fight side by side with you." Karui, Omoi, and Shino, who had been silent all this time, also came out. It's just that Yu Ming was a little helpless. If you come out, it will make me more troublesome. How about this, Hinata? You hide in the hole, and then I will go out to fight with Sammy. That's fine. Yu Ming felt that if they were not allowed to go out, they would definitely be unwilling, and Yu Ming could only take Samu by his side to protect 10 people, which was much easier than protecting several people. Moreover, Samui is still a Jonin, and has his own means of escape. Hinata and the others were about to say something more, when Yu Ming suddenly became serious. Now I am leading the Jonin team. Listen to me, hide in the cave, and you can only come out unless the sound of fighting outside stops. You know, you are here to make trouble for me and Samui. We are Jonin, understand? Samui also looked at Karui and Omoi. The five of Hinata looked at each other and could only nod, okay. In fact, they also felt that if they went out, they would cause trouble for Shiming and Sam Yi. In fact, Samui's going out also added to the chaos, but it was a tailed beast, not a joke. ... Ask for flowers Not to mention Jonin, even Cage level has no certainty to stop it, and even does not have enough strength, so it is very difficult to defeat the tailed beast. Seeing the reluctance of several people, Yu Ming was a little worried, and made shadow clone technique with both hands. Separated a clone. Looking at his own shadow clone, Yu Ming said, "Look at them, don't let them come out." Shadow clone nodded. When the 5 people were driven into the cave by Yu Ming's shadow clone, the roar of wild beasts sounded outside. Roar. Hearing this voice, Yu Ming frowned. Here we come. Yu Ming looked in the direction of the sound. Although due to the dense fog, the 3 tails in the distance cannot be seen. But Yu Ming could sense it. Looking at the sea fog around here, it was all created by Akita's ninja named Kurigakure. 0. Go to the beach. Sammy froze for a moment, then nodded, okay. Pulled out the short sword and followed Yu Ming towards the beach. Soon, after the two arrived at the seaside, Yu Ming quickly formed a seal of boundary solution with both hands. The surrounding thick fog enchantment was untied by Yu Ming in an instant. Because he has mastered the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan proficiently, breaking this barrier is only a trivial matter for Yu Ming. When the thick fog barrier was untied, Yu Ming's hands sealed, wind-style super hurricane, again. The moment Yu Ming completed the seal, countless gusts of wind were ejected from the front, and the surrounding thick fog was also blown. Hurricanes have strong winds in a wide range. Hoo-hoo. The super hurricane created by Yu Ming has a height of more than 100 meters, blowing away all the surrounding dense fog. Coupled with the absence of the shackles of the dense fog enchantment, within a short while, the dense fog of several kilometers around disappeared. Sammy looked at Yu Ming, and couldn't believe it at all. Yu Ming had consumed so much chakra just now, and now there is still chakra to release this song-level ninjutsu. Although the difficulty of wind-style super hurricane is not high, only B level, but the output of a lot of chakra. Standing by Yu Ming's side, Samuel didn't know why, but felt very safe. Looking into the distance, hundreds of meters away, a giant turtle-like creature with a size of tens of meters was swimming towards Ming and Sammy. Yu Ming said calmly, "That's 3 tails." Samui's eyes widened. Although it is not as big as the island tortoise in our cloud shinobi village, judging from chakra's aura, it is far stronger than the island tortoise. 0. Chapter 172 Flying Thunder God Guides Thunder, Transfers Tailed Beast Bomb. 172 330ths. Chapter 172 Flying Thunder God Guides Thunder, Transfers Tailed Beast Bomb. Yu Ming smiled and said, "Are you the giant tortoise in Cloud Shinobi Village? I've heard of it. It is said that there is a huge island on the back of the turtle. It should be quite interesting." Sammy turned her head to look at Yu Ming, and saw that he was still smiling at this moment, but she felt that Yu Ming was just smiling wryly now. Then he said, "When you have a chance, come to Cloud Shinobi Village, and I will take you to the island turtle to have a look." Yu Ming nodded. Then I have to survive this battle. The tailed beast gave people a strong sense of oppression. Although they didn't feel much about Yu Ming, they gave Samuel a strong sense of oppression. She was actually nervous just holding the short sword in her hand. Seeing Samuel holding the short sword tightly, Yu Ming held her arm. "Don't worry, we can get out alive this time." He did this just to reassure Samui. But Samui smiled wryly and said, "Although I also think this is the result, what we have to face is a tailed beast, and it's still an angry tailed beast." 580. Now while the 3 tails were swimming towards this side, one was hissing. Obviously the battle just now angered it. Yu Ming let go of his hand, looked at Three Tails, and said calmly, this time, maybe it will really succeed. In fact, although Yu Ming has never dealt with a tailed beast, he has no fear at all. After all, if he is really forced to, he can use his Mangekyo Sharingan to directly control it, or use wood-style ninjutsu to trap it. No matter what means are used, he will be fine. It's just that Sam is by his side, so it's not easy to use these two methods. Although Yu Ming was dealing with the tailed beast for the first time, he was looking forward to it. After all, the battle with the tailed beast will be exciting and exciting. The closer Three Tails got to the island, they saw Yu Ming and Sam Yi standing by the sea. Three Tails narrowed his eyes, it seemed that these two humans woke it up just now. Three Tails determined the target, immediately condensed chakra, and sprayed a high-pressure water column towards Yu Ming and Samuel. It was very powerful, and the water column was 5 or 6 meters thick. If it was hit, Yu Ming would not say anything, Sammy would definitely be dead. Seeing this scene, Sammy frowned. Sure enough, the tailed beast is really strong, and released this level of ninjutsu as soon as it came up. Just when Sammy was about to avoid it, Yu Ming swiftly sealed, water-style water-severing wave, with both hands. After the fast seal was completed, dozens of high-pressure water jets suddenly shot out in the sea. Each water column is several meters thick and powerful. Dozens of them collided with Three Tails water jets in the blink of an eye. Boom! The collision between the water columns caused huge waves several meters high to appear in the nearby sea area, and the seawater was turbulent. However, the high-pressure water jets of Three Tails were actually smashed by dozens of high-pressure water jets of Yu Ming's water-severing wave. Yu Ming looked at Three Tails and smiled. Three Tails' attack is really powerful, I actually used water-severing wave to destroy it. You must know that water-severing wave is an A-level water-style ninjutsu, and it is extremely powerful. Unexpectedly, it took dozens of high-pressure water jets to repel a water jet from Three Tails. But Sam looked at Yu Ming as if he was looking at a monster. Yu Ming said that Three Tails was very strong, and San Samui felt that Yu Ming was as strong as a monster. Looking at Three Tails, which was only 100 meters away from her, Yu bit her own finger. War between monsters. Summoning technique. Yu Ming clapped one hand to the ground. A huge puff of white smoke appeared. Samui suddenly felt that he seemed to be rising. Sizzling. Sammy suddenly heard the sound of a snake neighing. Ha ha ha. Yu Ming, what did you ask me to do? The white smoke dissipated, and Samuel stared wide-eyed, seeing that his feet were stepping on the head of a red giant snake. This crimson giant snake is too big, more than 100 meters long. Sammy looked at Yu Ming. At this moment she didn't know how to describe this person. It is powerful, and at the same time, it also has a summoning beast with a huge body like Shinya, and it is very powerful in combat. You know, the 3 great Holy Land summoning beasts are the strongest 3 among the summoning beasts in the ninja world. Samui knew that Shinya should belong to Ruchi Cave. Yu Ming looked at Sam Yi and said, this is my summoning beast, Shinya. Since it is a battle of giant creatures, it can do something when it comes out. Samui nodded. As soon as Shinya came out, he saw 3 tails. Damn, Yu Ming, did you call me out just to fight this monster? This is a tail beast. Yu Ming smiled and said, why, you dare not. Shinya smiled and said, how is it possible? It's just that this should be 3 tails, why does it appear here? Yu Ming explained, because I came to Kuritakar to perform a mission this time, so I met this guy. You have to work hard in the battle later. Shinya smiled, don't worry, I've never fought a tailed beast before, but I will definitely help you. Seeing that Yu Ming actually summoned Shinya, 3 Tails became even angrier, opened his mouth, and began to gather chakra. Seeing this scene, Shinya was shocked, be careful, it has condensed tailed beast bomb. Yu Ming looked at the island. The island is only 1,000 meters away. If it is hit by the tail beast of 3 Tails, it will basically be razed to the ground. So Yu Ming said, give me the tailed beast bomb, and after it releases the tailed beast bomb, you can rush up. Although Shinya doesn't know how Yu Ming wants to deal with the tailed beast bomb, it just needs to obey Yu Ming's orders. Big deal, just swallow Yu Ming later and return to Ruchi Cave using reverse summoning. There is a huge gap between summoning beasts and tailed beasts. No matter how powerful summoning beasts are, they cannot be the opponent of tailed beasts. Only by cooperating with the master can it be possible to defeat the tailed beast. What's more, it is now in the sea, which is very advantageous for 3 Tails. Soon, 3 Tails condensed the tailed beast bomb. Boom. After the 3 tails were condensed, the tailed beast bomb shot towards Yu Ming in an instant. The speed of the tailed beast bomb is very fast. If this tailed beast bomb lands on this island, it will definitely raise the island to the ground, and Hinata and the others will also be in danger. Yu Ming frowned, pulled out 2 Ju Wu. Shinya shouted, Yu Ming, be careful, do you really have a way to deal with this tailed beast bomb? Shinya still couldn't believe it, although Yu Ming's strength is very strong, but this is tailed beast bomb, almost the most powerful attack in the ninja world. Yu Ming placed 2 kunai horizontally. Said, don't worry. Sammy stood beside Yu Ming and didn't know what Yu Ming was doing, but she pulled out the short sword and stood by Yu Ming's side. The tailed beast bomb quickly rushed in front of Yu Ming. Shinya frowned, and just as the tailed beast bomb was about to hit them, a chain-like rune suddenly appeared beside Yu Ming. Runes covered the surrounding sky. Flying Thunder 1.1 God Guide Thunder. PFF'd. The moment the huge tailed beast encountered the Flying Thunder God technique spell, it suddenly disappeared into the spell. Yu Ming moved the tailed beast bomb to an ocean tens of kilometers away. Boom. Although Yu Ming moved the tailed beast bomb tens of kilometers away, the flames after the explosion still came from afar. Both Sam Yi and Shinya were stunned. Is this the legendary Flying Thunder God technique? Second Hokage is such a genius, he actually developed this kind of ninjutsu. Shinya couldn't believe that Yutu could use the Flying Thunder God technique to transfer a tailed beast bomb. With this kind of strength, Shinya smiled and said, it is worthy of being the master chosen by Laozi, ha ha ha. And Sam Yi looked at Yu Ming with disbelief on his face. You actually know Flying Thunder God technique? I can't believe it. This is 4th Hokage's famous ninjutsu. It's also the origin of his yellow flash. Chapter 173 Completely suppress three tails, the name will spread. 173 330ths. Chapter 173 Completely suppress three tails, the name will spread. After using the Flying Thunder God once, Yu Ming consumed 1% of chakra. Including the previous consumption, now Yu Ming's chakra has consumed 20%. Seeing that even the tailed beast bomb was moved away by Yu Ming, Three Tails suddenly felt that this human being was a bit tricky. The distance between the two sides was only more than 100 meters, and Three Tails felt that it was time to fight Yu Ming hand to hand. With a roar, Three Tails started to walk towards Ming-Yu. Yu Ming stood on Shinya's head and shouted very seriously, "Go, Shinya." Shinya looked at the rushing Three Tails. As long as it didn't let the tailed beast bomb go, it would be fine. Sammy stood next to Yu Ming and didn't know what to do. She seemed to be a spectator who came to watch the battle, and she couldn't help at all. At the same time, she also felt the horror of the tailed beast bomb from the tailed beast bomb just now. The explosion tens of kilometers away can still be felt in this place. One can imagine what it would be like near the explosion. Shinya was much faster than Three Tails and swam through the water in no time. 16 is fast enough to wrap around Three Tails' head. Just at the moment when Shinya was about to bite Three Tails' head, countless small Three Tails suddenly emerged from Three Tails' body. These tiny Three Tails start nibbling on Shinya's skin. Hiss, it hurts to death. At this moment, a violent lightning style thunder net, erupted from Ming's body. Boom! The huge lightning net instantly enveloped the entire Three Tails, and the arc of the lightning net turned many small Three Tails into coke, and the power was terrifying. Looking at those small Three Tails that turned into charcoal, Shinya felt a little terrified. Your lightning style attainments are getting stronger and stronger. As he spoke, he was about to hit Three Tails' head. Roar! After Three Tails was bitten on the face by Shinya, the pain made it growl continuously, and the Three Tails began to swing towards the neck. Yu Ming's hands quickly sealed, lightning style Lei Jie, again. In an instant, chains composed of countless thunderbolts split out from the surrounding power grid and bound the Three Tails of Three Tails. And the huge lightning caused the Three Tails of Three Tails to emit black smoke continuously. Roar! Being constantly attacked by thunder and lightning made Three Tails finally realize that his dialogue is definitely not so easy to deal with. So he turned his head and walked towards the sea. Shinya saw that Three Tails showed weakness. How could he let go of this opportunity to beat the dog in the water? After all, there are not many opportunities to bully tailed beasts. So it started spraying petrified venom at Three Tails' head. Roar! After being infected by Xingya's venom, Three Tails' head began to petrify. It's just that Three Tails is a tail beast, so after only petrifying a part, it doesn't know how to use chakra to get rid of the petrified part. Looking at Three Tails, Yu Ming smiled and said, "Let Shinya let it go, it probably knows very well that it is not our opponent." With Yu Ming's order, Shinya let go. Get off Three Tails with Yu Ming. And Three Tails also has Yu Ming's thunderbolt on him. Thunder and lightning wrapped around its tail, and even if it entered the sea, Three Tails still suffered from severe electric shocks. Seeing Three Tails swam a kilometer away, Yu Ming untied the thunderbolt. At the end of the battle, Shinya smiled and said, "It's really a bit of a dissatisfaction. It would be great if I could kill it." Shinya seemed completely dissatisfied. Yu Ming laughed and scolded, "You still want to kill it? If the tailed beasts were killed so easily, they would have died hundreds of times over the years. It is impossible to kill a tailed beast. After all, a tailed beast is nothing more than a conscious chakra." Watching Three Tails leave, Samuel was a little worried. It won't come back. Yu Ming shook his head and said, "No, it is very aware of the gap between us and us now. With its strongest attack, it can't do anything to us. Naturally, it will not attack again. Tailed beasts are not fools. Their thinking is actually similar to that of humans." Yu Ming glanced at Shinya, and Shinya said, "Then I'm leaving." Yu Ming smiled and said, "Okay, because of it." Soon, Shinya disappeared as a puff of white smoke. Sammy looked at Yu Ming with a bit of embarrassment. On the one hand, it was Yu Ming who saved them. On the other hand, Yu Ming was so powerful, but he was Konoha's ninja. As Cloud Shinobi's ninja, Samuel was quite worried. Looking at Sam Yi's eyes, Yu Ming smiled and said, "What are you thinking? Let's go, this task is completed." Samui nodded, still with a cold expression on his face. Her character is as cold as her name. But this time Yu Ming saved her and fought alongside Yu Ming to defeat Three Tails. To be precise, he should have accompanied Yu Ming to defeat Three Tails. Sammy looked at Yu Ming and frowned and said, "I didn't expect you to defeat the tailed beast." "It's incredible." Yu Ming didn't care. "It seems that there is some trouble. Akita's body has been burned to ashes. I guess you can't take it back to hand in the task." Samui didn't really care about. "It's okay, as long as Karui and Omoi know about it." At this time, Yu Ming blocked the entrance of the cave, and Yu Ming's shadow clone was also released by Yu Ming. The five of Hinata ran out and saw Yu Ming and Sammy walking towards them, but they were not injured. They only heard violent vibrations outside just now, and the sound of ninjutsu collision was very loud. They even once thought that Yu Ming and Sammy would not be alive. After seeing Yu Ming and Sammy, 5 people rushed over, and Ino even hugged Yu Ming as soon as he came up. Hinata didn't dare, and stood aside very worried. Mr. Yu Ming, it's great that you're fine. Looking at Hinata with envy, and Jinai looked at Yu Ming's gaze with awe. Yu Ming had already demonstrated his great strength in the previous battle with Akita. Although he didn't see the battle with 3 tails this time, he could already feel it from the shoe badger outside. What a terrifying monster Yu Ming was facing. But in the end Yu Ming actually won, which is very rare. In other words, Yu Ming's strength can already repel a tailed beast. Yu Ming patted Ino on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Why are you crying?" "Am I fine? Clean up, we should go back." Ino let go of Yu Ming and nodded. And Omoi and Karui looked at Yu Ming, already full of awe. In fact, from the previous battle with Akita, they have already developed a strong sense of awe towards Yu Ming. Yu Ming knew that starting today, his name would probably be spread in Cloud Shinobi Village, and even in the entire ninja world. Because it is too outrageous, a person with a Jonin actually suppressed a tailed beast, and the most important thing is to master the Flying Thunder God technique. This was the famous stunt of the 4th Hokage. For Cloud Shinobi Village, or rather, for 4th Raikage, the existence of Yu Ming will inevitably make him deeply afraid. Moreover, Sammy is still another village, and it is absolutely impossible for Yu Ming to ask them to help him keep it secret. They didn't fight against Yu Ming, and they fought alongside Yu Ming, which is already great. Before the appearance of the ninja allied forces, the 5 major ninja villages in the ninja world, the relationship between each village was not so harmonious. Chapter 174, Konoha needs a cage-level expert. 174 330ths. Chapter 174, Konoha needs a cage-level expert. After completing the task, several people left from the country of water and did not stay long. When saying goodbye, Samui looked at Yu Ming and said, "I hope we won't be enemies in the future." Samuel spoke seriously. Yu Ming nodded and calmly said, "I hope so too." After watching Yu Ming for a while, Samui took Kalui and Omoi and left by boat. Looking at the 3 people leaving, Tianyi was a little worried. They won't tell their village about Ming. Hinata nodded. Yu Ming smiled and said, "It's okay, let's talk about it." Ino followed Yu Ming into his boat and asked, "Isn't Yu Ming worried?" After getting on the boat and sitting on the deck, Yu Ming smiled and said, "Don't worry, why should you worry? Now is not the period of the Ninja World War. Although the villages are also guarding against each other, they are not really at the point where they need to go to war. Knowing my strength is actually a good thing. Now Konoha's deterrent power is indeed too low. Even if Tsunade becomes 5th Hokage, it will suppress the surrounding ninja villages who want to attack Konoha. But it can't change the fact that Konoha's strength is very weak now. The ninja alone lost half of it. This kind of loss cannot be slowed down in more than 10 years. Especially the top combat power, except for Tsunade, who can't easily leave the village. Kakashi, Asuma, Uchiha and Gai come down. Compared with other ninja villages, there is indeed a big gap, especially Cloud Shinobi Village. 2 Jinchuriki who have fully mastered the tailed beast, and a Darui, and many strong ones. In terms of top-level combat power, Konoha can be compared with them, that is, people like Kakashi. But obviously, Kakashi and others couldn't hold back those masters of Cloud Shinobi Village. Cloud Shinobi Village is like this for a village, let alone other ninja villages. Fortunately, Tsunade of the alliance with Konoha is also very weak, otherwise, the pressure on Tsunade will be even greater. Unless the shadow is very strong as Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, it is impossible to count it as a standing combat force, because the shadows of each village generally do not go out at will. This includes Raikage as well, so when counting the top combat power, Tsunade is not counted among them. Even in a war of the level of the Ninja World War, the shadows of each village will hardly enter the battlefield, but the ninja army will be commanded by the masters under him to enter the battlefield. As for Konoha now, the strong under Tsunade obviously cannot hold back other ninja villages. Unlike the Second and Third Ninja World Wars, Konoha in this period is even weaker than the Third Generation period. The Nine Tails Rebellion, the extermination of the Uchiha clan, and Orochimaru's Konoha collapse plan, these 3 events directly reduced Konoha's military strength several times. Especially the lack of top-level combat power. Even if the Third Generation wanted to train Kakashi as the 5th Hokage before, it would take a long time to investigate. Because Kakashi can't bear the responsibility of Hokage no matter in terms of qualifications, combat achievements or strength, there is still a big difference between him and Namikaze Minato. Even for Namikaze Minato, it was the condition of the truce agreement with Iwagakure that the Third Generation stepped down before Minato was allowed to take over, otherwise Minato would have to wait for a long time. So now there is a person like Yu Ming who can suppress the tailed beast and has cage-level strength, at least he can suppress the hearts of the villages that are eager to move. It took more than 10 days to return to Konoha from the country of water. For this mission, they spent nearly a month on the road alone. When returning to Konoha with Shino and the others, Yu Ming knew about Sasuke's departure from the village. Yu Ming, who handed in the task, looked at Tsunade and said, "I heard, Sasuke left the village." Yu Ming didn't use the word defection because Tsunade didn't decide whether Sasuke was a traitor or not. So it's not wrong to say that Sasuke has always been genin. Konoha has never treated him as a traitor. It's the same as when Jiraiya and Tsunade traveled out of the village. After Tsunade received the task list, he didn't answer Yu Ming's question immediately, but smiled and said, "It's so easy to solve. Why did I meet people from Wei Yin village?" Tale. Tsunade frowned after reading it. Obviously, she didn't expect this mission to be so tortuous. She even met 3 Tails, and the daimyo of the country of water actually hired ninjas from Cloud Shinobi village. Is this the ninja who doesn't believe in their Konoha? Yu Ming seemed very calm. Well, but it's really exciting to confront the tailed beast for the first time. The tailed beast is indeed much stronger than the summoning beast. The tailed beast is, after all, a pure conscious chakra. It is also purely normal to be powerful. These Cloud Shinobi village ninjas saw your fight to suppress the 3 Tails. This is what Tsunade is worried about. She is worried about what assassination mission Cloud Shinobi village will do against Yu Ming. Yu Ming laughed. Their Jonin was standing next to me and participated in the battle with me. I think she will definitely talk about it when she goes back. But that's fine. Konoha really needs someone who can hold them down now. Yu Ming is confident that with his battle against 3 Tails in the water country, he does have enough strength to suppress other ninja villages. Although the strength of 3 Tails is indeed not as good as that of 8 Tails, it is about the same. The tailed beasts under 9 Tails actually don't have a huge gap in strength. Yu Ming can suppress 3 Tails, and his strength is already at cage level. And Yu Ming will also be the only cage level that Konoha has taken out besides Tsunade and Jiraiya. None of the other Jonin have this intimidation. Tsunade pondered for a while, looked at Yu Ming and frowned and said, "But your safety." Yu Ming smiled. "There are people in the ninja world who can kill me, but not many. And if you want to have a deterrent effect, you have to bear the small actions brought about later." In fact, Yu Ming wanted to say that in the ninja world, before Successor Madara came out, no one could kill him. But that seems crazy to say so. Under Yu Ming's indifference, Tsunade also nodded. She felt that if a ninja didn't have a great reputation, he really couldn't suppress the small actions of other ninja villages. If Yu Ming's reputation is big enough, there will be much fewer people who want to assassinate him. And Tsunade also believes in Yu Ming's strength. There are very few people in the ninja world who can kill him. After talking about this matter, Tsunade answered the question asked by Yu Ming just now. Sasuke left the village, Naruto went after him, but luckily he didn't come back. He must have been bewitched by Orochimaru. Yu Ming thought for a while, sighed and said, "Actually, I don't think Orochimaru bewitched him, but he chose Orochimaru." My, Tsunade didn't expect Yu Ming to think so. Why do you think so? Yu Ming thought for a while, looked at Tsunade and said, "Don't forget, Sasuke has the hatred of the Uchiha clan being exterminated in his heart, and he has been staying in Konoha. Who can make him become stronger than Uchiha Itachi? Woolen cloth. Even now Naruto has caught up with him, maybe even surpassed him. Naruto has Jiraiya, one of the Sannin, to teach, so who will teach Sasuke? He doesn't think Kakashi-sensei can raise him to the level of Uchiha Itachi." This time Orochimaru gave him a hope. Why didn't he follow up? Even if the price is a few years later, his body will be occupied by Orochimaru, but he probably believes that he can become stronger than Orochimaru after a few years. Chapter 175 Becoming a Team Lead Jonin to take the Sunagaku Chunin exam. 175 330ths. Chapter 175 Becoming a Team Lead Jonin to take the Sunagaku Chunin exam. Tsunade thought about it, and finally figured it out. But it is impossible for the village to support this matter. Although Sasuke did have his own reasons, it is impossible for the village to support him to go out. And I still went to Orochimaru. In fact, if it was in other villages, I would have been considered a traitor of Sasuke. In Konoha, Tsunade did not decide Sasuke to be a traitor because of the relationship with Naruto. Yu Ming smiled. "Isn't it enough to treat him like you were back then?" Tsunade actually wanted to do the same, but it was difficult for the 2 Hokage consultants and Danzo to explain. But this is a question that third generation should think about, and it is impossible for Tsunade to ask them. During the Tsunade period, compared with the third generation, power was much more concentrated. The power in the hands of the 2 Hokage advisors and Danzo has been taken back a lot by Tsunade. However, Sasuke's matter is the matter of the Uchiha clan after all, so we still need to discuss with them. Just looking at Yu Ming, Tsunade decided to do what Yu Ming said. Yu Ming is no longer a member of the 7th class, so there is no need to follow them to perform tasks. After coming out of the Hokage building, Yu Ming went directly to the secret room to continue reading. Sasuke's matter, he actually doesn't want to get involved. During the year after 833, Yu Ming was in the secret room of the Senju clan. It took a year to read all the books in the collection of the Senju clan. After reading it, Yu Ming has mastered almost all the ninjutsu of the Senju family, including the ninjutsu of the Uzumaki family included in the Senju family, and some of the ninjutsu of the Uchiha family. But there is nothing strange. After all, Second Hokage is a madman who studies the Uchiha clan. If he doesn't even have the ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan, what is he studying? There are also many usages and details of Sharingan, many of which are even deeper than the Uchiha family. And when you open these books, you can see that they are all signed by Senju Tobirama. It has to be said that as an opponent of the Uchiha clan, Senju Tobirama is definitely quite good. But it also made Yu Ming more familiar with the use of Sharingan. A year later, Naruto followed Jiraiya to the ninja world to travel, in fact to protect him and the village at the same time. With Jiraiya by her side, and the ninja world is huge, it is very difficult for Akatsuki to find the two of them. Even if it is found and Jiraiya is by his side, no duo in Shout B Gen organization is sure to defeat Jiraiya. And during this year, Yu Ming didn't send out any more missions, but the fact that he suppressed 3 tails by himself before was also spread by Cloud Shinobi Village. Let everyone in the ninja world know that a cage-level strongman appeared in Konoha, and he was only 13 years old, and now he is 14 years old. And Uchiha Itachi and Kisame also reported the situation of Yu Ming to Akatsuki. And what Nagato means is that if you encounter Yu Ming in the ninja world in the future, if you are not sure, you should stay away. After coming out of the secret room, Yu Ming officially became Tsunade's guard. Because he has already read all the materials in the Hokage room and the secret room of the Senju family. After becoming Tsunade's guard, Yu Ming was assigned several S-level tasks by Tsunade one after another. One day, when Yu Ming had just returned to the village after completing the S-level mission and was about to rest for a while, Tsunade asked someone to call him over. Yu Ming was a little speechless. Sure enough, if you show your strength, you will definitely be regarded as a coolie. But I figured it out. Kakashi is still performing tasks outside every day. Almost as soon as the task is handed in, the next task will come. I have a little time to rest, which is not bad. Although it is equally hard, Yu Ming is indeed much better than Kakashi. There are very few Jonin in Konoha these days, so Kakashi is really used by one person as several. Yu Ming is only allowed to go to A-level tasks and S-level tasks. In this year, Yu Ming has completed 3 S-level missions and 5 A-level missions. It can be regarded as overfulfilling, because in peacetime, it would be good for a Jonin to receive 1 or 2 S-level tasks every year. But now Yu Ming has completed 3 in just 1 year, which is outrageous. Kakashi is even more outrageous. Within a year, Tsunade actually sent 6 S-level missions. In addition to the S-level missions, there are also 10 A-level missions. Therefore, Kakashi has to complete the next almost as soon as he returns to Konoha this year, a task. Yu Ming felt pitiful, but Tsunade asked Yu Ming to complete so many tasks. The purpose is different from Kakashi. She gave Kakashi so many high-risk tasks because of the shortage of Konoha shinobi, and Jonin is much less. While Kakashi gained Tsunade's trust, it also put a lot of burden on him. And giving Yu Ming so many high-level tasks is because Tsunade praised Yu Ming for increasing Jonin's task volume. At the same time, she also trusts Yu Ming's strength and will never be baffled by those tasks. Yu Ming came to the Hokage room, and saw a lot of Jonin, Asuma, Guy and Yujihong standing in the Hokage room. They even include their student, Hinata. Kakashi is not standing here because he is on a mission right now. Yu Ming walked up to Tsunade and asked curiously, Master Hokage, do you have any other tasks? Tsunade looked at Yu Ming and smiled. There is indeed a mission. Sunagaku is going to organize a Chunin exam with all villages. This time I hope you lead the team to participate in this Sunagaku Chunin exam. Yu Ming looked at the 3 of Guy, and asked curiously, wouldn't it be nice to let Mr. Guy lead the team this time? Tsunade shook his head and said, this time you are the leader, they are going as the leader Jonin. Guy also said, we need to take the students to take this Chunin exam. As for the handover matters, I can only leave it to you Yu Ming. In fact, this time Tsunade wants to use the name of leading the Chunin test team to promote Yu Ming to Jonin. And Yu Ming's task volume is actually enough. And it's a high-quality job. Yu Ming looked at Guy, Asuma and Yujihong and nodded, then agreed, no problem. Tsunade smiled. In fact, this Chunin exam is a trivial matter. The important thing is that Yu Ming can use this exam to be promoted to Jonin. And Xiao Li and the others are all sent to take the Chunin exam this time. Only Yu Ming and Shikamaru passed the Chunin exam last time, and Yu Ming was even promoted directly to Special Jonin. 3 days later, Yu Ming led Konoha's team into Sunagaku. After exchanging documents with Sunagaku's people, Yu Ming led Konoha's team into the residence arranged by Sunagaku. The Chunin exam will not start until 3 days later. This time Konoha will take the Chunin exam, except for Shikamaru, Sasuke and Naruto, Konoha's other Shoukyangs. It's just that this time Yu Ming, who was originally in the same class as them, is now the team leader Jonin. Chapter 176 The Rumored Man. 176 330ths. Chapter 176 The Rumored Man. But after Yu Ming joined Sunagaku, the senior management of Sunagaku was discussing one thing. That's about Yu Ming's strength. Yu Ming's reputation in the ninja world is very prominent now, much like Namikaze Minato's posture back then. Especially suppressing the matter of 3 tails is enough to prove his strength. Konoha sent such a strong person to lead the team into Sunagaku, which made the senior management of Sunagaku a little nervous. But Gaara did not participate in the high-level meeting. Now Gaara has not become the 5th Kazekage. And Sunagaku has not yet elected Kazekage. It is because Sunagaku has no one who can be Kazekage. Now the most powerful ninja in Sunagaku is Baki, but Baki is only an elite Jonin, not enough to become 5th Kazekage, and his prestige is far from enough. So now Sunagaku is controlled by the village high level. In the high-level meeting of Sunagaku, a few older generation ninjas of Sunagaku stood up and said, what does Konoha mean? They sent people like Yu Ming, don't they know how much threat this person is to our Sunagaku? With the ability to suppress 3 tails by himself and the Grandmaster Flying Thunder God technique, Tsunade actually made Yu Ming the team leader Jonin, obviously on purpose. After all, a ninja like Yu Ming entering Sunagaku is tantamount to letting a tailed beast enter a village. The pressure on Sunagaku's defense was enormous. However, because of the attack on Konoha last time, Sunagaku surrendered to Konoha, so Konoha sent Yu Ming to lead the team, and they had no choice. Although the older ninjas complained, they also knew that there was no way but to strengthen Sunagaku's defense. The current Sunagaku's strength is not as good as the current Konoha's at all. You must know that this is the weakest time in Konoha's history. Of course, because of Yu Ming, among the 5 great ninja villages, his strength is not very long. It was precisely because of the appearance of Yu Ming that Sunagaku felt a lot of pressure. Temari and Kankuro and Baki also participated in this high-level meeting. The two currently hold higher positions than Gaara. Logically speaking, Gaara should also become a high-level leader, but the ninjas in the village really dare not trust him. He had made a deep impression on the village before. Seeing a few ninjas complaining, Kankuro frowned and said that Yu Ming is now Konoha's special Jonin, and is also Hokage's guard, so there is actually no problem with him leading the team to participate in this Chunin. We should now discuss how to set up the Chunin exam. This time, there are villages like Rain Shinobi Village and Longyan Village participating, so we need to arrange this exam to dispel the concerns of other ninja villages. Now Sunagaku is weak and vulnerable to attack. That, Kankuro felt, was the most important thing, not talking about a ninja who couldn't possibly do them any harm. Although Kankuro doesn't know Yu Ming very well, but he knows their new Hokage better, this is a person who won't start a war easily. That being the case, it is too much to worry about whether Yu Ming is a threat to Sunagaku. Several older generation ninjas who were arguing were quieted down, looked at Kankuro and said, if this person really does. At this time Temari stood up and said calmly, he won't do anything, he is not such a person, unless he wants to go to war with Sunagaku. It is impossible to do anything to hurt Sunagaku, obviously 5th Hokage will not allow it. He went to war with Sunagaku. He is just very strong, not a militant. And since 5th Hokage can let him come, it is enough to prove that this arrangement is just a very ordinary arrangement, and in terms of his status, such an arrangement is reasonable. The ninjas of the older generation actually think more, because Sunagaku is indeed weaker now, so they have to be more cautious. Then Temari said, now that he's in Sunagaku, who do you think can stop him if he really wants to do something? Who will Sunagaku be his opponent? Is it Mr. Baki? Baki thought for a while, and felt that it was impossible for him to be an opponent who could suppress the strong Three Tails. What's more, when he attacked Konoha, he saw Yu Ming summoning the summoning beast. His summoning beast alone is powerful enough. If Yu Ming wants to attack Sunagaku, there is no need to blatantly enter Sunagaku. You know, the reason why Orochimaru is so cautious is because Konoha and 3rd generation can suppress him. But who can hold down Yu Ming and Sunagaku? Even Gaara is far from enough, a person who can suppress Three Tails. It is impossible to find someone who can compete with him in Sunagaku. So Baki also stood up at this time and said, okay, Temari and Kankuro are good, it's important to hold the Chunin exam. After Baki spoke, several senior executives of the older generation also gave Baki face, but they were still quite vigilant. Unbeknownst to Yu Ming, he was the main focus of attention in Sunagaku's high-level meeting. During the few days at Sunagaku's hotel, Yu Ming encountered many encounters. Many ninjas in the village want to see what kind of man Yu Ming, who can suppress tailed beasts by himself, is like. The villages participating in the Chunin exam this time, except Konoha's Dainin village, are all small and medium-sized ninja villages, such as Rain Shinobi Village, Kaoyan Village, or Takiyan Village. 000. For these villages, the strong man who can suppress the tail beast alone is too legendary. Even the shadows of various ninja villages can hardly do this kind of thing. At the beginning, 3rd Raikage became a legend when he fought 8 tails to exhaustion with his own strength. And Yu Ming is only 14 years old this year, and he has already done it. And this matter was spread by Cloud Shinobi Village, not by Konoha. In addition to the 3S level missions that Yu Ming completed afterwards, he encountered several Jonin traitors, but none of them could escape from his hands. Either die or be captured. So let Yu Ming's name become more and more famous in the ninja world. So this kind of person has attracted many ninjas from small and medium ninja villages to try to get close to Yu Ming, wanting to know what such a man looks like. In their minds, they could suppress the tailed beast by themselves, and they must be like a burly man like 3rd Raikage. It's just that when they saw Yu Ming, they were all stunned by Yu Ming's appearance. Because Yu Ming looks very normal, although he is 1.78 meters tall. At only 14 years old, Kiba is indeed relatively tall. But he is not strong at all, on the contrary, his figure is quite standard. It's not obvious from the outside that he has any big muscles. And it looks good. They couldn't even believe that such a person could suppress the tailed beast by himself. Because it looks so different. It doesn't look like a strong corpse. Chapter 177 Yu Ming's Threat to Sunagaku. 177 330ths. Chapter 177 Yu Ming's Threat to Sunagaku. 3 days passed quickly, and there was no difference between Sunagaku's Chunin exam and Konoha's previous Chunin exam. When several people entered the examination room, Yu Ming looked at them and smiled and said, everyone, this time is in Sunagaku, don't embarrass Konoha. Shao Sakura, Shao Li, Neji, Tenten, Shino, Hinata, Kiba, Ino and Choji are all standing here. If Shikamaru, Sasuke, and Naruto are here, it will be the Konoha 12. Looking at Yu Ming's smile, he curled his lips and said, I'm showing off again. Hinata said seriously, Mr. Yu Ming, we will definitely work hard. Ino raised his hands and said excitedly, this time I will definitely become Chunin, and then I will become Jonin, following in your footsteps Yu Ming. And Jinai, who had been seldom speaking before, suddenly said, can you follow Yu Ming's footsteps by becoming Jonin? 197. Ino's original excitement disappeared in an instant, and he stared at Shino and said, don't dampen my enthusiasm. Shino was silent again, and Choji and Neji looked at Yu Ming with seriousness. Shaoli clenched his fists, looked at Yu Ming very seriously and said, Yu Ming, I believe that I passed the Chunin exam this time and I will definitely beat you. Yu Ming smiled calmly and said, I am welcome anytime, but the premise is that you have to pass this exam. As long as you pass the Chunin exam, I am happy to accept your challenge. Neji is also eager to try, although he has some understanding of Yu Ming, it is clear that he is very strong, and may even have reached cage level. But he felt that if he worked harder, he might be able to catch up. Asuma, Yuhihong and Guy stood beside Yu Ming, and after sending them to the examination room, they found a place to sit outside the examination room. The three are the leader Jonin of their respective teams this time, and Yu Ming is the leader Jonin of the entire team. It's kind of weird that one particular Jonin leads three Jonin. But there is nothing strange about the three of them, after all, Yu Ming's strength has been recognized by them. Even Uchiha Itachi, who can easily suppress Kakashi, is extremely afraid of Yu Ming, and may even be unable to beat him. With this kind of strength, the three of them are convinced. And they also believe that Yu Ming will definitely become as good as 4th Hokage in the future, or in other words, now he already has strength comparable to 4th generation. Especially Guy, he had a very good relationship with Yu Ming, and he also knew that Yu Ming had mastered wood style. After so many years, Yu Ming's wood style should have reached a very high level. 2 years ago, Yu Ming's wood style was already many times stronger than Yamato's. With Yu Ming's talent, now his wood style is probably quite close to the level of 1st generation. The strength of 1st generation is still what Yu Ming and Guy said. That is really a powerful ninja that can suppress an era. But Guy also thinks that Yu Ming may really be able to reach the level of 1st Hokage in the future, but not yet, but it should be close. The four sat outside the Sunagaku examination room and chatted. While the four of Yu Ming were chatting about the past, the first exam ended. Everyone passed the first test. Tomorrow is the second exam. With a few people, Yu Ming also saw other ninja villages and some people were more familiar, such as Fu from Longyan village, and the girl from Rain Shinobi village who was later made by Nagato into the Animal Road of Pain's 6 paths. These people were also very curious when they saw Yu Ming. Obviously Yu Ming is as old as them, why would he be the leader Jonin? And just when Yu Ming led several people out of the examination room, he saw Temari, Kankuro and Gaara standing at the door. Obviously, they were waiting for Konoha's people. Yu Ming thought for a while, and walked over with a few people. Seeing Yu Ming, Gaara was very calm, while Temari and Kankuro were very dignified. They really couldn't believe the experience of Yu Ming they had investigated in the past year. Yu Ming actually suppressed a tailed beast. Walking in front of the three of them, Yu Ming said with a smile, "Three of you, you are all Chunin now, and you can level up fast enough." Although Temari and Kankuro are just Chunin, they have the qualifications to participate in high-level meetings. It is conceivable that Sunagaku's high level actually thinks highly of them. Of course, the main reason is that their father is 4th Kage. Temari is actually 17 years old this year, Kankuro is 16 years old, and Gaara is the same age as Yu Ming. It's just what Yu Ming said, Gaara and the others have become Chunin, but Yu Ming has become a special Jonin, and even after this time, they will be upgraded to Jonin. Obviously Yu Ming's upgrade is faster. Temari and Kankuro don't know much about Yu Ming. Apart from understanding Yu Ming's strength and the tasks Yu Ming completed this year, they don't know much about Yu Ming himself. But such a strong man doesn't seem to have any pretensions. Both Temari and Kankuro forgot that Yu Ming was younger than both of them. Temari said, "Can I talk to you?" This is the purpose of Sunagaku's top management to let the three Temari go to Yu Ming to inquire about Yu Ming, but the three Temari chose this straight to the point form. If the top management of Sunagaku knew about it, they would definitely vomit blood with anger. Yu Ming looked at Gaara, and said calmly, "Shall we talk? It seems that Guikun has some opinions on me. But it's okay. Let's talk about it. Asuma, Teacher Hong, and Teacher Guy, you take them to the hotel first, I will go and talk to them." Yu Ming smiled without the slightest pressure. It's just that the three of Asuma and Hinata are not very willing. Guy came over, stood beside Yu Ming and said, "May I ask what Guikun wants to talk to Yu Ming about?" "I'm Jonin from Konoha, if I know, I can tell you." Asuma and Yuhihong also came over. Looking at the three of Temari, Yu Ming felt the pressure. After all, these three are standard Jonin. That means Gaara can stay calm. At this time, Yu Ming smiled and said, "Teacher Guy, don't worry, I'll have a chat with 1.0. It's just that Yu Ming just finished speaking. Asumazu looked at Yu Ming and frowned and said, "What if there is danger? You should know how important you are to Kai Konoha now." This is to remind Yu Ming that if there is danger, Konoha will suffer great losses. But Asuma and Yuhihong didn't know Yu Ming's strength very well. Yu Ming didn't explain too much to them, so he watched and Guy smiled and said, "Teacher Guy, don't worry, I will go and come back quickly, unless they want to cause trouble with Konoha war, otherwise it would be impossible to do anything bad to me." In fact, even without Yu Ming, Sunagaku still can't beat Konoha. What's more, Sunagaku has no one who can put Yu Ming in danger. Baki, Shio and Gaara, the strongest in their village, can't play together. Chapter 178 Shuhei, he has more chakra than me. 178 330ths. Chapter 178 Shuhei, he has more chakra than me. Guy thought about it, and felt that what Yu Ming said was right. Now Tsunade would definitely not dare to attack Yu Ming, otherwise they would not be able to bear the anger of Konoha. So Guy looked at Yu Ming and said, be careful. Asuma looked at Guy and completely disagreed with Yu Ming going out with the three of them. Guy looked at Asuma and said calmly, I know Yu Ming's strength best, and now Tsunade has no reason to do bad things to Yu Ming. Hearing this, Asuma's original intention to stop was gone. He thought about it, and said, okay, with a wry smile. Although Yuhihong was also worried, but because Asuma and Guy had already agreed, she didn't insist anymore. Yu Ming followed the Gaara trio towards the edge of Tsunade. Yu Ming didn't get impatient, he didn't say a word all the way, and came to the edge of Tsunade, where there is a tea room. One of the few tea rooms in Tsunade. The three of them knelt in front of Yu Ming, looked at Yu Ming and said, I don't know why Mr. Yu Ming became Genin's team leader this time. Considering your strength, you can't do such a thing. Tamari spoke first, only very politely. Yu Ming took a sip of tea and said with a smile, it's fine to speak normally. I'm younger than you at 16, so just call me Yu Ming. Tamari froze for a moment, then nodded, but kept looking at Yu Ming. Tamari never expected that Yu Ming would be so free and easy. After drinking tea for a while, Yu Ming said very calmly, what I want to say is that I am just a special Jonin now. Why do you think I shouldn't be the team leader Jonin for this mission? With my status and level, Jonin is actually just right to be the team leader, isn't it? Yu Ming looked at the three of them very calmly, especially Tamari. In fact, he could tell that among the three, Tamari had the final say. Gaara is the strongest, but also the most careless. Kankuro is completely listening to Tamari. Moreover, Tamari is also the older sister of Kankuro and Gaara. Gaara didn't listen to her before, but now after being exported by Naruto, she has become an obedient younger brother. Seeing Yu Ming so calmly, Tamari felt a little stressed. After all, she is a Kage-level strong person, although Yu Ming is indeed 3 years younger than her. But the strength is too strong, and Tamari has also seen the tip of the iceberg of Yu Ming's strength with his own eyes, and that tip of the iceberg has already amazed Tamari. That's true, but with your current name in the ninja world, coming to our Tsunade really puts a lot of pressure on our village. The old men in the village are really wary of you, although I don't think you should be that kind of person, but I still want to hear confirmation from you. When Tamari finished speaking, Kankuro and Gaara gathered chakra, ready to attack. Yu Ming raised Erlang's legs, leaned on the chair, drank tea, and said with a calm smile, I think with your brain, you can probably figure out whether I have any motives for attacking you San Shinobi. Don't gather chakra, you two are not my opponents, but I really don't have the idea of using force against Tsunade, mainly because I don't have any motive, and I don't know why you Tsunade think I will fight against you. What good can I get if I do it to you? Your high-level people are a little bit unfounded. Hearing Yu Ming's words, Gaara and Kankuro did not relax at all, but became even more nervous. And feeling the huge chakra in Yu Ming's body, Shuhei and Gaara's body trembled all over. Because it felt a chakra bigger than 9 tails, the last time he could feel a chakra bigger than this was Sage of 6 Paths. Among the ninjas it has seen, only Sage of 6 Paths has more chakra than Yu Ming, or Indra. As for Senju Hashirama, Shukaku was actually not familiar with him. When Senju Hashirama caught the tailed beast, the only tailed beast that was not caught was the one-tailed Shukaku, because at that time Shukaku had been sealed in the Temple of the Kingdom of Wind. So at that time, Tsunade didn't need tailed beasts, but money and land. It's just that Yu Ming is second only to these two, and it's terrifying. In the ninja world, it's been more than 1,000 years. Shukaku has never seen a ninja who has a stronger Jonquilla than Yu Ming. Yu Ming's chakra is even bigger than 9 tails, because it has the worst relationship with 9 tails and is also an opponent, so it is very clear how huge 9 tails chakra is. It can almost be said that 9 tails chakra much more than any of the 8-tailed beasts. So 9 tails is also the most powerful of the 9-tailed beasts. Now Yu Ming, a human being, actually has a chakra that is even bigger than 9 tails, it's unbelievable. So Shuzuru began to contact Gaara in Gaara's body, hey, boy, don't provoke that guy. You are not his opponent. He has more chakra than me. If you don't want to die, don't provoke him. Because Shukaku was released last time, Gaara and Shukaku communicated once, and now their relationship is already good. When Gaara heard Shukaku's words, his alert state suddenly turned into panic. What? There are more chakra than you. How is it possible? You are a tailed beast. Gaara couldn't believe it at all. Yu Ming's chakra was more than Shuhei. How could this be possible? Yu Ming is human. How can humans have more chakra than tailed beasts? Do you feel wrong? Shukaku glared at Gaara. I feel wrong. Our tailed beasts are the most sensitive to chakra, and each tailed beast has a sensitivity to chakra that exceeds that of humans by 560. You say I feel wrong. It's worth I remind you, it's up to you whether you listen or not. But I can guarantee that if you fight him, even if you completely release me, I will not be his opponent. Gaara thought for a while and said, I heard that he suppressed 3 tails alone, and his strength is indeed very strong, but you said that he has more chakra than you. I don't quite believe it. Shuhei understood. No wonder, such a huge chakra is so young, and there is no tailed beast on his body. One can imagine how terrifying this guy's strength must be. The way for ninjas to improve chakra is through practice. The more you practice, the more chakra you will have. Because after practicing, the energy of the body will be enhanced, and chakra will also be enhanced at the same time. Before Naruto practiced, he got rid of the chakra of 9 tails. In fact, he didn't have much chakra. Although compared to ordinary people, it is very much, but in terms of his physique, it is not too much. Compared with the amount of chakra in 9 tails, there is a huge gap. After that, through continuous practice, Naruto even caught up with 9 tails in terms of chakra, and in the end, even the amount of chakra may have been almost the same as that of 9 tails. And Yu Ming has such a huge chakra at such a young age, and he doesn't have a tail beast. One can imagine how cruel his cultivation is and how strong his body is. Similarly, the strength must be very terrifying. Chapter 179 Yu Ming's Deterrent Power. 179 330ths. Chapter 179 Yu Ming's Deterrent Power. Shuhei knows very well that 3 tails is not very strong among the 9-tailed beasts, but it is definitely not the weakest. Even on par with him, if Yu Ming can really suppress 3 tails, or in other words, it is no longer a guess, Yu Ming's current chakra strength and chakra volume have surpassed the strongest and most among the 9-tailed beasts' 9 tails. It is conceivable that Yu Ming can suppress the tailed beast just by relying on the amount of chakra. So you'd better not do anything to him, otherwise you will be miserable, and I can't beat him. This is the first time Shuhei admits to being cowardly, because Yu Ming's chakra volume is no longer at the level of normal people. Gaara frowned, but in the end he was relieved, at least Yu Ming didn't really make a move. Tamari looked at Yu Ming and breathed a sigh of relief. I hope you can keep your promise. Yu Ming nodded, and said very calmly, are you Sunagaku high-level officials so worried that I will attack Sunagaku? Tamari didn't speak, fell silent. Yu Ming nodded, I understand, but don't worry, I don't want to touch Sunagaku, after all, I'm not that boring. Yu Ming didn't even know. How did they think that Yu Ming would attack Sunagaku? Did they regard him as someone like Orochimaru? Shaking his head, Yu Ming smiled slightly. Seeing that Yu Ming is so calm, they took the Chunin exam together before, and now Yu Ming has become the pillar of Konoha, but they still have nothing to do, and now they have only just become Chunin. After talking for a while in the tea house, Yu Ming left. After Yu Ming left, Konkuro said, I was really nervous just now. The pressure on that guy is even greater than before. It feels like a mountain is about to come over me. This guy is only a year old. How much has it grown? Gaara said calmly, his chakra is a lot, even less than Sho. What? Tamari and Konkuro looked at Gaara at the same time and exclaimed. Yu Ming's chakra surpasses Shukura. What a joke. Shukura is a tailed beast, one of the 9 creatures with the most chakra in the ninja world. How could Yu Ming have more chakra than Shohei? Gaara's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said very solemnly, because Shuhei said it himself, the tail beast is very sensitive to chakra, so it can feel the huge chakra in Yu Ming's body. It said that the chakra in Yu Ming's body, even bigger than 9 tails chakra. Temari's and Konkuro's throats swelled in disbelief at such a thing. Is that still human? And that guy is only 14 years old, how can he have such a huge chakra? It's crazy. But both Tamari and Konkuro trust Shukuru's judgment, because it is the tailed beast. But thinking that Yu Ming's chakra is even bigger than a tailed beast, isn't this a humanoid tailed beast? Before, they just thought that Yu Ming was very powerful and extremely talented, but now they realized that Yu Ming seemed to be on the same level as they didn't care. Even Gaara is far from being able to compare with him. No wonder he is so contemptuous of the attack on our Sunagaku, it turns out he doesn't like it at all. The current situation of our Sunagaku, I am afraid that judging by his power to suppress the tail beast, it can really be destroyed. In fact, this is not the case, unless Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama have the strength, otherwise even a strong man like Third Hokage who can reach exhaustion with 8 tails will be defeated by countless ninjas. However, although Yu Ming is not as good as Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, he is also better than Third Hokage. It is not impossible to destroy Sunagaku, and the current situation of Sunagaku is indeed not good. Only Chiyo can be considered cage level, and even Gaara can only be regarded as Jonin. If one-tail Shuhei breaks out, he can reach elite Jonin. If you release Shukaku completely, it is cage level. So this is the role of the tailed beast. Among the 5 major countries, as long as there is a Jinchuriki, there will be at least one cage level strong person in the village at all times. What's more, Gaara's talent is also good, so after a few years, it is inevitable for him to become cage level. But Gaara could see the disregard from Yu Ming's gaze just now. Yu Ming didn't have any contempt, but it seemed that the things they just said didn't exist in Yu Ming's eyes. Or, he didn't take it seriously at all. Back at the hotel, Guy, Asuma and Yuhihong came to Yu Ming's room. The 3 sat in front of them and looked at Yu Ming. Yu Ming laughed and said, actually, they didn't have any malice when they came to me, they just wanted to ask me if I had any malice towards Sunagaku. Now that Sunagaku is like this, they are also worried that I will be bad for Sunagaku. Guy smiled, I knew that was the reason. When 5th Hokage asked you to be the team leader this time, I knew it would happen. During this time, the ninja world has been spreading rumors about you, not to mention that you have shown the power to suppress tailed beasts. How could Sunagaku let you enter Sunagaku with confidence? However, they attacked our Konoha before, which caused our Konoha's vitality to be seriously injured. At that time, they surrendered, so they could only let you in once, but even if they let you in, they must be on guard. It's good for them to do so now, at least they clearly said that they didn't do anything dirty. Guy is pretty smart at this point. And Asuma also breathed a sigh of relief. You were personally appointed by Lord Fifth Hokage. If there is any problem with you, we can't explain it to her. Yu poured a cup of tea for Yu Ming, and said with a smile, it also shows that Yu Ming's name is becoming more and more deterrent, which is a good thing for Konoha, and it can just calm down those who have thoughts about Konoha Ninja Village. Guy nodded. Indeed, the situation of Tsunade, our Konoha, and the closed Kurigakure is not very good. As far as Cloud Shinobi Village and Iwagakure have been developing, in terms of overall strength, Cloud Shinobi Village and Iwagakure it's not on the same level at all. What happened to Orochimaru last time really hurt Konoha. The loss of one Uchiha clan was enough damage, but Orochimaru caused almost half of the ninja casualties. In terms of overall strength, it is no longer at the same level as Iwagakure and Cloud Shinobi Village. However, Konoha's background is still there, and it only takes a few years to catch up with the level of these two villages. Although it is still weaker than them, it is no longer a gap in level. Although Iwagakure does not seem to be a powerful ninja, the overall strength is indeed very strong. The strongest Cloud Shinobi Village, the daimyo is even more for their needs, as long as they are not too much, they will meet them, and they really want money. He is richer than the daimyos of the Land of Fire. However, the Land of Thunder has a very good terrain. Although the Land of Fire has the best geographical location, the Land of Thunder has the best development. It is stronger than the Land of Fire in terms of economy and military. This is also the reason why 4th Raikage has such a violent temper of Zhao's but still respects the daimyo of the Land of Thunder so much. The economy of Ninja Village is very important. After all, raising ninjas is a very expensive thing to pay. Without sufficient economic strength, it is impossible to support them. The most important reason why the 5 major ninja villages are strong is that they are supported by the economies of the 5 major countries. Otherwise, it will be the same as Tsunade. Once the daimyo's military expenditure is reduced, it will immediately decline. The extraction of placer gold is still unable to maintain expenses. So for now, Konoha's situation is better than Tsunade's. At least the daimyo of the Fire Country supports Konoha's recovery. The main reason is that the relationship between the Fire Nation daimyo and the Senju clan is good. When Konoha was founded, it was Senju Hashirama who negotiated with the Fire Nation daimyo on behalf of the Senju clan. However, the daimyos of various countries don't really care about Ninja Village's affairs at all, just don't discuss him too much. For example, like Kurigakure, they actually go to assassinate the daimyo. Good guy, I gave you money, but I didn't care about you, and I was assassinated by you. How could such a good thing come from? So now Kurigakure doesn't even have the trust of the daimyo of the water country. Chapter 180 Sandstorm, Premeditated. 183 130ths. Chapter 180 Sandstorm, Premeditated. However, the existence of a person like Yu Ming who can suppress tailed beasts can already guarantee Konoha's development with peace of mind. A strong person is very important to Ninja Village. If there is no Namikaze Minato in the Third Ninja World War, it would be really difficult for Konoha to win. Although Konoha didn't get any benefits in the end, he had to accept the demands made by Iwagakure and Cloud Shinobi Village after winning the battle, and made a lot of concessions. Cloud Shinobi Village and Iwagakure didn't lose much. But also because of the existence of Namikaze Minato, Konoha did win this war. If there is no Namikaze Minato, Sleepy Leaf may really lose. Therefore, the existence of Yu Ming is a very important deterrent to other villages. It is precisely because of this that Asuma is so worried about Yu Ming. Yu Ming is not only very important to Tsunade, but also very important to the current Konoha. Looking at the three of them, Yu Ming smiled and said, tomorrow is the second exam. I think they should all be able to pass. Each of them has improved a lot. Asuma, Kurenai Yuhi and Guy all nodded. It was indeed an accident last time, otherwise, maybe both Sasuke and Shikamaru would have become Chunin. At that time, it was true that Shikamaru and Sasuke had been approved by third generation. The reason why Sasuke became Chunin is because Shiranui Genjin said that Sasuke became Chunin in 730, and after becoming Chunin, he had to do things for Konoha. In fact, at that time, both third generation and Shiranui Genma regarded Sasuke as Chunin. And of course Yu Ming. Third generation was actually more anxious than Tsunade, because he even wanted to promote Yu Ming to Jonin after the Chunin exam was over. There is no particular Jonin phase at all. It's not like he hasn't done this kind of thing. He did it to Kakashi during the Third Ninja World War. On the second day of the exam, Yu Ming, Asuma, Yuhihong, and Guy were standing in the main exam hall of Tsunade and waiting. The second test is exactly the same as Konoha, both of which are to win the Earth Coiling Axis. However, the environment in Tsunade is obviously much harsher. In a desolate desert Gobi, there is no food at all, which is much worse than Konoha's Chunin exam. Yu Ming and Gaara were sitting in the waiting hall. In the middle of the waiting hall, there is a suspended sand. This device can see the status of each candidate. Gaara turned her head to look at Yu Ming from time to time, and Yu Ming was an old god, leaning on the chair with his legs crossed, his hands resting on the edge of the chair. He didn't have the slightest worry at all. Gaara's disciple is actually in the examination room. Yu Ming looked at Gaara. Finding him staring at the maracas, Yu Ming laughed and said, "What, do you have any friends to take this exam?" Gaara froze for a moment, then turned to look at Yu Ming. He rarely communicated with Yu Ming, not much before, and even more so now. But he still replied, "Well, my disciple is in this exam." Yu Ming was stunned for a moment. You still have disciples? Strange news. Seeing Yu Ming being so surprised, Gaara was a little speechless and said, can't I have a disciple? Yu Ming shook his head and said with a smile, I didn't say that, it's just that you have such a cold personality and someone wants to be your disciple. It's really rare. Although Gaara was a little helpless, she didn't refute. Yu Ming was also right. Just in the middle of the game, an accident suddenly appeared. The Tsunade ninja who monitored the inspection stood up and said, Master Konkuro, there is a huge storm in the examination room, which may endanger the safety of the examinees. From the sand balls, it can be seen that there is a storm in the huge area of the examination room, and these storms are slowly covering the sand and dust. Gaara's heart tightened because his disciple was still inside. In a hurry, he stood up directly. Where are they? Konkuro and Temari turned to look at Gaara. Both of them knew that Gaara's disciple was there, so they said, it's still in the exam, Gaara, you can't interfere. Gaara frowned and said, but this storm BGEB looks very abnormal. I suspect that someone is destroying the examination room and attacking the candidates who are taking the examination. Temari and Konkuro also think so, but they know that if Gaara enters it, it will cause riots because his ninjutsu is too loud. And now that the situation at the scene is unknown, they dare not let Gaara enter it. So Konkuro and Temari said, Gaara, we too will go in and have a look, but you have to stay here, don't go in. Gaara couldn't understand. Why? At all. Temari and Konkuro put their gear on their backs, walked outside and said, because you can't make any mistakes. You guys, watch Gaara, don't let him out. The two Tsunade ninjas looked at Gaara helplessly and said, Master Gaara, there's no way, please follow me. Although Gaara really wanted to enter the examination room but he didn't force his way out. Now he is not the reckless man he was before. And Yu Ming stood up. Asuma, Kurenai Yuhi, and Might Guy also stood up at this time. Shall we go over and have a look? Yu Ming nodded. I agree, this storm is probably not a simple storm. Someone should be causing trouble, and the purpose is still Tsunade, otherwise I wouldn't choose to be here. And can cause such a huge storm, the enemy's strength will not be too weak. Hearing Yu Ming's analysis, the three of Asuma were a little anxious. They turned around and walked towards the examination room. They were leading the team Jonin, but they were actually not allowed to enter the examination room. It's just that this kind of thing happened now, and the team leaders Jonin from various ninja villages had already entered the examination room. They naturally don't care, but at this time in the desert, this storm was created by a ninja monk. Naturally, it was not entirely by his own strength that caused such a huge sandstorm, and there was a person standing behind him. The three of Yu Ming and Guy came to the edge of the desert. Looking at the sandstorm in the distance, Yu Ming frowned. Sandstorms of this level are definitely not something a ninja can use. Even Gaara, who is a master of using sand, still can't do this. It seems that things are a little troublesome. What is the purpose of this group of people? Is it just to create a sandstorm and attack the candidates? Yu Ming really has no memory of this part at all. However, it is obviously extremely powerful to be able to use this level of sandstorm. Just when Yu Ming was about to take the three of Guy into the desert, an eagle flies in the distance. Yu Ming frowned. That's Konoha's Zinnying. Asuma nodded and said, well, and it's Tsunade-sama's Shintaka, maybe something really happened. I didn't expect Hokage-sama to write a letter in person. Chapter 181 The Black Hand Behind the Scenes. 181 330ths. Chapter 181 The Black Hand Behind the Scenes. Yu Ming took Zinnying over and opened the letter to have a look. The contents of the letter left Yu Ming speechless. Asuma glanced at it, and frowned. It seems that someone is really causing unrest, and our mission is to protect Gaara. Because Konoha and Tsunade are in an alliance, they found out that someone was going against Gaara. As the leader of Konoha, Tsunade would naturally ask Yu Ming to support Sand Shinobi village. Guy looked at Yu Ming and said, what should I do? Shaoli and the others are still taking exams in the desert, and it is difficult for us to get into such a big sandstorm. Yu Ming thought for a while and said, let's go, I have a solution. Although they didn't know what Yu Ming could do, they still followed Yu Ming into the Devil's Desert. The environment around Tsunade is bad enough, and the Devil's Desert is one of the worst places. It is almost impossible for ordinary people to survive in it, and this place has also become a good test room for ninjas. After entering the Devil's Desert, I watched the sandstorm that covered the sky and the sun. A lightning shield suddenly burst out from Yu Ming's body. This shield completely covers the three of Asuma. The sandstorm quickly covered them, but no matter how bad the sandstorm was, it couldn't penetrate Yu Ming's lightning shield at all. Guy looked at the lightning shield and was stunned. This shield is so strong that it can resist the invasion of sandstorms. You must know that the wind in the sandstorm is very strong, and the storm also contains a lot of fine sand, so to prevent these things from entering the shield, an extremely dense force is required. I didn't expect Yu Ming's lightning shield to be able to do this. It was also the first time Yu Ming released this lightning shield in front of them. Yu Ming opened his perception ability, and the sandstorm spread for more than 10 kilometers, but fortunately, it was all within his perception range. After Yu Ming sensed where the person who created the storm was, Yu Ming said, let's go. The three of them no longer lamented how powerful Yu Ming's lightning shield was. It is very difficult or even impossible to move forward in a sandstorm. But because of the existence of Yu Ming, the three of Asuma passed through the sandstorm without any hindrance. But at this time, the ninja on the other side of the sandstorm frowned. I didn't expect Konoha to intervene, that guy is also there, but you are still a little bit close to stopping me. At this time, Yu Ming had sensed that Gaara had rushed into the Devil's Desert. When heading to Gaara, Yu Ming frowned. How did Gaara go? This time they originally wanted to rescue Xiao Li and the others before going to protect Gaara, but who knew, Gaara rushed into the desert. Asuma asked, "What's wrong?" He saw Yu Ming frown. Yu Ming thought for a while and said, "It's okay, we can kill two birds with one stone, protect Gaara and rescue Hinata, and they can do it together." Asuma and Kurenai Yuhi thought for a while. "You mean Gaara also appeared here?" Yu Ming nodded. Asuma seemed a little unhappy. What is he doing here? Doesn't he know that those people are targeting him? Asuma believed that since Tsunade already knew that someone wanted to assassinate Gaara, he would definitely tell Tsunade, but Gaara appeared here, obviously without considering the consequences. Yu Ming also frowned. Maybe there is someone important to him. I heard that there are his disciples here. That guy finally got a disciple. I guess he didn't want her to be in any danger. After Yu Ming finished speaking, the three of Asuma didn't say anything, because they also had their own disciples among them, so they knew this feeling very well. The four rushed to Gaara's side in no time. But at this time Gaara is being drawn by the ninja monk to draw chakra. Even Seven Tails Jinchurikifu is among them. And Neji, Tiantian, Xiao Li and the two ninjas from Longyuan village are also attacking the ninja monk Fei at this time. Yu Ming stood by and looked at the few people, and for a moment he didn't want to make a move. Let's see what they do. This is also a test. Yu Ming removed the lightning shield, and this place is already on the verge of a sandstorm. The four stood behind a boulder more than 100 meters away and watched. Their opponents are not that strong. It looks like Tsunade is going to have a purge. Now many people in Tsunade are very dissatisfied with the high-level plan to choose I Love Luo Cheng as 5th Kazekage. Because Gaara is only 14 years old now, why should she become Kazekage? Although his father is Kazekage and he is Jinchuriki, it is ridiculous to be Kazekage at only 14 years old. Ask for flowers. In this assassination, many Tsunade ninjas participated. However, this has nothing to do with Yu Ming. The task Yu Ming received was to protect Gaara, but he did not have the obligation to clean up Tsunade's opponents of Gaara. And it is estimated that Tsunade is not willing to let Konoha's people intervene in this matter. Seeing Neji, Tiantian, Xiao Li and the two ninjas from Longyuan village constantly attacking Ninja Fei, Yu Ming laughed and said, "It's interesting that that guy can resist Xiao Li's attack while peeling off the tail beast. The strength of that ninja monk should be at the level of Jonin, and there are not many such ninjas in Tsunade. Did not expect to also participate in this assassination. There is also a chakra net woven by Seven Tails Jinchurikifu behind Neji and Tiantian, which hinders the speed of the tailed beast stripping." 0. Guy watched the battle in the distance and said, "Is it really okay for us to stay out? Gaara's chakra is being absorbed by that ninja." Yu Ming laughed. "No, I think Neji and the others can solve this crisis. I just want to know whether the instigator behind this assassination is Push." Hearing Yu Ming's words, Guy frowned. He thought Yu Ming was too calm. Asuma said, "This sandstorm is definitely not something that Ninja Monk can launch. It is a group ninjutsu, and it is also a kind of enchantment. It seems that the people behind it have a lot of energy. They can actually mobilize so many people to release this enchantment for him." Although he was a little worried about his students, Asuma knew very well that Yu Ming should know that they were fine, otherwise he wouldn't be so calm. The whole battle lasted for about 10 minutes, and finally Neji and others really defeated Fei, and Neji did not kill Fei, but also used acupuncture to make him confess the main messenger behind him. At this time, Yu Ming also brought the three of Asuma to the side. He also wanted to know who was behind it. When Gaara saw Yu Ming, she smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to appear, you should have appeared earlier." Yu Ming didn't speak, looked at Neji and asked, "How is it? Did you find anything?" After Neji used very complicated acupoints, Fei finally revealed who the mastermind behind it was. "Fuyi, who is it?" Gaara frowned. "Fui, Maru." Chapter 182 Upgraded Jonin, Tsunade's Selfishness. 182 330ths. Chapter 182 Upgraded Jonin, Tsunade's Selfishness. Gaara thought to himself, how could it be him? Fuyi is also one of Tsunade's high-level executives, but he has always supported Gaara before, and was even regarded by Gaara as one of the very important people. But now assassinate him. Gaara was a little hard to accept for a while. But this is Gaara's business, so Yu Ming just smiled and said, "It seems that you know this person." Gaara nodded, but didn't speak. Yu Ming went on to say, "It seems that this person is from your village, so it's not easy for us to interfere. This is an internal matter of your Tsunade." Gaara nodded. Apparently, Gaara also doesn't want Konoha's ninjas to get involved in this matter. Yu Ming smiled and said, "Then we can save trouble, Mr. Guy, Mr. Asuma, Mr. Hong, we should go instead of staying in the examination room." Just when Yu Ming was about to leave, Fu, who was standing on the side, came up, watched, 450, and said to Yu Ming, "You are Konoha's Yu Ming, I want to be friends with you." Yu Ming looked at this person, it seemed that she liked to make friends with others. However, Fu can completely turn into a tailed beast instead of being unconscious, and she is also a person who can completely control the tailed beast. However, her strength is indeed too weak, so even after she is completely transformed into a tailed beast, she still cannot display the strength that Seven Tails should have. In the end, he was captured by his senior, which is indeed a pity. Yu Ming nodded. "Are you Seven Tails Jinchuriki?" Fu froze for a moment. "How would you know?" Hearing this, the corners of Yu Ming's mouth twitched slightly. Just now she and Gaara were drawn by the tail beast chakra. Does she think Yu Ming is blind? But looking at this guy, Yu Ming calmly said, I saw it just now. I didn't expect that Yulongyan village actually let a Jinchuriki take the Chunin exam, but I think your ability to control tail beasts is probably much stronger than Gaara who took the Chunin exam last time. Gaara standing next to him was thinking about Fu Yi, but Yu Ming actually called his name. It just seems that Gaara really had a hard time controlling Shukaku last time. Fu smiled and said, Seven Tails is very nice. Seeing Fu smiling so happily, Yu Ming knew that this guy must get along well with Seven Tails. This is rare, but Yu Ming didn't want to have an in-depth communication with Fu, so he smiled and said, you take the exam well, let's go. With that said, he left with Asuma and the others. And Fu looked at Yu Ming who disappeared, and said with a smile, Yu Ming is indeed a nice person, and he is not afraid at all when he knows that I am Jinchuriki. Gaara next to him interrupted, nonsense, he can even suppress a tailed beast, why should he be afraid of you, a Jinchuriki? In fact, the relationship between Fu and Gaara is very good, both of them are Jinchuriki, and Gaara appreciates Fu's optimistic and cheerful personality very much. This time, when Gaara was drawn from the tail beast chakra, it was Shukaku who sent the distress signal to Seven Tails with the same name. In fact, the relationship between the tail beasts is also quite good. Of course, except for One Tail and Nine Tails, in other words, Nine Tails actually has a bad relationship with the other 8-tailed beasts. Nine Tails is the most powerful of all 8 beasts, which makes Nine Tails completely look down on the other 8-tailed beasts. He thinks that these 8-tailed beasts are just his scraps. After withdrawing from the Devil Desert with the 3 of Asuma, Yu Ming went to rest, and the next thing was Sunagaku's own business. When Yu Ming felt that Gaara was stripped of the tail beast chakra, he really thought it was Akatsuki who came in. Who knows not. In the following time, Yu Ming has been quite leisurely. Except when taking the exam, I took the candidates to take the exam, and for the rest of the time, I either chatted with the 3 of Guy outside the exam room, or stayed in the hotel room to meditate. But Yu Ming really likes this kind of life. It's just that the environment in Sunagaku is not very good. If you live here for too long, it will be really uncomfortable. Although the second exam was interrupted, Sunagaku held the third exam. This Chunin exam must not be stopped because of Fui, otherwise where will Sunagaku's face be put? I stayed in Sunagaku for more than a month. Yu Ming had been idle all the time, but for more than a month, because Yu Ming had nothing to do, the relationship with the 3 people I love to wear has improved a lot. Especially Tamari, looking at Yu Ming is not as scary as it used to be when looking at a scary character. At least he can maintain calm in front of Yu Ming. Mainly because of the contact during this period, the relationship between Yu Ming and them has been shortened a lot. After more than a month, Yu Ming took the examinee back with him. He really didn't want to stay here any longer. In fact, not everything in the Land of Winds is desert, although 70% of the land is desert, but 30% of the land is not desert. Most people in the Land of Winds live in that 30% place. It's just that Sunagaku lives in the desert because of the wind style and sand. He led the team back to Konoha. In the Hokage room, Yu Ming, Asuma, Guy, Yu Hahong, and Zhu Shaoqiang who took the exam this time looked at Tsunade. Tsunade looked at the list in his hand and said with a smile, I know all about your performance in Sunagaku. Those who I announce their names can be promoted to Chunin. Shaoli and the others in the Hokage room were looking forward to it. This time they finally became Chunin, and they didn't have to be separated by Yu Ming. Tsunade begins by saying, Lock Li. The first name is Shaoli's name. Shaoli clenched his fists and was very excited. If he was not in the Hokage room now, he would have jumped up. Day by day, I am very excited to hear it every day. Tsunade didn't care about Shaoli and Tian's affairs, and read them one by one. Finally, it was found that among the 9 people who took the Chunin exam this time, all of them, except Neji, were upgraded to Chunin. But Shaoli asked very puzzled, Master Tsunade, where is Neji? He performed the best this time. If it weren't for him, we would not have passed the second exam at all. Indeed, during the second exam, they hadn't encountered a sandstorm yet, and they also encountered many problems. If it weren't for Neji, they might not have passed the exam, and when Gaara was saved in the end, it was he who led them fighting. Didn't pass Chunin, totally unreasonable. 0.3 Hearing Shaoli's complaints, Neji didn't think there was anything wrong. Didn't Shikamaru lose to Tamari last time and become Chunin instead? Sasuke played so well, but he couldn't upgrade to Shinobu. So Neji felt that maybe he did not perform well. Neji still believed in Tsunade's judgment. And Tsunade looked at Neji, then at Yu Ming who was standing aside, and said, Neji, Yu Ming, you two come here. Yu Ming and Neji froze for a moment. Yu Ming didn't know what Tsunade wanted to do, this matter should have nothing to do with him. Neji felt that maybe he did something bad this time. The two walked up to Tsunade, and Tsunade looked at them very solemnly. Since you have performed well in Sunagaku this time, protecting Gaara in Sunagaku, and maintaining the relationship between our 2 villages, I plan to upgrade Hyuga Neji, Yu Ming to Jonin. Chapter 183 Is there something wrong with Yu Ming's eyes? 183 330ths. Chapter 183 Is there something wrong with Yu Ming's eyes? Guy was completely stunned. Upgrade Neji to Jonin. Master Tsunade, I understand that you upgraded Yu Ming to Jonin, but it is too early to upgrade Neji to Jonin. It's not that Guy looks down on Neji, but he feels that it's really too early for Neji to upgrade to Jonin. Even Neji thinks it's a bit outrageous. Although he did a lot of things this time, he won't be upgraded to Jonin all at once. What's more, he hasn't completed an S-level mission yet, so he just upgraded to Jonin. The tasks to be performed in the future will be correspondingly much more difficult. However, Yu Ming, who was standing next to Neji, disagreed, explaining, actually, there is no problem in upgrading Neji to Jonin, because his ability has surpassed Chunin by a lot, not only strength, but also leadership, which is the most important thing for Jonin. Ability. Mr. Guy, I think you should have a deep understanding of this. As soon as Yu Ming finished speaking, he called Guy by name. Guy froze for a moment, thought for a while. Indeed, in their team, 16, who is the calmest and has the highest IQ, is also Neji, and not only his team, but other teams, besides Shikamaru, who else has a better leadership than Shikamaru? Neji's. What's more, this time Neji and Li Tiantian rescued Gaara, which is already a matter between the villages. It has a great effect on consolidating the alliance with Tsunade. Guy nodded and said, well, Yu Ming is right, I have no problem. Neji didn't blame Guy. After all, he knew very well that Guy was thinking of him, and if he became a Jonin in the future, he would have to take on more dangerous tasks. Although Guy didn't teach Neji 8 inner gates, mainly he wasn't suitable either. But in fact, no one is treated specially. It's just that Shaoli is more suitable to learn his physical skills. Tiantian and Neji have their own specialties, and these two directions are also what Guy is not good at. He can't teach even if he wants to. Shaoli looked at Neji and said with a smile, Neji has become a Jonin, it seems that I have to work harder. At the same time, I thought in my heart, looks like 8 inner gates, I have to practice harder quickly, otherwise I really can't keep up with Neji in the future. There is also Yu Ming, he will be my eternal opponent, I must challenge him once if I have the opportunity. Shaoli didn't challenge Yu Ming all the time, he wanted to do it after he cultivated very well. Because Yu Ming is different from others, he is really powerful, he can suppress even-tailed beasts, without absolute certainty, Shaoli will never challenge Yu Ming. Others are more concerned about Yu Ming's promotion to Jonin. Even Asuma and Yujihong felt that maybe Tsunade upgraded Neji to Jonin just to upgrade Yu Ming to Jonin. Everyone knows that Yu Ming is Tsunade's guard, and his strength is strong enough to upgrade to Jonin. It's just that Yu Ming's age is really too young, and it's still in a peaceful age, which is completely different from the war age that Kakashi is in. It is natural to find a reason to upgrade, and this time is a very good excuse. Little Sakura looked at Yu Ming's back, standing in the corner, she felt that Yu Ming was getting farther and farther away. The strength gap between the two is huge, even a mountain that can never be overcome. Now little Sakura has worshipped Tsunade as a teacher, Tsunade also accepted. Yu Ming did not experience the joy of being a teacher, but Xiao Sakura did. But little Sakura's talent is indeed good, otherwise Tsunade wouldn't be able to casually accept her as a disciple. And precisely because they are both Tsunade's disciples, little Sakura knows more about Yu Ming than others. Although he has never fought against Yu Ming, every time Tsunade trains little Sakura, he always uses Yu Ming as the target. Although Yu Ming is not on the training ground, little Sakura can always hear Yu Ming's name on the training ground. Even knowing that it took only a few days for Yu Ming to learn all of Tsunade's medical ninjutsu and ninjutsu, such as 100 Healings Mark and Baihao technique, little Sakura was even more depressed. Desperate, the existence of Yu Ming is like a mountain whose top cannot be seen at all, but Tsunade hopes to climb this mountain and cross this mountain by himself. It's simply impossible. Hinata looked at Yu Ming with a smile on her face, she was always watching him behind Yu Ming's back, when Yu Ming was happy, she was happy. Ino clenched his fist, looked at Yu Ming, and thought in his heart, Yu Ming is so strong, but the gap between me and him is getting bigger and bigger. Recently, even the little Sakura has started to work hard. It seems that I have to work hard to succeed. Okay. It's just that Ino wants to work hard, but in fact, he can only be a support staff, which is what his family used to do. However, the auxiliary personnel does not mean that they are useless. On the contrary, the auxiliary personnel in Konoha are very continuous talents. Go ahead like a medical ninja. Because it is useful, but too little. On the contrary, it is better to train combatants. After leaving the Hokage building, Yu Ming suddenly felt some pain in his eyes. This is the first time this has happened. Little Sakura was about to catch up with Yu Ming, and when he was about to invite him to dinner, Yu Ming suddenly covered his eyes and disappeared. The little Sakura happened to see the scene just now, and muttered, "What's wrong with Yu Ming? Why is he covering his eyes? It seems very uncomfortable." Not only little Sakura, but Tsunade, who was standing in the Hokage room at this time, also noticed it. Frowning, suddenly she remembered something. No, there's something wrong with his Sharingan. Such a thing as Yu Ming covering his eyes would never happen to 567, and his complexion is still so bad. Thinking of this, Tsunade worriedly ran towards Yu Ming's house. I saw little Sakura on the way. Little Sakura also sees Tsunade. Master, Tsunade thought for a while, you also went to find Yu Ming. Little Sakura nodded. Well, I seem to see him covering his eyes and disappearing just now, I always feel that something happened. I thought so too, but don't go, I'll just go. Only after Tsunade finished speaking, little Sakura shook her head. Master, I am also worried about Yu Ming. Tsunade thought about it, and she still trusted little Sakura, so she agreed with little Sakura's idea. Well, let's go to his house first. Little Sakura also nodded. The two came to Yu Ming's house together, but found that Yu Ming hadn't come home at all. Tsunade remembered what should be in the back mountain. It seems to be really serious. At this time, little Sakura is also very worried about Yu Ming. Yu Ming is very powerful and has never been like this before. After Tsunade finished speaking, he turned around and ran towards the place where Yu Ming often practiced in the back mountain. The little Sakura is also following, but Tsunade's speed is too fast, and the little Sakura can only follow from a distance. Tsunade was very anxious at this moment, so he didn't care whether little Sakura could keep up. Chapter 184 Mangekyo Sharingan Evolved. 184 330ths. Chapter 184 Mangekyo Sharingan Evolved. In Muyahoushan, where Yu Ming often practiced, under the waterfall, Yu Ming cast a barrier here. Look into your own eyes in the water. PK. La. After Yu Ming lifted the sealing technique, the Mangekyo Sharingan pattern appeared in his eyes, and at the same time the Mangekyo Sharingan pattern in his eyes began to rotate slowly. At the same time, purple gold arcs continuously gushed out from both eyes in the cave. Yu Ming's eyes trembled non-stop, and the purple gold lightning in his eyes began to spread to his whole body. Yu Ming frowned and thought, what the hell is going on? This is the sequelae of Mangekyo Sharingan. Yu Ming didn't know what was going on, but he clearly felt that his Sharingan was constantly releasing pupil power. But he didn't feel his pupil power weakened at all. The thunder and lightning around Yu Ming kept flickering, and the lightning and thunder around Yu Ming's side. If it wasn't because Yu Ming set up an enchantment on this place, even if it was here, people would know about it. Gradually, Yu Ming's eyes became more and more painful. Purple gold lightning surrounded Yu Ming's body, and the grass on the ground where Yu Ming was standing had been completely burned. Cracks appeared on the ground. It's just that Yu Ming felt that his pupil power was getting stronger and stronger. This surprised him a little. Tsunade, who rushed over from the village, came to the place where Yu Ming practiced before, and didn't see him at all. The little Sakura came over later, walked up to Tsunade, and asked curiously, Master, isn't Yu Ming here? Tsunade frowned and said nothing. It shouldn't be, he will definitely be here. Here's the enchantment he set up. By the way, the enchantment. Tsunade remembered that Yu Ming had set up a hidden barrier here. So he began to seal, boundary open, with both hands quickly. With Tsunade unlocked the enchantment moment, an extremely terrifying force rushed towards him. Boom. Tsunade hadn't figured out what was going on at this moment, and this extremely domineering force rushed towards her and little Sakura, too fast and too domineering. At this moment, Tsunade stood in front of little Sakura. The two were blasted hundreds of meters away together. Outside the opened enchantment mouth, a gully hundreds of meters long and tens of meters wide was blown out. The trees in the forest were blasted to pieces. For a time, smoke and dust rose everywhere. Hundreds of meters away, blood was left on the corner of Tsunade's mouth. Behind her was a pile of soil that had been pushed out by the force just now, and it had piled up into a hill of tens of meters. Tsunade stood up, clutching his chest. The Baihao technique on his head had been activated. The wounds on his body are slowly recovering, and the little Sakura behind Tsunade didn't suffer too much injury. Little Sakura walked up to Tsunade, saw Tsunade's miserable condition and shouted, Master, and Father, worriedly. Tsunade waved his hand. I'm fine, Yu Ming, something must have happened to Yu Ming, I have to hurry over. After finishing speaking, he didn't care about little Sakura, and rushed towards the barrier set by Yu Ming. And Yu Ming, who was in the enchantment, was suffering from purple lightning at this time. But his Mangekyo Sharingan spun faster and faster, and even slowly turned into small purple gold dots, surrounded by tree rings. The surrounding thunder and lightning were continuously absorbed by Yu Ming's eyes. Also at this time, within Yu Ming's body, chakra was surging. Originally, it was just a little more than 9 tails, but now it has gradually increased to 3 times that of 9 tails. Extremely scary. Yu Ming finally understood what was going on. Damn, it turns out that Sharingan has evolved. Why is there such a big movement of evolution? Yu Ming did not expect that the evolution of Sharingan would be so terrifying. In fact, only his Sharingan evolution can be so terrifying. Because his physique was originally not that of the Ōtsutsuki family, it is equivalent to his eyes. Sharingan belongs to forced evolution. Straight past Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and leapfrog to Rinnegan. It's just that Yu Ming's Rinnegan is a bit different. The reason why it evolved into Rinnegan is because of its strong characteristics. With this body, I want Sharingan to evolve to the strongest state. And the previous pupil power has accumulated to a very high level, even several times stronger than the eyes of Uchiha Madara of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. That's why today it suddenly forcibly evolved. Fortunately, Yu Ming's body strength and fit are very high, so when he evolved into a Rinnegan, he didn't have a painful experience except for Yu Ming's pain. Yu Ming clenched his fists after understanding that this was just the evolution of Sharingan. Chakra has increased 3 times, and now my chakra is 3 times that of the full 9 tails. The improvement of Rinnegan is too scary. The reason why Yu Ming's spiritual strength has skyrocketed several times, and Yu Ming's physical strength has also been increased several times, just like the 8 inner gates breaking several gates, Yu Ming is equivalent to completely normalizing the strength of opening several 8 inner gates. At the same time, my physique has also improved, directly reaching the level of Senju Hashirama. That's why chakra tripled. Yu Ming frowned. He seemed to feel that Tsunade opened the barrier just now. It's just that now the entire enchantment is full of energy emanating from him. If it comes in, it's easy to get hurt. Gritting his teeth, he resisted the pain from his eyes. Quote. I don't remember when Sage of Six Paths opened Rinnegan, it was opened directly from Sharingan, why should I be in such pain? Yu Ming also felt a little helpless. In fact, what Yu Ming doesn't know is that Sage of Six Paths is the son of Ōtsutsuki Kaguya, who has the blood of the Ōtsutsuki family, and also has the power left by the fruit of the sacred tree, which is very compatible with Rinnegan's compatibility. Naturally, it's normal to directly upgrade from Sharingan to Rinnegan. Even if he didn't stab his younger brother's chest with one hand, he would still activate Rinnegan. But Yu Ming is different, although Yu Ming's body is constantly strengthening, but it is not the body and blood of the Ōtsutsuki family. Naturally, in the process of continuous strengthening of the body, it is necessary to continuously transform Yu Ming's physical attributes so that the body can adapt to Rinnegan. When the body is transformed, it is naturally very painful. In the process of transformation, a huge amount of energy was consumed, and the energy in Yu Ming's body was not enough at all, so he had to absorb natural energy from the outside world to supplement it. At this time, Ming's Sage Mode also automatically turned on the extension. Now Yu Ming still has complicated facial makeup on his face. However, unlike Yakushi Kabuto, Yu Ming's Sage Mode is a perfect Sage Mode, so there will be no changes in body organs. It's just a pattern of Facebook. And Tsunade came back outside the elder sister, and the barrier has been closed again at this time. Just when Tsunade was about to turn on again, Yu Ming shouted, I'm fine, don't come in, you will get hurt, it's just that the eyes have evolved, don't worry, I'm fine. This is a good thing, but there is too much energy inside. If you come in, you will be hurt by these energy, so don't come in Tsunade. This time Yu Ming didn't call Master Tsunade directly. Tsunade was about to untie the barrier, and after hearing Yu Ming's words, he was stunned. Eyes, have you evolved? Can Mangekyo Sharingan still evolve? Chapter 185 Triple the amount of chakra in 9 tails. 185 330ths. Chapter 185 Triple the amount of chakra in 9 tails. Although Tsunade was hit by the energy just now, his whole body was seriously injured. But after opening the Baihao technique with her, it quickly recovered. With blood stains remaining at the corner of her mouth, she stood outside the barrier, a little worried. Feeling very nervous, after Yu Ming finished speaking just now, he didn't say anything more, which made Tsunade a little flustered. But Yu Ming in the barrier is absorbing the lightning around him, to be precise, his eyes are absorbing the lightning around him. These thunderbolts are not ordinary thunderbolts, they contain thunderstorms that belong exclusively to Yu Ming Rinnegan. Yu Ming's Rinnegan has strengthened the thunder attribute a lot. In addition to the basic Rinnegan's ability, Yu Ming's thunder attribute has been strengthened a lot because of Rinnegan. It is also because Yu Ming often uses lightning style, which caused Yu Ming's body to evolve in the direction of adapting to lightning style. Little Sakura was only slightly hurt. Soon he rushed to Tsunade's side, seeing Tsunade nervously looking at the enchantment. Little Sakura didn't know why she felt that Yu Ming seemed very important to Nahe. For a long time, about an hour, Tsunade clenched his fists tightly. Don't have an accident, don't have an accident. Although Yu Ming seemed to speak very easily just now, Tsunade was still very nervous. She really didn't want to lose Yu Ming. After Tsunade got tired of waiting, the barrier covering Yu Ming finally disappeared. Yu Ming's clothes had been torn by the dissipated energy, but luckily he still had a lot of clothes in the ceiling scroll. And this suit was chosen by Tsunade for him, and he has never worn it. After the barrier dissipated, Tsunade's eyes were fixed. If little Sakura was here, she would have rushed to hug Yu Ming a long time ago. She was really worried just now. Seeing that Yu Ming was fine, Tsunade was trembling all over, happy. Seeing that Yu Ming was fine, little Sakura was also relieved. Master, Yu Ming is fine, that's great. Tsunade calmed down his emotions, smiled and said, it's really fine, it's fine. Tsunade pretended to be calm, but she was really excited at this moment. Yu Ming walked over, looking at the blood at the corner of Tsunade's mouth, and the wounds on his body that were recovering. After thinking about it, he took out a small medicine bottle from the sealed scroll. I have 2 left, set. This is the healing pill that Yu Ming made before and has never been used. Tsunade looked at the crystal clear pill, wondering, what is this? Tsunade knew it was a pill, but she had never seen such a beautiful pill. Yu Ming explained with a smile, this is a healing pill BGDG that I refined myself. It can quickly recover from physical injuries. The effect is very good. Teacher Guy and Teacher Yamato have tried it several times. Tsunade tentatively ate one. Soon, Tsunade, whose internal injuries were still slowly recovering, his eyes lit up at this time. Good thing, this medicine works very well, can it be mass-produced? Yu Ming smiled bitterly and said, no, the medicinal materials needed for this medicine are very precious. I only refined a few of them in several years, and now there are only 2 left. Tsunade was a little disappointed. If this pill can be mass-produced, it will greatly improve the ninja's strength, which is much better than Bingliangwan. The body that was injured by the aftermath of Yu Ming's energy just now has completely healed. Little Sakura looked curiously at the medicine bottle in Tsunade's hand. There is another one in it. After Tsunade recovered, he looked at Yu Ming and asked worriedly, what's going on? Yu Ming nodded. There was no answer, but Tsunade was very happy. Yu Ming succeeded. I don't know what Sharingan will evolve into, but now little Sakura is still there. Tsunade didn't let Yu Ming tell himself. After chatting with little Sakura went back. She always felt that Tsunade had something to say to Yu Ming. Soon after little Sakura left, Yu Ming unsealed his eyes and opened his Rinnegan. The eyes are purple gold, and there are faint golden tree rings inside. In the center, there are 3 Tomo. The 3 Tomo Sharingan is the same. In the middle of the 3 Tomo, there is a small golden ball, and there are countless blue and white ones around the small ball. Lightning. Seeing those eyes, Tsunade covered his mouth. This is Rinnegan. Tsunade couldn't believe that the legendary fairy eye Yu Ming also had it. Yu Ming looked at Tsunade and said with a smile, I didn't expect Master Tsunade to know Rinnegan. Tsunade looked at Yu Ming incredulously. Well, I know, Jiraiya told me before. Just why do you have Rinnegan? Tsunade can't understand at all why Yu Ming has Rinnegan. Isn't that the fairy eye? Why Yu Ming has it, and it seems to be different from Nagato's. But she was sure it was Rinnegan, and just now Yu Ming admitted that it was Rinnegan. Yu Ming thought for a while and said, this is the evolution direction of Sharingan, but it is difficult for people who have Sharingan to open it. In fact, Yu Ming didn't say that only those who have the Sage Body and Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan can do it, and even the Chakra of Indra and Ashura is needed to open it. And it doesn't have to be activated. Uchiha Madara is only activated when it is almost dead. But Yu Ming's pair of Rinnegans was completely an accident, it shouldn't have appeared. Because Yu Ming has nothing to do with the Ōtsutsuki clan, but there is a pair of eyes. This is a pair of eyes that should not exist. Tsunade looked at Yu Ming and didn't know how to describe. These eyes are beyond the scope of ninjas. The impact of the aftermath of energy just now was enough to blast her hundreds of meters away, and it also caused such damage. If it weren't for the back mountain here, it would really alarm the ninjas in Konoha. Yu Ming thought for a while, actually, there shouldn't be any, I think my chakra is too much. Hearing this, Tsunade quickly checked Yu Ming. What a huge chakra, your chakra is 3 times the size of the previous one. The power of more than 3 Nine Tails, whether Nine Tails is a tailed beast or you are a tailed beast, I even think that your chakra has surpassed my grandpa. Yu Ming smiled, his current chakra has indeed surpassed Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama's chakra is about as powerful as Naruto plus full 9 tails. And now the chakra has 3 times the complete chakra, it can be said that Yu Ming's chakra is even more than the son of Sage of 6 Paths Ashura at this time. The amount of chakra of 3 Nine Tails, this is a very scary amount of chakra. You know, 9 Tails has the most chakra among the 9-tailed beasts. Except for 9 Tails, the chakra amounts of the other 8-tailed beasts are equivalent to the chakra amount of 3 Nine Tails. In other words, the amount of chakra of 9 Tails is only 4 times that of 9 Tails chakra. And now Yu Ming already has 3 times the 9 Tails chakra in his body. Arguably, that's almost as close to the sum of the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts. It can be said to be very scary, even Sage of 6 Paths does not have such a huge amount of chakra, but if 10 Tails is added, then Sage of 6 Paths has more chakra than Yu Ming. The amount of pure Sage of 6 Paths, own chakra is far inferior to that of Yu Ming's chakra. But the most important thing is that Yu Ming has not cultivated Yin-Yang Dun. Although the amount of chakra is extremely terrifying, his strength is still not as strong as Sage of 6 Paths. But now it should have surpassed Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama in their prime. Chapter 186 Opening the Rinnegan. 186 330ths. Chapter 186 Opening the Rinnegan. Yu Ming opened up about Rinnegan, only Tsunade knew, Yu Ming didn't tell others. At this time, Yu Ming's strength is indeed the strongest before Sage of 6 Paths and Ōtsutsuki Kaguya. This is also because he has not fully mastered Rinnegan and Yin-Yang Dun. If Yu Ming fully masters Rinnegan and Yin-Yang Dun, then his strength may be stronger than Sage of 6 Paths. It's just that the process won't be as fast. And Yu Ming doesn't have such an urgent need, at least for now, there should be no one in the entire ninja world who is his opponent. None of Nagato's Rinnegans belong to him, and he cannot display the power of Rinnegans at all. To have the power of 6 Paths, you need to gather all 9-tailed beasts to synthesize 10 tails. But Yu Ming is different from the Ōtsutsuki family, they don't need 10 tails to fill up their lack of chakra. There is no need to be a 10 tails Jinchuriki. His own chakra actually already has a chakra quantity close to that of 10 tails. Arguably, he didn't need chakra's question at all. However, Yu Ming did not conquer the world just because he possessed such a powerful force, nor did he have such a dream. Yu Ming just wants to know if he has a limit and if he can keep getting stronger like this. He knew that his body could become stronger without limit, but before he was really sure, Yu Ming couldn't be sure. After feeling the power on his body, Yu Ming looked at Tsunade. Although he had been absorbing Rinnegan's power just now, he could always feel that Tsunade was blasted hundreds of meters away by his own burst of power. Yu Ming was still a little moved. Seeing no one around, Yu Ming hugged Tsunade. In this way, Muyi spent 2 years in peace. 2 years later, Yu Ming will be 16 years old. Senju clan. Tsunade's room. Yu Ming stood up, opened the window, and the sunlight came in. Yu Ming took a deep breath and said with a smile, the weather is fine today. There was a rustling sound from behind. After a while, Tsunade walked to Yu Ming's side. Seeing that he has grown to 1.8 meters at this time, he has matured a lot. He smiled softly. I really don't want to be this Hokage anymore, I really want you to be the 6th Hokage, and then I will be your shadow guard. When Yu Ming was 16 years old, Yu Ming and Tsunade finally took the last step. It was also last night. Looking at Tsunade's complexion is rosy, and the skin is very bright. Yu Ming used the power of Rinnegan to refine a pill that can keep Tsunade's body in his 20s even after chakra is exhausted. This state can be maintained until she is really exhausted. That said, while Tsunade is alive, her body will always be in her 20s. No longer need to rely on 100 healings mark to maintain the youth of the body. And what Tsunade said just now is exactly what Tsunade feels the most now. But Yu Ming has no idea of being a Hokage, although now Yu Ming is with Tsunade every day and has learned a lot about how to deal with Hokage. But I have no intention of trying it myself. So looking at Tsunade, Yu Ming smiled and said, "It's up to you. I never wanted to be a Hokage. I'm just a quiet Hokage guard." Because Tsunade really took that step with Yu Ming, he was much gentler to Yu Ming. Although she was very gentle to Yu Ming before, but now she is more gentle and has a feminine look, not as feminine as before. It is estimated that she will not do the kind of thing that attends Hinata's party because of her good figure. Tsunade raised his head, and now Yu Ming was a full head taller than her. Tsunade could only reach Yu Ming's chin. It can really reflect the cutest height difference. It's just a pity, Tsunade is not cute at all. But I want you to be a 6th generation ninja, and you have the ability to do it. Yu Ming sighed. Actually, I think teacher Kakashi is more suitable. Now his strength has improved a lot, and he probably has touched the threshold of Kage level, and his control of Mangekyo Sharingan has become more proficient, and he can barely use Mangekyo Sharingan ability. And he has a good reputation in the ninja world, and he is also highly praised among Jonin. You should train him to become the 6th Hokage. To say that Kakashi's level is indeed very good, although the strength is not very strong, but a few years later, when the 6th Hokage, more than enough. And it was extremely well done. Tsunade sighed. Every time I tell you, you will shirk. Tsunade was actually a little disappointed. She hoped that Yu Ming could become the Hokage. Tsunade was the 5th Hokage, Yu Ming was the 6th Hokage, how wonderful. Yu Ming looked at Tsunade and said with a smile, "Okay, it's time to go to work." When Yu Ming mentioned this, Tsunade was really discouraged. She really felt a little tired, if only Yu Ming could accept her affairs. Ask for flowers. However, when Yu Ming became Tsunade's guard, he still read books every day. Occasionally complete an S-level task, or an A-level task, to earn some pocket money. Tsunade also quit gambling because of Yu Ming. However, when there is something, they will still take out cards or dice to indicate something. But the matter of drinking, she didn't change at all. Because Yu Ming doesn't hate her getting drunk. In this world, drinking alcohol is impossible to cause any harm to the body of the ninja. And unless Tsunade did it on purpose, she wouldn't be so drunk that she wouldn't even be conscious. So Yu Ming didn't worry about what harm Tsunade would suffer when he was drunk. However, the village still doesn't know about the relationship between the two. Yu Ming said he would tell when he was 18, and Tsunade didn't care. Now that both she and Yu Ming have taken the last step, there's no need to care about those at all. The two came out from the Senju clan talking and laughing together. But even though they were joking, both Yu Ming and Tsunade were very serious. Residents of Konoha village on the road looked at the two with envy. Tsunade is very beautiful and has a good figure, and Yu Ming is tall and handsome, and he is not immature like a young man, but very mature. And when things happen, they are calm and peaceful, which is really pleasing to the eye. Many villagers feel that if these two people are of the same age, they must be husband and wife. It's a pity that there is a big age gap between these two people. They have never thought about the object. And Yu Ming is Tsunade's guard, so it's normal to stay by Tsunade's side all day. No one doubts, but today the villagers seem to see Tsunade a little differently. For some reason, there is a more gentle feeling of Tsunade. The two walked to the Hokage building while chatting and laughing. When we came to the Hokage room, Shizune had been waiting here for half a day. Seeing Tsunade and Yu Ming come in, Shizune was relieved. "Master Tsunade, you are finally here. If you don't come again, the two advisors will scold me to death. Every time Tsunade is wayward, Jingji will be the one who gets scolded." The two consultants usually don't dare to provoke Tsunade too much, because if they provoke her, she really dares to do it, which is completely different from 3rd generation. And the power in Tsunade's hands is much greater than during the 3rd generation. Even the roots gave Danzo dissolving spoons. Chapter 187 10 times strength growth. 187 330ths. Chapter 187 10 times strength growth. Tsunade walked over, sat down, and said with a calm smile, "These two old guys are still so nosy." Hearing that Shizune disrespected the two Hokage consultants so much, Shizune was frightened. Even 3rd generation would not treat the two Hokage consultants like this. But Tsunade seems to have not respected these two people since accepting the 5th Hokage. But Tsunade really hated those two. Yu Ming walked to his place. On both sides of Tsunade, there were two places, one for Shizune and one for Yu Ming. Yu Ming's daily routine is reading. In the past, it was the Hokage library, the collection of books of the Senju family, and later, it was all kinds of anecdotes in the ninja world. Yu Ming paid attention to it. Needless to say, Yu Ming is really interested in them all, and after so many years, he has never gotten tired of them. At this moment, the door to the Hokage room opened. 20-0, Tsunade and Shizune looked up at the same time. Seeing the person coming, Tsunade was stunned for a moment, and then was pleasantly surprised. "Jiraiya, why are you back?" Jiraiya smiled and said, "Tsunade, it's been 3 years, I should come back too." Yu Ming stood up and walked over. Master Jiraiya, it's been 3 years, you really haven't changed much. Seeing Yu Ming, Jiraiya came over, patted Yu Ming on the shoulder and said with a smile, "You guy, in the past 3 years, I've heard a lot of rumors about you in the ninja world. The ninjas in the ninja world are very shocking. In the ninja world, it's not that no one can suppress tailed beasts, but such people are generally the shadows of the 5 great ninja villages or the village's top masters. A ninja like Yu Ming who completely suppressed 3 tails by himself is definitely the top ninja in the ninja world." But Jiraiya is not very strange, because he already knew that Yu Ming's strength is very strong. Even mastered the magic of immortality, it is not a strange thing to naturally suppress the tailed beast. Although he is not sure if he can do this kind of thing, but there are indeed ninjas who can do it in the ninja world. For example, those ninjas organized by Ōtsutsuki can do it. Mainly because it has been gone for 3 years, Jiraiya feels that Yu Ming's aura is much deeper, and now he can't even perceive Yu Ming's chakra. This shows that Yu Ming's strength is already above him. Yu Ming didn't care about it, and said with a smile, "These are just false names, but Mr. Jiraiya has found some information in the past 3 years." Seeing Yu Ming talking with Jiraiya calmly, Tsunade stood beside Yu Ming, very quiet. Just joking, Jiraiya felt that the situation between Yu Ming and Tsunade was very strange. It was as if he was looking at a couple. That's right, he now feels that Yu Ming and Tsunade stand together as a couple, and Tsunade smiles and stands beside Yu Ming, although he doesn't speak, but smiles for Yu Ming's words. Jiraiya kept convincing herself in her heart that she must be thinking too much. How old is Tsunade? How could he be with Yu Ming? It's ridiculous. Forcing himself not to think about this question, Jiraiya looked at Tsunade and said, "I have made Naruto a lot stronger in the past 3 years. I heard that you accepted little Sakura as your disciple." At this time, the little Sakura standing next to Naruto has been looking at Yu Ming, and Yu Ming and Jiraiya are talking and joking, which reminds little Sakura of Sasuke. I thought in my heart, how wonderful it would be if Sasuke were here. And Naruto is very curious, whether he has kept up with Yu Ming's strength in the past 3 years. Of course, he had asked Jiraiya, but Jiraiya said, "Give it a try." But Jiraiya also knows the result, not to mention the current Yu Ming, even the former Yu Ming. Jiraiya himself is not sure that he can win Yu Ming, let alone Naruto. Now Naruto's strength is not even as strong as Sasuke's. Because in the past 3 years, Jiraiya didn't actually teach Naruto how to practice, and mainly took him by his side to protect and investigate the intelligence of the Ōtsutsuki organization. Tsunade nodded. "Well, little Sakura is indeed my disciple now." Tsunade went on to say, "Since you mentioned the two of them, I will investigate what you have taught Naruto in the past 3 years. Naruto clenched his fist and said excitedly, "Okay, Grandma Tsunade, how do you want to test me?" After finishing speaking, he turned his gaze to Yu Ming. Only at this time Tsunade smiled calmly and said, "The person I invited to test the two of you is not here, not Yu Ming, and you are not the opponent now." Hearing this, Jiraiya took a deep look at Tsunade. Did Yu Ming become stronger in the past 3 years? Jiraiya couldn't believe it. He thought that Yu Ming would fall into a bottleneck period in the past 3 years. Because Yu Ming was indeed too strong in the early stage, Jiraiya felt that Yu Ming would inevitably fall into a stagnation period of strength. Yu Ming's talent is indeed very high. Jiraiya has never seen a ninja with higher talent than him. But no matter how talented Yu Ming is, he is still a human being. With Yu Ming's strength before, Jiraiya had no confidence that he could win the fight. This was because he knew that Yu Ming knew a lot of ninjutsu. If he didn't know Yu Ming's ninjutsu, he wouldn't even have the slightest confidence in winning the fight. In the past 3 years, if Yu Ming really strengthened, he would be even stronger than him. Is this just possible? Tsunade looked at Jiraiya, and nodded calmly. It's more than 10 times stronger. Although it's just that chakra has tripled, but when it comes to strength, it's more than tripled. Of course, 10 times is just an estimate of Tsunade. Jiraiya was completely stunned. 10 times. Jiraiya couldn't believe that Yu Ming had become so strong, and it was Tsunade who said it himself. Obviously, Tsunade had already understood it. This is very scary. Yu Ming's strength is still improving, and it has improved by not a little bit. Jiraiya looked at Yu Ming. 5.8 was a little shocked and said, "I just said, why can't I feel your chakra anymore, so you have become so powerful." In fact, only Tsunade knows about Yu Ming's strength. Even she didn't know very well. Because in the past 3 years, Yu Ming really didn't commit any crimes. Little Sakura and Shizune are the same, and they only have a general impression of Yu Ming's strength. Shizune's impression is that during Yu Ming's battle of Sannin, Yu Ming's strength in that battle was no worse than that of Sannin. Little Sakura's impression of Yu Ming is all about Yu Ming's strength when he was on mission in the Kingdom of Waves. And Naruto's impression of Yu Ming is similar to that of Shizune. Jiraiya thinks that Yu Ming is similar to himself. If Yu Ming is 10 times as old as him now, it will be really scary. Chapter 188 Naruto, you can't be his match now. 188 330ths. Chapter 188 Naruto, you can't be his match now. It's only a tenfold enhancement. Jiraiya can't imagine how powerful Yu Ming is now. The bottleneck period he expected for Yu Ming not only did not come, but he has also become much stronger in the past 3 years, but he has no conception of this tenfold increase. In fact, Tsunade has no idea, he just said it based on the feeling Yu Ming gave her, and it is not very accurate. Naruto is still trying to challenge Yu Ming. I still want to challenge Yu Ming, at least one chance. Everyone looked at Naruto, and Naruto looked at Yu Ming very seriously. Yu Ming thought for a while and said, "This is not a problem. I am often challenged by others and I am used to it." Tsunade on one side felt helpless. Also, with Naruto, you have been challenged by more than 100 people, from genin to jonin. In the past 3 years, Yu Ming lived very peacefully. That's because those ninjas who came to challenge Yu Ming came in front of Yu Ming, and even Yu Ming's aura couldn't withstand it. Even Jonin only gave Yu Ming a look, was already trembling and unable to move. 16's feeling of oppression is even heavier than when Orochimaru deterred Kakashi. Hearing this, Jiraiya was taken aback for a moment, and then smiled wryly. "What have you experienced in the past 3 years? To be challenged by more than 100 people, if it were me, I would probably be bored to death." Yu Ming seemed very calm, because he didn't care whether they challenged or not, it's good to have fun. If nothing happened every day, he would feel that his life was unreal. "I don't care, most people can't bear it before I make a move, so in fact, I haven't made a move so many times." Tsunade smiled and explained to Yu Ming, "Most people, when they saw Yu Ming, couldn't even bear his aura, so they couldn't move without waiting for Yu Ming to make a move." Jiraiya couldn't believe it. Has Yu Ming's deterrent power reached this level now? I remember that 3 years ago, he didn't have such a terrifying deterrent power. But Naruto and little Sakura thought of the Chunin exam 3 years ago. That time Yu Ming really released a terrible aura and many ninjas who took the Chunin exam did not. Messed with Yu Ming. Even during the entire Chunin exam, except for fighting Orochimaru in the Forest of Death, Yu Ming really didn't fight any candidate, even Gaara avoided him. But now Naruto feels that after 3 years of practice, he may not be able to defeat Yu Ming, but it should be quite close. At this time, Tsunade laughed and said, "It seems that the people who test you have arrived." Naruto and little Sakura looked at Tsunade, realized something, went to the window, and they saw Kakashi standing outside reading a small book. Seeing the two, Kakashi said, "Naruto, little Sakura, it's been 3 years since I've seen you." Naruto's eyes widened. He turned out of the Hokage room, looked at Kakashi and said, "Mr. Kakashi, are you the one who tested us?" Kakashi nodded. "Well, come to the third practice field to find me at night, I will wait for you there." Naruto thought of something, quickly took out the sequel of Jiraiya's novel from the ninja bag, and said with a smile, "This is the sequel of this series written by Pervy Sage. Although I don't know what is so good about these books, Mr. Kakashi, you should like it very much." Originally calm Kakashi's eyes lit up when he saw the novel in Naruto's hand. This is actually the sequel of the Intimacy series. I didn't expect it to be so soon. Thank you Naruto, I like this gift very much." After bringing the novel over, Kakashi smiled and said, "I'll be waiting for you at the third practice field, hurry up and see you later." It disappeared immediately after speaking. Probably hiding somewhere to read novels. Tsunade looked gloomy. This BD, how could he be interested in this kind of thing? Tsunade always thought that Kakashi was a serious person, but the more he knew, the more he felt that this guy was really boring. Yu Ming smiled and said, "This is normal, after all, Jiraiya's level is still good, and the writing is good." Jiraiya smiled proudly. "Ha ha ha, Yu Ming, you still have vision, do you want me to give you a set too?" "I still have it here." It's just that before he could finish speaking, Tsunade punched him and sent him flying. "Shut up, harming the Kakashi is not enough, you dare to harm Yu Ming, do you believe that I will kill you, an old rascal?" Falling from the wall of the Hokage room, the corner of Jiraiya's mouth twitched slightly. Tsunade, your strange power is getting stronger and stronger, and you don't know if Yu Ming really likes to read it, what I wrote is really good." Just as he finished speaking, he saw Tsunade who was ready to do it again. Tsunade clasped his hands, making a clattering sound. Jiraiya saw this situation, how could he dare to speak? Yu Ming smiled and said, "Don't be like this, Hokage-sama, let's go to the third practice field now, aren't you going to test the two of them?" Tsunade snorted, "If it weren't for the fact that there is still something to do now, I will definitely kill you BD with one punch. If you dare to teach Yu Ming badly, let's see how I will deal with you." It doesn't matter to others, Tsunade will never forgive Jiraiya if Yu Ming is made to behave badly. Yu Ming is now the only Ni-Lin in her heart, if you dare to touch it, you will die. Jiraiya didn't doubt either, after all he also knew that Tsunade had very high expectations for Yu Ming. In fact, not only Tsunade, even he has high expectations for Yu Ming. Just reading his novels, how can it be considered bad? At this moment, the door of the Hokage room opened again. Shikamaru and Temari came in with 897. When the two saw the people in the Hokage room, they were stunned. "Isn't this Naruto?" Shikamaru recognized Naruto first. Naruto came over and said with a smile, "Shikamaru, I didn't expect you to have changed much." Shikamaru smiled and said, "You have grown a lot taller." And Temari looked at Naruto and thought in his heart, "Isn't this the dwarf from before? I didn't expect him to grow so tall in only 3 years. It's incredible." After watching Naruto, Temari looked at Yu Ming who was standing next to Jiraiya with a calm face. Now Temari also became Jonin. Walked up to Tsunade, handed the arrangement document to Tsunade and said, "This is the specific arrangement of this Chunin exam, 5th Hokage, please take a look." Tsunade picked up the file and looked at it. And Temari turned to look at Yu Ming. "Yu Ming, we meet again." In the past 3 years, Yu Ming has actually often been on missions with Tsunade, and Temari has been on the most missions. The two went on 2 missions together, both of which were A-level missions. Yu Ming looked at Tamari and said with a smile, "Don't be so polite, you are the examiner of the Chunin exam now, so busy." Tamari smiled. She likes people like Yu Ming, who has unfathomable strength and good personality at the same time. There is no such thing as the superciliousness of the strong. Chapter 189 Fully qualified to be a qualified Hokage. 189 330ths. Chapter 189 Fully qualified to be a qualified Hokage. After reading the document, Tsunade said, well done." Tamari smiled and said, "This time in Konoha's Chunin exam, I wonder if this guy wants to take it." Tamari looked at Naruto and said. Tsunade only remembered at this time that Naruto was still genin, and he was a little helpless. "If you can, let's participate." In fact, Naruto is now as strong as Jonin, but he failed the Chunin exam. The ninjas of his contemporaries have all become Chunin. Just him and Sasuke are still genin. Naruto was talking to Shikamaru. Tsunade talked about him. Naruto thought for a while. It seems that he is really genin. Chunin exam. Of course I want to take it. Naruto doesn't know yet that Konoha 12, except him and Sasuke, have all become Chunin. It's just that he doesn't know about this yet, and he thought everyone was still genin. After chatting with a few people in the Hokage room, Sakura and Naruto went out with Shikamaru and Tamari. Jiraiya stood at the window, looked outside, and said calmly, "Akatsuki has started to capture Jinchuriki in the ninja world again, but they still haven't found out what their purpose is." For Akatsuki, Jiraiya is very afraid. This is an organization that gathers several cage-level strong people. The point is that they don't know what their purpose is, not to mention that they are still collecting strategic weapons such as tailed beasts. For Naruto and Konoha, the existence of these people is extremely dangerous. Tsunade also frowned, walked to the window, folded his hands, and looked out the window. They are all rebels, established by accepting employment from various ninja villages. What could their purpose be? It can't be for peace bar. It is not that Senju Hashirama has never done the matter of collecting tailed beasts. Senju Hashirama has captured all tailed beasts except one tail. At that time, all tailed beasts were free, so they were very easy to catch. Of course, it also depends on who they are. Senju Hashirama is naturally without any difficulty. But others are really difficult. Tsunade remembered very clearly that Akatsuki's publicity was about world peace and the like. How can we do world peace just by collecting tailed beasts? Jiraiya thought for a while, and said, maybe it has something to do with their collection of ninjutsu in the past 3 years. At that time, they suddenly stopped collecting tailed beasts, but collected a lot of ninjutsu such as sealing techniques. Tsunade didn't know very well, but she also felt that maybe it had something to do with this matter. After a long time, Jiraiya said, but it is really dangerous for Naruto to follow me now. Maybe returning to Konoha will be good for his safety, not to mention, his current strength is enough to deal with some things. And 3 years later, Orochimaru should also start to close the net against Sasuke. Naruto can't give up Sasuke, it depends on whether Sasuke can get rid of Orochimaru. Hearing this, Tsunade turned to look at Yu Ming. Also, now that Yu Ming is in the village, it is unlikely that Akatsuki's ninjas will attack Konoha. In the future, I will let Yu Ming look at Naruto. Now Tsunade doesn't worry about Yu Ming's safety, because she doesn't think there is anyone in the ninja world who can defeat him. Jiraiya laughed and said, I brought Naruto back for this purpose, so that Yu Ming can look at Naruto. We Konoha cannot lose 9 tails. To put it bluntly, Jiraiya is still for the village. For Tsunade and Jiraiya, the village is very important. After talking in the Hokage room for a while, they started to go to the third practice field. When we came to the third practice field, little Sakura and Naruto hadn't come yet. But Kakashi arrived, but he was leaning against a tree, reading the novel seriously. Tsunade was really speechless. Why do people like to watch this kind of stuff? Jiraiya is a little embarrassed, although he thinks what he wrote is very good, but it is not like what Tsunade said, this kind of thing. After Yu Ming sat on the tree trunk and watched the Pacific Ocean was about to set, little Sakura and Naruto finally came. This time it's Kakashi's test for Naruto and little Sakura. This battle is actually a battle between real ninjas. After all, real ninjas are different from Yu Ming. They don't use ninjutsu immediately after they meet each other. They have to make sure that they can't defeat each other by other means before using ninjutsu. This is the last option. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, this kind of king is the most basic main kind of ability of ninja. But it is Jonin who is particularly good at practicing all 3. Although Guy is very strong in physical skills, his ninjutsu and ability to counter illusion are not weak. So Guy can be Jonin. Unlike Xiao Li is really unable to master even body art. However, both Xiao Li and Guy have chakra, and their chakra levels are not low. After all, their physical strength is already very high. Chakra can also be increased through practice. It's just that their talent in ninjutsu is really not very good. Guy is okay, just not very good at it. But Xiao Li really stretched his hips completely, so he won't. If it weren't for being valued by Guy in the ninja school, he wouldn't even graduate from the ninja school. And at that time, it was Kakashi who followed Xiao Li together with him. So whether it's Guy or Kakashi, in fact, it's not true that they don't really care about the students of ninja school in private. On the contrary, they are very concerned. After all, they are the next generation of Konoha. Kakashi's change began long ago when he came out of the root and entered the direct subordinate Anbu of the third generation. The reason why Guy is not as good as Kakashi in other people's evaluations is because Kakashi is not only strong in physical skills, but also very strong in ninjutsu and illusion, which is almost the ceiling of Jonin. It can be said that Kakashi is a very pure ninja, with a witty mind. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, and illusion are all very powerful comprehensive abilities. Therefore, whether Kakashi is in Konoha village or other ninja villages, it is very famous. As long as it surpasses Kakashi, it is basically either a quasi-shadow, or it is directly at the cage level. To say good, the amount of chakra in Kakashi is actually not low. In Jonin, except those Jinchuriki, it is very high. It's just that his body is not suitable for using Sharingan, so when using Sharingan, his body can't bear the pain. Not to mention that if Kakashi uses Mangekyo Sharingan, he will have to lie down for a few days. Not to mention Kakashi, even people of the Uchiha clan, Mangekyo Sharingan cannot be used frequently, otherwise not only the eyes will be hurt, but the body will not be able to bear it. So if a foreigner uses Sharingan to Kakashi's level, it really means that his talent is too high, otherwise, let alone Mangekyo Sharingan, even the three-pointed jade is enough to make people unbearable. This is why Yu Ming thinks Kakashi is very suitable to succeed Tsunade. In just a few more years, Kakashi's strength will fully reach cage level, his qualifications will be enough, his age will be reached, and he will have enough fame in the ninja world, so he is fully qualified to become a qualified Hokage. Chapter 190 Yu Ming is a monster, not a normal person. 193/130. Chapter 190 Yu Ming is a monster, not a normal person. Yu Ming sat on the tree and watched Kakashi fight with Naruto and little Sakura. To be honest, Yu Ming also found it quite interesting. It's just that the duration was too long. From the evening to the next morning, both sides were still trying to attack. Yu Ming has never experienced this kind of battle. The longest battle he has lasted may only be about half an hour. This was the time it took Yu Ming for such a long time when those in Hekoyan village were promoted to cage-level powerhouses through special spells. Although this battle was interesting at first, after watching it for a while, Ming took out the book and read it by himself. Tsunade turned his head and glanced at Yu Ming, and found that he was not watching at all, and sighed, this level of battle is really too boring for him. Jiraiya also smiled and said, indeed, for a person of his strength, this battle is indeed very boring. But in the past 3 years, it seems that my results are not bad, and now the two of them can challenge Kakashi. Tsunade said with a smile, it's been 3 years, and he still only knows Ninjutsu, Shadow Clone and Rasengan, and he hasn't learned any Ninjutsu 173 other than that, but he has laid the foundation, but this kind of attack method is still too much. Single, easy to be targeted. In fact, if Naruto didn't have the aura of the protagonist, his attack methods would be very limited. And with his personality, it is estimated that he will seldom use ninja methods to act. In the middle of the battle, it is easy to have an accident. Jiraiya doesn't think so. As long as it is used flexibly in battle, even a single attack method can achieve good results. 4th generation's attack method is also worrying, but the effect is very good. As long as you teach him the basics, I believe he can use it very well. Tsunade laughed, you expect too much from him. Originally Jiraiya wanted to refute something, but he looked at Yu Ming on the tree, and said helplessly, compared to that guy, no one is very good, but Naruto has great potential, as long as he masters the 9 tails in his body. Strength, maybe in the future it can really reach the level of Yu Ming. Tsunade had a calm face, and smiled slightly, do you believe what you said? It's not that Tsunade deliberately prefers Yu Ming, but this is the fact, Tsunade doesn't think that anyone she knows has Yu Ming's talent, nor does she feel that anyone has Yu Ming's strength. Jiraiya doesn't work even if Sage Mode is turned on. Even Tsunade doesn't know how strong Yu Ming is now, but what she said before, 10 times the strength before, is not a joke. She really does feel that way. Jiraiya naturally doesn't believe it. If it was Yu Ming 3 years ago, Jiraiya might have a little confidence, but now Yu Ming, even Jiraiya has not come out. How strong Yu Ming is shows that Yu Ming has surpassed his strength by too much. And even if Naruto has mastered 9 tails, can he really stand on the same level as Yu Ming? Jiraiya doesn't have such self-confidence at all, he doesn't feel that Naruto has this ability. Although Jiraiya felt that Yu Ming might surpass 4th Hokage in the future, the key point is that 3 years ago, Jiraiya felt that Yu Ming's strength might have surpassed 4th generation. The two are not on the same level at all. Through hard work, Naruto can really catch up and even surpass Sasuke. Because Sasuke is a normal person. But through Naruto's hard work, he may not even be able to see Yu Ming's back, because Jiraiya thinks Yu Ming is a monster, not a normal human being at all. He had never seen a person whose talent could be so terrifying. At only 16 years old, he already has the strength that may exceed cage level. Isn't this a monster? But if Jiraiya knows that after another year, Naruto will also have strength beyond cage level, and may even reach 6 paths level, I don't know what he will think. In this world BGDA, hard work and blood are very important, but the key is that someone will cheat on you, otherwise, there will be no chance for the Ōtsutsuki clan to fight against each other. Yu Ming's body is what he can rely on to wrestle with the Ōtsutsuki clan. The Ōtsutsuki clan is an extremely powerful clan, so Yu Ming wants to fight against them, but his current strength is seriously insufficient, because Yu Ming only has the 3 Guyu Rinnegan, without the powerful power of Guyu Rinnegan. Even he hasn't fully mastered Yin Yang Dun yet. Not even Ōtsutsuki Kaguya has the ability to seal yet. You know, Ōtsutsuki Kaguya is unkillable because he merged with 10 tails. There might be some way to kill, but at least right now Yu Ming doesn't have this kind of power. But Yu Ming just wants to know how far his body can be infinitely enhanced. Whether it is really unlimited continuous enhancement. The next morning, the battle between the three was finally over. And small Sakura and Naruto also grabbed Kakashi's bell. This time, both Naruto and little Sakura have grown up a lot. Yu Ming closed the thick book and said with a smile, "Not bad, Naruto, you can snatch the bell of teacher Kakashi." Jiraiya laughed and said, "That is, I have been able to train him a lot in these 3 years. The strength has naturally increased a lot." Tsunade smiled. Little Sakura has also made great progress, and she has also learned the strange power technique well. Yu Ming put away the book and jumped down from the tree. Walking to Tsunade, but in the past 3 years, little Sakura has been trained a lot by Yu, and she almost died several times. Tsunade's training methods, even Yu Ming would feel horrible after seeing it. It's really about practicing to death as long as you can't die. Yu Ming couldn't bear to see it several times. Because the little Sakura almost died, Tsunade's strange power is not something ordinary people can bear. Hearing Yu Ming's words, Tsunade didn't hesitate, "I'm doing it for her own good." Whether it's strange power or Baihao technique, you need a very strong physical quality. Look, is she very strong now? Yu Ming smiled, "I didn't say there was anything wrong, it's just that the way of cultivation is too uncomfortable." Tsunade looked at Yu Ming and smiled, "Then I ask you to help me train little Sakura, you don't want to either." Well, turning to this topic, Yu Ming just stopped talking. Tsunade did ask Yu Ming to help train little Sakura, but Yu Ming refused. He thought that only by studying with Tsunade could little Sakura learn her essence. Studying with Yu Ming doesn't have the time and patience to train little Sakura. The little Sakura and Naruto came over, and the little Sakura heard Tsunade's words, and smiled awkwardly, "Master is actually good to me. If there is no such strict guidance from her, how can I have the power I have now?" Yu Ming looked helplessly at little Sakura, it seems that she was beaten badly, and there are shadows. Chapter 191. Blowing hundreds of meters away with one move. 191 330ths. Chapter 191. Blowing hundreds of meters away with one move. Tsunade gave Yu Ming a blank look, and Yu Ming said that she was a villain. Although she was indeed cruel when she trained little Sakura, she was not the same as a villain. Little Sakura was a little embarrassed when Yu Ming said this, but because she was really afraid of Tsunade, Tsunade was far from what she could match in terms of identity and strength. Even after learning Tsunade's ninjutsu, little Sakura still can't be Tsunade's opponent, and it's still far away. Even if she really thought Tsunade was scary, she didn't dare to admit it in front of Tsunade. Yu Ming is cheating her. At this time Naruto came out and said, "Yu Ming, play with me, I want to know how far I am from you now." Both Jiraiya and Tsunade showed helpless expressions. Why is this kid so awkward? Can you and Yu Ming be on the same level? Tsunade thought so, but Jiraiya thought, "I don't know how strong Yu Ming is, but it must be far superior to the current Naruto, not to mention the current Yu Ming, even the Yu Ming 3 years ago. You are far from being an opponent now. However, let Naruto test Yu Ming's general strength." Kakashi walked over and said with a smile, "I also want to know how strong Yu Ming has become now. I haven't seen you make a move in 3 years. In the past 3 years, not many ninjas have died at the hands of Yu Ming, although he has carried out several S-level missions and more than a dozen A-level missions. I have met many Jonins, but he seldom kills, but those Jonins were stunned by his aura without even waiting for Yu Ming to make a move. There is no strength to resist at all, and Yu Ming didn't intend to kill them either. So in the past 3 years, although Yu Ming has a great reputation in the ninja world, he has basically never killed anyone. In the past 3 years, Kakashi had no time to contact Yu Ming at all, except when he met Yu Ming when he returned to Konoha to accept the mission. I can't do it even if I want to have a good chat. This is all because Tsunade gave Kakashi too many tasks. There is no way, although Konoha's current Chunin and Genin have recovered, but the previously lost Jonin is not so easy to recover. Otherwise, Tsunade would not have promoted Neji to Jonin as well. Although Neji does have the strength of Jonin, but the experience is still insufficient. Just like the promotion of Kakashi to Jonin in the Third Ninja World War that year, the actual purpose is to allow Neji to undertake tasks above A level. So even if Neji became Jonin, he never left the Guy class, because if he leads the team alone, he still lacks experience. Unless it is some relatively low-level tasks, such as B-level tasks. So in the past 3 years, Kakashi has never had a good chat with Yu Ming, and he also wants to know Yu Ming's strength. Of course, he knew that 3 years ago, Yu Ming's strength had surpassed cage level. Now, I don't know how much I have grown and how much I have become stronger. Kakashi wondered. Kakashi is Yu Ming's teacher after all. A closer teacher than Tsunade and Jiraiya. Yu Ming is the only direct disciple of Kakashi. He doesn't even consider Naruto and Sasuke to be his personal disciples. Yu Ming looked at Kakashi and said with a smile, "Teacher Kakashi, I haven't practiced much in the past 3 years, so maybe I haven't made any progress and maybe I've regressed. It's just that Kakashi naturally doesn't believe that anyone who falls, Yu Ming can't fall. He used to really aim to become stronger, but now Yu Ming enjoys becoming stronger. No matter what kind of change it is, Yu Ming will become stronger, and he will work hard to cultivate in order to become stronger." This is because he had already determined the child's character the first time he saw Yu Ming. Naturally, He didn't believe what Yu Ming said, that his strength would decline. Kakashi smiled and said, "How could you regress, if I don't even know your character? I'm really unqualified." Jiraiya and Tsunade also nodded. They didn't believe at all that Yu Ming would go to waste. Especially Tsunade. Yu Ming's strength, she is the clearest, at least much better than Jiraiya and Kakashi, although not fully understood. Naruto said with a smile, "Then let me have a try, whether you have improved or regressed." Little Sakura also stood up and said with a smile, "I'm coming too, and I want to try it too." "What kind of situation am I now?" Yu Ming nodded. "Well, if that's the case, then come on." Yu Ming walked towards the grass. Tsunade, Jiraiya and Kakashi stood watching. The three of them are very serious, because they are all very curious about Yu Ming's strength, but it is not certain whether Yu Ming will show his real ability. Because it is impossible for these two people to force out 1% of Yu Ming's strength, it still depends on how Yu Ming is willing to deal with them. Asking for flowers. 0. Walking on the grass, little Sakura and Naruto looked at each other, and little Sakura clenched her fists and rushed towards Yu Ming with all her strength. A-hole. After roaring, Xiaolo had already rushed in front of Yu Ming. He smashed the door towards Yu Ming. The surrounding air was even rubbed by her until sparks appeared. And Yu Ming just turned around at this moment. If he didn't get out of the way, if this punch was hit, Yu Ming's body would be shattered like shredded paper. Little Sakura's fist, the power is quite terrifying. When the little Sakura hit halfway with his fist, he saw that Yu Ming didn't intend to fight back at all, and panicked. Yu Ming can't really be defenseless, right? If this punch hits, even steel will be shattered. 0. It was just when little Sakura was flustered and couldn't retract her fist. Yu Ming turned around and gently shook her hand forward. The speed was so fast that even the little Sakura didn't realize the situation, and was clenched by Yu Ming's fist. Boom. With a loud noise, little Sakura was thrown out by Yu Ming like a cannonball. Boom. In an instant, a gully hundreds of meters long appeared in the forest. Fortunately, this practice field is huge, with a radius of several kilometers, otherwise this gully would even spread into the village. This gully is tens of meters long and wide. In the forest, all the trees in front of this gully have been smashed, leaving only a gully on the ground. This scene stunned the three people standing and watching. This reaction speed, my Sharingan can't even see clearly. Yu Ming, your speed has been much faster in the past 3 years. Kakashi drove the 3-tomo Sharingan, and still couldn't see how Yu Ming threw little Sakura out. I heard a sudden explosion just now, and the little Sakura appeared hundreds of meters away. As for Tsunade, he thought of when Yu Ming upgraded Rinnegan a few years ago, that force also blasted her hundreds of meters away. In front of Yu Ming, at the end of the ravine, little Sakura was in a mess, but she didn't suffer any fatal injuries. But it's really uncomfortable. Looking at Yu Ming who was standing hundreds of meters away and looking at her, little Sakura frowned. If Yu Ming wanted to kill me just now, I wouldn't be able to live at all. Sure enough, the gap between me and him is really too big. Chapter 192 Why Become a Jonin? Strength. 192 330ths. Chapter 192 Why Become a Jonin? Strength. Seeing little Sakura being thrown hundreds of meters away, Naruto suddenly attacked Yu Ming from the sky. There is also a shadow clone by my side. Shadow clone held kunai and threw it towards Yu Ming. More than a dozen shurikens and kunai appeared in front of Yu Ming quickly. Just when the kunai and the shuriken were about to attack Yu Ming, he suddenly turned into a thunderbolt, and Yu Ming flashed past the shuriken and kunai like several lightning bolts. Rasengan. After Naruto's shadow clone threw out both shuriken and kunai, Naruto was thrown out. Holding the Rasengan in one hand, Naruto rushed towards Yu Ming very fast. This is a tactic that Naruto often uses, and it really won't work for people with poor physical fitness. Seeing Naruto doing this, Yu Ming smiled slightly and said, "It's quite an idea, but it won't hit me like this." Naruto quickly appeared above Yu Ming, and pressed the spiral in his hand towards Yu, 5-7, Ming. At the moment when Rasengan was only 1 meter away from Yu Ming's face, Yu Ming didn't even make a seal, but a violent thunder and lightning suddenly broke out in front of him. A lightning shield blocks Naruto's Rasengan. Boom. The Rasengan and the lightning shield collided with each other, and the aftermath of the energy shattered the surrounding land within tens of meters. The cracks on the ground cracked like spider webs, extending for thousands of meters. This Rasengan, Naruto condenses a lot of chakra. It's just that the moment he touched Yu Ming's protective shield, he was immediately scattered by the terrifying lightning style. The surrounding land was shattered, only the place where Yu Ming was standing remained intact. Yu Ming didn't even make a move. His lightning shield can be activated almost instantly. The terrifying chakra turbulence knocked Naruto away by tens of meters and landed him on a stone. Kakashi, Jiraiya, and Tsunade were all dumbfounded at this moment. As this Yu Ming's lightning style Lei Wang. In fact, the ninjutsu of Yu Ming was derived from lightning style Lei Wang. And Jiraiya knows Yu Ming's ninjutsu. It's just that the lightning style thunder net he saw before was much more powerful than what he saw today. But even if the power is not so great, Naruto's Rasengan still can't hit it, and there is no way to even shake it at all. Naruto stood up from the stone, his whole body in excruciating pain, was hit by the chakra turbulence, and hit the stone. No matter how good Naruto's body was, he still felt some pain. But in this battle, they already knew the gap between themselves and Yu Ming. There is no comparison at all. Even Yu Ming didn't make any moves, just used a borrowing force and a self-defense thunder net to defeat the two. The gap between the two sides was so big that Naruto and little Sakura despaired. Naruto stood up, wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Yu Ming with seriousness. I thought that after 3 years of training, I should have drawn the gap with you, but who knows, it is still the same. I can't even fight back now. If you want to kill me, I won't even have the chance to fight back. The reason why Naruto didn't use Shadow Clone to make those fancy things was because he knew very well that those things had no effect at all in front of Yu Ming. Little Sakura also dragged her body with internal injuries to Yu Ming. She had always thought that Yu Ming was very powerful, but how strong she really was something other people said. The only time she had ever seen Yu Ming make a move was when she saw Yu Ming kill an elite with his own hands during the Wave mission. Jonin and a ninja of a particular Jonin's caliber. But after actually trying it now, she really felt that Yu Ming's strength was far beyond hers, and the two of them didn't even look like they were in the same class. Strength is not in one dimension at all. Walking in front of Yu Ming, the little Sakura smiled wryly. If you were my enemy just now, maybe I would have died. Naruto walked in front of Yu Ming and nodded. Yes, if we were against you just now, I'm afraid we would have been dead for a long time. You just activated that shield without even sealing it, and I don't think that shield can be broken even with your Rasengan Shuriken. Little Sakura froze for a moment. What is a Rasengan Shuriken? Little Sakura has no idea what a Rasengan Shuriken is, because the only people who know that Yu Ming knows this ninjutsu, besides Naruto, are Jiraiya and Tsunade. Naruto thought for a while and said, Rasengan Shuriken is also known by its name. It is an advanced version of Rasengan. It is a very terrifying ninjutsu, and it is very difficult to practice. It is an S-level ninjutsu. It is powerful. It is not Rasengan comparable. If it hits the ground, I'm afraid it can create a huge pit of 100 or 200 meters. The most important thing is that this ninjutsu will be divided into countless small wind blades to attack the cells of the human body. So even some ninjas with strong physical fitness will still die after being hit by this ninjutsu. It's just that this ninjutsu is too dangerous, and it's very difficult. I can't master it now. It's a pity. However, I feel that even if I master this ninjutsu, I still can't break his lightning shield. Naruto now imagines that even if he uses the Rasengan Shuriken, it still can't do any damage to Yu Ming's lightning shield. Little Sakura didn't understand, but still felt very strong. After all, it was a ninjutsu developed by Yu Ming, so how could it be weak? Although most of the ninjutsu developed by Yu Ming are lightning style. And there are many S-level ninjutsu and super S-level ninjutsu. But it doesn't mean his other escape techniques are not good. The three of Jiraiya came over, looked at Yu Ming, and said with a smile, it's still the result of 3 years ago. It's impossible for the two of them to force your true strength. It's just that your strength has already left many cage levels behind. Yu Ming's reaction speed alone, as well as his lightning-style treasure net, are not something ordinary people can break through. Yu Ming seemed very calm. He didn't release his aura and directly calmed down Naruto and little Sakura, which was enough to give them both face. Give them the opportunity to attack themselves. Tsunade smiled and said, okay, the test is over. In the past 3 years, you and little Sakura have made great progress, and your strength should be at the level of Jonin. This time Naruto, you also have to take the Chunin exam. At least you have to pass this Chunin exam. All the ninjas in your class, only you are still Genin. Yu Ming and Neji have even become Jonin. You have to work hard. If you can't pass this time, you really can only continue to be Genin 5.1. You can't take many tasks. Naruto is also aware of the seriousness of the problem. He didn't want to be a Genin all his life, at least he had to pass the Chunin exam. Looking at Yu Ming, Naruto said, how did Yu Ming become Jonin? Neji does know how to become a Jonin, at least how Yu Ming did it, he doesn't know. The others didn't speak. Tsunade laughed. Why, you think Yu Ming is unworthy? Naruto looked at Yu Ming and saw his calm face, then thought about Yu Ming's strength. Embarrassed. No, I just don't know why he became a Jonin. Isn't it because of his strength? Tsunade nodded. That's right. Does he need another reason? Besides, he is still my bodyguard, and he has completed several S-level missions and more than a dozen A-level missions. Isn't it normal to be a Jonin with this amount of missions? Quote, Chapter 193 A strong enemy appears again, S-class mission. 193 330ths. Chapter 193 A strong enemy appears again, S-class mission. Naruto did not expect that in the past 3 years, Yu Ming has completed so many tasks, several S-level tasks, and more than a dozen A-level tasks. For a Jonin, it is actually quite good. Moreover, Yu Ming is also a Hokage guard, powerful, and it is normal to become a Jonin. Yu Ming looked at Naruto and said with a smile, you should pass the Chunin exam first, now you and Sasuke failed. Mentioning Sasuke, Naruto frowned. He came back this time except that Jiraiya wanted to come back, because 3 years had passed, Orochimaru wanted to attack Sasuke, and they wanted to search for Sasuke's whereabouts. Jiraiya looked at Yu Ming and said, we came back this time because 3 years later, Orochimaru was going to attack Sasuke. I don't know how Sasuke is doing now. Jiraiya knows very well that the situation of Sasuke and Naruto is the same as that of Orochimaru and him. So Jiraiya understands Naruto's mood very well. In fact, Yu Ming didn't want to get involved in this matter. If he really made a move, he would definitely be able to bring Sasuke back, but Sasuke needs to gain strength from Orochimaru. It is also impossible for Yu Ming to teach him anything. Naturally, being with Orochimaru was the best for him. Back to the Hokage room. Several people stayed up all day and night. Jiraiya and Naruto went back to 16 to rest. Kakashi and little Sakura also have things to do. Only Tsunade and Yu Ming were left in the Hokage room. Tsunade lay down on the table to rest. Yu Ming continued to read and stayed up all day and night, and there was no problem for him at all. His physique is now close to a Six Paths level body. Much stronger than Senju Hashirama's sage body. At noon, Tsunade drooled, got up from the table, and stretched his muscles. Just as he was about to call Yu Ming, Shizune walked in from the door. Holding a report in his hand. Very urgent. Yu Ming raised his head, looked at Shizune, and watched curiously as she rushed directly in front of Tsunade. Master Tsunade, there is an emergency. Tsunade wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, looked at Shizune, and became serious. What's the situation? Shizune quickly handed the information in his hand to Tsunade. Tsunade took it and opened it. His brows gradually wrinkled. Why would they do this? Are they crazy? Yu Ming didn't understand what Tsunade meant at all. Tsunade walked up to Yu Ming and handed the information to Yu Ming. After Yu Ming took a look at the information, he had the same reaction as Tsunade. These people are crazy. Shizune looked at Tsunade worriedly and said, Master Tsunade, what should we do now? They have killed hundreds of people, and the ninjas in several villages have been killed by them. Tsunade looked at Yu Ming. She wondered what Yu Ming was thinking. What do you think? Yu Ming frowned. There were still many things he didn't understand. So Yu Ming looked at Tsunade and asked, I don't know much about this ghost family, and there doesn't seem to be much introduction in Konoha's materials. The ghost clan really rarely exists in the records of the ninja world, and even if it is written, there is not much ink. So it's normal that Yu Ming doesn't know. Because Tsunade's former lover has the blood of the Oni clan, he knows a little about the Oni clan. The Oni clan is indeed very mysterious in the ninja world, but the Oni clan I know can kill enemies thousands of miles away through their unique spiritualization technique, which is very powerful. And when you cultivate to the strongest state, you can even abandon your physical body and turn into a spiritual creature. It is said that the ghost clan already existed during the Sage of Six Paths. And almost used the spirit technique to conquer the world, but was wiped out by the Uchiha family in the end, because the illusion of the Uchiha family restrained the spirit technique of the Oni family, and the Sharingan of the Uchiha family could also see through the spirit body of the Oni family. In the end, under the suppression of the Uchiha clan, the Oni clan disappeared in the ninja world. Some ninjas in Konoha also have the blood of the Oni clan, such as Duan. The Uchiha clan also paid a great price for destroying the ghost clan, because some of their clan cultivated to the state of abandoning their physical bodies. I heard that the Uchiha clan killed dozens of elite ninjas in order to kill this person. Yu Ming thought for a while, that is to say, the spiritualization technique of the Sharingan to restrain the ghost clan. Tsunade nodded. Yu Ming finally understood why Tsunade showed this information to himself. It is best for him to do this matter. Because now in the ninja world, only Yu Ming, Sasuke, Uchiha Itachi, Obito and Kakashi have Sharingan. In terms of Konoha, only Yu Ming and Kakashi have it. Kakashi used to go on missions too frequently, and yesterday he fought with Naruto and little Sakura for so long, so now he needs to rest. Yu Ming looked at Tsunade and said, You want me to go over? Tsunade nodded. Well, only you can deal with it. Now they have killed hundreds of ninjas, and several small ninja villages have been wiped out by them. They must be wiped out, otherwise, Konoha will be killed in the fire. The status of the country is being challenged. In fact, there is not only one ninja village in a big country, but many ninja villages, but these ninja villages did not merge into Konoha because they did not agree with Konoha's philosophy. Reason. If there were only 5 ninja villages, there would definitely not be so many. There are countless small ninja villages in every big country. But now, the Oni clan has destroyed several Shounen villages. This is a provocation to Konoha. Because these small ninja villages are friendly to Konoha. It may be based on 370 because there is no Uchiha family in Konoha now, so they can be unscrupulous and no one can punish them. Yu Ming stood up and said, this mission should be an S-level mission. Tsunade nodded. Well, it's an absolute S-level mission. I'll give you 2 more Jonin. The ninjutsu of the Oni clan is very evil, so you still have to be careful. In fact, Yu Ming didn't need it. But Yu Ming has never been a lone ranger. He's a ninja now, just like Konoha Sannin. When they were young, they had the strength of Jonin and even Zunying. When they acted, they could solve it alone, but they often acted together. Multiple people, multiple caregivers, although Ping Ming doesn't need it. Yu Ming agreed and said, just don't hold me back, but Konoha's Jonin should not be enough now. Yu Ming doesn't think Konoha has a Jonin that can be mobilized now. Tsunade laughed, of course I have a way. Go to the entrance of the village and wait, I will contact them. Because Yu Ming has a task list and knows the specific situation. Yu Ming smiled wryly, why are you making it so mysterious? Tsunade smiled, did not speak, took out the files, and began to pick. Seeing Tsunade like this, Yu Ming was a little speechless. You are the co-author, you are a fresh pick, well, I will wait in the past. After speaking, it turned into a lightning bolt and disappeared into the Hokage room. Chapter 194, A Clan of Ghosts, A Clan of Cruelty. 194 330ths. Chapter 194, A Clan of Ghosts, A Clan of Cruelty. Shizune was stunned for a moment, and sighed. Yu Ming's Lei Shunshin is really getting smoother and smoother, and now he uses it as fast as he is using the Flying Thunder God technique. Tsunade didn't raise his head, kept his gaze on the document, and calmly replied to Shizune, his Lei Shun body can be said to be faster than Raikage's, almost catching up with space-time ninjutsu, but he is the only one who can master this kind of skill. Ninjutsu is too difficult. This thunderbolt can really reach the speed of lightning. And it can turn into lightning. Very powerful. However, this body flicker technique belongs to the high-level body flicker technique, which is not comparable to the low-level ordinary body flicker technique. Lei Shunshin has at least reached A-level difficulty, which requires a huge chakra, very precise control of chakra, and extremely fast reaction ability. None of these 3 points can be possessed by ordinary people, so at present, this Lei Shun body is only controlled by Yu Ming. Tsunade searched for a long time before finding 2 Jonins who had no quests. A particular Jonin and a Jonin, to be precise. Tsunade thought for a while, then smiled and said, "It's just you two." And Yu Ming, who was waiting at the Konoha gate, leaned against the side of the gate. After a long time, Yu Ming saw 2 ninjas approaching. Yu Ming raised his head, then said with a slight smile, "So it's these 2 people, that's right, a master of illusion, she is the right one in Konoha." And the 2 partners that Tsunade chose for Yu Ming this time are Yuhihong and Anko. Kurenai Yuhi is a master of illusion in Konoha. As for the comparison with Uchiha Itachi, there is no way to compare. In terms of pure illusion, the 2 are actually similar, but Uchiha Itachi has a Sharingan, which cannot be compared to Kurenai Yuhi of. If it's just a technique of illusion, in fact, Yuhihong and Uchiha Itachi are the same. You know, Guy became a Jonin because of his outstanding physical skills, and Kurenai Yuhi became a Jonin because of his outstanding illusion skills. As for Anko, Yu Ming felt that Tsunade let her out purely because he saw that she didn't have any tasks. And Anko doesn't need to perform missions often, her main mission is Konoha's defense. Yuhihong and Anko came in front of Yu Ming. Anko patted Yu Ming on the shoulder as soon as he came up. "Long time no see, you are so tall." Although he is often in Konoha, Yu Ming is either in the Senju clan, or in the Hokage room, or in his own home, or from time to time in Dogo Mountain, but very rarely. So Anko has no way to see Yu Ming often. In fact, the relationship between them is very good. Yu Ming also smiled. "Sister Anko, it's been a long time since we last met, isn't it just over a month?" Anko gave Yu Ming a blank look. "I saw you before, and I didn't have a chance to talk to you like that. You guys are in the Hokage room every day. You leave early and return late. Who can easily see you? But you are now a Jonin, 1 level higher than me." Anko is absolutely delighted that Yu Ming has become a Jonin. Yuhihong stood aside and smiled, because she and Anko are good friends, so she often heard Anko ask her about Yu Ming. Because she is Jonin, she has more opportunities to contact Ming. After Yu Ming and the 2 finished talking about the past, they said, "This mission is an S-level mission, which is very dangerous. The reason why we invited Teacher Hong is because this time we need the ninja of the Grandmaster Illusion. The ghost we are facing a family, illusion has a restraining effect on them." Anko froze for a moment, "Then what am I doing? My illusion is not very good either. As long as you are a ninja, you will know some illusions more or less, but it is different from being a Grandmaster." Yu Ming smiled and said, "You are in charge of guarding Teacher Hong." Anko now understands his responsibility. "What, I thought I was going to be the main force." After Anko finished speaking, Yu Ming joked, "It's okay, if you don't want to die, you can do it." Anko heard that Yu Ming was teasing her, and immediately glared at Yu Ming, who then smiled. "Okay, let's not talk about it, I will explain the situation to you 2 along the way. This mission is very dangerous, so you 2 must be prepared to be injured. The ghost family, very mysterious. Even I don't know them very well, but judging from the fact that they can slaughter several ninja villages, they are definitely a group of murderous and vicious people. The 2 of them are naturally very clear, although Tsunade did not give them a clear description of the specific opponents this time. But being able to send Yu Ming, Yuhihong, and Anko 3 Jonin together, Yu Ming's strength is still cage level in the eyes of the 2 of them has already explained the danger of this residence. After Yu Ming finished speaking, both Yuhihong and Anko became more serious. It's just that after Anko saw Yu Ming, she felt more relaxed. She believed that with Yu Ming around, they would not be in any danger. Maybe it's just like what Yu Ming said, just a little bit of injury. While talking, the 3 of them inquired about a village near the Ghost Clan's nearest haunt. The 3 of them traveled very fast, and it took only 1 day to arrive at the village under attack. It's just that when the 3 people stood outside the village and cut down the mountain, they were all angry. Because the village is now burned to the ground. In the village, there was no fight, but it could be seen that many ninjas in the village were struggling before they died. Obviously they had no opponents at all, but they died, and they died struggling. Yu Ming frowned and said, "It seems that it is a bit difficult to investigate clearly. Among the ruins of this village, there are corpses everywhere, including the corpses of ordinary villagers and ninjas, and the corpses of other Chunin are all rolling their eyes. Before they died, they must have suffered a serious mental attack." Kurenai Yuhi checked the corpses, came to Yu Ming and said, "They were all under severe mental pressure, and the methods were extremely cruel. Almost none of them were homicides, all of them were suicides, and these ninjas killed the village before committing suicide. Many villagers." Anko stood in the ruins Qian Dejao and frowned, "Damn, these bastards are too cruel. And why do they have few battle marks?" Yu Ming and Yuhihong looked at Anko at the same time. Anko was a little embarrassed, but still bit the bullet and asked, "Is there anything wrong with what I said?" Yu Ming didn't speak, and walked towards another ruin. Uchiha explained helplessly, the Oni clan has an ability, that is, spiritualization technique. This ninjutsu allows them to leave their bodies in a soul state for a short time, and kill opponents across thousands of miles. During the Second Ninja World War, Konoha also had such a ninja named Kato Dan, who killed several jonin with this ninjutsu. There is a weakness, that is, if their bodies are not protected, they can be easily destroyed. If the body is destroyed, then the soul will not exist for much time. Chapter 195 The Conspiracy of the Ghost Clan. 195 330ths. Chapter 195 The Conspiracy of the Ghost Clan. Enko nodded. I see. Are you saying that these people were killed by the Oni clan using the spirit technique? Kurenai Yuhi nodded and said, well, judging from the scene, it is indeed the case, and before killing these ninjas, they also used spiritual ninjutsu to torture these ninjas to death. I don't know what their purpose is. Yu Ming came to another ruin. Expanding his perception, he suddenly looked towards the ruins, behind a stone. Mountain wood. Just as Yu Ming shouted, Uchiha and Enko appeared beside Yu Ming, looking at the big rock. What's the matter? Yu Ming didn't speak, his eyes were on the big rock. Yu Ming didn't speak, and Uchiha and Enko were a little nervous, and they even pulled out their kunai, ready to fight. It's just that the atmosphere was too tense. After a while, a man behind the boulder came out, followed by two children who were only a few years old, a man and a woman. Holding a wooden stick in his hand, he watched Yu Ming ripping warily. Don't come here, or I won't be polite. It's just that his hands were trembling, and the two children hugged the man's thighs, hid behind them, and looked at Yu Ming timidly. In fact, Yu Ming knew that this person was not a ninja at all, but he was not sure. Seeing a person who is not a ninja at all, Enko and Hong are a little curious. There are still living people here. 353. The man holding the stick saw the forehead protector on Yu Ming's arm. He was taken aback for a moment, and then said pleasantly, are you Konoha's ninjas? Both Enko and Hong nodded. The man breathed a sigh of relief, put down the stick, but did not throw it away, and held it tightly in his hand. Yu Ming looked at the two children behind him. They looked very cute. No wonder the man dared to rush out. It turned out that there were two children behind him. After Yu Ming looked at it for a while, he finally said, do you know the situation here? The man looked around and sighed. I don't know why the ninjas in the village went crazy and killed people everywhere. In just one day, all the ninjas in the whole village died. After killing people, all the ninjas also died. If I hadn't just returned from the next village, I'm afraid I and my two children would have died too. Yu Ming looked at the man for a long time before saying, tell me about it carefully. We are the ninjas of Konoha, and we are here to investigate this incident. Hearing Yu Ming's words, although the man did not let down his vigilance, he also told what happened last night. What happened last night really terrified the man. The ninjas in his BGCH village actually killed ordinary villagers indiscriminately. It also destroyed the whole village, and finally the ninjas fought each other, and the last remaining ninja was tortured by something so that he rolled his eyes. Terrible. Other than that, nothing special. After listening to these words, Yu Ming thought to himself, I didn't expect that these people did it quite covertly. After Enko and Uchiha listened to it, they felt uncomfortable all over, because when the man talked about what happened yesterday, in the description, the kind of cruel behavior was not what a normal ninja should have. Ninjas fight to avoid civilians. This is the rule of the ninja world. But these ninjas slaughtered the villagers wantonly, that's all, and they used such cruel methods to kill them. What is the purpose? After hearing this, Hong and Enko were both furious. These ninjas couldn't be called human beings at all. Too cruel. After Yu Ming listened to it, he analyzed whether it was true or false, and after confirming it, Yu Ming looked at the man and asked, do you have any relatives in the next village? The man froze for a moment, then said, yes, yesterday I just came back from a relative's house with my two children. Thinking of the location of the next door village, Yu Ming was shocked. It seems that their next goal is the next door village. These two villages are too close, and the villages are connected these days, which can just form a special enchantment. Yu Ming took out the map, put it on the ground, and marked out several victimized villages. After reading Yu Ming's markings, Hong and Enko opened their eyes wide. I was cold all over. Is this the ghoul enchantment? Hong blurted out directly. Although Enko doesn't understand what a ghoul seal is, he still feels that this pattern is very special. Obviously it has some special function, and these villages add up to 9, including the neighboring village. There are 9 villages, and all of them are still alive. A special pattern appeared. Who would believe it if it had no special effect? Both Hong and Yu Ming knew about the ghoul enchantment. Because people with relatively advanced illusion skills will generally understand this enchantment. Different from the ghoul seal, the ghoul enchantment is a super large illusion. And the function is not to harvest souls through Shinigami, but to deceive Shinigami to achieve the enchantment of fully spiritualized body. However, if this technique is to be successful, at least 270 ninja souls are required to be sacrificed, and only one case can be successful. This is a very cruel and bloody sacrifice technique. Hong frowned and said, this technique should no longer exist. When Yu Hong first learned about this technique, she only learned some basic information, but she never learned it at all. And this ninjutsu is so cruel. Even if it exists, it is an absolute forbidden technique. Yu Ming frowned and looked at the man. Take us to the next village. The man froze for a moment, He didn't know whether to bring Yu Ming there, because if Yu Ming really had any bad thoughts about the village next door, he would have taken him with him. So the man actually didn't want to bring the three of Yu Ming there. Yu Ming put away the map, stood up, looked at the man and said, even if you don't take us with you, we can still find it, but you have to know that their last target is the next door village. If you let it go, if you don't, you will lose even your relatives. You should only have these 2 children and those relatives left now. If you lose those relatives, I don't know if you can bear it. Although Yu Ming has a map, the location of the last village is too secretive and only an approximate location is known. Although Yu Ming can also be found by expanding his perception, it is a bit difficult. Also a waste of time. After pondering for a while, the man looked at the 2 children hugging his thighs and looking at him with watery eyes. He sighed and said, okay, I'll take you there. The man has a very good relationship with his relatives, so he doesn't want his relatives to be hurt either. After the man planned to take the 3 of Yu Ming to the next village, he picked up the 2 children and led the way. After walking for more than an hour, I finally found the next door village among the mountains. The roads to the outside of this village are all mountain roads. If you really look for it slowly, it is really not easy to find. But when Yu Ming came to the entrance of the village, he saw a pair of eyes looking at him on the mountain peak in the distance. Chapter 196 Using Yu Ming's Soul to Sacrifice. 196 330ths. Chapter 196 Using Yu Ming's Soul to Sacrifice. Neither Yu Hihong nor Anko found out, but Yu Ming could see several kilometers away at a glance, and those eyes were fixed on him. He. Even Yu Ming could hear the owner of these eyes laughing wildly. Yu Ming frowned. Then he patted Hong and Anko on the shoulder. In an instant, the surrounding scenery changed instantly. Kurenai Yuhi and Anko looked at the surrounding environment and were completely stunned. The man and the 2 children all turned into 3 bones of the dead. There is magma all over the ground, and they are now on the stone above the magma. The scorching magma made Kurenai Yuhi and Anko feel creepy. What's going on here? Anko asked. On the other hand, Yu Hihong stood by Yu Ming's side too. Magic. As a master of illusion, it doesn't mean that she can't fall into illusion, and Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan can hallucinate her. Similarly, only Sharingan can decipher the illusion of the Ghost Clan, and ordinary people cannot decipher it at all. Yu Ming had already discovered it before, but he also wanted to find out where the Ghost Clan's lair was, so he acted along with the 3 bones. These 3 bones are not dead, but they are the failed products of the Ghost Clan who used the Ghoul Barrier before. They are still alive, but they have lost their bodies. There are countless such bones around, and there are many bones on the ground that have not been declared at all. These bones are piled on top of the stone, and below is the scorching magma. This scene is very frightening. Yu Ming looked at the man sitting hundreds of meters away who was also on top of the magma. This guy is the only man in the Ghost Clan who still has a physical body, and this time, what he has to do is to activate the Ghoul Barrier and prepare to sacrifice again. Compared with his predecessors, he is very well prepared. Kurenai Yuhi and Anko feel that the surrounding atmosphere is a bit eerie and creepy. On the boulders above the magma river, there are several sets of bones standing, and these bones add up to hundreds. Including those dead bones on the ground, there are thousands of them in total. This is definitely the lair of the Ghost Clan. As for the living bones, all of them can spiritize technique, and they are highly accomplished in illusion. Unless they are Sharingan, no one can easily see their illusion. The illusion of the Uchiha family is the illusion of the Oni family who conquered them. Even so, after the Oni clan was wiped out, the Uchiha clan paid for dozens of elite ninjas. And it took years to complete. One can imagine how terrifying the Wei clan is. But even though the Uchiha clan wiped them out, there are still some remnants left. Even Konoha has blood ninjas from the Oni clan. Yu Hihong and Anko stood beside Yu Ming, frowning and asked, Yu Ming, what should we do now? We seem to have broken into their lair. Both of them were a little scared, because the surrounding atmosphere was too eerie, and there was magma under the rock they were standing on, and if they were not careful, they would be melted by the magma. On the surrounding stones, there are white bones standing, alive, and the fields are terrifying. But Yu Ming, who was standing next to the 2, was very calm. To be precise, we didn't break into their lair, but they brought us in on purpose. Kurenai Yuhi and Anko felt the creeps again. Especially Yu Hihong. She couldn't believe it at all. With her own illusion skills, she could still fall into the illusion. Are these people all Sharingan level illusions? Illusions with Sharingan bonuses are completely different, and Red cannot compete with them. Red and Itachi have the same level of illusion, but Itachi has Sharingan, so although Red has the same level as Itachi, with the addition of Sharingan, Itachi can completely beat Itachi in illusion. This is the scary thing about Sharingan, the bonus to illusion is great. Otherwise, it is impossible to control the tailed beast. And now besides the Sharingan, there is actually a family of ninjas whose illusions cannot be seen through by Kurenai Yuhi, and they have been taken to the lair by them. I can't imagine how terrifying this is. I feel a little scared. Only Anko didn't understand what was going on at all. And just after Yu Ming finished speaking, in the distance, the man sitting on the rock stood up. He was very tall, about 2 meters tall. In this world, this person is definitely a very tall ninja. The man's eyes were red and glowed red, asking for flowers. It looks very intrusive. Seeing the man standing up, both Anko and Hong looked vigilant, ready to attack at any time. But Yu Ming was very calm, looked at the man and said, bringing us here is rather to use our souls as an introduction to increase your success rate. The ghoul enchantment requires a powerful soul as an introduction, and the stronger the introduction, the higher the success rate. And this person from the Ghost Clan obviously knew about the rumors that Yu Ming was in the ninja world during this time. The stronger the ninja, the stronger the soul power emperor. But normally, the stronger the strength, the stronger the soul power will be. And Yu Ming is a very good introduction. As for Kurenai Yuhi and Anko, they are also good, a special Jonin, a Jonin. 0. The souls of 3 people were used as sacrifices, and this time he was 100% sure that he would succeed. Standing on the edge of the stone, I looked at Yu Ming. Yu Ming, although you are very strong, this is the homeland of our Ghost Clan, which has a serious suppression effect on the power of ninjas, ha ha ha. You guys tried to extract the chakra. Hearing this, Yuhi Hong and Anko quickly tried to extract chakra, but they found that the extracted chakra was very subtle, and they couldn't even feel it if they didn't pay attention. This situation made both of them a little dignified. Yu Ming was not in a hurry at all, and looked at this person calmly. Are you from the Oni clan? Your strength is good, but I didn't expect that the Oni clan still has so many members. It seems that the Uchiha clan didn't clean you up back then. The moment Yu Ming mentioned the Uchiha clan, the soul waves of the eyes appeared in the bones around them. There were crackling sounds around. Obviously, even these Oni clan who had turned into bones still couldn't forget the hatred brought to them by the Uchiha clan. It was a near genocide hatred. In fact, the Uchiha clan was only hired to eliminate these ghost clans. At that time, there was no ninja village. The Uchiha clan and the Senju clan were still the 2 most powerful clans in the ninja world, and the Uchiha clan also accepted the Fire Kingdom. Hire and wipe out the Ghost clan. In fact, the Uchiha clan is indeed just accepting the mission to wipe out the Oni clan, and they don't have much animosity with them at all. 6LH. Chapter 197 The Cruelty of the Ghost Clan. 197 330ths. Chapter 197 The Cruelty of the Ghost Clan. And the man from the Ghost Clan stared slightly, thinking of killing Yu Ming. The fact that the Oni clan was nearly exterminated by the Uchiha clan is the hatred of everyone in the Oni clan. Now the Uchiha clan is almost exterminated, just like the Oni clan. It is precisely because the Uchiha clan is gone that the Oni clan began to plan to reopen the ghoul barrier, and wanted to choose a ninja who could fully become spiritual. And the fully spiritualized Oni clan ninja will have power beyond cage level. It's just a pity that the Oni clan has never succeeded since a fully spiritualized ninja appeared decades ago. But the fully spiritualized ninja was eventually strangled by the Uchiha clan, dozens of Uchiha clans with 3 Tomo Sharingan. Otherwise, they believe that the Ghost clan can completely conquer the whole world. However, although the Oni clan was almost exterminated by 783, in those years, dozens of elite ninjas of the Uchiha clan also died, and most of them still had 3 Tomo Sharingan. That battle was estimated to be the biggest loss for the Uchiha clan other than extermination. However, at that time, the Uchiha clan did not reconcile with the Senju clan and establish Konoha. So at that time, the Uchiha clan had a lot of people, and there were more elites. Although it caused a lot of losses to them, it did not affect the strength of the family. Looking at Yu Ming, a man from the Ghost clan came over, stood more than 100 meters away, and looked at Yu Ming. Yu Ming, I know you are strong, but your role today is to be the introduction of the sacrifice. To be able to become it is your honor to be the sacrifice of our Ghost clan. And Yu Ming smiled calmly, so I have to thank you. The man of the Oni clan is named Ghost, and his strength is now at the cage level, and his method is the spiritualization technique of the Oni clan, but he is much stronger than Kato Dan. Kato Dan only has part of the blood of the Oni family. But the Ghost Shadow is completely a member of the Ghost family. And he is also a genius ninja in the family. The sacrificial offerings of members of other families all failed, and in the end he was the hope of everyone in the family. Ghost Shadow also prepared for several years, wanted to find a very good sacrifice, and investigated for several years. The appearance of Yu Ming made him feel that this person was the best sacrifice. The Ghost Shadow flinched and looked at Yu Ming. Today, here, no matter how powerful you are, you will not have a chance to show it, because here your chakra is completely restricted. Yu Ming looked at the ghost and asked, then you should also have restrictions. It is absolutely impossible to command and restrict me without restricting you, but I see that you are so confident. Obviously, this restriction is useless to you. I don't think this barrier has any restrictive effect on the power of the soul, and your Ghost clan relies entirely on the power of the soul to fight. Yes, it can lure us here. It's not just such a barrier, it's really good. Yu Ming clapped his hands and expressed his encouragement for the ghost image design. It's just that the Ghost Shadow feels a little uneasy. This restricts the chakra in the body, but does not restrict the power of the soul. Similarly, it does not restrict the absorption of chakra from the outside. The general ninja extracts chakra from the body, even for cage level. However, Guiying did not expect that in addition to ordinary ninjutsu, Yu Ming also knew shanjutsu, and shanjutsu absorbs natural energy from the outside world. This enchantment has no effect on him. And even if Yu Ming doesn't know the enchantment, his body can't be restricted by this enchantment. The enchantment of a little ghost clan wants to restrict his body close to the 6 paths level, and his Rinnegan. Totally impossible. Ghost Shadow looked at Yu Ming, frowned and said, what do you want to say? Yu Ming smiled, I want to say, you have designed so many, have you fully understood me? Compared with some rumors in the ninja world, and the mouths of some ninjas in Konoha, you know my power. But you don't know, They actually don't know much about my power, not to mention them, even my closest people, it is impossible to know what kind of power I have. Hearing this, Gu Ying felt more and more uneasy. Kill them. Gu Ying really didn't want to waste any more time, and wanted to kill Yu Ming immediately. The Ghost Clan skeletons who were already very angry with Yu Ming rushed towards Yu Ming with kunai in their hands. Because they are skeletons, they don't feel any pain at all, and these bones are extremely strong and hard, even comparable to steel. Plus the weight is relatively light, so their speed is very fast, much faster than the average ninja. Yu Ming didn't pay attention to the surrounding skeletons, and kept looking at the ghost opposite him, 099212216508143250. Both of them didn't move much. Yu Ming was very calm, but Gu Ying's brows became more and more solemn. He always felt that Yu Ming was going to do something. At the moment when the surrounding skeletons were about to rush to Yu Ming's side, Yu Ming's gaze narrowed slightly. Sage mode. Yu Ming didn't even make the slightest movement, and didn't make a seal, and suddenly entered Sage mode. Boom. The moment Yu Ming entered Sage mode, a simple facial makeup appeared on his face. At the same time, a purple gold windbreaker made of Shanju chakra appeared on his body. There are also several spirit snakes transformed from Shanju chakra around. These spirit snakes are swimming around Yu Ming, under the weight of Yu Ming's purple gold celestial chakra. The moment Yu Ming's fairy art chakra appeared, a huge turbulent energy flow spread out in all directions. The terrifying breath crushed the surrounding skeletons. Cracks appeared in hundreds of skeletons in an instant. The steel-like bones still couldn't bear the aftermath of energy after Yu Ming entered Sage mode. Under this momentum, more than a dozen skeletons instantly shattered and turned into a pile of white bones. It's just that their soul power flew to the ghost shadow and merged into the ghost shadow's body. Yu Ming could feel that the power of the ghost image had increased a bit at this time. 5.0 So that's how it is. After merging the soul, will you strengthen your own soul power? Compared to that, you killed so many ninjas for the purpose of wanting their soul power, right? The Ghost Clan is really cruel. Melted the souls of those ninjas so that they couldn't even go to the underworld. Let their souls completely disappear in this world, such a wicked thing. No wonder the Oni clan will be cast aside by the ninjas in the whole ninja world. At this time, Gu Ying also looked at Yu Ming with a serious face. Yu Ming, you killed more than a dozen of my compatriots, and now we are immortal enemies. And Yu Ming looked at the ghost, and said seriously, you deserve it too. Things like you should disappear, let alone kill people, and let other people's souls fly away, and their souls will be completely swallowed. No wonder others will join hands to strangle you. Existence, in this ninja world, people are not even worthy of being human, no wonder they are called the clan of ghosts, you are really ghosts. Chapter 198 Sage Mode On. 198 330ths. Chapter 198 Sage Mode On. Yu Ming doesn't care about killing people, but if people want to be so frightened that they can't even enter the underworld, then Yu Ming really can't accept it. There is really no humanity in doing this kind of thing too much. There are very few ninjas in the ninja world who do this kind of thing. But the Ghost Clan, all the ninjas of a family do this, not only devouring the souls of ninjas from other families, but even the souls of their own family members. It is simply not as good as a beast. The surrounding skeletons were immobilized by Yu Ming's immortal chakra, and their soul power was tightly suppressed. Originally, Ruchi Cave's celestial arts had strong illusion characteristics, so when Yu Ming entered Sage mode, the fear from the soul made the spirits of countless members of the 10 clans of ghosts tremble uncontrollably. After Yu Ming entered Sage mode, Yuhi Hong and Anko looked at Yu Ming in surprise. Although Anko knew that Yu Ming had completed the practice of fairy arts, he had never seen him enter Sage mode. Now she is being wrapped by Shanshu chakra, she can completely feel the horror of Shanshu chakra, and she really feels powerful from the bottom of her heart. And Hong was completely stunned. Is this Yu Ming's Shanju 16? Well, what a scary chakra. At this time, Hong felt that Yu Ming's chakra was not only extremely strong, but also very large. She even felt that Yu Ming's chakra was almost infinite. It is completely impossible to detect the specific amount of his chakra, and the surrounding natural energy is still pouring into Yu Ming's body from afar. The moment Yu Ming entered Sage mode, the surrounding natural energy seemed to find an entrance, pouring into Yu Ming's body like a flood of seawater. The ghost also felt how terrifying Yu Ming was after entering Sage mode. He roared, "Boy, you still have this kind of thing, but even if you have this kind of weird thing, I can still kill you here." After speaking, the ghost image suddenly turned into a phantom and completely disappeared in front of Yu Ming's eyes. Yu Ming patted Yuhihong and Anko's shoulders. In an instant, a celestial chakra surged into the bodies of the two of them crazily. These celestial chakras are transformed by absorbing natural energy in Yu Ming's body, so there will be no problems for the two of them. What makes people problematic is pure natural energy that has not been transformed. Feeling Yu Ming patted their shoulders, Hong and Anko suddenly felt that there seemed to be an extra energy zone in their bodies. More than their previous chakra volume. Yu Ming said calmly, "These skeletons will be handed over to you, and that guy will be handed over to me." After Hong and Anko felt the celestial chakra in their bodies, they nodded and said, "Well, don't worry." After finishing speaking, the two rushed towards the skeleton. Anko guards Red, and Red uses illusion on those skeletons. Yu Ming suddenly looked towards a corner. With his eyes narrowed, suddenly a snake-shaped purple gold thunderbolt blasted past. Boom. In an instant, That place was completely shattered in an instant, and the ghost figure also emerged. Spit out blood, looking at Yu Ming with a look of surprise. How is it possible? I can be in a spiritual state now, why can you hit me? Yu Ming looked at him calmly. Sanju chakra can naturally do it, this guy seems to have no understanding of Sanju. In fact, it is also because not everyone can learn the magic of the three holy lands. There are many people who have learned the magic of magic, but over the years, not many ninjas have learned it. After Guiying knew that Yu Ming's attack was effective for him, he changed his tactics. Returned to his body, and he also hid his body behind his chair. The ghost that entered the physical body came out. Looking at Yu Ming, he clenched his fist and made a cracking sound. After the chakra on his body erupted, a phantom of Shinigami was formed behind him. Our Oni clan doesn't only have spiritual techniques, we know all ninjutsu related to Shinigami. The Shinigami behind the ghost shadow didn't know what to think, and actually handed the short sword in his hand to the ghost shadow. But Yu Ming took a serious look at this so-called Shinigami, and didn't show any expression at all. It seems that it is really just a phantom. But this knife should be interesting. After Ghost Shadow got Shinigami's short sword, with a wave of his hand, a crack appeared in the air, and then countless ashes appeared. This move made Yu Ming frown slightly. It seems that this knife is similar to Shinigami's knife in the Ghoul Seal, it can cut souls. But Yu Ming didn't have the slightest fear, the knife had no effect on him. Yu Ming shook hands. His short sword appeared in his hand. If this knife is attached to the magic chakra, it can also hurt you. After speaking, Yu Ming and the ghost image turned into a ray of light. In an instant, on a boulder in the middle of the magma, two flashes of light collided together. Boom! At this moment, the aftermath of the energy overturned everything within tens of meters around, and countless stones were completely crushed by this force. Many skeletons standing on it fell into the magma without having time to escape, and sank completely into the magma after a while. Even if the strength and hardness are not much different from steel, it will still not take a while to melt if it falls into magma. Both Yu Ming and Guiying didn't care about the skeleton of the Oni family falling into the magma. The soul power of the dozens of skeletons that fell into the magma merged into the body of the ghost after the bones melted. Let the ghost shadow's strength skyrocket again. Colliding with Yu Ming, one person with one knife, when they collided together, withstood Yu Ming's attack, it was also because of these soul powers, otherwise, he would have been blown away by the powerful force of Nie Ming's knife when he collided just now. And Yu Ming also clearly felt that the ghost's soul power had become much stronger. Without this enchantment, his chakra will show a 087 surge. Only now this enchantment restricts chakra for all. Therefore, Ghost Shadow cannot extract chakra from the body at all, and can only rely on soul power to fight. However, the main fighting method of the Ghost clan originally relied on soul power to attack, so naturally it didn't have much impact on him. After colliding with Yu Ming several times, Ghost Shadow felt a lot of pressure from Yu Ming. Yu Ming, who entered Sage mode, completely suppressed the ghost. Apart from resisting, the ghost image has no ability to attack at all. One must know that Ghost Shadow at this time is at the peak of cage level. Originally, he didn't want to be exposed so early. But after he got to know Yu Ming, he felt that Yu Ming was really suitable as his sacrifice. As long as Yu Ming became his sacrifice, this sacrifice would be 100% successful. For this reason, he did not hesitate to massacre people in several villages, including hundreds of ninjas alone. It was prepared to open the Ghoul barrier, which requires at least the soul power of 270 ninjas. He has already collected all of them, and all that is left is to identify the person who was the sacrifice to offer the sacrifice. And as long as the sacrifice is successful, he will break through the cage level limit and enter the super cage level. Super cage level, ordinary people, ordinary methods are useless. Although this secret technique of the Ghost Clan is cruel, it is one of the very few ways to enter this level. Chapter 199 Sacrificial Shinigami. 199 330ths. Chapter 199 Sacrificial Shinigami. But even if he has used the enchantment, and has fused the soul power of dozens of clansmen, he still doesn't have the power to attack Yu Ming. What he didn't even know at this time was that Yu Ming actually didn't try his best at all. Even without using Wood Style and Rinnegan, Yu Ming didn't show his strength at all. Ghosting tightly held the short sword in his hands, while Yu Ming suppressed him with just one hand. Ghosting gritted his teeth and said, "Ah." With a roar, he quickly drew the knife towards Yu Ming and stabbed it out. The speed was very fast, but in the next moment, Yu Ming's body flashed, and the ghost stabbed empty. His body lost his balance in an instant, and at the moment when he was about to adjust, Yu Ming had turned into a ray of lightning and appeared behind him, piercing through his chest from behind. He stabbed him directly. For a time, blood flowed continuously. It's just that the ghost kicked forward in a short time. The body left Yu Ming's short sword, sliding tens of meters away from Yu Ming, clutching the knife wound on his chest, panting heavily. Damn, why is this guy so strong? He didn't expect that Yu Ming could be so powerful after being restricted by chakra, and he didn't expect that Yu Ming could be so powerful. Originally, his ordinary cage level strength, because he devoured the soul power of his own clansmen, now his strength has reached the peak of cage level, but if he can't complete the sacrifice, he can only stay at the peak of cage level strength. And this process also requires him to constantly devour the soul power of his fellow clansmen. Or devour the soul power of a ninja. This is obviously not sustainable, and if he dares to do this, he will be surrounded and suppressed by the entire ninja world. Now he has not fully spiritualized, and his body is still very vulnerable. Looking at the ghost figure clutching the wound on his chest and panting heavily, Yu Ming calmly said, "Do you have any other tricks now? I don't believe you have been planning for so many years. That's all you have. This can be said to be murderous." Ghost Ying had made a mistake in understanding Yu Ming before. He estimated that Yu Ming's strength should be about the same as his own under normal circumstances. Who knew that he had devoured the soul power of dozens of people of his own race and reached the peak of cage level, but still not Yu Ming's opponent. And seeing how he played so calmly, it was obvious that he was able to do a job with ease, and he didn't try his best at all. Ghosting knew that if this went on, he would die. The only hope of the Ghost clan was shattered. Thinking of this, Ghost Shadow turned to look at his fellow clan. Gritting his teeth, "I'm sorry, my fellow men." After speaking, quickly seal, Wei Ling technique, with both hands. As the Ghost Shadow just completed the seal, the soul power of the hundreds of skeletons of the Ghost clan who were fighting Anko and Hong was instantly absorbed by the Ghost Shadow into his body. Countless souls wailed and merged into the Ghost's body. Some are willing, some are not, but Ghost Shadow can't control that much anymore. He needs strength and needs to keep getting stronger. Melting Spirit technique. After gathering all the soul power, Ghost Shadow formed a seal with his hands again, and countless souls were continuously devoured by him. After the howling sound lasted for a few seconds, it was completely merged by the ghost. At this moment, an extremely explosive energy burst out. Boom. Jiao. A very shrill, even tragic and unpleasant sound came from the ghost. His 2-meter-high body instantly soared by more than 1 meter, reaching more than 3 meters. The luster of forbidden technique appeared on his body, and even a steel-like voice appeared, surrounded by complicated lines. Jiao. The tragic hissing sound reappeared. The violent soul power blasted away instantly. All creatures within hundreds of meters around felt their souls were shaken at this moment. He stared blankly in the direction of the ghost. At this time, Anko and Yuhihong, who were already seriously injured, fainted directly after being shocked by the power that hit the soul. And this soul power kept impacting Yu Ming, but it was a pity that Yu Ming's soul power was several times stronger than his. So this tragic and mighty soul power did not shake Yu Ming. On the contrary, the snake energy of chakra, the celestial being next to Yu Ming, skyrocketed. They seemed to be absorbing this extremely negative soul power, and Yu Ming also felt that his soul power was actually increasing, but it was not very obvious. He looked at the swimming snake around him, which was condensed from the fairy art chakra, and changed from a python to a lion majesty. And the volume has skyrocketed several times. The swimming snake condensed by the purple-gold fairy art chakra has even reached a length of 5 or 6 meters in its inflated body. More than a dozen 5 to 6 meter long snakes wound around Yu Ming's body, and more than a dozen snake heads screamed at the ghost. This hissing sound actually formed a sonic attack. After becoming stronger, the extremely excited ghost trembled instantly when attacked by this sound wave. Damn, how can there be such a terrible illusion? That's right, the official fairy-level illusion issued by the snake just now. The ghost's body kept surging. It seems that being attacked by this sound wave made his body a little out of control. In fact, Yu Ming did not expect that these snakes condensed by the fairy art chakra would have such a powerful illusion attack. This illusion attack is definitely much stronger than Tsukuyomi's. And most importantly, this is the spontaneous attack of the snakes condensed by his magic chakra. At the same time, these snakes also fed back to Yu Ming's strong soul power increase. These swimming snakes seemed to be conscious. At this time, Ghosting knelt down on the ground. His soul power was extremely strong. After all, he had fused the soul power of hundreds of clansmen. However, after being attacked by the illusion of the swimming snake, he still couldn't hold on, and his flesh and blood seemed to be different. Take control in general and engage in self-sabotage. Roar. The ghost roared, feeling that his body was about to explode, and the snakes continued to attack, as if this was not their strongest attack strength. As the hissing became more intense, Ghosting Liao Zhao felt that his body was becoming more and more swollen and weaker. He looked up at Yu Ming, who was doing nothing right now with his mouth full of blood, and roared angrily, "Since it has reached this level now, I can't live, I won't let you live either, dong." As he spoke, his hands began to form seals rapidly. Seeing the ghost's hand seal gesture, Yu Ming frowned. But he didn't attack immediately, but wanted to see how far this guy could go. Roar. After the ghost seal was completed, he roared, "I am willing to sacrifice myself to get a power tomb bestowed by Lord Shinigami once." The ghost roared, and at the moment when he completed the seal, a Shinigami with a ghoul seal appeared behind him. Boom. In an instant, Ghost Shadow's body returned to its original shape, but there were many mysterious runes on it. Chapter 200 Just a clone suppresses a super shadow. 200 330ths. Chapter 200 Just a clone suppresses a super shadow. At the same time, his body is slowly turning into hollow. It's like the state of the soul. A Shinigami long knife appears in the hand, and a string of beads hangs around the neck. The mouth turned red. Looking at such a ghost image, Yu Ming frowned. This power, interesting, actually surpassed the cage level. I didn't expect that there are so many interesting things in the ninja world. It seems that I can't always use my own experience to look at. At this time, the strength of the ghost image has definitely surpassed the cage level. Although Yu Ming also knows that it is a one-off, it has to be said that this power is really strong. He didn't remember that there had been such a strong man in the ninja world. Even if not now, or just now, his cage-level power is rare in the ninja world. Yu Ming felt that the ninja world might be much more exciting than he imagined. What about just beyond the cage level? Ghost Shadow is much more normal than before. Just now his height has skyrocketed to more than 3 meters, which is really quite abnormal. At this time, the ghost image and the illusion power of the swimming snake next to him had no effect on him. It's actually immune to illusion. It's interesting. I really don't know how the Uchiha clan strangled your clan back then. Yu Ming is sure that the ghost at this time is definitely not at that time. Dozens of ninjas with 3 Tomo Sharingan can kill it. Yu Ming pondered for a while, and thought of something. Could it be that he didn't actually kill that person back then? No wonder there are still so many Oni clan people left. It seems that the Uchiha clan 173 didn't kill them at all to become spirits. It's just that the ninja who became spiritual was injured by the ninjas of the Uchiha clan. Yu Ming has always felt that if there are so many people left in the ghost clan, it must be because Baozibo clan didn't kill their spiritualists at all. It's just that Yu Ming really thought too much. The original spiritual person was indeed killed, but the core members of the ghost clan remained. So in a few decades, so many clansmen have been created. And the reason why Ghost Shadow is so powerful now is because he directly sacrificed himself, so the strength improvement is very obvious. After seeing that the illusion of the snake was useless against ghosts, Yu Ming stopped the snake from continuing to release the illusion. Waving the short sword in his hand, he made a lightning bolt. At this moment, the ghost unexpectedly caught up with Yu Ming's speed. Boom! With a loud noise, Yu Ming slashed on Ghost Shadow's samurai sword, and the energy of the explosion dissipated in all directions. Everything around him collapsed in an instant. The stone under their feet also completely crumbled. The entire valley and the surrounding mountains were shattered by the energy detonated by the two at this moment. This time, the ghost actually resisted Yu Ming's knife. The sword wrapped by Sanju was extremely hard, and countless sparks were drawn with Ghost Shadow's katana. Ghosting was still holding it firmly with both hands, and Yu Ming also felt a little pressure from Ghosting. It's interesting, the power has skyrocketed so much. It seems that this sacrifice is really useful to you. The surrounding mountains have been crumbled, and countless mudstones are poured towards the magma lake in the center. Yu Ming felt that Anko and Hong were seriously injured at this time, and frowned. Ran also noticed. Haha, son, the 2 teammates here. Yu Ming chuckled, you are not qualified to kill them right in front of my eyes. After Yu Ming finished speaking, the fairy chakra on his body suddenly freed another Yu Ming. In the hand condensed a fairy chakra long knife. After condensing another Yu Ming turned into a lightning bolt and disappeared in front of the ghost. Ghosting wants to keep up with, where to run. He has already sacrificed his soul to Shinigami. If he can't kill Yu Ming this time, then he must be very unwilling after his soul is gone. But just as he was about to leave, Yu Ming, condensed from Sanju Chakra, appeared in front of him, bursting out with even more powerful power than the Yu Ming just now. Boom! The aftermath of the battle between the two can even completely destroy a mountain. And Yu Ming turned into a lightning bolt and appeared beside Yu Hong and Anko. Looking at the injuries on their bodies, he frowned. How could they be so seriously injured? At first, Yu Ming felt that with the cooperation of Yu Hong and Anko, those skeletons should not be able to hurt them. It just seems that Yu Ming underestimated the strength of those skeletons, and also overestimated the strength of the cooperation between the two. Embracing the two of them, Yu Ming disappeared here in an instant. BGCE at this time, Yu Ming, who was condensed by Yu Ming using the fairy technique chakra, is fighting fiercely with ghosts. Several tens of meters high mountains around have been blown up by the two of them. The battlefield between the two, spread to within several thousand meters. Although it cannot be compared with the original Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, it is not far behind. In fact, it's not that the Yu Ming condensed by the fairy art chakra is stronger than Yu Ming itself, it's just that Yu Ming didn't use real strength at all just now. Now Yu Ming, condensed from a celestial technique chakra, can fight with Ghost Shadow very hard, and there's even a faint tendency to suppress it, which makes Ghost Shadow feel very strange and terrified. While fighting, Ghosting thought, it's just a clone, why is the power so terrifying? Didn't this guy use any force at all just now? Thinking of this possibility, the ghost suddenly felt a chill from head to toe. I already have this kind of strength, but I still can't beat a clone of this guy. Is this guy really human? How is he more like a Shinigami than a Shinigami? And Yu Ming, who disappeared here with Anko and Hong in his arms, used Rinnegan's teleportation ability to teleport to a mountain thousands of meters away. Looking at the wounds on the two of them, blood was flowing, and their faces were pale. Yu Ming frowned. There are no healing pills at this time, shit. The injuries of the two of them can be recovered by using healing pills. It's just that he used it before, and now he doesn't have it at all. After thinking about it, I can only use medical ninjutsu, and I will cure you first. Yu Ming felt it for a while, and said with a smile, fortunately, the strength of that clone is not weak, and it can completely suppress the ghost now. Because Hong and Anko's injuries were very serious, with blood all over his body, and there was even a wound on Hong's abdomen more than 10 centimeters long, which was almost stabbed in half. She has or does not have the ability to regenerate. If she is not treated quickly, she will definitely die. Anko is better, because her combat skills are very good. In terms of combat skills, Red is not as strong as Anko. Between the treatment of the two, Yu Ming quickly formed seals with both hands. Hidden barrier open. In an instant, within 10 meters around Yu Ming, everything was covered by the concealment barrier. Those on the outside cannot see the people on the inside. At this time, Yu Ming's avatar is inextricably fighting against the ghost image. Although Yu Ming's avatar can completely suppress the ghost image, it does not have a great advantage. So neither side can kill the other. But the ghost became more and more frightened. Because he found that after Yu Ming's clone was hit by his knife, not only could he not injure the soul, but the key shadow clone would usually disappear after being injured. And this clone of Yu Ming didn't disappear unexpectedly, as if it was injured like an energy body, it only consumed some chakra. But what makes him most desperate is that this avatar can absorb the natural energy from the outside world and synthesize the fairy art chakra by itself. So he can't kill him at all, unless his fairy chakra is exhausted in an instant. Chapter 201 Lightning Style Thunder Prisoner, Thunderbolt Titan, Ghost Escape Mouth of Soul Devourer, The Power of Shinigami. 201 330ths. Chapter 201 Lightning Style Thunder Prisoner, Thunderbolt Titan, Ghost Escape Mouth of Soul Devourer, The Power of Shinigami. But he can't do this kind of thing, and now his strength is not as good as this clone. After the valley was shattered, the enchantment in the valley was also destroyed. Naturally, there is nothing to limit the chakra of the two. It's just that Yu Ming's avatar uses the fairy art chakra, and its strength is extremely terrifying, so even if ghosts can use chakra, their strength has increased a lot, but they still can't help Yu Ming's avatar. The two fought for more than an hour, and Ghosting's body was already seriously injured, but his resilience was very strong, so he was always injured, and he was still recovering. The same is true for Zhao Ming's avatar. In just over an hour, Ghosting already felt that his time was approaching. But he still couldn't defeat Yu Ming's clone, so he angrily launched the last attack towards Yu Ming's clone. Damn guy, why is he so strong? I have already sacrificed my soul power but I still can't do anything to his avatar, what a joke. Clenching his fists, bleeding all over his body, full spiritualization is useless, because Yu Ming's avatar is originally condensed by Shanshu chakra, so he can hit himself completely. Therefore, the ghost image is not fully spiritualized, because after using spiritualization, the combat power will be weakened a lot. If he is facing a strong man who doesn't know magic, then he will be able to kill indiscriminately. But now he is facing Yu Ming's clone, a clone completely condensed by the celestial chakra. Every blow of his can heavily affect the ghost. Spiritualization has no effect on him at all. In the end, the ghost shadow quickly formed a seal with both hands, and within a few thousand meters around, the earth had been smashed into ruins by the two of them, and the mountains collapsed. Large pits of hundreds of meters appeared on the ground, and there were more than 100 of them. Almost all the places within a few kilometers around have changed the terrain. Whether it is a ghost image or Yu Ming's attack, it is a large-scale attack. The worst ninjutsu is Rasengan Shuriken. As for the ghost image, because Shinigami provides power behind it, chakra is similar to a tailed beast, and each blow can blast a hole of hundreds of meters. This level of fighting has reached a super cage level fighting. The scale of the battle is already quite close to the battle between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama back then. Watching the ghost image start to form a seal, Yu Ming's avatar also began to form a seal indifferently. Ghost Escape Soul Devouring Mouth. Sage Art Thunder Prisoner. The moment when Yu Ming's avatar and ghost were sealed together, behind the ghost figure appeared a huge Shinigami head of tens of meters. Suddenly, countless purple-gold thunderbolts flashed around Yu Ming's avatar. At the same time, the surrounding natural energy crazily poured into Yu Ming's avatar. Roar! The purple-gold thunder and lightning that connected heaven and earth suddenly appeared and tore a crack in the air. Tear! A strong man covered in thunder and lightning tore from the crack, grabbed both sides of the crack with both hands, and tore the crack open with a tear. Boom! The titan formed by the gathering of purple-gold lightning is more than 70 meters high, already the same as Nine Tails. His whole body was covered with lightning, and 3 lightning pythons wound around him. Clenching his fists, his eyes glowed with golden light, and he was wearing a prison uniform with the word prison written on it. These thunderbolts of various colors converged. Lightning Style Lay Prison, Super S-Level Lightning Style Ninjutsu, or in other words, it should be a combination ninjutsu, because this ninjutsu also condenses the superstar Yongdun chakra. So Lay Prison has its own consciousness, similar to the tailed beast. Roar! It's just that Lay Prison seems to be like a beast, holding huge hands and making a posture of preparing to attack. Ghosting was completely stunned. Why does this guy know this kind of ninjutsu? Is he still a human? Ghost Ying couldn't believe it at all. Someone could release this kind of ninjutsu, it was too outrageous. But for the last blow, Wei Ying will not give up. With a wave of his hand, Shinigami's head from behind bit towards Yu Ming's clone. Soul Devouring Mouth can devour souls. As long as the soul is devoured, the soul is easily contained in the Shinigami's body. You can't come out at all. It's not the same as the ghoul seal, it's much more sinister than the ghoul seal. Seeing the soul-devouring mouth rushing towards Yu Ming's avatar, Lay Prison clapped his hands. One hand was held empty, a long knife appeared in his hand, and the other hand was placed horizontally in front of him. 10 circular lightning shields appeared in front of him. Hands. Boom. In a few steps, Lei Guan rushed in front of Shinigami and slashed at him. The power is huge, and after one strike, countless thunder and lightning blasted out together. After Shinigami's head was slashed by Lei Guan's long knife, it was originally a projection, but now the phantom is even more swaying. It's just that when the knife goes down, everything within a few hundred meters around is shattered by countless lightning and the energy wave caused by the collision of the two people. The ground sank more than 10 meters, and the mountain where some bodies remained was instantly turned into dust by this force. There were violent earthquakes for several kilometers around. Ask for flowers. Shinigami reveals that he is looking at Lei Prison, roaring. 0. Lei Prison couldn't bear to show weakness, and after roaring, he threw the shield in the other hand towards Shinigami's head. This time, Shinigami's head began to fight with Thunder Prison. It was another very fierce battle, but Ghosting's body became weaker and weaker, and he felt tremendous pressure. Damn, why can a clone release this level of ninjutsu? Is this guy really human? From the very beginning, Ghost Shadow had far underestimated Yu Ming's strength, or in other words, the entire ninja world had far underestimated Yu Ming's strength. Thought he was just cage level. Except for Tsunade and Jiraiya, no one knows that Yu Ming's strength has surpassed cage level. And it's pretty close to the Six Paths level. 0. Every attack of Lei Prison is a Super S level attack, which is very terrifying. With one blow, a crack of hundreds of meters will appear on the ground. The power has reached the power of Uchiha Madara's complete body Susanoo. Even beyond, Broken Mountain is only the most basic strength of Lei Prison, and it can be done with a single blow. However, the soul-devouring mouth released by Ghost Shadow just now is indeed quite powerful, otherwise the Avatar would never have released this level of ninjutsu. As the time for the ghost image is approaching, the soul-devouring mouth has gradually faded a lot. Moreover, the soul-devouring mouth was constantly attacked by Lei Prison, and its power became smaller and smaller, but the soul-devouring mouth was completely unable to bite Lei Prison's body, and was blocked by the shield. After the attack of soul-devouring mouth was blocked by Lei Prison's shield, he was chopped off by Lei Prison's other long knife. Even though soul-devouring mouth has a part of Shinigami's power, it still can't hurt Yu Ming's avatar. Gradually, the ghost body began to collapse with infinite unwillingness. At the last moment, the shield and long knife in Lei Prison's hands instantly changed into a long arrow and a long bow. It's all made of thunder and lightning. Lei Prison drew his bow and set an arrow, and before the mouth of Soul Devourer was about to disappear, the long arrow of thunder and lightning hit the mouth of Soul Devourer instantly. In an instant, a tragic scream came from the ghost, roar. The Shinigami phantom that came out of the ghost roared at Yu Ming's clone. It's just that the Shinigami in this world is not actually a living creature, but a manifestation of a law of power in the underworld. It's just that Lei Guan's arrow just now still hurt Shinigami's strength. However, as a rule force, Shinigami will not fight back against Zhong. Chapter 202 Fengying was robbed. 202 330ths. Chapter 202 Fengying was robbed. On the other side, on a mountain peak 1,000 meters away from the battle between the clone and the ghost. Yu Ming finally healed the wounds of Anko and Yuhihong, and gave them 2 Bingliang pills. The two lost a lot of blood and needed to replenish their energy quickly. But when the two of them woke up, looking at Yu Ming was rather awkward. Fortunately, Yu Ming set up a hidden enchantment, so no one saw it, only Yu Ming saw it. These two people were injured with wounds all over their bodies, so when they were treated, it was very troublesome to wear clothes. After the two recovered, Yu Ming revoked the concealment barrier. Under the blushing faces of the two, Yu Ming looked 1,000 meters away. His Rinnegan can be seen clearly. At this time, a violent explosion suddenly erupted in the distance, and then a mushroom cloud filled the sky. Hundreds of meters appeared. The aftermath of the explosion began to spread around. The mud and rocks that had been turned into dust were swept up by this force. As a result, the surrounding hundreds of meters were shrouded in smoke and dust that blocked the sky and the sun. Among the smoke and dust, there was also the flame of the explosion. Especially Lei Guan's height of more than 70 meters made Yuhihong and Anko stunned. Forget what happened to Yu Ming just now. What is this? How can such a creature exist? Yuhihong thought Lei Prison was a living thing. It is really nothing more than a conscious chakra. After learning that the ghost image was killed, Yu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. The clone of Yu Ming in the distance dissipated instantly. And the thunder prisoner also dissipated. It turned into countless thunder lights and disappeared between the sky and the earth. Yu Ming said calmly, "The mission is completed. The Thunderbolt Titan just now is not a harmless creature, it's just a ninjutsu." Kurenai Yuhi and Anko looked at Yu Ming with surprise on their faces. "It's just a ninjutsu." But I looked at him as if he had life. Anko said in disbelief. Yu Ming smiled, but did not speak. But Anko seemed to remember that it was okay. "Oh, yes, you have turned on Sage mode. Yes, maybe it is because of the fairy art, it is really strong. The power of that ghost is too strong, look at what you have made in front of you." Anko saw that within a few thousand meters ahead, there was no longer a mountain, only ruins all over the ground, and a large number of huge pits. Yu Ming looked very calm. That guy's strength has surpassed cage level, and he sacrificed himself to Shinigami. If the time is not up, I will fight him for a long time. Anko froze for a moment, beyond the cage level. When Yu Ming didn't answer Anko, Hong said, "From the very beginning, that guy's strength is much stronger than the average cages. At least I don't think Tsunade-sama's strength can be compared with him. When we fainted later, he absorbed most of his clansmen, which shows that during this process, his strength has increased a lot, so it is normal to surpass cage level. Not to mention, he also sacrificed his soul to the Shinigami. Strength is even more immeasurable. Just looking at the appearance of this battlefield, I am afraid that this war is beyond what we can imagine. Yu Ming, how strong is your strength? By the way, you are not even there, why do you still fight with him for so long?" Hong had two questions, and Yu Ming only answered the one behind her. I put a clone there to fight him. As soon as Yu Ming finished speaking, Enko looked at Yu Ming dully. 1. Avatar. What are you kidding? But Yu Ming didn't refute, just smiled. Hong thought for a while, and said, Yu Ming is treating us just now, how can he get there? Only then did Enko think of it, and just thinking about it, Enko's eyes widened. You just fought with that ghost like that with just one avatar. It's just a clone. Enko can't imagine how terrifying the strength of Yu Ming's main body must be. Yu Ming seemed very calm. Go back, this time the task is completed. Hong looked at Yu Ming, his face flushed slightly, although Yu Ming just wanted to save them, but he did look at it, and Yu Ming's age is no longer a child. This made Shiha Hong a little embarrassed. Enko didn't care at all. She was single and had a close relationship with Yu Ming. What's more, she believed that Yu Ming didn't have any thoughts about her body. Enko is right, just now Yu Ming really just wanted to heal them, and he didn't want to be wrong at all. Although both of them have good figures, Yu Ming has no other evil thoughts. After all, with Tsunade, no matter how good the figure is, it is not as good as her figure. But this is not the main reason, but Yu Ming really only wanted to treat the two of them at that time, and never thought of anything else. Although Enko doesn't care about it, Hong is someone who has a partner. After seeing it like this, Yu Ming made her feel a little sorry for Asuma. She and Asuma didn't make it to Yu Ming's step, but Yu Ming saw it clearly all at once. Although she also understood that Yu Ming was only trying to save her, the fact is that Yu Ming really saw clearly, and even saw everything. Standing in front of Yu Ming, she always felt a little uncomfortable. Just when Yu Ming and Enko were about to leave, Hong looked at Yu Ming and said, Yu Ming, you didn't see anything just now, did you? Hong looked at Yu Ming, I hope he can give me a satisfactory answer. And Enko smiled and said, how is my figure? Because she has a good relationship with Yu Ming and also has a good impression of Yu Ming, so she didn't blame Yu Ming, but teased him. And Yu Ming frowned, but he didn't want Hong to bear too much burden. So he said, no, I didn't see anything. Kurenai Yuhi breathed a sigh of relief, thank you. Enko smiled, but she didn't ask the question she asked just now. The three of them didn't waste time on the road, and after spending more than a day, they finally rushed back to Konoha. Just after returning to Konoha, Yu Ming heard the news that Gaara was kidnapped by Akatsuki. Standing in the Hokage room, Tsunade sighed, it seems that Akatsuki has started to make a move. Yu Ming walked to the windowsill. In the entire Hokage room, there were only him and Gangmu. Yu Ming asked calmly, is it still a team of two this time? Every time Shao goes out, he is in a team of two. Tsunade actually doesn't know much about Tsunagaku's situation, but he only knows that Akatsuki made a move, and he took Tsunagaku's cage away as soon as he made a move. The shadow of a ninja village was actually robbed, which is indeed a great shame and shame. 4.6 But Tsunagaku, this kind of thing happens often. Third cage was poisoned by the red sand scorpion, fourth cage was assassinated by Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto by Kimimaro, and now fifth cage was kidnapped by Akatsuki. This Tsunagaku is indeed full of disasters, and it seems that except for the first generation and second generation, the wind shadow behind it is not very good. Gaara would have died if it wasn't for Chiyo's technique. However, it can also be seen that Tsunagaku's strength is so weak that there is no ninja who can compete with the red sand scorpion and Deidara. It's just that the ninjas in Akatsuki are indeed masters, the worst is Elite Jonin, and even Hidan has a secret technique. If you don't know his information, even a cage level strong can completely control the two-tail beasts will be recruited by Wooden Golem. And Cloud Shinobi Village is still a powerful ninja village, even so, the two were still not captured by Wooden Golem. Akatsuki's strength is indeed very strong. Chapter 203 Tsunade's Power. 203 330ths. Chapter 203 Tsunade's Power. I'm afraid, apart from Konoha, there is no single Dai ninja village that can deal with them. What's more, there is Nagato, a powerhouse beyond cage level, and the only person in the ninja world who can compete with him is Yu Ming. Or Naruto could have mastered the power of 9 tails. The reason why Konoha can compete against Akatsuki is because of the existence of Yu Ming, which can at least guarantee Konoha's safety. Tsunade looked at Yu Ming and said, I don't know their situation yet, but with Xiao's previous style of acting, it should be a team of two. In the beginning, the information we got was that there were 2 people in Akatsuki, but I don't know the specific situation now. Thinking of this, Tsunade remembered that Yu Ming seemed to come to report the ghost to himself. By the way, you handed in that task, what exactly happened? Yu Ming looked out of the window and said very calmly, there are indeed many people in the ghost clan, but they have all turned into bones. It seems that they have opened a barrier and sacrificed their clansmen. Their purpose is to get a fully spiritualized strong man, but they have not been successful. The last member of their family also aims to sacrifice Shinigami and wants to be fully spiritualized. And the reason why they slaughtered so many ninja villages is also to obtain ninja souls. I have to say that this family is indeed very evil, but the ghost of the last 16 clansmen is very strong, even surpassing the cage level, but he still died in the end. Hearing this, Tsunade knew how terrifying the enemy Yu Ming faced this time. It's even scarier than Akatsuki's ninja, but it's a power beyond cage level, and after being fully spiritualized, it can really counteract illusions. Moreover, Ghost Shadow asked Shinigami to lend him strength the last time, and his strength has far surpassed that of the original spiritualist. Even Yu Ming's illusion, which was stronger than Tsukuyomi's, had no effect on him. It is conceivable that even the Uchiha clan with the Mangekyo Sharingan cannot defeat him in that state. Tsunade nodded. Since you've said it all, it's so powerful, probably far beyond cage level. Yu Ming turned around, looked at Tsunade and said with a smile, but it's also the first time I use Shanjutsu to fight, and it feels really good. Tsunade was stunned for a moment, and then said in surprise, that guy actually made you use the fairy art, it's really strong. You know, when Yu Ming suppressed 3 tails and fought Orochimaru, he didn't use Sharingan. It is conceivable how terrifying the ghost's strength is. Fortunately, Yu Ming solved it. If such a powerful person succeeds, it will be a huge threat to Konoha. Moreover, although the Uchiha clan has been exterminated, the Uchiha clan once belonged to Konoha, and before that, the Fire Country employed the Uchiha clan to exterminate the Oni clan. If they retaliate, thousands of clansmen, plus a strong person beyond the cage level attack Konoha, then the entire Konoha may not be able to stop it at all. If it weren't for Yu Ming, Konoha would have been very difficult to resist such a disaster. In fact, Tsunade thought too much. In fact, if the Oni clan didn't have Yu Ming, their last sacrifice would have failed. It's just that the appearance of Yu Ming made them forcibly increase their strength, causing their strength to skyrocket in a short period of time. It also caused them to appear as a super cage level powerhouse in a short period of time. After talking about the details of that mission with Tsunade, Tsunade looked at Yu Ming and gave him a blank look. You, really, I don't even know what to say about you. Yu Ming told Tsunade about the treatment he gave to Anko and Hong, there is nothing to hide. But Tsunade is not a stingy person, she naturally knows what kind of person Yu Ming is, and she didn't blame him. I just feel sorry for Yu Ming doing this. Yang and Asuma are married, you suddenly do such a thing, how will she face Asuma in the future? Yu Ming leaned against the windowsill, looking very calm, who knows if she doesn't tell. I don't know how to speak out, and I don't have any malicious intentions. Am I going to let her die? Tsunade also knows that Ming is also a last resort. What can be done? But if Yu Ming had a healing pill, he would definitely use that. It's just that Yu Ming made very little of that kind of pills, so they were used up a long time ago, and after Yu Ming gave Tsunade 2 pills, they were gone. Hearing Yu Ming's words, Tsunade leaned back on the chair and said helplessly, then, don't talk about this matter, otherwise Hong really won't be able to be a human being. Yu Ming nodded, I'm not that nasty. After saying this, Tsunade laughed and said, is it because I have a good figure, or the two of them have a good figure? Hearing this, Yu Ming turned his head to look at Tsunade. Tsunade thought Yu Ming would be shy, but Yu Ming laughed and said, no one can compare with you. Tsunade froze for a moment, then saw Yu Ming looking at him with a smile on his face. Tsunade knew that his purpose had been seen through. Quickly change the topic, why don't you go to Sunagaku to take a look? I always feel a little uneasy. Yu Ming thought about it, he really had nothing to do during this period of time, okay. Tsunade has actually sent the Guy class to support Kakashi. But Tsunade is a little worried. The stability of Sunagaku is also very important to Konoha. If there is a third ninja war, if third Kage disappears and triggers a ninja war, it will not be beneficial to Konoha now. In addition to being supported by Yu Ming, the current Konoha is Tsunade and Jiraiya with high-end combat power. Kakashi is still unable to break through the cage level boundary. Although Guy has 8 inner gates, the Ninja World War is an all-out war, and killing 1 or 2 people is not enough. Even Namikaze Minato, who shined in the Third Ninja World War, needs to rush to various battlefields for support. And Guy's comprehensive ability is completely incomparable with Namikaze Minato. Not even Kakashi. So now, Tsunade doesn't actually want to start a ninja war. Whether Sunagaku launched it or other ninja villages launched it against Sunagaku, she didn't want it to happen. Konoha has not recovered yet. 903. It takes a while to cultivate. But fortunately, now she has received all the power in her own hands in Konoha. Don't look at Tsunade's bold and unrestrained appearance, but her control over Konoha is much stronger than that of the 3rd generation during the 3rd generation. Root has been disbanded, although it is still working for Danzo, but the formal authority is gone. The strength to compete with Anbu is gone. Anbu, on the other hand, is mastered by Tsunade's trusted Yamato. The power of the 2 Hokage advisors was also largely taken back by Tsunade. So in Konoha, Tsunade has a lot of power now. But because of the support of Jiraiya and Yu Ming, and because she has really developed Konoha very well in the past few years, no one said anything. Of course, no one dared to say anything. Tsunade is someone who she dares to hit even Hokage advisor as long as she is angered. The 2 Hokage advisors are not as powerful as the 3rd generation period. It's just that Tsunade is very clear that fighting the Ninja World War now will not do Konoha any good. Even having Yu Ming around doesn't do any good. In the 3rd Ninja World War, although Konoha had Namikaze Minato, although Konoha did not lose, Konoha's loss was extremely heavy. And Iwagakure, who lost the war, was not injured at all. This is also the reason why Konoha obviously won the battle in the end, but still had to back down before signing a truce agreement with Iwagakure. Konoha's loss was far greater than Iwagakure's. Chapter 204 The arrival of Yu Ming made Sunagaku fearful. 204 330ths. Chapter 204 The arrival of Yu Ming made Sunagaku fearful. This time Yu Ming acted alone, so it appeared in Sunagaku in an instant. Because Yu Ming once left a Flying Thunder God technique at the entrance of Sunagaku's village when Sunagaku held the Chunin exam. When Yu Ming appeared at the entrance of Tsunagaku's village, it happened that Temari came out from Tsunagaku with several subordinates to defend the border. The sudden appearance of Yu Ming stunned Temari and her subordinates, and then looked at Yu Ming vigilantly. After confirming that it was Yu Ming, Temari asked doubtfully, "Why are you here?" She really didn't understand why Yu Ming was here, but after thinking about it, maybe Tsunade sent him here to promise to take Gaara back this time. And Yu Ming looked at Temari and said with a smile, "Where are you going?" After Temari confirmed that it was Yu Ming, he walked over, and Temari's men, these people are all supporters of Gaara. Now I love Luocheng as Fengying, but there are still many people in the village who do not accept him. Especially experienced ninjas, but young people who have not experienced such things as Gaara rampaging and destroying villages are very supportive of him. After all, Gaara is perfect in terms of strength, appearance, and background. They haven't seen Gaara go through before, so in their hearts, Gaara is a very good cage. The reason why the senior management of the village sent Temari to guard the border is to prevent sneak attacks from other villages. The reason for the start of the Third Ninja World War was that third cage disappeared, and Tsunagaku sent a large number of ninjas to go out to search for it. As a result, the guards on the border between the village and the Land of the Wind were very weak, and the village was invaded by Cloud Shinobi Village. Tsunagaku would have been destroyed long ago if Fourth Cage hadn't resisted Cloud Shinobi Village's attack by relying on ninjutsu to control gold dust. So there's nothing wrong with Tsunagaku's top brass sending Temari out to hold the border. It's just that now that Gaara has been kidnapped, Temari, who is Gaara's older sister, is sent to guard the border, which is really unreasonable. Temari looked at Yu Ming and said, "I'm going to guard the border. Now that Gaara has been taken away, we can't give other countries a chance to attack the Land of Winds." Temari spoke very bluntly, and Yu Ming nodded. "Okay, what about Mr. Kakashi and them? Where are they now?" Temari said, "Are you here to support? If so, Gaara is really sure that he can be saved this time." For Yu Ming's strength, Temari trusts very much. She even thinks that none of the 5 great ninja villages is a match for Yu Ming. Of course, she has never seen the shadow of the 5 great ninja villages, and she has only seen Tsunade, so it is just a guess. Yu Ming smiled and said, "Well, Fifth Hokage is not at ease, so let me see." They set off to chase Gaara. Temari shook his head. "No, it's still in Tsunagaku now, how about I take you there?" Yu Ming nodded. Although Temari is going to defend the border, it's okay to delay a little time. This matter was originally because the high-level officials wanted to check and balance the power of the 3 Gaara siblings. You know, although in the past 2 years, I have loved Luocheng as Fengying, but he is just a person without much power. But there are many young supporters in the village. Also, Konkuro and Temari have a lot of power in the village, and they have long been dissatisfied. Guarding the border but only taking 3 Chunin forward, it is simply a joke. If other ninja villages really attack, what can the 4 of them resist? Temari naturally knew it too, but she knew that this was an order from the village's senior management, and she had to obey it. And there are Konoha's ninjas to save Gaara, she still trusts them. Now that Yu Ming is here, Temari is more confident that Gaara will come back safely this time. The 3 Chunins under Temari looked at Yu Ming and Temari walking in front, talking and laughing, a little curious. Who is this guy? Why is Lord Temari so nice to him? Temari has always been serious in the village, so this is the first time the master saw her laughing so many times. And Gaara's disciple sacrifice is to know something about Yu Ming. She met Yu Ming when Chunin took the exam, and heard Gaara mention him. After thinking about it, she whispered, "That man seems to be called Yu Ming, a master of Konoha. I heard that he can suppress even-tailed beasts, and teacher Gaara is no match for him." The 2 Chunins were stunned, and looked at Ji in disbelief. How is it possible? How could Lord Gaara not be his opponent? Ji, stop joking, and you are still Lord Gaara's disciple. But Ji frowned and looked at the 2 of them and said, "I didn't say this, but teacher Gaara said it. When I first knew it, I couldn't believe it, but it was teacher Gaara who said it himself. And he also said that in the ninja world, this one may be the most powerful existence." The 2 Chunin were supporters of Gaara, otherwise they would not have been sent to guard the border with Temari. Just hearing Ji's introduction, they really couldn't believe why such a person who looks harmless to humans and animals and even has a kind face is so powerful. Aren't the strong usually calm? Gaara never smiled, but Tsunagaku's younger generation of ninjas think Gaara is very handsome, and his indifferent temperament makes many younger ninjas admire him very much. But now I see Yu Ming and Temari talking and laughing, sometimes even laughing very uncontrollably. It was hard for them to believe that such a ninja was stronger than Gaara. It can also suppress tailed beasts, and may even be the strongest in the ninja world. The 2 Chunins looked at Yu Ming with puzzled eyes. But after seeing Yu Ming coming, Ji felt that Gaara might be fine. This time Konoha even sent him out. It seems that Konoha is very sincere. I think that if he comes, the chances of bringing back my liege out teacher Urara will increase a lot. Although the 2 Chunins don't know Yu Ming's strength very well, but after hearing Ji's introduction just now, they both hope that Yu Ming can take Gaara back. Hopefully, it would be great if he really snatched Lord Gaara back. Yu Ming came after Tsunagaku with Temari. The senior management of Tsunagaku knew the news of Yu Ming's appearance. After hearing the news, the entire Tsunagaku executives got busy immediately. Let the village's defense forces gather quickly. For them, the appearance of Yu Ming is more terrifying than Shao taking Gaara away. Although Yu Ming didn't seem to have killed many people in these years, but at this time, Konoha asked Yu Ming to come to Tsunagaku. It really scares Tsunade. This guy can suppress even a tailed beast, they really don't dare to bet that Yu Ming won't make a move on Tsunade. Chapter 205 What is your purpose? 205 330ths. Chapter 205 What is your purpose? And Chiyo, who came out of seclusion, was also stunned after hearing Yu Ming's arrival. These years, she ignored world affairs, even though there were spies who inquired about Xiao, it was only to inquire about Xia's whereabouts. She really doesn't know Yu Ming at all, which is normal, she doesn't even know who Kakashi is, so how can she know Yu Ming? After the senior executives introduced what kind of person Yu Ming is, Chiyo couldn't believe that there would be such a master in Konoha. But she didn't let the village's defense forces do anything. For a master like Yu Ming, if he doesn't want to make a move, he will be fine. If he wants to make a move, Tsunade's current state probably can't stop him. So Chiyo asked the defense force to return to her position, and she waited in the cage building with Tsunade's senior management. And Kakashi, Naruto and small Sakura were all happy when they heard that Yu Ming came in person. Originally, they didn't have much confidence in bringing Gaara back, but now that Yu Ming is here, they have great confidence. Especially Kakashi, for 3 years, he and Yu Ming have not had a good talk. He was obviously his disciple, but I didn't know much about him in the past 3 years. It was indeed a failure. Kakashi felt that he was very incompetent as a master. But it's also because Tsunade used Kakashi as a livestock. If there are any advanced 917 tasks, most of them are handed over to him. No way, the ninjas in the village who can undertake various tasks are Yu Ming and Kakashi. Among the Jonin in Konoha, Yu Ming and Kakashi are the ones with the strongest comprehensive ability. However, Yu Ming has a lot of tasks. He has completed 4 or 5 S-level tasks in 3 years, and more than a dozen A-level tasks are definitely not what Yu Ming, who has just upgraded to Jonin, should have. It can be said that the treatment between Yu Ming and Kakashi is not too different. Fortunately, Yu Ming still has some time to rest, while Kakashi doesn't even have time to rest, and spends most of his time outside completing tasks. But now his task load has been reduced a lot, because Konoha has more manpower now, although it has not returned to the previous state, it is not much worse. So now Kakashi has some free time. Nominally, little Sakura and Yu Ming are brothers and sisters. She is Tsunade's disciple, and Tsunade is Yu Ming's disciple, because Tsunade entrusted all medical ninjutsu to Yu Ming. This kind of behavior is really impossible to teach if it is not for master and apprentice. Tsunade's medical ninjutsu is something that the whole ninja world wants to learn. The reason why little Sakura was accepted as a disciple by Tsunade was because she saw that little Sakura's character and talent BGBI were more suitable, so she taught him. As for Yu Ming, it is completely different from what little Sakura imagined. Tsunade did not teach him because Yu Ming is her disciple, but because she herself is Yu Ming's person, so naturally she wholeheartedly taught Yu everything. Ming, although most of them are self-taught by Yu Ming. But what Yu Ming has mastered is definitely much more than little Sakura. So now Yu Ming's medical ninjutsu has actually surpassed Tsunade, while little Sakura has not reached Tsunade's level. Hearing Yu Ming's arrival, little Sakura was also very happy. And Naruto was happy because Yu Ming's reasoning increased his chances of getting Gaara back. In front of the cage building, Kakashi, small Sakura and Naruto were waiting for Yu Ming at the door. Standing next to the three were Chiyo and Ebizo, because the two of them hadn't met Yu Ming yet. After a while, Yu Ming walked in with Temari. Seeing several people in the cage building, Yu Ming laughed. Mr. Kakashi, little Sakura, Naruto, so you haven't left yet. Kakashi walked over with a smile. We plan to leave tomorrow, because to break the poison of the red sand scorpion, you need an antidote, and now little Sakura is still making the antidote. Chiyo looked at Yu Ming and thought in his heart, this is another disciple of Miss Katsuyu. It really is unfathomable, even his chakra doesn't feel that this kid is a felt at all. How did Katsuyu girl find 2 good apprentices? In the Second Ninja World War, Chiyo and Tsunade fought countless times, and every time Chiyo made poison, Tsunade would untie it, so Tsunade was called the #1 medical ninja in the ninja world. Not afraid of Chiyo's poison, Tsunade's taijutsu extremely restrains Chiyo's puppet technique. In the contest between the two, Chiyo loses more and wins less, and the grievances between the two began from the Second Ninja World War. It has continued until now, which is why Chiyo didn't believe in little Sakura before. Looking at little Sakura, Yu Ming laughed and said, is the antidote sure? Little Sakura nodded, I know how to make it now. How about, Yu Ming, you can make it, and your speed should be faster. Little Sakura knows that Yu Ming's medical ninjutsu is even higher than Tsunade's. But Yu Ming shook his head and said with a smile, this incident is a test for you, so don't embarrass Lord Mie Hokage. Little Sakura heard this and nodded, I will definitely not embarrass master. After talking to Kakashi for a few words, Temari introduced to Yu Ming, these two are our consultants of Tsunade, they are both seniors of Tsunade. This is Grandma Chiyo, and this is Grandpa Ebizo. Yu Ming looked at the two, but there was no hostility, and smiled, hi, I know you well, Lord Hokage often talks about it. Chiyo stared at Yu Ming for a moment, Ms. Katsuyu told me. Yu Ming laughed and said, during the Second Ninja World War, you were her very strong opponent. No matter who encounters such an opponent, it will be hard to forget. After hearing Yu Ming mention the Second Ninja World War, Chiyo finally understood that Yu Ming really had a deep understanding of himself. And it is also clear that Yu Ming's intimacy with Tsunade is much higher than that of little Sakura. Because little Sakura didn't even know herself just now, Completely bewildered, they didn't even know that the two fought against each other in the Second Ninja World War. Chiyo looked at Yu Ming, frowned and asked, although I don't know whether I should ask this question, but I want to ask Yu Ming, is your purpose this time really just to save Gaara back? Yu Ming didn't mind. As a senior executive of Tsunade, Chiyo didn't ask such a question. Yu Ming is absolutely abnormal. A senior executive is not even the slightest bit vigilant about the entry of such a terrifying person as Yu Ming, then the village is really hopeless. Yu Ming said calmly, to be honest, I just came back from my mission. When I got back to the village, I was going to take a rest. Who knew I was sent by Mr. Hokage? The purpose of saying this is just to say that Tsunade-sama doesn't want the disappearance of Kazekage to cause more serious things, such as the ninja war. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. It's not that Chiyo didn't say it before, but they didn't seem to care much. Whether it is little Sakura or Temari, as young people, they have never experienced the cruelty of ninja wars, so they don't know that ninja wars are very easy to fight, and accidents will happen if they are not careful. When Chiyo heard Yu Ming's words, he finally smiled, and finally had someone to communicate with. If it was the Katsuyu girl, I believe that this time we Kazekage please, and Kazekage chose to form an alliance with Konoha. This is the first time I think it is correct. Chiyo analyzed Konoha at this time, and found that Konoha did not want the Ninja World War to happen. Obviously, Yu Ming spoke very sincerely. That's why Chiyo believed it. Otherwise, it would be impossible for such a scheming person like her to try to persuade her with reason. Emotional exaggeration is useless for this kind of old man who has experienced several ninja wars. Chapter 206. 330ths. Chapter 206. Little Sakura and Naruto were stunned. The old woman who was so stubborn just now said such a thing. For a moment, they actually felt that they were a little different from Yu Ming. Kakashi looked at the appearance of little Sakura and Naruto, and said, Yu Ming has been by Master Tsunade's side for a long time, and he will always learn something. To become a Hokage, this kind of ability is also needed. Since Hokage is the leader of a village, the most important thing is political means, and strong strength is auxiliary. Little Sakura and Naruto both nodded, especially Naruto thoughtfully, and Kakashi was also relieved. Because although he didn't know how much Yu Ming's strength had increased, the way he behaved was much better. After Temari introduced Yu Ming, he led the team to border defense. Yu Ming and others have to wait for the next day, when little Sakura makes an antidote before they can go after Gaara. In his own room, after Yu Ming chatted with Kakashi for a while, Kakashi left. Yu Ming stood at the window, looking at Tsunade. Although this village is located in a desert, the environment is very harsh, but it is not, there is really nothing. At least water resources, is not very short, otherwise, it would be impossible to support so many ninjas and villagers. The land of winds is not pure yellow sand, 30% of the country is mountains and forests. Most people in the land of winds live in that 30% of the land. However, compared with the other four big countries, Tsunade is indeed the worst environment. The best environment is Konoha, followed by Cloud Shinobi Village, followed by Kurigakure, followed by Iwagakure and Tsunade. In fact, Iwagakure and Tsunade are very different. It's just that one is a mountain and the other is a desert. After watching for a while, little Sakura knocked on the door. Yu Ming felt it. Come in. Little Sakura came in, holding 2 syringes in her hand. Yu Ming smiled and said, successful. The little Sakura is very happy now, and said with a smile, well, when I go to chase the scorpion tomorrow, I don't need to worry about his poison, but the antidote is only for 5 minutes and it will lose effect after 5 minutes. So it is necessary to defeat the scorpion within the efficacy of the medicine. Yu Ming looked at the 2 doses of antidote in little Sakura's hands, and smiled, not bad. In fact, Yu Ming was not very satisfied, the 5-minute time limit, although the antidote was already prepared, but the effect of the antidote did not satisfy Yu Ming. If Tsunade were to configure it, the antidote would definitely last for several days. But it's only been 3 years, and Sakura's level is already pretty good. It's just because Yu Ming's current level is too high, causing him to feel that little Sakura's antidote is not very good. Little Sakura came over and handed one of the needles to Yu Ming. Nah, this is for you. As the main force of the battle tomorrow, you must have an antidote on your body. Yu Ming looked at the antidote in little Sakura's hand, smiled and said, keep it to yourself, he can't hurt me, and I know by how technique, those antidote can't hurt me. By how technique has a big disadvantage, that is, every little wound on the body will heal itself, but the chakra consumed by self-healing is much higher than ordinary medical ninjutsu, so it is used in conjunction with 100 healings mark. Even breaking your body in half can heal easily if you have enough chakra. It is the same type as First Hokage's Sage Body Self-Healing. However, the Sage Body Self-Healing of First Hokage belongs to self-healing, and there is no need to open any Baihao technique. But Tsunade needs this ninjutsu to assist because he doesn't have a Sage Body. Yu Ming even felt that Tsunade was inspired by her grandfather's Sage Body when she developed this technique. But Yu Ming's current physique is even stronger than Senju Hashirama's, and he doesn't need Baihao technique at all. The purpose of Yu Ming learning this ninjutsu at the beginning was actually just to study it. After figuring out what was going on, Yu Ming was useless. The main reason is that his own physique is as strong as Baihao, so there is no need to consume chakra. After being rejected by Yu Ming, the little Sakura was stunned for a moment, and then said in a low voice, are you not satisfied with the antidote I made? Little Sakura could only think of this reason. Although it is true, it is impossible for Yu Ming to admit, no, the antidote you made is fast and the curative effect should be good. I feel it, but I believe in my strength, and you must know that my chakra is enough, by how technique can be transferred at any time. At this time, little Sakura saw the 100 healings mark on Yu Ming's forehead. That's right, with the amount of your chakra, the chakra that has been stored for so many years must be very majestic now. Now Yu Ming's 100 healings mark does store an extremely large chakra, which is so huge that Yu Ming can keep it for more than 10 days when using Super S level ninjutsu. Not to mention anything else, the amount of real-time chakra in his body is more than 3 times that of Nine Tails, and he doesn't need to mobilize the seal-blocking chakra at all unless he meets a 6 paths level ninja. The chakra stored by little Sakura is much less, and the amount of chakra stored for several years is not even as good as that stored by Yu Ming for one day. Asking for flowers, Yu Ming looked at little Sakura's disappointed look, and said with a smile, take it well, maybe you will need it in due time. Tomorrow's battle, you are the main force, at least I was sent by Master Tsunade to look at and assist you. Little Sakura put the needle back into the ninja bag, sat by Yu Ming's bed, looked at Yu Ming leaning on the windowsill. In the past 3 years, it seems that you have become much stronger, but I have never seen you fight. Pass. Yu Ming was very calm. Actually, I haven't shot much in the past 3 years, but the reason why you haven't seen me shoot it may be that you haven't seen me much in the past 3 years. Master Tsunade has given me a lot of tasks in the past 3 years. After Mr. Kakashi, I have received the most S-level tasks and A-level tasks. Having said that, Yu Ming sighed. But Yu Ming doesn't hate this kind of life. After all, in this world, apart from becoming stronger and studying various things, it is also interesting to participate in the affairs of this world. It's also a lot of fun to be part of this world. Yu Ming never felt that after he was so strong, he could do whatever he wanted. That was natural, but Yu Ming didn't have that kind of pursuit. Some people find that kind of life interesting, but Yu Ming doesn't like it. In that case, it is too easy to get bored. It's like eating sweets. Some things are delicious, but if you eat too much in one meal, you will get very tired. But you only eat a little in one meal, and then you are restricted. If it is difficult to eat, it is rare to eat at once. The sense of satisfaction is definitely not comparable to a fast meal. Yu Ming is such a person. He enjoys life in this world. Of course, the premise is that he is very strong, so strong that no one is his opponent at present. Many things here with him are actually an interesting experience. Including Yu Ming taking the mission, he is obviously very powerful, but rarely kills during the mission, and rarely completes the mission instantly by using his powerful strength. More often, he actually completes tasks with a playful attitude. Of course, sometimes tasks are really not easy to complete if you are strong, and you need to test many skills. And those skills are also what Yu Ming is more interested in. For example, how to behave in the world, such as knowing a lot of anecdotes and strange things in the ninja world, are actually very interesting. So although he is very powerful, but after so many years, he has not felt bored for a day. And there is a very beautiful woman who likes herself. Yu Ming thinks this kind of life is interesting. Chapter 207 Yu Ming is, Raising Fish. 207 330ths. Chapter 207 Yu Ming is, Raising Fish. Hearing Yu Ming's complaints, little Sakura felt that he was showing off. I'm showing off again. We rarely want to take on A-level missions. You have connected several S-level missions, and you still complain. It's really too much. Abominable. Little Sakura gave Yu Ming a blank look. Yu Ming smiled. Why, do you think A-level and S-level tasks are easy to complete? It also requires a lot of energy and time. Little Sakura curled her lips. It really is showing off again. Looking at the little Sakura at this time, why does he feel as if he thinks of someone? By the way, Yu Ming remembered, why are you like Naruto? Little Sakura hurriedly explained, who is the same as that idiot Naruto? Sure enough, little Sakura and Naruto are really similar, thinking that everyone is an idiot except those they approve of. Yu Ming felt that it was a strange thing for these two people not to be together in the end. 443. Yu Ming looked at little Sakura and smiled, okay, I'm going to chase Gaara tomorrow, your antidote is ready, it might be useful tomorrow. Little Sakura asked, you really don't want to? Yu Ming shook his head. Little Sakura smiled and said, then I want to. Yu Ming nodded, not caring at all. In fact, he doesn't really want to participate in tomorrow's battle. After all, everyone knew the result, and Yu Ming appeared here just to ensure that something went wrong. The main reason is that Yu Ming is worried that some details will change in the middle. If something goes wrong, little Sakura and the others may not be able to solve it. After the two talked in the room for a long time, under Yu Ming's reminder, little Sakura reluctantly left. She thinks chatting with Yu Ming is actually very interesting, and she didn't realize it before. But after leaving Yu Ming's room, she suddenly remembered that during the mission of the Kingdom of Waves, it seemed that Yu Ming had seen everything about herself. Thinking of this, little Sakura felt blush. After all, she was only 12 years old at the time, and although she was very concerned about this matter, Yu Ming never mentioned it, so she forgot it. He is now 16 years old. At this age, thinking of this, little Sakura is a little embarrassed. Recalling the conversation with Yu Ming just now, I felt as if I was completely exposed in front of Yu Ming. That guy should have forgotten about that, right? Little Sakura only hopes that Yu Ming will not remember that incident, otherwise it will be too embarrassing. Every time I see Yu Ming, I feel as embarrassed as if everything is seen clearly in Yu Ming. After little Sakura left Yu Ming's room, she went to her own room. It's just that she saw Naruto standing at the door of her room waiting for her. Little Sakura froze for a moment. Naruto, why are you here? Naruto saw the little Sakura and said, I came to you just now and found that you were waiting for you at Yu Ming's place. I didn't expect you to chat for so long. Naruto looked at the rosiness on the little Sakura's face and frowned. He always wondered if something happened to these two people. The expression on little Sakura's face was very strange, and they stayed in the room for a long time. The reason why Naruto suspects little Sakura is because Yu Ming and little Sakura are the same age, and both of them are already 16 years old. This age is adolescence. Impulsive. If Yu Ming and Tsunade were in the room, Naruto would definitely not suspect anything, not even seeing Tsunade's flushed face. Because he knows Tsunade's age. But little Sakura is different. What's wrong with you? The little Sakura said very calmly, it's nothing, are you okay? Naruto thought for a while and said, actually, it's okay, I just want to talk to you about Sasuke. For the past 3 years, Naruto has been inquiring about Sasuke, but his intelligence gathering ability is really poor. So nothing was heard. It's not even clear where Sasuke is. When Naruto mentioned Sasuke, little Sakura immediately became serious. She really likes Sasuke. Otherwise, I wouldn't have waited 3 years. Look at Naruto and say, do you have news from Sasuke? Naruto leaned against the door, frowned and said, although I haven't found out about Sasuke's whereabouts in the past 3 years, 3 years have passed, and Orochimaru may be ready to attack Sasuke. After taking Gaara back this time, I would like to ask Granny Tsunade to allow me to go out and find Sasuke. The little Sakura was stunned for a while. Are you looking for Sasuke? But there is no news about him. How can you find him? Little Sakura also wants to look for it, but she has been staying in Konoha for the past 3 years. What's the matter? There is no news. Naruto laughed and said, Orochimaru used to be a member of Akatsuki, and the people we are going to pursue tomorrow are also members of Akatsuki. As long as we can find out the whereabouts of Orochimaru from them, wouldn't we be able to know the whereabouts of Sasuke? Little Sakura nodded. That's a way. Just thinking of Yu Ming. Little Sakura laughed and said, if you can really defeat them, you can really know the whereabouts of Orochimaru, and you can also know the whereabouts of Sasuke. Naruto nodded, but Naruto still looked at little Sakura in confusion. Why is your face so red? Although Yu Ming is really good, but little Sakura, I don't think Yu Ming is suitable for you. There are some things that you should not do casually, or you will regret it. Hearing Naruto's inexplicable words, little Sakura was completely stunned, not understanding what Naruto wanted to say at all. What are you saying? Naruto was silent for a while. He seemed a bit embarrassed to say it, but he felt that he still had to say it out. I've been counting since you entered Yu Ming's room just now, about 3 hours. When you came out, you looked a little flustered, his face was so red. I think, as long as he is a normal person, he would know what you did with him. Naruto still knows these things. After all, he helped write the sequel to Jiraiya's intimacy series. Naruto is different from Namikaze Minato. When you see a beautiful woman, you will still like it. So these things, he understood very early. 4.1 is just that he thinks that little Sakura and Yu Ming are not suitable. He always felt that Yu Ming must be a big scumbag. After all, he is really excellent, and after so long, he still hasn't accepted anyone, and there are quite a few women in Yu Ming that he likes. As far as he knows, there are many female ninjas in Konoha, and they always talk about Yu Ming in normal times. Unlike before, although Yu Ming is still low-key now, his name is too loud in the ninja world. Konoha's ninjas naturally have many people who admire Yu Ming. There are even many female ninjas who like Yu Ming very much. But he hasn't touched any of them. In Naruto's eyes, this is like raising fish in a fish pond. In fact, he didn't know that Yu Ming already had a woman of his own, but he absolutely couldn't think of who it was. Chapter 208. Here comes Yu Ming. 208 330ths. Chapter 208. Here comes Yu Ming. When she understood what Naruto was saying, little Sakura was completely angry. Naruto, are you looking for death? Seeing that little Sakura was angry, Naruto felt a little terrified, but he felt that he would never give in on this matter. He liked little Sakura the most, so how could Yu Ming snatch it away? So Naruto plucked up the courage to say, little Sakura, you should be very clear, Yu Ming obviously doesn't like you. Little Sakura clenched her fist and made a crackling noise. Naruto actually wronged her and wronged her relationship with Yu Ming. Now it's not about wronging the relationship, but about what she and Yu Ming did. Just when Naruto was about to say something, he was suddenly punched by little Sakura. Go to hell. With one punch, Naruto was sent flying with great force. The angry little Sakura ignored Naruto, who had already flown out of the window, opened the door of her room and walked in. Sitting on her own bed, little Sakura became more and more angry. Naruto is an idiot. How could I be that kind of person? The person I like has always been Sasuke, and Yu Ming is just a friend relationship. Naruto is an idiot, he will guess wildly. Little Sakura has always liked Sasuke, and she has always been friends with Yu Ming, and the reason for the embarrassment is that she was a little embarrassed to meet Yu Ming when she was 16 in the country of waves. Isn't it normal? But being wronged by Naruto, little Sakura was really angry. And Yu Ming didn't have any thoughts about her. Little Sakura knew very well that the two of them were innocent. It's just that Naruto doesn't seem to think so. Of course, now, Naruto has believed little Sakura's words, because if she hadn't wronged her, she wouldn't have hit her so hard. Naruto, with a broken rib, was lying on the roof of a house in Tsunade, looking at the moon in the sky and giggling. But because of his physique, even if he broke a rib, he would recover quickly tomorrow. One night, Yu Ming didn't know so many things happened. Because he didn't turn on perception at all. Outside, Yu Ming thought it was a quarrel between little Sakura and Naruto. Naruto often made little Sakura angry, and Yu Ming was used to being beaten. The next day, when Yu Ming got up, he came to gather in front of the Fengying building, and saw that Naruto's expression was a little pale. Yu Ming asked curiously, "What's wrong with you? You look so bad." Naruto pretended to be okay and said, "It's okay, I just didn't sleep well yesterday." Although Yu Ming was skeptical, he didn't say anything. After all, it wasn't a big deal. Little Sakura, who watched the conversation between the two, glared at Naruto. Although Kakashi didn't understand what was going on with Naruto, this matter must have something to do with little Sakura. However, like Yu Ming, he didn't care about the affairs of these two people. Just when they were about to leave, Shio stood in the cage building and said, "Guys, I'll go with you too." Originally, this was Tsunade's business, how could it be left to the people of Konoha? This is too embarrassing, and Shio also wants to see his grandson for the last time. This time, Shio led the 10 people from Shimatsu, and the purpose was already very clear. That is to keep the Scarlet Sand Scorpion. Little Sakura was a little surprised. "Grandma Shio, are you going too?" Shio came over, looked at Yu Ming and said, "Our Tsunade's cage has been robbed. It's unreasonable for our Tsunade not to go out and look for it by ourselves. How could we not even go to a witch? 0. In fact, Kankuro originally wanted to follow, but now Kankuro has just detoxified and needs to cultivate. Tamari was also sent to border guards. Baki also needs to maintain the defense of the village. Tsunade's current manpower is even less than Konoha's. I can only let Shio go." Yu Ming thought for a while and said, "It's reasonable for you to go, not to mention, one of Xiaozhong is your grandson." Shio looked at Yu Ming and smiled. "My old woman's mind has been seen clearly by you little guy. It would be nice if Katsuyu girl regards you as her heir." Little Sakura smiled and said, "Grandma Shio, how do you know that my master treats Yu Ming as an heir?" Kakashi frowned and looked at little Sakura. Little Sakura. Little Sakura froze for a moment, then realized something. It seemed that she had said the wrong thing. Yu Ming didn't care about it, and said calmly, "It's okay, Master Hokage has such a plan in the first place, there is nothing bad to say, and I won't have any safety problems." In front of other ninja villages, it is said that Yu Ming is the heir of Tsunade. If Shio assassinates Yu Ming, it will be over. But obviously, Yu Ming is not worried about this problem. And Shio looked at Yu Ming and also admired, "It seems that you are very confident in your strength." Yu Ming didn't speak, but calmly said, "Let's go." After speaking, he walked towards Scorpion and Deidara. Shio and the others also followed. Originally, Yu Ming came here to support, but who knows that he has become the main force now. No way, even if Yu Ming doesn't want to be the main force, Kakashi will make him the main force. Kakashi is a very sane ninja 10 points safer. Now that Yu Ming has come, it is naturally impossible to let him only serve as an auxiliary person. With his strength, he must be the main force to rescue Gaara better. Along the way, several people did not speak much, and Naruto is very anxious to save Gaara. What Shio couldn't figure out the most was why Naruto insisted on saving a shadow from another village. On the way, she kept looking at Naruto's back, very curious. After a long time, she looks at Kakashi and asks, "Why is this kid so attached to Gaara?" Kakashi froze for a moment, because he didn't expect Shio to ask such a question either. After thinking about it, Kakashi said, "Because Gaara and Naruto are the same person. Gaara is the Jinchuriki of Tsunade, who suffered from the indifference of the people around him since he was a child, and has no friends or any feelings. And what you don't know is that Naruto has also experienced this since he was a child, because he is our Konoha Nine-Tails Jinchuriki." Hearing this, Shio was completely dumbfounded. Not surprised that Naruto is Jinchuriki, but surprised that Kakashi just said it. Jinchuriki is a secret to which village? By the time the Fourth Ninja World War approached, many ninja cage didn't even know that Naruto was Konoha's Jinchuriki. Like Raikage, so Shio is very strange, why Kakashi directly said that Naruto is Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. She feels that Kakashi is not the kind of person who is completely defenseless against others. It's just that when she couldn't figure it out, she looked at Yu Ming who was beside her with a calm face. At this moment, she figured it out. She remembered the previous Tsunade high-level defense against Yu Ming. It seems that these people are very confident in this guy's strength 027. I don't know what this kid's real strength is. However, it is impossible to detect the specific situation of his chakra. From this point of view, it is impossible for this kid to be lower than cage level. I'm only 16 years old, and I already have this kind of strength. It seems that I'm another ninja at the yellow flash level. Namikaze Minato, who was 16 years old at the time, did not have the strength of Yu Ming. Shio was actually a little curious about how dirty Yu Ming was. Kakashi went on to say, because Naruto is Jinchuriki, he had the same experience as Gaara since he was a child, so he has the same feelings as Gaara and regards him as his friend. Shio was a little surprised. Do you regard a shadow from another village as your good friend? Shio didn't understand this kind of behavior at all. In the previous era, there was almost no communication between ninja villages. Not to mention, like Naruto, he regards the shadows of other villages as his friends. This is very difficult to happen. When the little Sakura was on the road, she kept looking at Yu Ming and really didn't understand why Naruto misunderstood herself and Yu Ming. And Yu Ming is definitely not that kind of person. Even if she is willing, Yu Ming is not willing at all. Several people spent more than a day on the road, but none of them arrived at the place where Gaara was extracted from chakra. Yu Ming could have used Lei Shunshin to arrive in over an hour, but he didn't do so. He can do it, but no one else can. At this time, all the members of the Ōtsutsuki organization were extracting the tailed beast from Gaara in the cave. After Ju noticed the movements of Yu Ming and others, he frowned and said, "They are coming, not far from here." Chapter 209 Uchiha Itachi appears, the way to deal with Sharingan. 209 330ths. Chapter 209 Uchiha Itachi appears, the way to deal with Sharingan. Pain asked, "Who was there?" Ju said, "Chio of Tsunade." Hearing this, Scorpion didn't feel anything on the surface, but his heart trembled. Although it was because of Third Kazekage that Tsunade was allowed to participate in the ninja war, Scorpion assassinated Third Kazekage. But for Chio, Scorpion is still very concerned. After all, this is his only relative in this world. Ju went on to say, Hitaki Kakashi from Konoha, Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and that Yu Ming. Pain frowned obviously when he heard Nine Tails Jinchuriki and Yu Ming. Whether it is Nine Tails Jinchuriki, or Yu Ming, they are often mentioned in Shao organization. And little Sakura, naturally, was ignored. Pain said, "We still need a long time to draw one tail out, who can stop them and use that ninjutsu?" After Pain finished speaking, Scorpion frowned and said, "That ninjutsu can only display 30% of the body's strength, and I'm afraid it can't stop them." Deidara smiled and said, "Senior Scorpion, you seem to overestimate the ninjas of Konoha." But before Deidara finished speaking, Hoshigaki Kisame, who had been quiet all this time, suddenly said solemnly, "I advise you to take it seriously, that guy named Yu Ming is no less powerful than Jiraiya." When Kisame mentioned Jiraiya, Pain obviously changed his expression. Jiraiya is a different person in his eyes, and he was his former teacher. They would not have the power they have today without Jiraiya. Kisame and Uchiha Itachi are more interested in Yu Ming. When facing Yu Ming, Hoshigaki Kisame was seriously injured. If Uchiha Itachi didn't leave quickly, he might even die there on the spot. Uchiha Itachi didn't attack Yu Ming because Yu Ming was Konoha's ninja, but he was really unsure of defeating Yu Ming. Deidara looked at the dried persimmon ghost. The expression became serious. "Why do you feel that you were so afraid of this Shi Ming? Isn't it just a 10-year-old kid? As for being so scared." The others didn't have any idea, because none of them had any contact with Yu Ming, but only heard of Yu Ming's name in the ninja world. But it is expected that it will not be too weak, otherwise it is impossible to have such a big name in the ninja world. Pain thought for a while and asked, "Who is willing to stop them?" Uchiha Itachi and Kisame thought for a while and said, "I'll go." After Hoshigaki Kisame finished speaking, he looked at Uchiha Itachi. It seems that Mr. Itachi is a little entangled with what happened last time. Hoshigaki Kisame felt that Uchiha Itachi regretted not having played against Yu Ming last time. In fact, Uchiha Itachi just wants to see clearly what kind of person Yu Ming is. And indeed, he also wanted to test how strong Yu Ming was. The cage level of Yu Ming's strength has been determined, but what kind of cage level is another matter. Suppressing tailed beasts can be done by almost everyone in the Shao organization. And Yu Ming can seriously injure the dried persimmon ghost shark, which is very rare. If you can't even defeat Bo Itachi, then you are at a very strong level. Because even Mangekyo Sharingan's him is not an opponent, there are very few ninjas in the ninja world who can beat him, and there are very few people in Ōtsutsuki's organization who can beat him. Although Pain didn't know exactly what kind of person Yu Ming was, he had already paid a lot of attention to Kisame when he mentioned that he was a ninja as powerful as Jiraiya. The two used their avatars, although they only had 30% of their own strength. But it is enough. In fact, I also discovered the appearance of the guy class. So he said, "There is another squad called Might Guy coming from the other direction." And Pain said, "Then Kisame go and intercept this person. Itachi, you go and intercept Kakashi and them." Uchiha Itachi and Kisame nodded. When leaving, Uchiha Itachi said, "That guy named Guy is very strong, you should pay attention." Kisame was a little surprised. Uchiha Itachi actually said this question himself, so it shows that this person is really strong. Having teamed up with Uchiha Itachi for a long time, Kaikaki Kisame knows that Uchiha Itachi is definitely not someone who gets his attention easily. It can only show that this person must be very strong, and he may even be able to defeat him. Uchiha Itachi and Kakisame disappeared after this place. Then he rushed towards Yu Ming and Guy. Far away from this cave, Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Kaki rushed up to the two groups. And Uchiha Itachi stood in front of the road ahead of Yu Ming and the others. After Yu Ming and the others saw Uchiha Itachi, Kakashi frowned and looked warily at Uchiha Itachi who was standing tens of meters away from them. Uchiha Itachi. Kakashi frowned when he saw Uchiha Itachi for a moment. He was made to lie in bed for more than a month by Uchiha Itachi 3 years ago, but he still remembers it quite clearly. The strength of Uchiha Itachi now makes Kakashi fearful. Little Sakura, Naruto, don't look him in the eye. Both Sakura and Naruto frowned. However, he quickly closed his eyes. And Kakashi opened the other eye, revealing the Sharingan. Now he can roughly use the Mangekyo Sharingan. Although there is still a lot of pressure, his Mangekyo Sharingan was activated when Nohara Rin died, but it is barely usable until now. No way, his physique is not suitable for Sharingan at all, and he can't last long with 3 Tomo Sharingan, and he is even said to be using Mangekyo Sharingan. And Kakashi didn't let Chiyo and Yu Ming close their eyes because he knew that both of them had a way to avoid Uchiha Itachi's illusion. When seeing Uchiha Itachi, Yu Ming smiled and said, "It's Uchiha Itachi. It's a pity that I didn't fight you last time." Uchiha Itachi was still very calm, looked at Yu Ming and said, "Yu Ming, you have gained a great reputation in the ninja circle these years." Chiyo asked curiously, "Is this kid from the Uchiha clan?" Yu Ming nodded. After Chiyo got Yu Ming's affirmation, he said, "We have our own way to deal with the Uchiha clan, and we should cooperate with each other." Chiyo didn't hold back, and told how Tsunade dealt with the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. The corner of Yu Ming's mouth twitched slightly. "This method is good, but I'm afraid this method won't work for Uchiha Itachi, because his Sharingan is very special. It's Mangekyo Sharingan. As long as he looks at it, he can cause hallucinations, and he also has the ability to attack. Technique. This kind of illusion is not an ordinary illusion. It has actual physical damage. Even after Jonin is recruited, he will have a mental breakdown. Without professional treatment, he will die." Hearing Yu Ming's words, Chiyo was taken aback for a moment. "I've never heard of this." Chiyo has never seen Mangekyo Sharingan, because although Uchiha Madara is still there in her era, she has never been in contact with it. The Second Ninja World War, Uchiha clan, no one has Mangekyo Sharingan. The Third Ninja World War, Uchiha Fugaku opened Mangekyo Sharingan, but the battlefield of Uchiha clan is in the battlefield of the country of water, and he has not shown it. So Chiyo did not fight against the Uchiha clan who owns the Mangekyo Sharingan. Chapter 210 Kill Uchiha Itachi's Clone. 210 330ths. Chapter 210 Kill Uchiha Itachi's Clone. Yu Ming looked at Uchiha Itachi and said calmly, "It's a pity that I didn't fight you last time, but I don't think it's necessary to make a move in your current state, because you can't even activate the Mangekyo Sharingan." Hearing this, Uchiha Itachi knew that Yu Ming had seen his current state. Only Yu Ming saw it, but Kakashi and the others didn't. So Kakashi frowned and glanced at Yu Ming, hoping he would explain. Yu Ming smiled calmly and said, "This is just a clone of him. His main body is not here at all. Now his strength is definitely not the strength of his main body. There is no need to worry about his Mangekyo Sharingan, because his little chakra power is not here at all. I can't use the illusion that made Mr. Kakashi hallucinate." Hearing this, Naruto and little Sakura opened their eyes. "Not Uchiha Itachi. Is this just his clone?" Yu Ming nodded, and explained to the two of them, "It's similar to a clone, but probably much stronger than a clone. But even though Mangekyo Sharingan can't use it, it doesn't mean he can't use ordinary illusion. Uchiha Itachi's illusion is top-notch. Even if it's just 3 Tomo Sharingan, the illusion released is terrifying. Of course, it has no effect on Yu Ming. Even if Uchiha Itachi does not use Mangekyo Sharingan, 3 Tomo Sharingan state, the illusion level is still stronger than Kakashi." Yu Ming looked at Kakashi. 393 Kakashi nodded. "It seems that the two of us joined hands for the first time, Ming." Yu Ming smiled, "Although I think I can do it alone, but it's right to be more cautious when facing this guy." And the little Sakura on the side looked at Uchiha Itachi and frowned. "Is this person Sasuke's big brother, Uchiha Itachi, the person Sasuke has always wanted to kill?" Little Sakura knew why Sasuke wanted power so much, and didn't want to kill Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke's big brother. It is also because of him that Sasuke will cooperate with Orochimaru at the risk of having his body taken away by Orochimaru. And Yu Ming and Kakashi looked at each other. The moment the two looked at each other, Kakashi suddenly rushed towards Uchiha Itachi. High speed. Originally, his Chidori needed extremely high assault speed, so the speed quickly crossed tens of meters, and soon reached Uchiha Itachi 10 meters away. And at this moment, Uchiha Itachi's hand seal was completed extremely quickly. Fire-style Phoenix Fairy Fire Technique. Uchiha Itachi shot out countless fireballs in an instant. The speed of these fireballs is much faster than the huge fireball of the Great Fireball Technique. And it shot towards Kakashi very accurately. Boom! Countless fireballs continued to bombard the ground, and Tionkings appeared on the ground. Just when Kakashi appeared 5 meters in front of Uchiha Itachi, his hand swiftly formed the Chidori. But it was also at this moment that Uchiha Itachi once again sealed, Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. A huge fireball flew towards Kakashi in an instant. Kakashi, who was forced back by the Great Fireball Technique, could only turn in one direction. After the Great Fireball Technique missed Kakashi, it flew towards Yu Ming and the others. Just when the fireball was about to devour them, they were all very fast, and quickly moved aside. After Kakashi gave up using Chidori, he drew out kunai, and fought against Uchiha Itachi in close quarters. It's just that Uchiha Itachi's taijutsu is also very strong, and it's completely on the same level as Kakashi. So the two fought inextricably. Both of them even used illusion in the middle. It was only the illusion confrontation between the two, and Kakashi was defeated, because compared to illusion, he was indeed no match for Uchiha Itachi. However, although the illusion failed this time, the consequences were not as dire as when Uchiha Itachi opened Mangekyo Sharingan before. It just made Kakashi stunned, and at the moment when Uchiha Itachi was about to take advantage of this gap to stab kunai into Kakashi's heart, Yu Ming turned into a thunderbolt and appeared in Kakashi's eyes under Chiyo's shocked gaze. Around. I don't know when it started, a short sword appeared in my hand. Ding. Kunai and short sword collided together, sparks were flying. Yu Ming's other hand patted Kakashi. At this moment, Kakashi broke free from the illusion. BGBF. Then he took a few steps back. Yu Ming took the shot, and Zebo Itachi took it a lot seriously. He took a few steps back, jumped into the air, and threw several kunai and shuriken towards Yu Ming who was on the ground. The precision and strength are so high that an ordinary Jonin wouldn't even be able to dodge it. Even Nagato praised his ninja throwing skills. I think this ninja throwing technique is very difficult to dodge. But Yu Ming is no ordinary Jonin, so he pushed the short sword in his hand and jingled a few times, and knocked the powerful shuriken and kunai into the air. At this moment, his body suddenly turned into a bolt of lightning. Uchiha Itachi is in the air, and 3 Tomo Sharingan shrinks. So fast, it's just that before he could react, Yu Ming had already appeared above him. Rasengan. Yu Ming condensed the Rasengan. Before everyone could react, one hand pressed down on Uchiha Itachi's back. Boom. The huge force knocked Uchiha Itachi from the air to the ground in an instant. The moment Uchiha Itachi was hit to the ground, his body immediately became another person. He smashed a big hole in the ground. And Yu Ming turned into a thunderbolt and appeared beside the big pit, looking at the corpse lying in the big pit. Yu Ming frowned. People of Tsunade. Kakashi came over. Yu Ming's fight just now was amazing, it was so smooth that it didn't look like a fight. More like an art exhibition. Walking to Yu Ming's side, looking at the dead body in the pit, Kakashi also frowned. This man is a ninja from Tsunade, and he's also a Jonin. Chiyo, Naruto and little Sakura came over. When Chiyo saw the corpse in the pit, she frowned. I know this person, he is a Jonin from Tsunade, and he disappeared before, how could he appear here? Quote, Yu Ming said calmly, this person must be regarded as Uchiha Itachi's substitute. After all, he has 1/3 of Uchiha's strength, and the needed substitute will definitely not be weaker. And Chiyo fully understood that this ninja might be a spy, but Yu Ming didn't say it just now. It is estimated that Tsunade's face was taken into account. This kind of thing can only be said by themselves, and it is not good for Yu Ming to say it. Although he feels that he can't do anything about Tsunade, Yu Ming still has the proper way to deal with people. But Kakashi didn't care about Tsunade's ninjas, but recalled the battle with Yu Ming just now. The smooth feeling was really much stronger than before. Although the opponent Yu Ming faced was much stronger than this clone of Uchiha Itachi, after all, it was the pinnacle of cage level. But at that time, Yu Ming's attack was still not smooth, and he relied entirely on his own strength to harden the steel. So in that battle, Yu Ming was also injured. Chapter 211 Yu Ming's strength even exceeds Uchiha Itachi. 211 330ths. Chapter 211 Yu Ming's strength even exceeds Uchiha Itachi. And Chiyo also understands why Scorpion and Deidara can pass Tsunade's blockade, enter Tsunade and take Gaara away. It is entirely because of internal response. But it's normal when you think about it. Scorpion came from Tsunade before, so how could it not have left some people in Tsunade? Now that the matter has a clue, Chiyo will naturally not let it go, and bring back the matter of Tsunade's internal response through the puppet bird. Not staying here for long, Yu Ming, Chiyo and Kakashi continued on their way. The failure of Uchiha Itachi made Pain a little surprised. You can't even hold on for long. It seems that guy is really strong. And Deidara was not talking at this time. You know, he and Hoshigaki Kisame were the ones who forced Deidara to join the Akatsuki organization. But now, even Itachi lost so quickly, which shows that Yu Ming's strength is really strong, otherwise it would be impossible to defeat Uchiha Itachi so quickly. Scorpion frowned. I don't know much about this Yu Ming, but he seems to have a great reputation in the ninja world. Itachi, you have fought him before, what do you think? Although they don't know why Uchiha Itachi was defeated so quickly, they also know that Chiyo and Kakashi must not be the ones who defeated him. These two people, he understands, absolutely do not have this experience. After Uchiha Itachi was silent for a while, he said, this person is really strong, it can be said that he is unfathomable, and even I don't know where his strength limit is, because I just played against him, I think he didn't give full play. Not even a tenth of its power has been exerted. And most importantly, my Sharingan's illusion is useless to him at all. Hearing this, Xie finally became wary of Yu Ming in his heart. 1/10 of your strength has not been exerted, but the avatar using that technique can exert 30% of your strength. Do you mean that his strength is stronger than yours? And your Sharingan is not good for him? Useless. Uchiha Itachi nodded. Well, I can't believe it, but after fighting with him for a few minutes, I released several illusions, but none of them were useful to him. Deidara has been listening carefully, and after listening, he took a breath. Even your illusion is useless to him, but your illusion is the strongest here because of Sharingan. It's useless, so this Yu Ming is really worth noting. Deidara is not completely arrogant, even Uchiha Itachi is not an opponent, he is very vigilant. After all, Uchiha Itachi's strength is definitely above that of Deidara. Among other things, just a Sharingan's illusion is an area of force that Deidara can't resist at all. Therefore, Deidara knows very well how terrifying it is for someone who is not even an opponent of Uchiha Itachi. Clenching his fists, Deidara frowned. It seems that the one tail must be extracted quickly, otherwise we may not be able to stop that Yu Ming from entering here. Deidara is still a bit self-aware, the ninja that even Uchiha Itachi can't beat, let alone his opponent. It is estimated that even if he joins forces with Shie, he is not an opponent. Pain also paid attention to Yu Ming, because he didn't know much about Yu Ming, but Kanshi Kisame said that Yu Ming's strength was not inferior to Jiraiya, so he knew that this person was worthy of vigilance. And most importantly, it turns out that Uchiha Itachi is no match for Yu Ming at all. Uchiha Itachi has been in the Ōtsutsuki organization for so many years, and this is the first time he has introduced a person's strength so solemnly. Even the original Jiraiya was not so afraid. Because Pain knows that if Uchiha Itachi and Jiraiya really fight, Uchiha Itachi may not be the opponent, but he will definitely not lose too badly. And Uchiha Itachi hasn't mentioned much about Jiraiya since he completed the mission of capturing Nine Tails last time. Even Dried Persimmon Ghost Shark didn't mention much. But Dried Persimmon Ghost Shark mentioned Yu Ming very frequently. But Uchiha Itachi didn't know if he had played against him before, so he didn't mention Yu Ming much. But after fighting Yu Ming now, Uchiha Itachi has this attitude. Obviously, in the eyes of Uchiha Itachi, Yu Ming may be stronger than Jiraiya. And now Yu Ming is only 16 years old. It's pretty scary. At this age, it has surpassed Uchiha Itachi's strength, and this talent makes even Nagato feel terrible. And Kakuzu is also more curious about Yu Ming. More precisely, he is more curious about Yu Ming's underground bounty. Somewhere in the ninja world, Engel took out a notebook and looked it up. Seeing that Yu Ming's reward was only 50 million taels, it was hard to believe. For such a powerful ninja, the reward is only 50 million taels. What joke. In fact, among the rewards in the underground world, the elite ninjas in every village have rewards. Generally, each country offers a reward. However, in the ninja world, there are not many ninjas who become bounty hunters for rewards. After all, the ninjas who are rewarded are basically elite ninjas. The strength will not be bad. Such as Asuma, this kind of elite jonin, who wants to kill him, is really not worth it for a mere 30 million taels. There are only dozens of A-level tasks. With the ability to kill elite jonin, the reward will definitely be much higher than this bounty. Ask for flowers. I don't like the bounty, and it's easy to make enemies with various villages. Generally, not many bounty hunters would target ninjas of this level. That is to say, the rewards offered by each other's disgusting opponents in each ninja village. But Kakuzu is a different kind. He doesn't seem to care about making enemies with various villages at all, and he is quite active as a bounty hunter. However, he felt that a reward of 50 million taels for a ninja stronger than Uchiha Itachi was too small and unreasonable. No matter how you count, Yu Ming can be regarded as a cage-level master. He should start at the level of 100 million taels. How could it be only 50 million taels? In fact, although Yu Ming has a good reputation in the ninja world these years, he hasn't killed many people, and his relationship with various villages is not that bad. That's why there are so few rewards. And the amount of reward is also the degree of importance and dislike of each village to you. With such a famous name and such a brilliant record, Yu Ming only has a reward of 50 million taels, and his reputation in various villages is still very good. Originally, Kakuzu wanted to kill Yu Ming in exchange for a bounty, but seeing that there were so few bounties, he didn't want to go. It seems that this kid has a good reputation in various ninja villages, and he only offered a reward of 50 million taels. However, his strength is so strong that killing him is only 50 million taels, which is really not worth it. Hearing Kakuzu's words, Hidan laughed out loud. Kakuzu, you are really a money fanatic. You actually want to kill this guy in exchange for a bounty. Be careful to put yourself in it. Although Hidan is the weakest in the Ōtsutsuki organization, his ability is also the most terrifying. As long as he gets blood, it is basically the same as waiting for death. Even among the cage-level powerhouses in the Shao organization, they dare not underestimate him. This is still the case where others know what his ability is. If they don't know his information, they will end up the same as Wooden Golem and Asuma. However, Hidan was somewhat disdainful of Kakuzu's behavior. His hobby is killing people, while Kakuzu's hobby is money. Kakuzu feels that he has nothing in common with Hidan. Only money will not betray people. You don't understand. Hidan chuckled, not caring about the horn's presumptuousness at all. On the contrary, he always likes to team up with Kakuzu, because both of them have one characteristic, which is hard to die. Hidan has an immortal body, while Kakuzu has 5 hearts. Even if one is broken, you can find another one. So as long as not all his hearts are shattered together, then he can recover as a warrior after the battle. Chapter 212 Why Don't You Learn 8 Inner Gates? 212 330ths. Chapter 212 Why Don't You Learn 8 Inner Gates? And Pain looked at Deidara and Scorpion and said, when they come in later, if you two can leave, then go. There is no need to fight that guy to the death. This time, neither Scorpion nor Deidara objected. Facing Yu Ming, none of them had much confidence. What's more, there is Kakashi and Chio beside Yu Ming. As for Naruto and little Sakura, they are not counted among them. The extraction of the one-tail chakra is still going on, but it is almost finished. Because of Yu Ming's appearance, everyone in Shao's organization accelerated significantly. As for Yu Ming, after Yu Ming defeated Uchiha Itachi, Chio obviously had a great understanding of Yu Ming. She is already a veteran ninja, and she is also a ninja who has experienced 3 ninja wars. It is very clear how strong Shu Yuming was when he played Uchiha Itachi before. And she knew very well that Yu Ming hadn't exerted his full strength just now, and he was completely capable. Even, 577, made him play very easily, and Chiyo estimated that if he made a move himself, he might not be able to defeat Uchiha Itachi so easily, and he may not even be able to defeat him, even if it is only a clone, even if only Uchiha Itachi originally 30% of chakra. But Chiyo can feel how strong Uchiha Itachi is. In fact, that ninjutsu can completely use all the ninjutsu of Uchiha Itachi, but because chakra only has 30%, so Mangekyo Sharingan cannot be used, and the pressure is extremely high. So if Chiyo really fights against Uchiha Itachi, he really might not be able to beat him. But Yu Ming beat Uchiha Itachi smoothly, even with ease. And the experience of combat is terrible. The most important thing is that the speed is very fast, and Chiyo feels that he can't react to that kind of thunder. Just like Uchiha Itachi couldn't react at all just now, and Kakashi also feels that Yu Ming's strength has grown a lot in these years. Little Sakura and Naruto are like this, looking at Yu Ming full of surprise. But when they were in Konoha, the two already knew that Yu Ming's strength was terrible. What has been shown today is Yu Ming's strong practical experience, and what was shown that day was Yu Ming's powerful power and control over power. And Guy played harder, although Hoshigaki Kisame only has 30% of chakra. But his huge amount of chakra is already very huge, even if it is 30% of the amount of chakra, it is still the amount of chakra of the image. Several people fought for a long time before deciding the outcome. It was Guy who opened the 6th gate of the 8 inner gates that defeated him. It is conceivable that Hoshigaki Kisame's strength is very strong. After several hours of driving, Yu Ming, Kakashi, and Chiyo finally came to the outside of the cave where the Akatsuki organization was located. And outside the cave, there was still an empty piece of paper. But just after Yu Ming and the others arrived, Team Guy arrived. Seeing Guy's class, before Yu Ming could speak, Guy came over first. Yu Ming, I didn't expect you to come too. Since you are here, the rescue operation will be stable this time. For Yu Ming, Guy is quite recognized. Although Yu Ming refused to learn gymnastics from him back then, Guy has a good impression of Yu Ming personally. Good talent, strong strength, and most importantly, get along with ease in front of these Jonins. Of course, the most important thing is that Yu Ming is Kakashi's disciple. Guy knows that Kakashi's relationship with Yu Ming and Sasuke is completely different. It's like he treats Lee differently from Neji and Tiantian. Yu Ming is Kakashi's direct disciple, while Xiao Li is Guy's direct disciple. Of course, at the beginning, Guy actually wanted to treat the three of them as his own disciples. Unfortunately, Neji and Tiantian couldn't learn 8 inner gates, so they could only pass it on to Xiao Li. However, for personal disciples and ordinary disciples, neither Kakashi nor Guy has any partiality. It's just that for direct disciples, they will teach them all the ninjutsu, physical and illusion techniques they know. And because Yu Ming is Kakashi's direct disciple, Guy has a good impression of Yu Ming. After all, he has a good relationship with Kakashi. Yu Ming looked at Guy and said with a smile, Mr. Guy, it seems that you have also experienced a battle just now. Who is your opponent? Guy was stunned for a moment, and thought for a while, a shark man, it should be Akatsuki's ninja, which is quite strong. It's pretty good for Guy to remember Kisame as a sharkman. Don't ask him too much. But Neji and Tiantian were a little speechless. But there is nothing wrong with saying that Ghost Shark is a sharkman. After all, this guy has already merged with shark muscle. When Neji saw Yu Ming, he said, I didn't expect that you were also sent by Lord Hokage for this mission. At this time, Neji felt that this task was really important. The strongest Jonin in Konoha have all been dispatched. It can be said that they attach great importance to this mission. Guy and Kakashi, along with Yu Ming, are some of the strongest Jonin in Konoha right now. If you count them all, Asuma also counts as one, and Kurenai Yuhi. Asuma's comprehensive ability is even higher than Guy's. It's just that I can't do anything in pure physical skills, it's almost. Died at the hands of Hidan, purely for intelligence reasons. In fact, his strength is very strong. In Konoha, there are several Jonin who can be juxtaposed with Kakashi and Guy. And now Konoha's strongest Jonin is Yu Ming. Whether Guy can open 8 inner gates, Yu Ming is better than him. Because Yu Ming's current normal physical strength is equivalent to that of Guy who has opened the 7th gate. In terms of pure strength, Yu Ming has already surpassed Guy of 8 gates, but his Yin-Yang Dan has not yet reached the 6 paths level, which belongs to the category of spells and has nothing to do with physical skills. The reason why Yu Ming didn't choose to study 8 inner gates at the beginning was because his body didn't have any limitations at all. Learning 8 inner gates is like, you are the only son of the emperor, and then the emperor died in only a few days, but you can't bear it for a day or two, you have to rebel, although the results are similar, but it will cause great losses. If you learn 8 inner gates, with Yu Ming's physique, you won't be able to achieve injury-free, because 8 inner gates is not a problem with your physique. 8 inner gates requires a very cruel physical training. What you practice is physical skills. What you want to improve is not your physical fitness, but the ability to withstand 8 inner gates. Even if Yu Ming's physique is very strong, if he opens the 8 inner gates, his body will still be messed up. And if you don't practice physical skills to a certain level, you won't be able to open the 8 inner gates much. It's impossible to learn 8 inner gates quickly because of your strong physique. Otherwise, even Uchiha Madara knows the existence of 8 inner gates 3.8, and there are many people with good physiques, many of whom are even better than Guy and Xiao Li. Why don't they learn? Because learning this has nothing to do with physical fitness. What is needed is extremely brutal learning of physical skills, and the development of physical skills to the point of harshness. This also means that you have to spend all your time and energy on body skills. But a pure taijutsu ninja is very difficult in the ninja world. And Yu Ming doesn't need to learn 8 inner gates at all, because his own body and strength can already grow to the level of 8 inner gates. Why spend time on this kind of thing? It is better to study more ninjutsu and illusion than to learn taijutsu. And if Yu Ming learned 8 inner gates back then, he would definitely hurt his body. No matter how strong his recovery ability is, he would definitely be injured. Maybe even before he cultivated to the level of opening the 8th gate, his physique collapsed first. Unlimited becoming stronger is a gradual process, not a result, not directly infinitely stronger. Chapter 213 The Murderer Who Killed 3rd Kage. 213 330ths. Chapter 213 The Murderer Who Killed 3rd Kage. Yu Ming smiled. Sharkman. It's Hoshigaki Kisame, right? Guy thought for a while, but still didn't remember the name of Ganshi Washui, looked at Yu Ming and asked, have you ever fought against him? Yu Ming nodded. Well, I fought with Master Jiraiya when I went to find Master Tsunade, but he is quite powerful. Hearing what Yu Ming said, Guy also said, it's really strong. If I didn't open 8 inner gates at the end, we might even be killed by him. Neji said at this time, but this chakra of Kisame is very weird. When he died, he showed that he was another person. Naruto came out and said, it seems to be a clone technique. The clone ninja has only 1/3 of the chakra amount of the main body, but it is much stronger than the shadow clone technique. Although the shadow clone technique can indeed split chakra equally, the shadow clone technique will disappear if it is damaged. However, even if technique, the clone of Ōtsutsuki organization, is damaged, as long as it is not killed, there will be no problem. 16 and as long as the amount of chakra is sufficient, the ninjutsu of the main body can be fully released. In effect, it is more like a clone condensed by Yu Ming using fairy art. It's just that the avatar condensed by Yu Ming's celestial chakra will absorb the natural energy of the outside world and synthesize the celestial chakra by itself. If the chakra of the avatar is not completely consumed at once, it will not be able to kill him at all. Guy nodded. Indeed, it's no wonder that when he was killed, another person's body appeared, which seemed to be Tsunagaku's. But 30% of the chakra is already so powerful, and the main body will definitely be stronger. Sure enough, Xiao Xiao's organization does have terrifying power. Whether it's Uchiha Itachi or Hoshigaki Kisame, both of them are at cage level. This is only in the Ōtsutsuki organization, 2 of them, cage level powerhouses like this, there are still several in the Ōtsutsuki organization. This is the scariest, but Yu Ming laughed and said, but don't worry, 30% of their chakra can actually perform ninjutsu. Except for ninjas like Uchiha Itachi who have few chakra, Kisame is known as a tailless beast. No worse than a tailed beast. So even 30% of his chakra is enough for use. And the 30% of chakra can basically show his true strength, that is to say, even if he has full chakra, his strength will not be much stronger than when you were fighting. On this point, Yu Ming is quite sure. Maybe because Uchiha Itachi has very little chakra, 30% of chakra can't use Mangekyo Sharingan at all, and his strongest ability is Mangekyo Sharingan, which cuts down his great experience. But Hoshigaki Kisame will definitely not reduce his strength much, and the fighting time with Guy is not very long. His chakra is perfectly adequate for use. Even if it comes from the main body, the strength will not increase much. Hearing Yu Ming say this, Guy calmed down a lot. That guy's chakra is really huge, and he can even create a water-style ninjutsu that can cover hundreds of meters. During the battle, he even created a water lake. Although Guy wasn't very impressed with Kisame, his strength definitely made Guy admit that he was really strong. Even let him open to the point where the 6th gate can defeat him. After the few people finished talking about the old days, Yu Ming looked at the cave blocked by huge stones. Yu Ming said calmly, those people are inside. Chiyo is looking forward to seeing his grandson now. The reason why she researched Forbidden Technique Reincarnation of Self was for Scorpion. She wanted to revive Scorpion's parents and let Scorpion see her parents. It's just that before she developed it, Xie defected. Now she came to see Xie for the last time with the mentality that she must die, and she also wanted to kill Xie together. Because of these years, she investigated, it might be the Scorpion that killed 3rd Kage. Because the time of his defection and the disappearance of 3rd Kage overlapped too much, and with Scorpion's talent and strength at that time, although he could not be the opponent of 3rd Kage in a frontal battle. But their puppet masters are the best at using poison, and although 3rd Kage has the magnet style, which is very powerful, he doesn't have a deep understanding of poison. So Scorpion was able to assassinate 3rd Kage at that time, and after 3rd Kage disappeared, Scorpion also defected at this time. This timing is too coincidental. It was only because Scorpion had already defected, and Luo Sha soon succeeded 4th Hokage, so the pursuit of 3rd Kage stopped. And although some people doubted Scorpion, they didn't say it because Chiyo was Kage's consultant at the time. Luo Sha also didn't pursue this issue because he needed Chiyo's support. But Tsunagaku's high-level executives feel that this matter may be done by Scorpions. He was Tsunagaku's genius puppet master at the time, and even people like Chiyo thought that their puppet talent could not compare with him. At that time, his strength had actually reached the level of elite Jonin, and he might even have the level of Zunying. Through precise calculations, poisoning 3rd Kage is not impossible. Because in the ninja world, Tsunagaku's ninjas did not find 3rd Kage's body or any trace. This already explains the problem very well. This time Chiyo wants to ask whether the 3rd Kage was killed by the Scorpion. Shio was also very optimistic about Third Kazekage at the beginning, thinking that Third Kazekage would definitely make Sans 613 Hidden Village stronger. His magnet style was indeed very powerful in the ninja world. Standing at the entrance of the cave, although there is a huge stone blocking it, it can't stop the few people here. Kakashi looked at little Sakura. Sakura, I leave it to you. Little Sakura nodded. Okay. As he spoke, he clenched his fist and made a crackling sound. After taking a few steps back, the little Sakura rushed towards the boulder. BD, break it. This is the mantra that little Sakura attacks. The distance of tens of meters was quickly crossed by the little Sakura, jumped into the air, and slammed towards the boulder with a fist. The huge force made the boulder make a loud noise. It's just a pity that the sound was very loud, but it couldn't shake the boulder at all. Little Sakura frowned. What kind of material is this stone? It doesn't even move. But Yu Ming looked at a small talisman paper pasted on the stone. This is an enchantment, which cannot be shaken by brute force. Of course, if Yu Ming came, he could do it by force, but he couldn't do that. After Yu Ming and several people explained the principle of this enchantment, he looked at Neji and said, Neji, check it out, within 500 meters, see if there are any similar talisman papers. These talismans have chakra flowing on them, so they are easier to find. Chapter 214 Naruto broke out Nine Tails Chakra. 214 330ths. Chapter 214 Naruto broke out Nine Tails Chakra. Neji nodded. Okay. Then he opened his eyes and searched within 500 meters. Soon, the positions of the 4 surrounding talisman papers were found. Found it. After Neji told all the positions of the 4 talisman papers, Yu Ming looked at Guy and said, Mr. Guy, these 4 talisman papers need to be unlocked at the same time, so please go to the positions that Neji mentioned just now to prepare, 4 of you. Unravel this piece with Kakashi-sensei here. Guy nodded. After the 4 discussed it, they went to the 4 positions. Yu Ming looked at the little Sakura and said, after the talisman paper is untied, you will rush up and smash this stone away. Little Sakura nodded. Naruto stood aside, very anxious. He wanted to know the specific situation of Gaara now. In about a few minutes, Guy and the others had arrived at the predetermined location, and Kakashi appeared on the talisman paper above the boulder. After counting 3 numbers in unison, the 5 of them uncovered all the talisman papers together. Immediately after uncovering it, Kakashi jumped off the stone, and the little Sakura, who had been prepared for a long time, rushed towards the boulder. BD. Listening to little Sakura's mantra, several black lines appeared on Yu Ming's face. Why do I have to do this every time I activate a strange power? It's almost like accumulating anger. But thinking about how Tsunade trained her, Yu Ming understood. No wonder she will use the strange power technique with great effort. It seems that Tsunade has trained the little Sakura hard enough. Jumping under the boulder, little Sakura punched it out. Boom, boom. With one punch, the huge force instantly cracked the boulder and then completely shattered. There was a vibration of distance hunger around. Shio's eyes narrowed slightly. It's really the strange power of that Katsuyu girl. At this time, Shao and the others in the cave had already extracted one tail. Deidara looked at Uchiha Itachi and said, which one is that Nine Tails Jinchuriki? If possible, let's take him back this time. But just after he finished speaking, Uchiha Itachi said, you two should save your own lives first. Yu Ming is here, and he still wants to catch Nine Tails Jinchuriki. It is not possible. And Shie also said, that Yu Ming really needs to be dealt with, but it's not impossible to take Nine Tails Jinchuriki away, just like a way to lure him away from Yu Ming's side. Uchiha Itachi fell silent. Actually, he didn't really want Deidara to take Naruto away. But at this time, Yinman said, tell him. Uchiha Itachi had no choice but to think for a while and said, come in. The first person to yell is him. Deidara was stunned because he didn't understand what kind of feature it was. I didn't want to say anything more after I got off Uchiha Itachi, but I went to Deidara. Nagato also felt that Uchiha Itachi's point was enough, so he said, okay, let's disband, Scorpio and Deidara. If you can't beat it, there is no need to fight hard, don't die. Nagato mainly wants to tell Scorpion and Deidara that there is no need for Akatsuki to capture Nine Tails now. Because they are only now starting to capture one tail, there are still a lot of tail beasts before it is Nine Tails' turn. And Uchiha Itachi took a deep look at the crumbling hole. It quickly disappeared from here. Somewhere in Ninja World, Uchiha Itachi and Kisame spirits returned to their bodies. Kisame looked at Uchiha Itachi and said with a smile, that guy is very powerful. Last time I fought against him, I was even seriously injured. If it wasn't for the shark muscles, I would have died. After fighting Yu Ming once before, Ganshi Guizhou had a deep fear and shadow of Yu Ming's strength. Because facing Yu Ming at that time, he really felt terrible. Yu Ming is not something ordinary ninjas can defeat at all. Even Uchiha Itachi was defeated this time, although only Uchiha Itachi has 30% of chakra, maybe even Mangekyo Sharingan can't be used. But you can also feel the power of Yu Ming. And Uchiha Itachi was silent. He was not thinking about whether Yu Ming is strong or not, but was thinking about Yu Ming being so powerful. What is his attitude towards Sasuke, and what is his attitude towards the village? But thinking that Yu Ming is Tsunade's guard, he can probably understand Yu Ming's attitude towards Konoha. Regarding Hoshigaki Kisami's question, Uchiha Itachi said calmly, it is indeed very strong. His strength should be similar to that of Sannin, and may even be stronger. Kisame carried Samahata on his shoulders and smiled, when we fought against him, he already had cage-level strength. I don't know what his strength is now. If he is stronger than Sannin's Jiraiya, I'm afraid Nine-Tails Jinchuriki will be very weak. It's not easy to catch. Kisame felt that if he and Uchiha Itachi were neither Yu Ming's opponents, no one in Akatsuki's organization could be Yu Ming's opponents at all. Maybe God Pain is, but if Yu Ming and Jiraiya, plus a Tsunade, the three of them get together, it will be another Sannin-level combat power, even stronger than the original Sannin. After all, in the eyes of Kisame, Jiraiya and Yu Ming are stronger than Orochimaru. Now that Konoha has these people, it is really difficult to capture Naruto from Konoha. Uchiha Itachi looked at the sky and didn't speak. At this time, Yu Ming had brought several people into the cave. Just when he rushed in, Naruto saw Deidara sitting on Gaara's body. Because he was dead at this time, Deidara used him as a cushion. This behavior instantly angered Naruto. BD, you actually sat on Gaara's body. Deidara said very desperately again, he is dead, what's wrong with sitting on him? This is a corpse. It's okay if Deidara didn't say it, but as soon as he said it, Naruto's anger was completely ignited. A-hole, fierce chakra erupted all over his body. At this time, Deidara confirmed who Naruto was based on the prompt given by Uchiha Itachi, but he laughed and said, I understand now why Itachi said that, this guy's mind is really simple enough. And Scorpio standing behind Deidara looked at Chio in the crowd. Seeing that Naruto's body burst out with strong Nine-Tails chakra, the pupils of his eyes also changed, Nuo Dajao, and his whole body burst out except for the red chakra coat. Kakashi secretly thought it was bad. He quickly came to Naruto's side and said, Naruto, calm down. With these words, Naruto was awakened for a while, but the chakra yi on his body still existed. Boom! The ground within meters of him was shattered by Chakra's tunic. Chakra from Nine-Tails is truly terrifying. And this is also the first time Yu Ming saw the power of Nine-Tails chakra. It is indeed stronger than chakra of other tailed beasts. Kakashi is now very torn, not knowing whether to use the seal talisman Jiraiya gave him or not. At this moment, Yu Ming came to Naruto's side, patted Naruto on the shoulder. The intense Nine-Tails chakra disappears in an instant. And Nine-Tails in Naruto's body also felt the bombardment guy from Yu Ming chakra at this time. The Nine-Tails chakra that had already spread out was instantly scattered by this force. Chapter 215 Slap Nine-Tails. 215 330ths. Chapter 215 Slap Nine-Tails. Yu Ming also came to Naruto's inner world for the first time. Looking at the Nine-Tails locked by the 8-sign seal in the iron cage. And Naruto woke up after Nine-Tails chakra was shaken away by Yu Ming, looking at Yu Ming standing beside him. Yu Ming, why are you here? This is Naruto's inner world, no one should be able to enter it except him. Yu Ming looked very calm, looking at the huge Nine-Tails. And Nine-Tails also frowned and looked at Yu Ming, human, why did you appear here? Nine-Tails felt the terrifying aura on Yu Ming's body, because it could feel the huge chakra on Yu Ming's body, which was even several times larger than itself. It's very scary, although it is only half now. Yu Ming's chakra is actually more than 7 times its size, that is to say, if it is a complete body, then Yu Ming's chakra is more than 3 times its size. This amount of chakra, not even the Sage of Six Paths. You know, Sage of Six Paths only had a huge chakra after it became Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. But Yu Ming is obviously not a descendant of Sage of Six Paths, and the chakra on his body is actually more than Sage of Six Paths without 10 tails. What a terrible thing to do. Yu Ming looked at Nine-Tails and said with a smile, this is Nine-Tails, it looks quite fierce. After finishing speaking, regardless of Nine-Tails, he looked at Naruto, you almost lost your mind just now 157, the chakra of Nine-Tails is a good thing, but the premise is that you can master it. After 3 years, you still haven't mastered the tail yet. Quote, hearing Yu Ming's words, Nine-Tails frowned, boy, what are you talking about? Want to master Laozi's chakra? Are you crazy? Yu Ming ignored Nine-Tails and looked at Naruto. Naruto was a little embarrassed. Nine-Tails chakra is not so easy to master, and I don't know how to master it. Naruto also thought, as long as he mastered Nine-Tails chakra, he would definitely become very powerful, but he didn't even know how to master it, so how could he master it? Yu Ming walked up to Naruto and said calmly, hit him, it's been sealed by the 8-sign seal now, it can't come out, no matter how you beat it, there will be no problem, understand? Or you can forcibly mobilize its chakra, what can it do to you? Hearing this, Naruto was completely dumbfounded, while Nine-Tails laughed angrily, boy, do you want to court death? As he spoke, he continued to slap the iron door of 8-sign seal with its huge claws. You come in, it seems that Laozi will not beat you to death. The corners of Naruto's mouth twitched slightly. Every time he faced Nine-Tails' BGBD, he trembled. How could he beat it? The point is, Naruto knows that he is no match for Nine-Tails at all, and it's fine if he doesn't get beaten up by Nine-Tails. But Yu Ming frowned, and turned to look at Nine-Tails, you are too noisy, aren't you just a tailed beast? Why, do you still want to rebel? After Yu Ming finished speaking, violent thunder and lightning suddenly erupted in the entire sealed space. Lightning whips appeared from around the sealed space. Crack, a-hole, whips formed by the gathering of more than a dozen lightning bolts in the surrounding area kept whipping Nine-Tails. Although Nine-Tails will not die, the severe pain still makes Nine-Tails very humiliated, and now he is being bullied by a child who is only 10 years old. Moreover, he was beaten face to face. He had never encountered such a shame in all these years. But the more it scolded, the harder Yu Ming smoked. Yu Ming patted Naruto on the shoulder and said with a smile, "If you see it, you have to teach it like this, just like taming an animal. Let it remember your ruthlessness, and let him know that if he is disobedient, he will be whipped. And it hurts." If other Jinchuriki who can perfectly control the tailed beast hear Yu Ming's words, they will definitely be PD off. The reason why they can get along harmoniously with the tailed beast is because they have made friends with the tailed beast, which naturally cannot be achieved by whipping. But let alone, if Yu Ming had a tailed beast in his body, Yu Ming might use this method to tame it too. After all, the tailed beast is a weapon, and that's it for Yu Ming. But this kind of thinking is too villainous, so Naruto must not like it. So quickly grabbed Yu Ming. "Yu Ming, stop, although I can't grasp the power of Nine Tails now, I will definitely get its approval in the future, but the approval I get in this way is not sincere. I hope I can be fully approved by Nine Tails." Yu Ming smiled. "I knew you would say that, but it's okay, you have your own way. If this Nine Tails were on me, I would have tamed it by now." It's just that Yu Ming looked at Nine Tails and said in a cold tone, "Nine Tails, I don't care how much you hate humans, but I don't like irrational things appearing in front of me. If I see you in front of me, if it affects Naruto, I will come in and beat you." Hearing this, Nine Tails originally wanted to roar, but under the whipping of a dozen lightning whips around him, Nine Tails could only scream in pain. Just looking at Yu Ming with hatred in his eyes, but Yu Ming doesn't care, there are too many people who hate him, 5 tails or something. After exiting Naruto's consciousness space, it was only a moment outside. And the reason why the tailed beast coat on Naruto's body dissipated in an instant is also because of this reason. Although Nine Tails hated Yu Ming, but he didn't dare to act presumptuously in front of Yu Ming. Because Nine Tails really can't threaten Yu Ming, even if it goes out, it still can't be Yu Ming's opponent. The huge chakra on Yu Ming's body is not something it can beat. Because it was the first time I saw it, in the ninja world, besides Sage of Six Paths and Ōtsutsuki Hamura, and Senju Hashirama, there are more chakra than it. Even Uchiha Madara's chakra is not as much as Nine Tails. Although Kakashi didn't understand what happened, he also knew that it was Yu Ming who suppressed Naruto's emotions. Naruto looked at Yu Ming. "Yu Ming, thank you." Yu Ming smiled slightly, and looked at Deidara who was sitting on Gaara. "Deidara, Iwagakure's genius ninja, the clay has an explosive effect, and he is a disciple of 3rd Tsuchikage Onogi. I am a little curious. It stands to reason that you are the only disciple of Onogi. You must also be Tsuchikage's heir in the future. Why did you defect?" Although Onoki was a little stricter with Deidara, it was only because he wanted him to become stronger. It was estimated that 2nd Tsuchikage was as strict with Onoki before. After all, Iwagakure's will of stone, one can tell at a glance that he will definitely cultivate a very strict leader. It is probably also because Onoki has too high expectations of him. However, as Onogi's only disciple, the position of 4th Tsuchikage in the future will definitely belong to him. This guy defected when he was a teenager, and I don't know why he did it. If he was in Iwagakure and had Onogi's guidance, his current strength would not be as good as it is. Originally, his talent was good, otherwise he would not have been accepted as a disciple by Onoki. Chapter 216 Deidara, C2 Dragon. 216 330ths. Chapter 216 Deidara, C2 Dragon. When Deidara heard Yu Ming's words, he frowned. "You mean that rigid old man? Huh, he will let me do Tsuchikage. Are you kidding me?" Deidara is a little afraid of Onogi, but also doesn't like it very much. But Yu Ming said calmly, "If you have been in Iwagakure, who can compete with you? And you are his only disciple. Does this mean that you don't understand? The rigidity is only because his original teacher has also taught him so. The spirit of your Iwagakure is the will of the stone. Originally, the previous generation was very strict about the inheritance of the next generation Tsuchikage. At the beginning, 2nd Tsuchikage was a powerful person who was very strict with his disciples. Do you think your teacher was relaxed under 2nd Tsuchikage? If it was easy, he could learn to escape from the dust." Hearing Yu Ming's words, Deidara was really thoughtful. But in fact, he had no choice but to enter Akatsuki at the beginning, which meant that he was not Uchiha Itachi's opponent at all. Naturally, there is no way to resist. Now that Yu Ming said these things, although he had some understanding, he had no chance for a long time. There's no way he's going back to Iwagakure. It's useless to say anything now, but you actually know these things. It seems that you have done a lot of research on Iwagakure. In fact, even Kakashi is not very clear about these things, and he doesn't know why Ming knows this information. I just didn't expect that Deidara was actually a disciple of Iwagakure 3rd Tsuchikage. What Yu Ming said is indeed correct. If Deidara had been in Iwagakure, he would have become the 4th Tsuchikage by now. It's not that Onoki is already in his 70s and still working as a Tsuchikage. After all, Deidara's strength has indeed reached cage level. If he had been in Iwagakure before, with the strict guidance of 3rd Tsuchikage, his strength would have been stronger than now. It's just that Deidara was only about 12 or 13 years old when he left. In others, he had just graduated from ninja school, and now he is only 18 years old. With cage-level strength at this age, the talent is indeed terrifying. In Iwagakure, I am afraid that no one in his class is as talented as he is. And now with his age and strength, he can definitely serve as Tsuchikage. Therefore, Deidara really missed the best opportunity, and entering the road is probably the thing he regrets most in his life. Of course, it is also possible that he has no regrets at all. After all, what he pursues is the art of explosion. And always wanted to challenge Uchiha Itachi. Hearing Deidara's doubts about himself, Yu Ming seemed very calm, and smiled. I know, but if you are weak, you Iwagakure are not much better than our Konoha, and third Tsuchikage is still in Tsuchikage's position at that age. Probably because of your defection, there is no suitable candidate. Deidara frowned. He felt that Yu Ming knew too much about their Iwagakure. He simply knows a lot more than he does. Stop talking nonsense, Yu Ming, right. I heard that you also defeated Uchiha Itachi. I have always wanted to challenge him. Now that you have defeated him, I will try to see if I can defeat you. As he said that, he threw the dirt spider that he had already made in his hand towards Yu Ming. For a moment, both sides entered the state of fighting. Dozens of small clay spiders jumped towards Yu Ming. Shio frowned and reminded, boy, be careful, these things will explode. Dozens of spiders jumped towards Yu Ming's body. But at the moment when these spiders were about to meet Yu Ming, countless thunderbolts suddenly erupted from Yu Ming's body. PK, la, boom. Around Yu Ming, dozens of clay spiders were hit by countless lightning arcs. There was a violent bang. It's just that under the effect of Yu Ming lightning style, the clay spider was completely turned into fly ash without exploding. This is lightning style's restraint to earth style. Strictly speaking, Deidara's clay bomb belongs to earth style, not blood succession boundary, because the clay he uses is a kind of clay that can explode, which belongs to the secret technique, but it is not blood succession boundary, let alone explosion style. Deidara was completely stunned. The handling of this lightning style, this guy does have some strength. The thunder and lightning released by Yu Ming just now really made people feel very delicate. Because it was so precise, dozens of thumb-sized clay spiders were completely hit by lightning. Ask for flowers. Terribly accurate. The original lightning style is very active, so it is difficult to control. But Yu Ming can control the lightning style so finely, it's unimaginable. Not to mention anything else, just Yu Ming's lightning style operation accuracy, it is already certain that his strength is at the cage level. Even Chio sighed. This chakra's ability to control is even stronger than Katsuyu's. And Kakashi already knew that Yu Ming's control over chakra was terrifyingly accurate. So there's nothing surprising about that. But little Sakura and Naruto were also very surprised. Because they have all experienced the practice of precisely controlling chakra. That is really the most difficult kind of practice, even more difficult than practicing a ninjutsu. 0. And Yu Ming looked at Deidara, and said calmly, it seems that we really have to do something. Originally, Yu Ming didn't want to make a move, but Naruto suddenly broke out Nine Tails chakra, even if Yu Ming didn't want to make a move. When Deidara heard Yu Ming's words, she became serious. Watching Yu Ming, Deidara was quickly making clay bombs in his hands. It seems that it is a unique move to make a move, otherwise, you will definitely be entangled by this guy. This guy's strength is really too strong, so many C1-point clay spiders are made by his lightning style dud, looks like C2 will have to be used, maybe even C3. Deidara is terrible because his C3 can even destroy a large ninja village. The self-explosion of the most powerful CO can even cause an explosion with a range of 10 kilometers. This kind of power is very terrifying. Even the tailed beast bomb does not necessarily have this level of destructive power. Of course, once this kind of explosion is used, Deidara will surely die. So this falls under the ninjutsu that Deidara uses to kill each other. And now Deidara thinks that using C2 should be able to escape. That's right, now Deidara has no idea of fighting Yu Ming, but wants to escape. Because he already knew very well from Yu Ming's control over lightning style just now, that Yu Ming's strength is above his, unless he fights with the determination to fight to the death, it is impossible to get any advantage from Yu Ming. Chapter 217 The Giant Dragon Explodes, The Terrifying Thunder Net. 217 330ths. Chapter 217 The Giant Dragon Explodes, The Terrifying Thunder Net. He threw out the clay bomb that had been completely squeezed in his hand. C2 Dragon. After Deidara threw out the clay bomb in his hand, a clay bomb in the shape of a dragon more than 10 meters appeared. The huge dragon opened its mouth wide and bit towards Yu Ming. Yu Ming was very calm, while the others were already ready to attack. Seeing the actions of several other people, Deidara raised his mouth slightly. The explosive power of C2 can completely detonate a ninja village, and it is almost impossible to block it. Just when the dragon was about to touch Yu Ming, Deidara raised 2 fingers. Burst. At this moment, the dragon's body suddenly emitted a violent light. Deidara used this ninjutsu to detonate on Tsunade before. If Gaara hadn't protected Tsunade, I am afraid that the hidden village of 690 in sand has become a ruin now. And Chio and the others were surprised. Oops, it's late, is this guy crazy? He can't live if he detonates this bomb. Kakashi didn't look at Deidara at this time, but at Yu Ming, who stood there with a calm face. I thought in my heart, Yu Ming, what means do you have? With your strength, you will definitely not make mistakes at this time. Deidara detonated the dragon bomb, a bomb powerful enough to level a Dainin village, which has now been detonated. And Deidara used a clay substitute, which had already appeared hundreds of meters away at this time. And at the moment when the explosion was about to engulf several people, Yu Ming's body suddenly erupted with violent lightning. A massive lightning shield covers Kakashi, Chio, Naruto and little Sakura. Boom! Within hundreds of meters around, the terrifying explosion instantly destroyed everything around. After a long time, the smoke dissipated. Everyone opened their eyes. Shio and Kakashi stared slightly, and saw the lightning shield covering them. This is, Lei Wang. Is this the Lei Wang that Lord Jiraiya said at the beginning? Kakashi has never seen this ninjutsu. It's just that he didn't expect that Yu Ming could actually condense such a lightning shield instantly without any seals. Shio was even more shocked. This guy's lightning style is so scary. This lightning style, among the ninjas of scene, he is the strongest. Even the old man in Cloud Shinobi village can't compare. It was able to withstand such a violent explosion, and it was still in the center of the explosion, and a lightning shield covering the four of us was opened. I can't imagine how powerful this kid's lightning style attainment has become. Little Sakura was also completely dumbfounded. She had never seen Yu Ming showing such a powerful strength, and this lightning style, Yu Ming had never shown it either. Is this a lightning style condensed shield? Naruto couldn't believe that such a violent explosion was blocked by Yu Ming's lightning style. Although he had seen how terrifying Yu Ming's lightning style was, he didn't know that this lightning style could still resist it. Such a terrible explosion. When the smoke cleared, everyone looked around and was even more shocked. Because a huge pit has appeared within hundreds of meters around, and they are all in the pit, a big pit hundreds of meters away. The explosion was indeed quite terrifying. It is also conceivable how terrifying Deidara is. AC that can even be as destructive as a small-tailed beast bomb is so easily used by Deidara. The strength of Deidara has already been stated. No wonder Onogi had such high expectations of him. Even if Deidara didn't learn Dust Escape, but only used this secret technique to a very high level, he still has a very strong strength. Definitely get a hold of Tsuchikage. What's even more frightening is that Yu Ming actually blocked such a terrifying explosion. And just now he didn't seal at all, and even looked at the front very calmly. Next to the huge pit is a big river, and the water of the big river is continuously flooding into the pit. When the smoke cleared, Yu Ming also dispersed the thunder net. Countless electric arcs disappeared into the air around them, making everyone feel icy cold. Even Chio, a veteran ninja who has experienced several ninja wars, felt a chill. No wonder this guy can suppress Tailed Beast. With this terrifying lightning style, he can even resist explosions of this level. I'm afraid even Tailed Beast Bomb can't do anything about him. Chio guessed, and Kakashi looked at Yu Ming and was very pleased. Yu Ming, you really surpassed 4th Hokage. At the beginning, I expected you to be close to 4th Hokage. Now it seems that you have surpassed him. Kakashi knows that Yu Ming has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, and the ability to use it is definitely comparable to 4th Hokage, and even stronger. Because Yu Ming's attack instant reaction speed is higher than that of 4th Hokage. But the most important thing about Flying Thunder God technique is not the midway teleportation process, because the space-time ninjutsu, the midway teleportation process is the same for everyone. And the most important thing is the moment of launching the Flying Thunder God technique, and the moment of teleporting to the target person to attack. And the most important thing is the moment when you teleport to the target person, that is the time to test your reaction ability. Your attack moment must be faster than the opponent. Otherwise, it is not you who kill the other party, but the other party kills you. This is the limit of the Flying Thunder God technique. He just helped you solve the problem of movement in the middle. At the moment of the final attack, you can't launch the Flying Thunder God technique. So to learn the Flying Thunder God technique, if you want to play its due power, you must have a person with a strong response ability to master it. If a ninja with average reflexes uses the Flying Thunder God technique, it will not be a bonus, but a burden. Because if the enemy's reaction speed is higher than yours, you will be killed by the opponent before you have time to attack him. A typical example is when Namikaze Minato played against 4th Raikage and Killer Bee. Killer Bee's instant reaction ability is definitely above 4th Raikage. Namikaze Minato can bypass 4th Raikage in an instant, 3.5 because his instant ability is higher than 4th Raikage, and the reason Killer Bee predicted it is that Killer Bee's instant reaction ability is very close to Namikaze Minato. If a sentient ninja had that kind of speed and strength, Namikaze Minato might lose at that time. But at that time, there were almost no reaction speeds higher than Namikaze Minato. After all, the reason Namikaze Minato was able to learn the Flying Thunder God technique at the beginning was because of his fast reaction speed, which was very suitable for the ninjutsu of the Flying Thunder God technique. But now Yu Ming's reaction speed is definitely above Namikaze Minato, and much faster. The lightning net launched at that instant just now proved that the explosion was extremely fast, almost in an instant. But Yu Ming opened at the moment of the explosion, and condensed the thunder net. The speed of this reaction is simply terrifying. Chapter 218 Yu Ming's strength is above Namikaze Minato. 218 330ths. Chapter 218 Yu Ming's strength is above Namikaze Minato. In the Fourth Ninja World War, Senju Tobirama was defeated by Uchiha Madara using Flying Thunder God technique because his reaction speed was not as strong as Uchiha Madara. Captured by Uchiha Madara at the instant of the attack. So to master the Flying Thunder God technique, if you don't have enough fast and good tactical mind, and a strong enough instantaneous reaction speed, the Flying Thunder God technique is useless. At most, it can only be used for long-distance teleportation. This is also the reason why many people don't learn it. In addition to not having that talent, this ninjutsu is not suitable for them at all. Not every ninja has a high instantaneous reaction speed, and the Flying Thunder God technique consumes some chakra. Although Namikaze Minato's chakra is not a lot, it is still cage level, much more than elite Jonin. And when Namikaze Minato fights, he fights with his brain, so the use of chakra is very reasonable. Ninjutsu will not be released casually. And Yu Ming is faster than Namikaze Minato in all aspects. Whether it is reaction speed, tactics, and most importantly, the amount of chakra, it must surpass Namikaze Minato. This is why Kakashi felt that Yu Ming surpassed Namikaze Minato at a glance. I didn't find out before, because before Yu Ming's pure 16 was the output of strength. His terrifying power definitely possesses cage level, and even among cage levels, it is very difficult for anyone to match it. But since Yu Ming learned the Flying Thunder God technique, he rarely uses it, and no ninja needs Yu Ming to show his reaction speed. So Kakashi is not sure if Yu Ming already has the ability to compare to Namikaze Minato on the Flying Thunder God technique. Now he is sure. Yu Ming looked into a mound of dirt not far away. I never thought that such a violent explosion would not kill you, Scorpion. And hearing Yu Ming's words, a mound of dirt began to move tens of meters away from Yu Ming. Then the mound burst open, and the scorpion came out from inside. At that moment just now, he used Earth Style and sank into the soil tens of meters below. And use Earth Style to create a lot of earth flow walls around. The explosion really posed no threat to him. Yu Ming said calmly, Mr. Kakashi, Naruto, little Sakura, go and chase Deidara and see if you can keep him. Knowing that Yu Ming might attack Scorpion, Kakashi nodded. Be careful, Yu Ming nodded, but little Sakura said at this time, Mr. Kakashi, I want to stay and fight with Yu Ming. I have the antidote for the scorpion poison. It is more appropriate for me to stay. Because when it exploded just now, Deidara used Gar's body too. Kakashi thought for a while and said, well then, Yu Ming, little Sakura will get rid of you. And at this time, Naruto glanced at Yu Ming with some doubts. He began to doubt now, if something happened to Yu Ming and little Sakura. Thinking about it, Naruto felt a little angry. After all, he felt that little Sakura's behavior was not very good. Even if he didn't choose Naruto, he should wait for Sasuke. Just now little Sakura took the initiative to stay and help Yu Ming. This kind of behavior really made Naruto suspicious. In addition, Naruto was very suspicious of what little Sakura and Yu Ming were doing in the room. Now little Sakura's abnormality has aggravated this suspicion. Naruto just has some things that are relatively simple, and he is not a fool, so he can't see such things. What's more, they are all 16 years old now, and in this world, they already belong to adults. In addition, this age is the most impulsive time in youth, so it is normal for Naruto to doubt. But what he thinks most now is to get Gar's body back, absolutely not to let Gar's body fall into Deidara's hands. So although he had some guesses about little Sakura, he still didn't say anything. Yu Ming actually frowned, but he didn't say anything. Kakashi and Naruto face Deidara at this time is not completely out of luck. Deidara detonated the dragon bomb just now, and now chakra consumes a lot, Kakashi should be able to deal with it. Plus Nine Tails has just been taught a lesson by Yu Ming, so naturally they won't act recklessly. After the little Sakura finished speaking, she actually regretted it a bit. Yesterday Naruto just misunderstood the matter between himself and Yu Ming, and now he took the initiative to stay and help Yu Ming, which is even more doubtful. But after thinking about it, little Sakura felt that her original intention was to stay and help Yu Ming, because the red sand scorpion had poison in her hand, and her antidote could come in handy. After Kakashi left with Naruto, Chiyo saw the clues. Little girl, I think your choice is good, this guy Yu Ming can give you more sense of security. Chiyo thought it was a fight between Yu Ming and Naruto for little Sakura. After all, this kind of thing is quite normal in the teams between ninja villages. This is also the purpose of the three-member team, 2 men and 1 woman. The girl in the team is the object of the 2 boys' contention and the mediation of the conflict between the 2 boys. No matter which ninja village, the purpose of formulating a 3-person team is because of this. And Yu Ming frowned, and little Sakura was also stunned. Turning to look at Yu Ming, he found that he was frowning. Little Sakura quickly explained, Grandma Chiyo, you misunderstood, it's not like this, I have someone I like, not Yu Ming nor Naruto. When explaining, he looked at Yu Ming with an apologetic face. After all, she knew that Yu Ming was completely unaware of this matter. Yu Ming just frowned and didn't pay much attention. He quickly turned his attention to the red sand scorpion. I didn't expect that this kind of explosion would not kill you, but you may not be able to escape today. The most talented puppeteer ever in Tsunade, I really want to see him. Yu Ming looked at the red sand scorpion and smiled slightly. But when the scarlet sand scorpion faced Yu Ming, it was not so easy. The burst level of the explosion just now was 073, and Yu Ming's surroundings were actually intact. No matter how he thought about such a terrible thing, he found it unbelievable. The red sand scorpion looked at Yu Ming. Before Uchiha Itachi said that you are very strong, and Hoshigaki Kisame said that you can even seriously injure him. This was when you were 13 years old. I was a little strange. Now it seems that, you do have some strength. Yu Ming smiled and said, is it just some strength? But it doesn't matter anymore. You will definitely stay here today. You can either return to Tsunade to accept your punishment from Tsunade, or die here. The reason why Grandma Chiyo came here today should be it's the same as I thought. Chiyo, standing next to Yu Ming, nodded, Scorpion, why did you defect in the first place? Did you have something to do with the disappearance of Third Cage? Chiyo didn't want to hear Shie admit that this matter had something to do with him. Because as long as he admits it, he will definitely die, even Chiyo will kill him. Because of the shadow who killed a village, and Third Cage was still Chiyo's disciple. Third Kazekage is taught by First Kazekage and Second Kazekage, as well as the senior officials of the village. At the beginning, his strength was very strong, and even surpassed all the ninjas in the village. Tsunade called him the strongest Kazekage in history. It is an important force representing the upcoming rise of Tsunade. But such a person actually disappeared. If it was really the Scorpion's fault, then Chio would have to kill the Scorpion even if he didn't want to. Chapter 219, 100 Machine Exercise. 219 330ths. Chapter 219, 100 Machine Exercise. Chio looked at Xie very seriously, and Xie looked at his only relative in this world, was silent for a long time, and then said very calmly, "Old woman, what you guessed is the truth." Hearing this, Chio was completely stunned. Although she had already guessed it, she still didn't want to believe it was true. It's really you, why did you do that? You're dizzy. Chio knew very well that the only thing she could do now was to kill Scorpion for Tsunade, because she was Tsunade's senior advisor, and her responsibilities and obligations made her to so. And Yu Ming looked at Scorpion, smiled and said, "You actually killed Third Kazekage. I have to say, you have some skills." As for little Sakura, she has no idea what Yu Ming and Grandma Chio are talking about. "Yu Ming, what is Third Kazekage?" Yu Ming glanced at little Sakura, smiled and said, "This is Tsunade's business. But you just have to remember that Third Kazekage is Tsunade's strongest Kazekage, who used to be Tsunade's hope to rise up, and then such a person was assassinated by Scorpion, and Scorpion used to be Tsunade's, the grandson of Chio Granny." Little Sakura thought about it for a while, and then frowned slightly. Well, it's no wonder Grandma Chio insisted on coming over to ask Xie about this matter. Sakura knew what Scorpion had done outrageously. As for the Red Sand Scorpion, looking at Granny Chio, "Old woman, you have already made up your mind to kill me today. I really want to know, is my puppet technique stronger, or yours?" After speaking, he pulled out a scroll from his body. Because Yu Ming is here, he used his strongest strength as soon as he came up. Several scrolls appeared instantly. Grandma Chio was completely stunned. It really is you. Because she saw a 3 character on the outside of the scroll. What this means is self-evident. And Grandma Chio saw the other scrolls, and she fully understood how terrifying the Red Sand Scorpion's progress over the years was. "Almost all are puppets. How many people have you killed?" The Red Sand Scorpion opened the scroll, and at the same time said calmly, "Old woman, when it comes to killing people, you don't have the right to make irresponsible remarks to me, right?" Countless white smoke appeared in the sky behind the Scarlet Sand Scorpion. After the white smoke dissipated, countless puppets appeared in the air. These puppets are all human puppets, which is a craft that the Sand Scorpion is very good at. It can be said that there are not many puppet masters in Tsunade who have mastered the technology of making human puppets, and the Red Sand Scorpion is the best one among them. And Chio's gaze saw one of the human puppets that looked like Third Kazekage, trembling all over. "It really is Third Kazekage, UBD, you actually killed Third Kazekage and made it into a human puppet." For Third Kazekage, Grandma Chio taught him a lot and was one of his teachers. At that time, Grandma Chio also had a lot of hopes for third generation. But in the end, such a person who was full of hope from the whole village's top management was actually assassinated by his own grandson. This is something that Grandma Chio cannot bear anyway. Scorpion smiled and said, "This is my achievement over the years, with 100 machines, ha ha ha, old woman, I have already surpassed you." In fact, if Scorpio stays in Tsunade honestly, there will be great achievements in the future. Maybe even become a legendary puppet master. But he didn't. But Chio fell silent. The puppet master judged his strength according to the number of puppets he could manipulate. It has to be said that Xie is worthy of being a legendary puppet master, and he really has a strong talent. Grandma Chio really felt a little pressure watching this scene. But she finally said, "It was all because of my fault at the beginning, now let the old man repay the original fault and bring you down together." Hearing this, the Red Sand Scorpion laughed loudly. "Old woman, do you still have energy at your age?" Without listening to the ridicule of the Red Sand Scorpion, Grandma Chio calmly took out a scroll from the ninja bag. But the Red Sand Scorpion saw the scroll for a moment, his eyes narrowed slightly. "You actually brought this thing out. It seems that you really want to kill me." Grandma Chio calmly unfolded the scroll. The hands start to seal. After she finished sealing the seal, her gaze narrowed slightly. 10 people from Jinsong. In an instant, 10 puppets dressed in white robes appeared beside Grandma Chiandai, with strange shapes. But when Yu Ming saw these puppets, his eyes became serious. "Is this the legendary Jinmatsu 10 people? It's really interesting. They are all made of special materials, and there is even the substance of chakra in them. No wonder it has become a legend. This kind of puppet plus a top puppeteer, the power it exerts is definitely beyond the reach of ordinary Jonin, even ordinary cage-level powerhouses dare not underestimate. But this is forbidden technique. The Chimatsu 10 people are definitely forbidden technique, because the lethality of this ninjutsu is too great. Although I knew that Grandma Chio would take out these puppets, I just didn't expect that she would take out these puppets all at once. This is a puppet that claims to be able to slaughter a city. A real killer." Little Sakura didn't know what this meant, but she knew that Yu Ming definitely knew. "Yu Ming, are these puppets powerful?" Yu Ming calmly explained, "These puppets are Tsunade's legendary puppeteer, Monziman, made of special materials. These puppets can even slaughter a city if operated by Chio-chan." Hearing this, little Sakura was completely stunned. Massacre a city. Although little Sakura has mastered many ninjutsu and strange power techniques of Tsunade, but she still can't believe such a thing as massacring a city. Not only cruel, but also very powerful. Yu Ming laughed and said, so this puppet is forbidden, and it hasn't appeared in the ninja world for many years. I never thought of the kings that Grandma Qiandai would use it to deal with her grandson today. It seems that she really wants to kill Xie. Yu Ming continued to explain, however, looking at the more than 100 puppets manipulated by Xie, it can be seen that his puppet skills have surpassed Grandma Qio. Although the materials of the puppets are not as powerful as Grandma Qio, I have to say, just judging from the number of puppets operated, the puppet art of Scorpion at this time definitely surpassed that of Qio Ba. This matter is their Sunagaker matter. Grandma Qio, do you need us to take action? Mother-in-law Qio didn't look at Yu Ming this time, she manipulated the 10 puppets and said very flatly, no need, I didn't teach this child well back then, now it's time for me to atone for the village's sins. Xie, today, even if I die, I will kill you, Shu said. Little Sakura was silent, because after Yu Ming explained to her just now, she understood why Grandma Qio insisted on killing Scorpion. Chapter 220 Giant Puppet, The Last Scroll of the Scorpion. 223/130. Chapter 220 Giant Puppet, The Last Scroll of the Scorpion. For a village, Scorpion did an unforgivable thing. Yu Ming looked at little Sakura and said, come on together, just to test how far your strength has been cultivated over the years. I will not shoot, be careful, you may die. After speaking, Yu Ming disappeared beside little Sakura, stood beside the giant pit, and sat beside the giant pit. The diameter of the huge crater is hundreds of meters, and Yu Ming is more than 300 meters away from the center. Because of his Rinnegan, his eyesight is excellent, and he can see clearly at a distance of more than 300 meters. And little Sakura was completely stunned, looking at more than 100 puppets floating in front of her. Yu Ming sat beside the huge pit and shouted, Grandma Qio, little Sakura will get rid of you, I don't care about her life or death. Hearing this, little Sakura looked at Yu Ming, a little out of breath. Suddenly being in such an environment and being abandoned by Yu Ming made little Sakura very sad. And Qio also understood what Chu Yuming meant, so he smiled and said, little Sakura, now we are going to fight side by side together, but be careful of his puppet, if it is cut, it will be poisoned. Even if little Sakura doesn't want to, now she can only face the Scorpion together with Grandma Qio. And Xie looked at Yu Ming who was hundreds of meters away, and frowned, what do you think of me as a training partner? Since you are so arrogant, then be prepared to bear the price of this girl's death. And Yu Ming completely understood Scorpion's 840 idea, and smiled slightly, that's it, if you can really kill little Sakura, that's your skill too. Yu Ming is really an assistant at this time, even a bystander. Soon, Qio and little Sakura discussed the battle plan, and the two sides collided quickly. Yu Ming took out a scroll and read it. The following battle did not affect Yu Ming's reading at all. Even if it is within a few hundred meters of the surrounding area, it will be loud. Yu Ming looked at the book very calmly. The distance of hundreds of meters is enough for Qio, Sakura and Scorpion to fight. The fighting continued for more than an hour. Little Sakura was actually cut 3 times. At this time, Yu Ming put down the scroll in his hand and looked at the 3 people in the pit. Mother-in-law Qiandai has already run out of fuel at this time, and Scorpion has been bitten by a certain weapon in her heart. But he still calmly pulled out the last scroll on his back. But at this time, the antidote in little Sakura's hands was gone, and Grandma Qio was also injured. After the Scorpion pulled out the last scroll, his hands quickly sealed, come out, Fang. At this time, a giant puppet of more than 10 meters appeared in front of everyone. But at this time, both the little Sakura and the mother-in-law Qio were injured, that is to say, they were poisoned by the Scorpion, and Chakra was also exhausted. The Scorpion's heart jumped out of his body and flew onto the giant puppet. The chest of the giant puppet was automatically opened. After the Scorpion's heart entered it, the 2 eyes of the human puppet opened. 2 blue rays of light were emitted. Ka ka ka, the puppet, more than 10 meters away, moved its hands. There are several giant shurikens and broadswords on the back of the giant puppet. The giant puppet raised its huge foot and stepped on it heavily, causing violent vibrations around it. The voice of the red sand scorpion came, old woman, this is the ultimate weapon I have researched. It is comparable to a giant puppet with a tailed beast. The material is not inferior to that of Jinmatsu 10 people. Your puppet technique has fallen behind. Monziman, who I most wanted to challenge at the beginning, should have surpassed him in my strength now. Grandma Qio and little Sakura have already exhausted their chakra at this time, and there is no way to compete. In addition to being poisoned again, little Sakura's 2 doses of antidotes were used up. After going on like this, the only option is to wait for death. At this time, Yu Ming stood up and said calmly, I thought you would die so quietly, but I didn't expect you to hide such a trick. Originally, Yu Ming thought that the solution would develop as he expected. Unexpectedly, the Scarlet Sand Scorpion actually released the last scroll, and the puppet in this scroll is actually this thing. Sure enough, this guy really put BGAH water. If he took out this puppet at that time, both little Sakura and Grandma Qio would have died. At that time, the last puppet of the Red Sand Scorpion was not brought out. Yu Ming thought that the Red Sand Scorpion might have released the water. I didn't expect it to be so. And put a lot of water. Now, Yu Ming's support will turn into the main force. In an instant, Yu Ming appeared next to little Sakura and handed her a pill. Then he came to Grandma Qio's side, ready to hand her the pill in his hand. It's just that she refused. No need, old woman, I have lived enough now, I only hope that you can bring our Tsunade's cage back, Yu Ming boy. Yu Ming thought about it, but he didn't insist on giving it to her, and said calmly, I will. The detoxification pill on Yu Ming's body was refined by him overnight. This detoxification pill can guarantee that there will be no poison to invade within 3 days after taking it. That's why Yu Ming looked down on little Sakura's antidote. It's not a class thing at all. And after little Sakura took the detox pill, she found that the poison in her body disappeared quickly. It's unbelievable. This pill is so powerful, it has an effect so quickly. Yu Ming walked up to little Sakura, and said calmly, after taking this antidote pill, you will not be attacked by scorpion poison within 3 days. The little Sakura was stunned. There is a 3-day time limit. Xiaolo was puzzled and shocked. You know, it took her one night and a lot of herbs to make an antidote that was only effective for 5 minutes. But Yu Ming's detoxification pill actually has an owner. No wonder you didn't take the antidote I gave you, so you made a better one yourself. Master said that your medical ninjutsu has even surpassed hers. Now I think that maybe what she said is true. But, Yu Ming, what should we do with this human puppet now? It looks very powerful. Is it true that this human puppet can even suppress tailed beasts? Yu Ming turned his head to look at Xie, who was manipulating the giant human puppet, frowned and said, maybe it's true. After all, Xie's personality obviously doesn't speak big words. Hearing this, Xiao frowned. That's really bad. If even tailed beasts can be suppressed, it is definitely not something we can contend with. Mother-in-law Chio didn't say anything. Looking at Yu Ming, she knew that Yu Ming might have an idea. Or, he may have a countermeasure. Yu Ming looked at little Sakura and said with a smile, actually, it's not impossible, but I know exactly what kind of ability this puppet has. I don't believe that such a giant human puppet can only be used for hand-to-hand combat. Chapter 221 Instant Release of 3 Ninjutsu. 221 330ths. Chapter 221 Instant Release of 3 Ninjutsu. The red sand scorpion manipulated the giant puppet and walked towards Yu Ming, little Sakura and Chio. Every step of the human puppet caused violent vibrations. It is conceivable that the weight of the human puppet is heavy. And the stones under his feet were all shattered every time he stepped on them. It is enough to see how strong this human puppet is. Little Sakura applied medical ninjutsu to her own injury while watching the human puppet walking towards her alone. Bang, bang bang, every step caused violent vibrations. Roar. When the human puppet came to a distance of tens of meters in front of Yu Ming, it roared at him. In the open mouth, there are sharp teeth, and those teeth are all extremely sharp long knives. If it is swallowed by him, it will definitely be crushed by this giant human puppet. Little Sakura suddenly felt some pressure. Yu Ming, what should we do now? Yu Ming thought for a while and said, wait. Little Sakura frowned, completely confused about Baiyu luminosity and so on. Well, when he reveals his ability, there will be a better way to deal with it. And Chio looked at Yu Ming, who was so calm when facing a human puppet more than 10 meters away, and nodded, this guy is really calm. When this happens, I'm afraid I'm already a little panicked. Chio is a veteran cage-level powerhouse, so it is clear that many veteran cage-level powerhouses cannot be as calm as Yu Ming when facing this situation. And after seeing Yu Ming's strength just now, Chio never felt that Yu Ming was just swollen-faced to pretend to be fat. He is really likely to have his own grasp. Little Sakura clenched her fist and turned her head to look at Yu Ming. She was a little anxious now, but Yu Ming stood there very calmly, looking at the giant puppet. In fact, even the red sand scorpion is a little curious. Isn't this guy a little flustered? Or, he thinks he can fight my teeth. Before confirming what happened to Yu Ming, Scorpion didn't attack rashly, but used his ability. With a wave of the giant human puppet's hand, all the iron sand that fell around in the previous battle floated up for a while. This method shocked both Chio and little Sakura. How is it possible that this puppet can also use magnet style? Because they have smashed the human puppet of third cage just now, why does this giant human puppet still have magnet style? And the chakra of the scarlet sand scorpion can actually drive such a huge human puppet. In fact, neither Sakura nor Chio knew, but the amount of chakra in the red sand scorpion was definitely at the top of the cage level. Regarding this point, Yu Ming is clear, because he knows that chakra of the scarlet sand scorpion is at the peak of the shadow class. His strength is definitely not something that can be defeated by Grandma Chio and little Sakura. Now this is his strongest strength. Even his amount of chakra is the same as Jiraiya. And you should know that among Sannin, Jiraiya has the most chakra. At first, Yu Ming thought that among the Sannin, Tsunade had the most chakra. After all, she had the blood of the Senju clan. But after careful understanding, the Senju family is not a family with a lot of chakra. After all, apart from Senju Hashirama, no one in the Senju family has mastered wood style. Tsunade has more chakra than Orochimaru, but not as much as Jiraiya. The amount of chakra in Jiraiya belongs to the peak level of cage level. The same is true for the scorpion. According to Yu Ming's perception, the amount of chakra in the scorpion is definitely not inferior to Jiraiya. The reason why Tsunade has more chakra is not because she is from the Senju family, but because of her 100 healings mark. That's why when Pain attacked Konoha, he healed the whole village by himself. That's her decades of chakra storage. Since she suffered from hemophobia, she rarely uses chakra. Decades of chakra are there, of course it seems a lot. Chakra at the peak of cage level, what is it to control a giant human puppet? And among the puppets, they must have been transformed by scorpions. It doesn't take much chakra to drive it. It's just that Yu Ming didn't expect that this giant human puppet would also be able to use magnet style. Condensing the surrounding iron sand into spears, all the spears were aimed at Yu Ming's direction. The corner of Yu Ming's mouth slightly raised. It seems that this guy's target was me from the beginning. Little Sakura looked at Yu Ming worriedly, stands beside Yu Ming with fists clenched. The iron sand is poisonous, be careful. Yu Ming looked very calm, and said with a slight smile, I really want to see how far he can use magnet style. Rit. Hearing this, little Sakura was actually quite worried about Yu Ming, because she felt that Yu Ming was showing off. But just now Yu Ming has shown his strength, and now little Sakura thinks, maybe Yu Ming really has the strength to contend. Jia looked at Yu Ming so calmly, but there was something. But he thought about it, and said that this puppet can suppress even-tailed beasts, and he has also mastered Third Kage's magnet style, how could he lose to him? Thinking of this, Scorpion finally made a move. Boy, go to hell. With a wave of the puppet's hand, the hundreds of spears suspended in the sky all cut through the air, and shot towards Yu Ming with a violent sound. Little Sakura couldn't see Yu Ming making a move, and frowned, Yu Ming. Just when the spear was 5 or 6 meters away from Yu Ming. Yu Ming's hands began to form seals rapidly. Wind-style grade breakthrough, water-style water barrier, earth-style earth flow wall. Almost instantly, Yu Ming unleashed 3 kinds of ninjutsu, and the spear, which was fast enough to cause a sonic boom, was suddenly blasted head-on by a violent storm. Countless explosions caused hundreds of Nagato roots to be completely smashed by the storm in an instant. The remaining 200 or so spears, whose speed has slowed down a lot, continued to rush forward. Puff, pierced into the water barrier which was more than 3 meters thick. And the water barrier is still spinning. Therefore, the speed of these spears piercing into the water barrier dropped sharply instantly. Of the more than 200 spears, only more than 50 broke through the water barrier. But the speed has been quite slow. The speed is about the same as that of ordinary ninjas. Therefore, when these spears encountered the 3-meter-thick soil flow wall, they all smashed on the soil wall. These things happened in just a second. No matter Chio or little Sakura looked at the 3 lines of defense in front of Yu Ming at this time, they were all dumbfounded. Well, this kid actually released 3 kinds of ninjutsu of this level in an instant. How is it possible? How did he react? Little Sakura looked at Yu Ming with disbelief. Yu Ming, you are so strong. Although we are in the same period, we are far apart by him. Now I can't even see his back. Chapter 222 The Ninjutsu of the Giant Puppet. 222 330ths. Chapter 222 The Ninjutsu of the Giant Puppet. Scorpion among the human puppets was also completely stunned seeing this scene. He said in disbelief, the speed of the spears I just released can completely exceed the speed of sound. This guy actually released 3 kinds of ninjutsu in such a short period of time, blocking this attack. But only one direction is blocked, so what should you do if all directions appear? With this in mind, the Scorpion Manipulator puppet manipulates magnet style again. The iron sand that had fallen on the ground was suspended in the air again at this time, and iron needles slowly condensed in the sky around Yu Ming. There are probably tens of thousands of iron needles in the entire sky, all of which are more than 10 centimeters long. At the same time, these iron needles were still spinning, on Yu Ming's head and all around. Scorpion smiled and said, now it's up to you how to defend yourself, ha ha ha. And Yu Ming frowned. 017. Little Sakura was surprised by this technique. His magnet style seems to be much more sophisticated than before, but what should we do? If they are all around, it is very difficult to block it. Chio also frowned. This technique is indeed difficult to defend against. Scorpion has added wind style to it, which has greatly enhanced the speed and strength of those iron needles. I'm afraid ordinary earthen walls can't resist it at all. But Scorpion didn't stop there, and raised the other hand again. Countless iron sand emerged from the ground again, condensing into iron rods in the air. Now Chio trembled all over. Is this going to use these iron rods to break down the defense first, and then use these iron needles to attack? This guy, Scorpion, is ruthless enough. Apparently, little Sakura also thought of this, clenched her fists and looked at Yu Ming. Little Sakura also saw Yu Ming and frowned. Yu Ming, why don't you leave? This ninjutsu is simply irresistible. Yu Ming looked at little Sakura and smiled. Don't worry, this ninjutsu is really good, but it hasn't reached the point of being indefensible. And hearing this, Chie laughed loudly. Boy, when you talk big, you also score occasions. How do you want to defend against this ninjutsu? It's ridiculous. Yu Ming glanced at Chie, but didn't say anything. Seeing Yu Ming's attitude, Chie felt a little angry, and waved his hands in Lily's direction. In an instant, countless iron needles and iron roots floating in the sky flew towards Yu Ming one after another. Scorpion shouted wildly, now, how about it? Yu Ming, even if you were a god, you can't resist this blow. Little Sakura hit the ground with a fist, boom. The ground was torn apart, and little Sakura was about to lift a rock out to block the flying needles and iron bars that were shooting towards them. It's just that her speed is too slow, and the speed of the iron rod and iron needle is too fast. The moment she punched the ground, the flying needle had already appeared in front of her. Just at the very moment, a burst of lightning exploded from Yu Ming's body. Boom. In an instant, countless thunderbolts condensed around Yu Ming, Chio and little Sakura. Ding ding ding. The flying needle and the iron rod collided with the lightning shield continuously. Countless Hanabi appeared outside the lightning shield, and even countless electric sparks appeared. But nothing collided with the lightning shield, and sparks shot out outside the lightning shield, clanging. But Yu Ming stood there, very calm. The flying needles attacked for more than 10 seconds, but none of them could penetrate the power-rich shield. Little Sakura held her hands and looked at Yu Ming, who was standing beside her with a calm face. At this time, he was like a pillar of the sky, supporting a piece of sky. The surrounding iron needles and iron rods kept colliding with the lightning shield, but little Sakura stared blankly at Yu Ming. At this time, the impression of Yu Ming in her heart suddenly became extremely heavy. It seems impossible to remove it from the heart at all. Even Chiyo was completely stunned at this time. This kid, how could he be so terrifying? Those iron needles and iron rods are so fast, even steel will be broken down, but he just set up a thunder net to block it. Come down. Has his manipulation of thunder and lightning reached such a terrifying level? Different from what little Sakura thought, what Chiyo thought was that if Yu Ming is so powerful, then Konoha will re-emerge in the entire ninja world in the future, which seems to have become inevitable. After more than 10 seconds of attack, the iron needles and iron rods had all fallen down. Xie clenched his fists, feeling unwilling. This guy really makes people feel uncomfortable, hateful. Mingming Xie felt that it was impossible for Yu Ming to take this blow. Who knew that the lightning net he released just now was so terrifying that even the iron rods, which were several times faster than the speed of sound, could be completely stopped. It's like countless shells continuously hitting Yu Ming's mind net, but his mind net didn't shake at all. Wait until Yu Ming removes Lei Wang. Looking at the puppet, do you have any means? This means can't kill me. Hearing this, Xie, who was already annoyed by Yu Ming, clenched his fists. Boy, don't think I really can't kill you. Yu Ming chuckled. I will stay with you to the end, little Sakura, mother-in-law Chiyo. This battle is between me and him. You go to the side to heal your wounds. Hearing this, little Sakura came over, stood beside Yu Ming and said, I want to fight with you. Yu Ming didn't speak, but looked at her. Grandma Chiyo grabbed little Sakura at this time. Little Sakura, this battle is no longer for you to participate in. This sentence awakened little Sakura instantly, and little Sakura felt unwilling, but she knew that the strength gap between her, Xie and Yu Ming was very big now. In the fight just now, if it was her, she would have been killed a long time ago. If it wasn't for Yu Ming, she would have died a terrible death. It's useless to be unwilling, she can only say, Yu Ming, be careful. Yu Ming nodded. The power of the scorpion did surprise Yu Ming, but it was not beyond Yu Ming's control. He just wanted to see what power the scorpion still had not used. Xie looked at Yu Ming standing in front, clenched his fists, a human puppet more than 10 meters tall, with a huge calendar area. 3.1 But at this time, his hands began to seal. Since magnet style can't threaten you, then try this ninjutsu, wind style suppression, and fire style dragon flame. The human puppet formed a seal soon, and the extremely huge chakra was instantly mobilized by him. In addition to his original chakra at the peak of cage level, he also stored a huge amount of chakra in this puppet, which is 5 times more than his own chakra. This is also the reason why Yu Ming admires him more. Now this human puppet plus the chakra volume of the scorpion already has a chakra volume beyond the cage level. Hearing the sound made by the human puppet, Yu Ming frowned slightly. Wind style suppression. Isn't this Kakuzu's technique? But thinking that it might be from the perspective of this guy stealing, with his talent, it's normal to learn a little ninjutsu secretly. Chapter 223 High Temperature Iron Sand, Yu Ming's Terrible Lightning Style. 223 330ths. Chapter 223 High Temperature Iron Sand, Yu Ming's Terrible Lightning Style. It's just that this technique, Yu Ming remembers, is very powerful. Sure enough, the moment the human puppet seal was completed, a fierce fire dragon roared and rushed towards Yu Ming, with great power and a wide range. The fire dragon covering the sky made Yu Ming frown. This combination of ninjutsu may already have the power of S level. This guy is really strong enough. A puppet master actually let the puppet master such a powerful ninjutsu technique. As a puppeteer, your skills are far superior to those of Grandma Chiyo. Grandma Chiyo, who was standing tens of meters behind Yu Ming with little Sakura, also looked at this ninjutsu and was completely stunned at this moment. Me. The little Sakura who was standing beside Chiyo held her fists, looking at Yu Ming's calm back, worried. Chiyo sensed little Sakura's nervousness. Then he comforted, don't worry, little Sakura, based on the observation of this guy just now, he should be able to deal with it, otherwise he will definitely not let you watch so calmly. Little Sakura is still very nervous, her eyes are always on Yu Ming. Grandma Chiyo saw the clue. It seems that what I said before is true. He is indeed very good. As a ninja, it is normal to like the strong. Little Sakura, who had a tense face just now, suddenly stopped beating, and was completely stunned. But before she even had time to say anything, Yu Ming moved. The hands turned into an afterimage. Water style water shock wave, wind style pressure harm. With the combination of water style and wind style, a giant water column with a thickness of more than 10 meters blasted out in front of Yu Ming instantly, and the impact force of the water column increased several times under the blessing of the terrifying wind style. It's also surprisingly fast. The water column and the fire dragon collided instantly. Boom. For a moment, the landslides in the ground cracked, and countless water vapors filled the surroundings, and the fog that covered the sky and the sun instantly enveloped the surrounding hundreds of meters. Oh. The flames and water column are constantly extinguished and evaporated. With the continuous impact of the water column, the fire dragon did not flinch at all, and the water and fire blended together. The surrounding water vapor continuously permeated, and the surrounding ground was hit by this terrible collision. Within a few hundred meters, deep gullies appeared on the ground. The two ninjutsu stalemate for 3 seconds, and both fell silent. The entire battlefield was shrouded in mist. At this instant, Yu Ming and Scorpion acted at the same time. Taking advantage of the water mist, he rushed towards the opponent. Boom! The puppet and Yu Ming collided with each other. The terrifying aftermath of energy caused another huge gap in the ground within dozens of meters around, as if an earthquake had occurred, and the movement was serious. Chio and Sakura couldn't see what was going on in the mist, but they knew that Yu Ming and Scorpion were fighting to the death. And the fighting is very intense. The sound of violent collisions was heard continuously in the water mist, and the surrounding ground was also cracked, and at the same time, there was a terrible earthquake. From time to time, boulders several meters in size flew out of it. Until the surrounding water mist dispersed due to the temperature. It revealed Yu Ming who was fighting the puppet inside. Both sides are contests between physical skills. It's just that the human puppet has cracks at this time, and the extremely strong human puppet still can't hold back Yu Ming's strange power. Yu Ming has never learned strange power from Tsunade, but his own physical strength is very terrifying. It is even stronger than Tsunade's power to open Baihao technique. Scorpion was completely shocked by Yu Ming's strength at this time. He looked at Yu Ming with serious eyes. This guy really has terrifying strength. It seems that Uchiha Itachi is not just talking casually. This guy is really powerful. Xie felt that he was no match for Yu Ming at all now. Now he has used all the tricks, but the result is that no matter if it is physical skills or ninjutsu, he has chosen an opponent that is not Yu Ming. The only thing left to try is illusion, but unfortunately Scorpion is not good at illusion. Moreover, after the release of several large ninjutsu just now, his chakra has already begun to drop sharply. Now only 80% are left. Although there are many, but he knows that this 80% chakra may not allow him to defeat Yu Ming. Clenching his fists, Scorpion intends to make one last attempt. Magnet-style Iron Sand C was quickly printed with both hands. Since Yu Ming cannot be killed by speed, then use Magnet-style's Iron Sand to trap Yu Ming slowly. The moment the Scorpion seal was completed, he slapped his hands together, his eyes narrowed, and countless Iron Sands flew towards Yu Ming. These Iron Sands are very fine, and it is really difficult to defend against them. After Yu Ming was surrounded by countless Iron Sands, the human puppet continued to print, fire-style phlegm fire. After the puppet surrounded Yu Ming with iron sand, the burst flames did not spray on Yu Ming's body, but shrouded the iron sand. Soon, the temperature of these iron sands rose extremely. This is the final blow of the Scorpion. While releasing fire style, he didn't give up yet, and once again sealed, wind-style storm, with both hands. Under the blessing of the storm, the temperature of the already explosive flame rose sharply. The iron sand soon turned red, and Yu Ming, who was surrounded by it, also felt the sharp rise in the surrounding temperature. It's just that Yu Ming who stood in it was very calm. Violent thunder and lightning erupted from his body, but Yu Ming did not release the lightning net, but released lightning with a specific shape, and these lightning turned into thunder snakes and walked around Yu Ming. Little Sakura stood aside, watching the battle ahead, clenched her fists, her heart was raised all the time, she was really worried about Yu Ming. She felt that she had never been so nervous about a person, even Sasuke, she was sad and painful. But now, she knew that she was very worried about Yu Ming, she hoped that Yu Ming could defeat the Scorpion, and she didn't want Yu Ming to be harmed in this battle. If Chio hadn't stopped her, at this time, she would really have rushed to stop her. Yu Ming, you must win, you are so strong, you must be able to defeat him, you must be able to. Little Sakura's eyes fixed on Yu Ming who was trapped in the red iron sand. Seeing the thunder and lightning erupted from Yu Ming's body, little Sakura knew that Yu Ming must have a countermeasure. Yes, how could someone as powerful as Yu Ming not be his opponent? Although little Sakura just hoped so, but Yu Ming did have a way to deal with it. Countless thunder snakes appeared around Yu Ming and swam away quickly. The surrounding temperature has been rising, but a powerful magnetic field suddenly appeared around Ming. The temperature around Yu Ming also dropped rapidly, but the temperature outside was getting higher and higher. After burning for 2 minutes, Xie also felt that Yu Ming should have turned into fly ash. Because those iron sands were about to melt, he didn't believe that Yu Ming would be more heat resistant than these iron sands. It was only after he revoked the flame and wind style that the iron sand around Yu Ming melted into pieces of iron body. But after the smoke and dust cleared, besides the countless thunder snakes around Yu Ming in the center looked at the Scorpion calmly. Scorpion was startled. Impossible. Chapter 224 Naruto Rampage. 224 330ths. Chapter 224 Naruto Rampage. Under the scorching temperature, at Yu Ming's position, even a piece of steel would be melted. The thunder snakes around Yu Ming fled to the side after the Scorpion stopped releasing fire style and wind style. The huge energy instantly scattered all the surrounding iron sand that had condensed into the iron body. The huge force turned the iron sand that had condensed into iron body into pieces again. Yu Ming looked at Xie, looked at him calmly and said, "This ninjutsu is pretty good, if I don't have enough strength, I'm afraid, I'm dead now." That kind of ninjutsu is not something ordinary ninjas can contend with. But Yu Ming's words were like a slap in the face, slapping Xie hard on the face. Xie clenched his fists, completely disbelieving that Yu Ming was not burned to death under this ninjutsu. Impossible, absolutely impossible, you guy, why can you still be alive, this is impossible. Yu Ming looked at Xie very calmly, you still underestimate me, this kind of ninjutsu does not pose any threat to me. Seeing that Yu Ming was safe, little Sakura and Grandma Chio were very happy, especially little Sakura, who was very worried about Yu Ming just now and even wanted to rush to block him. After walking out from the place surrounded by iron sand, Yu Ming turned into a lightning bolt and appeared in front of the human puppet. Is there any other way? How could Xie have any means? No matter if it was taijutsu or ninjutsu, he was no match for Yu Ming, and he completely lost this battle. After Xie was silent, Yu Ming smiled slightly and said, it turns out that there's no more, which makes me a little disappointed. I thought you would make my eyes shine, but it's not bad to be able to achieve the level just now. After finishing speaking, Yu Ming shook his hand, and his saber appeared in his hand. Although it's a pity, you have to die for the things you have done. After speaking, countless purple gold lightning bolts appeared on Yu Ming's knife. The surrounding air was cracked the moment these purple gold lightning appeared. It is enough to see how terrifying the power of this purple gold lightning is. But before again, Yu Ming looked at Scorpion and said, before you die, I hope you can tell me the location of Orochimaru, your former teammate is Orochimaru. Hearing this, Scorpion was silent for a while, and then told Yu Ming everything about Orochimaru. After he finished speaking, Yu Ming threw out the saber in his hand. The saber turned into a purple gold lightning, which sank into the chest of the giant puppet. Puff! The next moment, a crack appeared in the chest of the giant human puppet, and then countless thunder and lightning erupted. The giant human puppet completely shattered and turned into dust within a second. And Yu Ming's saber, when the giant puppet shattered, destroyed the heart of the scorpion. At the end of the battle, the entire battlefield is only the dust of human puppets blown by the wind. Little Sakura and Chio stood tens of meters away, watching this scene. Mother-in-law Chio was a little bit sad, her only grandson died. Little Sakura smiled wryly, Yu Ming, it's all right. She was really worried just now. Yu Ming turned around and was about to leave when little Sakura and Grandma Chio came over. Little Sakura looked at Yu Ming with a smile, and just when she was about to walk up, Yu Ming said calmly, I found out about Orochimaru's whereabouts from Scorpion, and I'll tell you later, as long as you find Orochimaru, he will with Sasuke. Hearing Yu Ming's words, little Sakura stopped running up and whispered, Sasuke, there is no news about Sasuke. But for some reason, she was not as happy as expected. Looking at Yu Ming, little Sakura smiled and said, is that so, we can find Sasuke. Yu Ming didn't care, and looked in the direction Deidara left. I don't know what happened to Mr. Kakashi. After thinking about it, Yu Ming chased in the direction of Kakashi, and said before leaving, you guys wait here, I'll go and see what's wrong over there. Little Sakura wanted to follow. It's just that Yu Ming's speed is too fast, she can't keep up. But she and Grandma Chio knew where Deidara was running, so they chased after her. Soon, Yu Ming saw Naruto who had gone berserk in a forest. There are Kakashi and Guy beside them, but they can't calm down Naruto who is running wild. Next to Naruto, lay Gaara's body. At this time, Naruto has entered the state of three tails, and the tail beast coat on his body is full of thick chakra. That's chakra from 9 tails. Yu Ming came to Kakashi's side, frowned and asked, Mr. Kakashi, what's going on? Why did Naruto go berserk again? Yu Ming remembered that he greeted 9 tails. When Kakashi saw Yu Ming, he knew that his affairs were over. So I explained to Yu Ming why Naruto went berserk. To put it simply, when Deidara left, he humiliated Gaara's body. This kind of thing naturally made Naruto angry. After listening to it, Yu Ming finally understood that it was probably not 9 tails who did it this time. In fact, if Naruto loses control of his emotions, he will automatically mobilize chakra from 9 tails. And 9 tails chakra is extremely destructive. Even 9 tails can't suppress Naruto at this time, unless he wakes up himself. Yu Ming looked at the more and more chakra-tailed beast coats on his body, and the 4th tail appeared at the back at this time. So he said, Mr. Kakashi, Mr. Guy, stay away. Now Naruto is emotionally unstable and has 4 tails. Now he is no longer something you can stop. At this time, Naruto is condensing the 5th tail. By the time the 6th tail was reached, not even Jiraiya could contend. And Tiandao Pain, when facing the 6th tail, was also beaten. 9 tails is really not the same as other tailed beasts, is it Lee's, and their strength is completely different. The strength of 9 tails can really completely suppress the other 8-tailed beasts. This is also the reason why Senju Hashirama left 9 tails in Konoha. It's really powerful, and that's only half of 9 tails. But half of the 9 tails, Naruto, who was out of control, slapped the god Pain when the 6 tails appeared. This is something that the other 8-tailed beasts cannot do. And if it weren't for Mangekyo Sharingan and Wood Style, it would have been very difficult to overwhelm 9 tails with sheer power, even Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. At the beginning, First Hokage said that the power of 9 tails is too strong, it was not just a simple joke. But 9 tails is really strong, it is really impossible to suppress it without Wood Style, or Mangekyo Sharingan. Cloud Shinobi Village also tried to capture 9 tails, but was unsuccessful. Chapter 225 Yu Ming stayed behind to suppress Naruto who went berserk. 225 330ths. Chapter 225 Yu Ming stayed behind to suppress Naruto who went berserk. But early Cloud Shinobi Village 2 Jinchuriki with 9 tails chakra. Golden Horn and Silver Horn. These two are truly cage-level powerhouses, but they were sealed because they couldn't show their peak strength during the Imperial World reincarnation. If they can really reach their peak strength, how could they be sealed so easily? And these two cage-level strongmen, the elite ninjas with Cloud Shinobi Village, couldn't capture 9 tails, so one can imagine how terrible 9 tails is. And now, the 9 tails in Naruto's body is only half of the 9 tails chakra. At the time of 6 tails, Naruto has completely lost his mind, and at that time, it is Kakashi and Guy who can face it. Unless Guy activates the 8th gate, otherwise, it is absolutely impossible to suppress Naruto who is completely tailed. But at this time, let Guy open the 8th gate. He is willing to do this kind of thing. It is estimated that neither Yu Ming nor Kakashi will agree. More than a year later, in the Ninja World War, he fired once and died directly. How could Yu Ming let him do this, and leave that kick to Uchiha Madara? Guy looked at Yu Ming's serious expression and nodded, "Be careful." And Kakashi frowned, "When Master Jiraiya comes, give me a seal." After finishing speaking, Kakashi took out the 963 seal talisman, but at this moment, Naruto's 5th-tailed beast had already condensed. Naruto's sanity is completely lost. Roar. 9 tails fearsome chakra swept across the forest. Boom. The violent shaking shattered all the surrounding trees and soil. Yu Ming frowned, and there was a storm of chakra around him. "Mr. Kakashi, Naruto in this state, I'm afraid this seal is useless." Yu Ming Grand Master has a lot of sealing techniques, and his attainments in sealing techniques are much stronger than Jiraiya. So at a glance, it is clear that this seal talisman has no way to suppress Naruto in this state. Seeing Yu Ming's serious expression, Kakashi nodded, "Be careful." After finishing speaking, he withdrew. Because he knew that by being here, he was completely hindering Yu Ming from making a move. At this time, small Sakura and Chio also appeared here. Not only the two of them, Temari and Tsunagaku's ninja also appeared here. Temari figured it out. Gaara is her younger brother, her last 2 relatives in this world, and she will never allow her younger brother to die. So he brought his subordinates back to the village from the border, and organized the ninjas of the village to overtake BGAE to rescue Gaara. It's just that as soon as she got here, she saw Naruto's state. Completely flabbergasted. That's tailed beast. Seeing this, the ninjas in Tsunagaku were startled, thinking that Gaara had gone berserk, but when they saw Wanwei, they were sure that it wasn't Gaara. Gaara's body is 01 tail Shuhei. Kakashi and Guy came to little Sakura and Temari, and explained, just now Deidara of Akatsuki insulted Gaara's body and made Naruto go berserk. He is too dangerous in this state. We can't get close to him. Yu Ming. Hearing Yu Ming's name, little Sakura was very sensitive this time, stepped out and looked at Kakashi. Yu Ming is inside. "Teacher Kakashi, it's dangerous for the tailed beast to run amok." Kakashi said seriously, but now no one here can suppress Naruto after the runaway, only Yu Ming has the experience to contend with the tailed beast. Speaking of which, the ninja of Tsunagaku finally understood who Yu Ming was. The man whose reputation has resounded throughout the ninja world over the years. He does have legends of suppressing tailed beasts. As for Tsunagaku, except for the original 3rd generation and 4th Kazekage, no one can suppress the tailed beast at all. And now that Naruto is going berserk, that's 9 tails. Although the ninjas of Tsunagaku don't know if Naruto is 9 tails, Konoha has only 1 tail beast. Who else but 9 tails? Little Sakura clenched her fists unwillingly. "I still can't help him, why am I so useless every time like this?" Temari was also completely stunned. Gaara is dead. Temari couldn't believe it. Yu Ming promised to bring Gaara back. Grandma Chio stood up at this time and said, "Temari, when we arrived here, Gaara had already been extracted from the tailed beast. After the tailed beast was extracted, no Jinchuriki can survive." Temari cried. "Gaara just changed and died a few years ago." Temari cried for the first time. It was just that after she cried for a while, she thought of Yu Ming. Yu Ming is inside, nothing will happen, right? Gaara is already dead, is there another one to die? Although she had heard that Yu Ming had suppressed 3 tails, she was still worried because Jinchuriki were different from tailed beasts. Although Kakashi didn't know why Temari cared so much about Yu Ming, he still explained, because there is no one here who can stop Naruto at this time, except Yu Ming has the experience and strength to suppress tailed beasts. Neji, who was standing among the crowd, looked at the explosions coming from the forest from time to time. Frowning, "You must not die, if you die, Hinata must be very sad." And Yu Ming, who was worried by everyone, stood in front of Naruto at this time, and the tail behind him had already condensed to the 6th. At this time, Naruto's consciousness has completely disappeared, and he is completely controlled by 9 tails. To be precise, it was controlled by chakra of 9 tails. And 9 tails is very happy in Naruto's body at this time, but it is really not Naruto that controls Naruto, but it's chakra. Originally 9 tails was conscious chakra, but now Naruto uses 9 tails chakra, only the evil part of 9 tails chakra. Naruto's soaring chakra makes his destructive power at this time amazing. The body has even begun to grow tailed animal bones, with both hands on the ground, no different from a real fox. Chakra, which is covered in red and black, is the unique color of the tailed beast chakra, representing the most extreme evil in the tailed beast's heart. Yu Ming stood in front of Naruto, frowning. "Now your control over 9 tails chakra is still too low, and 6 tails can't stand it." Compared with First Hokage's wife and Whirlpool Kushina, the gap is still too big. Although Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Kushina did not achieve perfect control of Nine Tails, they can definitely maintain absolute sobriety when they enter full tail beast transformation. In other words, they have never been violent. But it was also because Nine Tails had always been on the suppressed side in the bodies of these two people, so it had so much complaints about them. In Naruto's body, Nine Tails still has a cage to stay in. But in the body of the Vortex Mito and the Vortex Kushina, it fully enjoys being nailed to the magma stone. Moreover, because the sealing technique is too powerful for these two people, they can draw its chakra at any time, and Nine Tails has no ability to resist at all. But Naruto is different. The blood of the Uzumaki clan is not pure, without the huge amount of chakra of these two, and the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. He is not good at any of them, so he can't control the Nine Tails at all, let alone extract Nine Tails chakra for your own use. Although Naruto has Ashura's chakra in his body, his physique can't compare with Senju Hashirama, nor can he compare with his mother. It wasn't until the Fourth Ninja World War that the Ashura chakra in his body was activated by Sage of Six Paths. Truly a chakra pump. Chapter 226 Terrible Lightning Style, even the tailed beast bomb can be broken. 226 330ths. Chapter 226 Terrible Lightning Style, even the tailed beast bomb can be broken. And when he heard Yu Ming's words, Naruto seemed to understand, and shouted, "Roar!" at Yu Ming. Yu Ming calmly glanced at Gaara at Naruto's feet. With narrow eyes, he opened the Rinnegan. The next moment, Gaara's body next to Naruto was completely gone. Yu Ming also disappeared. Within 100 kilometers around, Yu Ming can perceive it, and as long as Yu Ming can perceive, he can use the ability of the previous city Sharingan's eye movement to move in time to any place within 100 kilometers around. Everyone who was extremely worried about Yu Ming was standing outside the forest. Suddenly, Yu Ming appeared in front of everyone. Put Gaara's body down. Look at Temari. Sorry, no guarantee he's alive. Seeing Yu Ming, Kakashi was completely stunned, because it seemed that Yu Ming hadn't left the Flying Thunder God technique on them. Why did Yu Ming teleport here? The teleportation technique Yu Ming used just now is definitely not Lei Shun. Little Sakura remembered something. At that time, he left a Flying Thunder God technique on me. Thinking of this, little Sakura blushed, because it was the first time she was seen so clearly by a person. But Yu Ming just snatched Gaara's body out and entered it to suppress Naruto. But just when Kakashi wanted to ask Yu Ming Naruto what, a violent roar came from the forest. Roar. With the roar of the tailed beast, a violent chakra erupted, and all the birds in the forest were frightened away. Boom. There was a shock of distance in the forest. Yu Ming stood up and looked into the forest. The next moment, Yu Ming turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared here. Little Sakura suddenly shouted, "Yu Ming, be careful." Temari ran to Gaara's side. Looking at Gaara lying on the ground lifeless, she couldn't help crying anymore. At this time, Grandma Chio stood aside and watched. After a long time, she walked over. Squatting next to Gaara, "This incident is all my fault. Since the old man has not lived long, then use my life to exchange for Tsunagaku's new life." The veteran ninjas around were all stunned, and then they remembered something. "Chio advisor, this," Grandma Chio said calmly, "I have lived for more than 70 years, which is enough. Tsunagaku needs Gaara. Just let me do one last thing for Tsunagaku." After finishing speaking, under Temari's stunned gaze, his hands began to form the seal, Ninjutsu reincarnation. After the mudra was completed, Grandma Chio placed her hands on Gaara's abdomen, and the green medical chakra appeared in her hands. Chio's only remaining chakra turned into infinite vitality, which was continuously injected into Gaara's body, making his already dead body start to show vitality again. Temari wiped away tears and looked at Chio performing the spell on Gaara in a daze. At this time, little Sakura kept looking into the forest. The same goes for Kakashi and Guy. They always felt that this time, Yu Ming would be in danger. When Yu Ming entered the forest, he appeared in front of Naruto. "Nine Tails, you chakra are really capable of causing trouble." Nine Tails, who was in Naruto's body, heard Yu Ming's words at this time. "Boy, the old man's strength is more than that, but it is indeed not my will that is affecting him, but the hidden evil in his heart. I have been suppressed by him before, and now I can't control it. His body has taken away a lot of my chakra autonomously. My chakra also has negative consciousness. It is no longer something I can control." Nine Tails is not worried about being suppressed by Yu Ming, but just to explain that this matter really has nothing to do with it. At this time, Naruto, who has already turned into Six Tails, has amazing destructive power. Even Tiandao Pain can hang people, and even the battle between the two before can destroy a Dainin village to pieces. And that's just the destructive power of Six Tails. The reason why Uchiha Madara chose Nine Tails as his summoning beast is because of the terrible destructive power of Nine Tails. The chakra of Nine Tails is extremely destructive, and the power of the tailed beast bomb alone is much stronger than that of the other 8-tailed beasts. It is impossible for a full-strength Susanoo to hit as strong as Nine Tails' full-strength strike. Only Naruto of Six Tails has filled the surrounding tens of meters with extremely tyrannical chakra. The trees were all smashed to pieces by the terrible chakra. Yu Ming stood in front of Naruto of Six Tails, frowned and said, "Naruto, come back to your senses. It's been 3 years, and you haven't made any progress. 3 years ago, you said that you want to control Nine Tails. Don't forget your promise, by chakra." asking for flowers. It's just that the chakra of Nine Tails is too terrible, and it's not something that Naruto can master by just talking big. Hearing Yu Ming's words, Six Tails Naruto yelled at him. In an instant, it turned into an afterimage. Boom, boom. Naruto appeared in front of Yu Ming in an instant, and slapped Yu Ming's face with his paw. Yu Ming stretched out his hand to block it. In an instant, the ground around where Yu Ming and Naruto were standing collapsed. With the power of landslides and ground cracks, even if Tsunade activated Baihao technique, a full blow would not be so terrifying. It's just that Naruto of Six Tails still couldn't suppress Yu Ming, and Yu Ming blocked Naruto's attack with his hand. Oh. However, feeling the power in it, Yu Ming frowned. No wonder Heavenly Dao Pain can't resist, this power is really terrifying. This is just his pure strength attack. A blow failed. Naruto stretched out a chakra fist from his stomach in an instant, and was about to hit Yu Ming's stomach. It's just that violent lightning suddenly erupted from Yu Ming's body. Stab. The lightning turned into a thunder snake, entangled towards the fist of chakra issued by Naruto. Under the attack of Thunder Snake, Six Tails Naruto was instantly shattered by the terrifying thunder and lightning, and part of the tail beast coat was shattered. With great power, Six Tails Naruto took several steps back, and Nine Tails in Naruto's body also felt the taste of lightning at this time. This guy's lightning style is really scary. In this state, the tailed beast's coat will still be smashed, which is terrible. After only taking a few steps back, Naruto circled around Yu Ming. Always observe Yu Ming's weakness. It's just that every time he stepped down, the forest shook violently. And Yu Ming is also observing what are the characteristics of Naruto at this time. But under such a stalemate between the two, the people outside the forest were very worried. Especially Kakashi and Little Sakura. Little Sakura even wanted to rush in to help Yu Ming, but was stopped by Kakashi. After a while, Granny Chiyo rescued Gaara and dealt with Granny Chiyo, and Gaara stood up. Tamari also wiped away his tears and came to the side of Little Sakura and Kakashi. Chapter 227 Nine Tails Tailed Beast Bomb doesn't need to condense for so long. 227 330ths. Chapter 227 Nine Tails Tailed Beast Bomb doesn't need to condense for so long. Gaara looked at the forest, and the movement from inside made him frown. Are Naruto and Yu Ming inside? Tamari nodded. Looking at the forest, she was a little worried now. It seemed that the power of Nine Tails was much stronger than that of One Tail. A group of ninjas in Tsunade, feeling the terrifying movement from the forest, frowned. I wonder if that Yu Ming can subdue the runaway Nine Tails. Kakashi believes that Yu Ming can do it, but he is always a little uneasy. But at this time, in the forest, Yu Ming was not in a hurry to suppress Naruto. Watching the tailed beast behind him condense the eighth. At this time, he has turned into a half-tailed beast. When the last tail is condensed, Naruto will completely transform into Nine Tails. It's just that even if the eighth tail was condensed, Naruto still didn't launch an attack, because he felt the strength from Yu Ming's. September 17th. Yu Ming looked at Naruto who was walking around him very calmly. And just after swimming for more than 10 seconds, the last tail behind Naruto finally condensed. Suddenly, he roared, "Ho!" For a moment, like a mountain whistling and a tsunami, within several kilometers around, was penetrated by this sound. The hundreds of meters of trees around Naruto were all destroyed by his burst of chakra. Tens of meters around the ground beneath his feet, a huge pit appeared, shattered by the chakra he erupted. And everyone standing outside the forest was covered by the rolled-up storm. The devastating storm blew some Tsunade ninjas into the sky. Kakashi and Sakura, the ninjas of Konoha, all looked towards the center of the storm. Kakashi used ninjutsu to create an earth flow wall, and under the storm, some cracks appeared in the earth wall. Leaning against the earthen wall, Kakashi said loudly, "What kind of power actually destroyed the entire forest? Can Yu Ming really handle it?" Little Sakura braved the storm, looking at Yu Ming and Naruto in the center of the storm. "Yu Ming, Naruto, you must come back safely." Many veteran ninjas in Tsunade once again felt the horror of tailed beasts. But they felt that the force triggered by the Nine Tails eruption was much stronger than that of One Tail. It's like Second Hokage and First Hokage blast each other's chakra, but Senju Tobirama is crushed by Senju Hashirama. The chakra erupted by One Tail and Nine Tails are not at the same level at all. The power is very terrifying. Roar. After the previous roar, there was another more intense roar. Boom, boom, boom. The ground suddenly seemed to be stepped on by something very heavy, and there was a landslide and ground crack. The people hiding behind the earth style they created felt their bodies jump up. Many of them stared slightly. Could it be? Because they think it is the worst result they can imagine. That is, Naruto is completely tailed. The storm lasted for more than 10 seconds before it stopped. The moment the storm stopped, everyone immediately jumped to the ruined earthen wall to watch. In the previous forest, near them, the trees had been completely crushed by the scattered chakra. Now, everyone can see what is going on in the woods. But when all of them saw the crimson fox with a height of more than 70 meters in front of them, they were all frightened. Nine Tails demon fox. Nine Tails are the strongest and the most evil. Not only the ninjas in Konoha have great fear, but also the ninjas in the other 4 ninja villages have deep fear. Especially ninjas who have lived through the first Hokage period. Looking at the fox with 9 tails in front of him, both Konoha's ninja and Tsunade's ninja felt deep fear. Especially Kakashi and Guy, They looked at this fox and were completely stunned. This is Ninetales' demon fox, Naruto still can't control it. But at this time, in front of Ninetales, a very small person stood there with a calm face and raised his head to look at Ninetales in front of him. Little Sakura clenched her fists and said worriedly, "Mr. Kakashi, what should we do now? How can we help Yu Ming?" "That's Ninetales' demon fox." But Kakashi shook his head. At the beginning, 4th Hokage sealed Ninetales for the sake of the village, but it also paid the price with their lives. Now, no one here is an opponent of Ninetales. Even if we go together, it's just one of its paws. Now we can only trust Yu Ming. And after Naruto completely turned into Ninetales, he roared at Yu Ming who was standing in front of him. Roar. Yu Ming was not intimidated by the Ninetales in front of him, but rather curious. Ninetales are indeed more normal than other tailed beasts, and they also seem to be more powerful. Even if there is only half of chakra, it is still unmatched by other tailed beasts. Even if there is only half of the chakra, the amount of Ninetales chakra in front of them is far more than other tailed beasts, and the power is stronger. Yu Ming can feel it. Yu Ming smiled. "It's kind of interesting. It's completely Ninetales. I didn't expect that things would develop to this point." Naruto's consciousness at this time has been completely replaced by Ninetales. At this time, Ninetales is completely controlled by Ninetales. "Hey, my stinky little one finally has Lin. Now I want you to have a look, the real power of this old man." As he spoke, he patted Yu Ming with his paw. Boom. Ninetales slapped it down with its paw, and suddenly, the landslides in the ground cracked, and a huge crater of tens of meters appeared, and violent vibrations appeared within hundreds of meters around, and cracks like spider webs appeared on the ground. And Yu Ming teleported to a farther place at this time, going in the opposite direction to Kakashi and the others. The battle between him and Ninetales will inevitably cause great damage, and they cannot avoid this level of damage at all. Yu Ming must be concerned about their safety. 2.6 After retreating hundreds of meters, they were already 500 or 600 meters away from Kakashi. In this place, although Kakashi and the others could still clearly see the battle between Yu Ming and Ninetales, after all, the big body of Ninetales was too conspicuous. But the battle between the two should not affect the people around them. And Ninetales also thought of Yu Ming's plan. Ninetales laughed. "Boy, you are worried that the battle between us will affect those humans, but your efforts are in vain, because I can bury them here as soon as I send out the tailed beast bomb." Yu Ming looked at Ninetales and said very calmly, "I believe, you can't do it." After Yu Ming finished speaking, he looked at Ninetales calmly. Ninetales stared slightly, completely annoyed by Yu Ming's plain gaze. The old man's tailed beast bomb is different from those tailed beast bombs with rotten fish and rotten shrimps. It doesn't need to be condensed for so long. Chapter 228 Flying Thunder God Guides Thunder, Transfers Tailed Beast Bomb. 228 330ths. Chapter 228 Flying Thunder God Guides Thunder, Transfers Tailed Beast Bomb. Hearing what Ninetales said, Yu Ming seemed very calm. Looking at Ninetales, he smiled. "Stinky fish and rotten shrimp. After all, other people are also tailed beasts, can't you save some face for them? In fact, you are in my eyes, and there is no difference between them." Ninetales, who originally had a big dissatisfaction with Yu Ming, couldn't hold back when he heard this. The Ninetales behind him turned into red chakras and rushed towards Yu Ming. Yu Ming smiled. "Why are you still annoyed?" As soon as he finished speaking, his body flashed and turned into streaks of thunder, avoiding the constant bombardment of the 9 chakra tails. Boom. Under a fierce attack, the place where Yu Ming was standing just now was completely turned into ruins. Hundreds of meters around, all turned into a fragmented place. Under the bombardment of each chakra tail of 9 tails, a huge crater of tens of meters will be formed. In just a few seconds, a huge crater hundreds of meters wide appeared in front of Ninetales. But Ninetales didn't feel Yu Ming's aura. Apparently he 16 was not killed by himself. Roar. Roaring towards the ruins, and Yu Ming turned into a bolt of lightning and appeared next to Ninetales. "I'm here, your speed is too slow." Sensing Yu Ming appearing beside her, Ninetales patted Yu Ming with one hand. Bang. Boom. With one paw down, a gigantic crater tens of meters in size completely appeared where Yu Ming was standing just now. However, this claw still missed Yu Ming. Yu Ming looked very calm, once again condensed on the other side of Ninetales. At this time, Yu Ming has completely transformed into a thunderbolt. Lei Shunshin's speed was no slower than 4th Hokage's, and was even much faster. And Ninetales felt Yu Ming's chakra, and once again slapped it with a paw. Yu Ming turned into a bolt of lightning again and disappeared. One person and one fox. After 10 minutes of stalemate like this, Yu Ming stood on top of a big tree tens of meters away from Ninetales. This battle also allowed Tsunagaku's ninjas to fully see Yu Ming's terrifying strength. Playing Ninetales is like teasing a pet, with its astonishing speed and terrifying anticipation of attacks. The strength of Ninetales also made Tsunagaku finally understand the gap between Shukaku and Ninetales. But in the face of such a terrifying tailed beast that was like a natural disaster, Yu Ming could still remain calm. It was unimaginable. And fight with Ninetales with ease. This is something no one at Tsunagaku can do. After the death of Grandma Chiyo, the strongest ninja in Tsunagaku is Gaara. The second is Baki. Baki's strength is at the same level as Kakashi's. Although it may be slightly weaker, the gap in strength is very weak. After seeing Yu Ming, the two also felt great pressure. Because it was impossible for them to do what Yu Ming did, they had a stalemate with Nine Tails for more than 10 minutes. Although Nine Tails is bulky, its speed is surprisingly fast, and it has even reached their fastest speed. This is extremely terrifying. Logically speaking, with such a huge body, Nine Tails should move very slowly. However, the speed shown by Nine Tails may not be comparable to the fastest ninja in Tsunade. Perhaps, only a powerful ninja like Yu Ming can contend with it. Seeing that Yu Ming was not injured, and that he did not lose the slightest bit in the confrontation with Nine Tails, Kakashi and little Sakura heaved a sigh of relief. But when they finally saw that Nine Tails stopped, opened their mouths, and formed a tailed beast bomb in their mouths, Kakashi, little Sakura, and Guy were all heartbroken. Kakashi frowned and said, "This is a tailed beast. One shot of a tailed beast is enough to destroy a ninja village. I don't know how Yu Ming can avoid this kind of attack." Although the little Sakura is not very clear about the tailed beast bomb, but she can feel the surprise from the very dense chakra in the tailed beast bomb. Couldn't Yu Ming want to fight? Wouldn't he want to resist tailed beast bomb? Kakashi was completely stunned when he heard little Sakura's words, is it possible? But when he looked at Yu Ming in front of Nine Tails, he stopped. Why didn't Yu Ming get out of the way? Only at this time, Guy frowned and said, "We are next to Yu Ming, he probably won't get out of the way." Guy knows Yu Ming's character, and he will never leave at this time. Once the tailed beast bomb of Nine Tails exploded around them, the surrounding kilometers would be regarded as flat ground, and no one could escape here. An explosion of several kilometers, and it is a pure energy explosion. Their body flicker technique simply cannot span several kilometers in an instant. Neither Kakashi, Garabaki, nor Guy can do it, so it is definitely impossible for Yu Ming to leave. Thinking of this, Kakashi shuddered. How is this possible? How could tailed beast bomb be followed? Little Sakura clenched her fists. It's all our fault that we are too weak. We are here to limit Yu Ming's fight and ask him to take care of us. I am really useless. If I am stronger, I can. If you face Nine Tails with him, you can stand with him and fight alongside him. Yu Ming, it's too much. Little Sakura is extremely sensitive to chakra, so she knows very well how much pressure Yu Ming will bring to him if he takes a hard line in this situation, and they may even die 10 times. This is undoubtedly a huge pressure for Yu Ming. Temari, Gaara and Konkuro remembered the words of Shuzuru during the Chunin exam. Gaara clenched his fist. He must be able to do it. He must be able to do it. Temari looked at Yu Ming's back and trembled in her heart. At this moment, she suddenly seemed to become stronger, as strong as Yu Ming, and stood side by side with Yu Ming to fight. Many ninjas in Tsunade, at this time, thoroughly remembered this man's famous minister. And under the worry of everyone, Yu Ming slowly took out 2 kunai from the ninja bag. These 2 kunai are specially made, with the spell of Flying Thunder God technique inscribed on them by Yu Ming. Nine Tails also condensed into Tailed Beast Bomb, and yelled at Yu Ming, "Go to hell, BD." The Tailed Beast Bomb appeared in front of Yu Ming with extremely strong pressure and across a distance of tens of meters at an extremely fast speed. Temari, little Sakura and others shrank in their hearts. In their hearts, they all hoped that Yu Ming could block this Tailed Beast Bomb. But can humans really block the Tailed Beast Bomb? Who but first Hokage would dare to do that? Even Uchiha Madara, his full-body Susanoo can't stop Nine Tails' Tailed Beast Bomb. If a Tailed Beast Bomb hits Uchiha Madara's Susanoo head-on, even if it is a complete body, it will still shatter. In the previous battle with Senju Hashirama, the reason why it didn't break apart was because Susanoo's interior was Nine Tails, which provided a huge chakra, plus Nine Tails' physical strength to resist it. But Susanoo is still broken. Chapter 229 Enter Sage Mode, Unlimited Chakra. 229 330ths. Chapter 229 Enter Sage Mode, Unlimited Chakra. But the battle of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, no one here knows. So they all felt that in the ninja world, no one could take over Tailed Beast Bomb. It's just Kakashi and Guy, looking at Yu Ming's back. They don't know why, they especially believe that Yu Ming can block this Tailed Beast Bomb. The moment the Tailed Beast Bomb flew in front of Yu Ming raised the 2 Flying Thunder God kunai in his hand. His eyes were slightly focused on Flying Thunder God Guide Thunder. At the moment when Yu Ming chakra was outputting crazily, in the sky in front of Yu Ming, dozens of mysterious runes appeared in the sky. The moment Tailed Beast Bomb touched these runes with destructive power, it disappeared into a different space. Both Kakashi and Guy were stunned. This is the Flying Thunder God technique. Yu Ming used the Flying Thunder God technique to transfer this Tailed Beast Bomb away, and he has mastered all the Flying Thunder God technique ninjutsu of the 4th generation. As soon as Yu Ming sensed it, he chose an uninhabited desert and transferred the Tailed Beast Bomb to that place. At this moment, a violent explosion suddenly broke out in a desert more than 10 kilometers away. Although they are more than 10 kilometers apart, Tsunade's ninjas, Temari and Gaara all know that it is the Tailed Beast Bomb transferred by Yu Ming. Is this the legendary Flying Thunder God technique? I have only heard rumors that Yu Ming has mastered this ninjutsu. I never thought that he really mastered it completely. Even the attack of Tailed Beast Bomb can be diverted away. This guy has really become so strong. Gaara was afraid of Yu Ming during the first Chunin exam in Konoha. She never expected that Yu Ming would grow to such a level after just over 3 years. Seeing that Yu Ming transferred the Tailed Beast Bomb away, little Sakura was so happy that she almost jumped up to celebrate. Yeah, Yu Ming succeeded. He transferred a Tailed Beast Bomb. Mr. Kakashi, Yu Ming is so strong. Kakashi is also relieved. Guy laughed and said, Flying Thunder God technique is the reward he got for performing an S-level mission for the first time. At the beginning, I thought that this technique, except for the 4th Hokage, could not be learned by anyone, yes. I didn't expect that now he not only learned it, but also mastered it very skillfully. Neji looked at Yu Ming with admiration in his eyes. Sure enough, he is worthy of Hinata's candidate, and he is indeed stronger than anyone else. Although Neji thinks he is a genius, compared with Yu Ming, he is 1 year older than Yu Ming. Yu Ming's strength is far above him. Shaoli clenched his fists and looked at Yu Ming's eyes. Great, now I can finally see Yu Ming's true strength. It seems that there is still a big gap between me and him, but I must work hard. I will definitely beat him and prove my hard work. And Tiantian was also very excited, feeling shocked by Yu Ming's strength, but she was not as excited as little Sakura. Because she just worships Yu Ming. And Ninetales was the most shocking, looking at Yu Ming opposite, roared, boy, you can actually transfer the Flying Thunder God technique that 4th Hokage guy used. I can't believe it, and the Flying Thunder God technique that 4th Hokage guy used Tailed Beast Bomb, exactly. Yu Ming put down the kunai of the Flying Thunder God technique in his hand, and took it back into the ninja bag. He said very calmly, using this technique is simply because I don't want to waste too much chakra. In fact, the use of Flying Thunder God technique does not consume chakra, it is for Yu Ming. The chakra consumed by Flying Thunder God technique is very little for him. Even if one Tailed Beast Bomb is transferred, it still doesn't consume much chakra, and it is only equivalent to the chakra needed by an A- level ninjutsu. The reason why Namikaze Minato and Senju Tobirama can only transfer one is not because they don't have enough chakra. You must know that they were in the state of impure world reincarnation at that time, so it can't be because of the lack of chakra. The reason is not chakra, but the Flying Thunder God body mind can only transfer one Tailed Beast Bomb. In short, with the strength of these two, at most one Tailed Beast Bomb can be transferred at a time. However, in the case of Yu Ming, how many can be transferred is still unknown. After taking back the Flying Thunder God technique, Yu Ming stood on the treetop, looking at Ninetales calmly. Okay, the test for you is over, and your strength is very good. No wonder you dare to speak wildly, thinking that other tailed beasts are rotten fish and rotten shrimp. Now I will suppress you. You should go back to Naruto's body. Hearing this, Ninetales became angry, and began to gather chakra again. Don't be too arrogant, kid, think that if you transfer me a Tailed Beast Bomb, I won't have it anymore. My chakra is several times that of those rotten fish and rotten shrimps. This Tailed Beast Bomb I can condense as many pieces as I want. Just when Ninetales wanted to condense the Tailed Beast Bomb again, Kakashi and Guy were surprised again because they were not sure if Yu Ming could transfer the Tailed Beast Bomb again. But Yu Ming was very calm, clasping his hands together. Said calmly, I said, you should go back to Naruto's body, Sage Art Myayenman. After Yu Ming finished speaking, he immediately entered Sage Mode. Put your hands together, and the face of Sage Mode appears instantly. And Kakashi was shocked again, and couldn't believe it at all. This is Yu Ming's fairy art. At this moment, Kakashi felt an extremely powerful force, as if all the energy in the surrounding nature was rushing towards Yu Ming's body. Opened Sharingan, and saw the facial expression on Yu Ming's face. This Sage Mode is so perfect. And Neji also opened his eyes. He wanted to see what kind of power was in Yu Ming's body. It's just that when he looked over, he was completely shocked. This is such a huge chakra. Is Yu Ming still a human being? His chakra is actually more than 9 tails, and now it seems to have entered some special compared with the original chakra. This Chuk Li Qianhao is more powerful and more active. Also, these chakra are actually absorbed from the outside world. Doesn't this mean that he has almost unlimited chakra? Thinking of this, Neji's eyes widened, and he couldn't believe what Yu Ming's mode was that made his chakra soar. The reason why Neji thinks that Yu Ming's celestial art chakra is absorbed from the outside world is because after Yu Ming enters Sage Mode, he absorbs the natural energy from the outside world. Only when chakra is fused can it become Shanju chakra. Pure natural energy is unusable Fang. And Yu Ming's Shanshu chakra is indeed almost equivalent to infinite. Because except when he was a child, he had never experienced what it was like to be exhausted in chakra. Chapter 230 Myojin Gate, Suppression of 9 Tails. 233/130ths. Chapter 230 Myojin Gate, Suppression of 9 Tails. But 9 Tails was not shocked, and a dozen giant Torii gates fell from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. A dozen giant Torii pressed 9 Tails and its head to the ground one by one. Standing on the treetop, Yu Ming and Tien Fen calmly looked at the 9 Tails that had been restrained by the Torii at this time. 9 Tails remembered something. Isn't this the sealing technique of first Hokage? How could you? As soon as 9 Tails finished speaking, chakra was suppressed all over his body. And chakra is being absorbed by the Torii of Myayenman. Damn it, you guys actually mastered this ninjutsu. At the beginning, first generation used this technique to restrict him, and in the end Mito used the sealing technique of the Vortex family to seal it in his own body. It's just that it never expected that Yu Ming also mastered this ninjutsu, which is a sealing technique specially used to restrict their tailed beasts. But this can only be used after mastering wood style. Why does Yu Ming know this ninjutsu? This is a very strange thing. 9 Tails looked at Yu Ming standing on the top of the tree, and thought of something. His whole body went cold. Before 9 Tails could say the following words, Yu Ming appeared in front of 9 Tails, and quickly sealed, 8-sign seal, with both hands. 743. Before Ninetales could speak, Yu Ming pressed all of Ninetales' chakra back into Naruto's body. At the same time, a seal was added on top of Namikaze Minato's original seal. However, Yu Ming did not completely limit the leakage of Ninetales' chakra, because he also hoped that Naruto could master Ninetales' chakra. Ninetales' huge body quickly shrank like a deflated rubber ball, slowly, fully integrated into Naruto's body king. At this time, Naruto was lying under the Myojin gate. No part of the skin on the body is intact, and the breath is very weak. At this time, Kakashi quickly appeared beside Yu Ming. Looking at Yu Ming, Kakashi couldn't believe it and said, "Yu Ming, this ninjutsu." Yu Ming turned to look at Kakashi, thought for a while, and said, "This is the sealing technique of Master First Hokage, which I learned from the Senju clan." After Yu Ming finished speaking, Kakashi nodded. He knew that Yu Ming definitely didn't want others to know that he had mastered wood style. Looking at the huge torii gate, Kakashi couldn't believe it and said, "I can't believe it, you have mastered such a powerful ninjutsu, and you have also mastered senjutsu, it's really scary." With a wave of Yu Ming's hand, all the torii gates disappeared. Walking to Naruto's side, Yu Ming squatted down and began to use medical ninjutsu to heal Naruto with both hands. At this time, Yu Ming's powerful medical ninjutsu was also displayed. Naruto's skin also quickly grew out under Yu Ming's repair. Little Sakura also quickly came to Yu Ming's side, squatted down, and squatted opposite Yu Ming, and began to use medical ninjutsu to treat Naruto. On Naruto's abdomen, there is the 8th sign seal that Yu Ming just applied. Little Sakura raised her head and looked at Yu Ming when she performed medical ninjutsu to Naruto. "Just now you were so strong, Yu Ming." Yu Ming was very calm and treated Naruto seriously. "Protecting you to complete this task is a task entrusted to me by Mr. Hokage. I have never given up on the task once." Hearing this, little Sakura smiled. "Well, now I realize that you are much stronger than you were 3 years ago. Even tailed beasts can be suppressed." Yu Ming chuckled, but didn't think there was anything strange about it. Not to mention that he has activated Rinnegan now, and his physical strength has developed to a very powerful level. It was 3 years ago. He already has strength beyond cage level. To suppress things like tailed beasts, even regardless of his Mangekyo Sharingan and wood style, Yu Ming also has a lot of sealing skills and powerful immortal skills. So to suppress the tailed beast, 3 years ago, he could do it very easily. And Temari, Gaara and other Sunagakur ninjas rushed to Yu Ming's side, looking at Yu Ming BGFH, who was saving Naruto. Sunagakur's ninjas admired him very much. Because of Yu Ming's strength, they were very impressed. It is estimated that they will never forget today's battle in this life. It can really be said to be a hardy battle. A young man who was only 16 years old actually suppressed the most powerful tailed beast among the tailed beasts, Ninetales, by his own strength. It may be difficult for them to see this kind of battle once in a lifetime. Third Raikage, who was tied with 8 tails at the beginning, is well known in the ninja world. And Yu Ming is now more terrifying than Third Raikage, and his opponent is Ninetales, who is stronger than 8 tails, and many times stronger, but relying on his own strength, he completely suppresses Ninetales and seals them back into Jinchuriki's body middle. This kind of record, if it is said, will trigger a discussion in the ninja world. Yu Ming's name will definitely be louder than before. All the ninjas of Sunagakur looked at Yu Ming with admiration. Because he is really too strong, so powerful that all ninjas in Sunagakur can only look up to him. Soon, Yu Ming and little Sakura teamed up to restore Naruto's skin, and Yu Ming stood up. Looking at Gaara, he smiled and said, "I didn't expect Kazekage-sama to be fine." Listening to Yu Ming's words, Gaara didn't put on Kazekage's airs at all, and said calmly, "Thank you, Yu Ming, if it weren't for you, I might die," and thanked Konoha. "You are willing to support us Sunagakur this time." Gaara is not an idiot, and Yu Ming called him Kazekage-sama to save him, but Gaara doesn't think he has any qualifications to put on airs in front of Yu Ming. Of course, Gaara was not originally a person who liked to put on airs. Although his personality is a bit colder, he is more friendly to the ninjas in the village. Little Sakura looks at Yu Ming differently now. These few battles made her feel that Yu Ming seemed to be pretty good too. It may also be because she was misunderstood by Naruto before, and what happened to Yu Ming and her during the previous wave mission, she has never forgotten the reason. It's just that Yu Ming didn't think about it at all. This time, Konoha sent people to support Sunagakur, which really deepened the alliance between Sunagakur and Konoha. Because of Naruto, Yu Ming and others stayed in Sunagakur for several days. These days, little Sakura would come to Yu Ming every day to discuss medical ninjutsu. Yu Ming didn't suspect anything. After all, he and little Sakura had studied with Tsunade, so they could be regarded as senior brothers and sisters. Discussions with each other are also normal. Kakashi also often comes to chat with Yu Ming, and they haven't had such a good chat for 3 years. After Kakashi communicated with Yu Ming for several days, he found that in the past 3 years, not only Yu Ming's strength has grown a lot, but also his understanding of life has also increased a lot. Chapter 231 Going to find Sasuke, Yu Ming refuses to lead Jonin. 231 330ths. Chapter 231 Going to find Sasuke, Yu Ming refuses to lead Jonin. After staying in Sunagakur for several days, Naruto's body finally recovered. The pressure from the full-tail beast transformation was still too great for him. The village entrance of Sunagakur. Gaara, Temari, Kankuro and Baki stand here to see off Yu Ming and others. After Naruto and Gaara spoke a few words, Gaara looked at Yu Ming and said very solemnly, I hope we will never be enemies. Yu Ming smiled slightly and said, I hope. It is impossible for Yu Ming, like Naruto, to give an affirmative answer to this kind of question. Gaara also knew it well, so he just nodded. He knew very well that Yu Ming and Naruto were not the same, and they were not so easy to get along with. After several people returned to Konoha, Kakashi went to the hospital to lie down, because he used Mangekyo Sharingan on Deidara before, so after arriving at Konoha, he couldn't hold on. The pressure on him to use Mangekyo Sharingan is too much now. Hokage room. After everyone else left, Yu Ming told Tsunade about Orochimaru. Tsunade frowned. That is to say, now Orochimaru's location has been determined, and the spy of the Scorpion is that Yakushi Kabuto. Yu Ming nodded. Well, but I think, with Orochimaru's personality, this Yakushi Kabuto might have betrayed Scorpion long ago. After all, they haven't been in touch for a long time. Tsunade frowned and thought, for the time being, don't tell Naruto and little Sakura. It's just that as soon as Tsunade finished speaking, Yu Ming sat on his chair and laughed, I'm afraid it's too late. Sure enough, just after Yu Ming finished speaking, Naruto and little Sakura appeared outside the window of the Hokage building. Tsunade froze for a moment, then turned his head to look over, and sure enough, he saw little Sakura and Naruto standing outside looking at him. Why are you here? Naruto jumped in from the window, looked at Tsunade and said, Grandma Tsunade, hurry up and tell me where the master is. Little Sakura also jumped in. Originally, she didn't want to do this, but Naruto insisted on doing this, so little Sakura could only squat outside together and eavesdrop. However, the concealment methods of these two people naturally cannot escape Yu Ming. Yu Ming looked at the two and said, tell me what you want to do. Or, in terms of your current strength, are you sure you can bring back Sasuke? First of all, it is impossible for me to go with you. Little Sakura originally wanted to say that with Yu Ming here, Sasuke would definitely be able to bring it back, but was blocked by Yu Ming's words all of a sudden. Yu Ming didn't want to be involved in this matter. After all, his relationship with Sasuke is not that good either. In fact, Yu Ming didn't really care whether Sasuke would come back, otherwise Sasuke would have been captured by him a few years earlier. But Naruto clenched his fist and said, even if I'm not his opponent, I must know how far I am from him. Sasuke, I must bring Konoha back. Yu Ming leaned back on the chair and said with a calm smile, you want to bring Sasuke back, so have you ever thought about whether Sasuke is willing to come back? Maybe he thinks that Orochimaru is his home. Naruto was silent, because he didn't know how to refute. Little Sakura looked at Yu Ming and said, does Yu Ming think Sasuke likes being with Orochimaru? Little Sakura wondered what Yu Ming was thinking. Tsunade also looked at Yu Ming, wondering what Yu Ming was thinking. Even Naruto looked at him. Leaning on the chair, Yu Ming said calmly, Sasuke can get the power he wants from Orochimaru, but he thinks that he can't get it from Konoha. And don't forget, Sasuke's clan was all killed by his brother Uchiha Itachi, and this matter, right before his eyes, this kind of hatred made him have to gain enough strength to take revenge. Has any of you experienced this kind of thing? Yu Ming looked over. Naruto lowered his head. Sakura didn't know how to answer. Yu Ming continued, I believe Sasuke has feelings for the two of you, otherwise he couldn't have struggled for so long when Orochimaru gave him the seal. But apparently, between his relationship with you and revenge, he chose revenge. You don't know that kind of pain. It's Sasuke's business, but what Naruto just said is indeed possible. You can find Sasuke first, and see if you can find the gap between you and him. I dare say, given the talent gap between you, the current Sasuke is definitely stronger than the two of you combined. But after understanding the strength gap between you and Sasuke, you are qualified to persuade him to come back. After all, if your strength is not enough, why let him listen to you? Hearing Yu Ming's words, Naruto nodded. Well, I see. Ask for flowers. Little Sakura also nodded. In fact, Sasuke's strength is extremely strong now. You know, Yamato is Konoha's elite Jonin, but when facing Sasuke, he was easily defeated. One can imagine how strong he is now. Although not at cage level, it is definitely above elite Jonin. But Naruto and little Sakura obviously can't reach this level. Every time they reach the most dangerous moment, they will burst out suddenly, which is not considered normal strength at all. Now whether it is Naruto, small Sakura, or Yamato, they are not Sasuke's opponents. It's just that Sasuke doesn't have a clear understanding of his own strength every time. The teacher likes to leapfrog fights. Although he is above elite Jonin, he is definitely below cage level, but he always likes to challenge cage level powerhouses and is defeated by others. It's normal to fight badly. Although Yu Ming also liked to challenge the cage level when he was Yu Ming Genin, but at that time, his strength had already reached the cage level. Naturally, you can beat your opponent. Unless the leapfrog challenge is carefully planned and assassinated, it is almost impossible to succeed in a leapfrog challenge. Naruto looked at Tsunade and said, Grandma Tsunade, let's find Sasuke's whereabouts. Tsunade had been listening just now, but now looking at Yu Ming, he felt a little helpless. Do you think it's okay? Yu Ming laughed. Don't ask me, I'm not Hokage. Looking at the eyes of little Sakura and Naruto, Tsunade said helplessly, okay, I agree with you to go, but now Kakashi has not recovered, it may take a long time to cultivate, so you find a leader Jonin. As soon as Tsunade finished speaking, Naruto and little Sakura looked at Yu Ming, because Yu Ming was Jonin. So he is fully qualified to be the leader Jonin, and in terms of his ability, there is no objection to being the leader Jonin. But Yu Ming waved his hand. I said, I don't care about this matter, you should find someone else. Yu Ming refused, still disappointing Naruto and little Sakura. Grandma Tsunade, but Mr. Kakashi is still in the hospital, who else can take us to find Sasuke? Tsunade thought for a while. I already have a candidate. Okay, I will let the person I choose go and meet with you later, you can go back and wait first. 8. Chapter 232, Acting Captain of Class 7. 232 330ths. Chapter 232, Acting Captain of Class 7. Little Sakura looked at Yu Ming and left with Naruto. And Tsunade sighed. Really, whether it's Naruto or little Sakura, they can't calm down when they hear about Sasuke. Yu Ming smiled. Tsunade raised his head and looked at Yu Ming. It stands to reason that Sasuke was also your former teammate, don't you feel anything? Yu Ming leaned on the chair and said calmly, yes, it's just that my thinking is different from that of Naruto and little Sakura. I think Sasuke should really find out what he wants to do. Sometimes he has to do it. After learning, you will know what you are suitable for and how to do it. So I support Sasuke to find Orochimaru, otherwise, he would never have gone to Orochimaru at all. Tsunade smiled. I didn't expect you to think this way. If it was before, I would definitely object, but now. 3. Yu Ming looked at Tsunade. Tsunade smiled and didn't say anything else. In fact, although he didn't say anything, Yu Ming also knew that Tsunade agreed with many of Yu Ming's ideas because of him. Even if you disagree, you will respect it. After all, Yu Ming is the most different to Tsunade. Even if Naoki and Kato Dan are revived now, she still won't change her mind. Yu Ming stood up, walked to the windowsill, leaned on the windowsill, and looked at the village. Although there are a lot of things I don't really want to do, but I think a colorful life should have a lot of last resort to have the value of memory. The same is true for Sasuke. His life is different from anyone else. After he has experienced many things outside, he will understand what he wants. Tsunade leaned on the chair and smiled calmly, as an imperfect life worth remembering. Yu Ming smiled, but I still hope that life will be smoother. Although I think imperfection is perfect, some defects are still unbearable. Little Sakura went after Sasuke because she liked Sasuke, and although I agreed with Sasuke to go out and find what she wanted to do, but I didn't stop others from bringing him back, it was because of you, because of your ideas. Tsunade's heart trembled, and he turned to look at Yu Ming leaning on the windowsill and looking outside. Tsunade didn't say anything, but was very moved. After a long time, the two were silent for a long time, and then Nasho smiled and said, why are you sure that Sasuke's current strength will be stronger than Naruto and Sakura? Yu Ming smiled, because the talents of the two were completely different. Sasuke left Konoha because he saw that Naruto had already surpassed him, and at that time it was because of Master Jiraiya. Naturally, Naruto has a Sannin teacher, so his strength has increased many. He will naturally want to find a Sannin to teach himself, so that he can keep up with Naruto and defeat Itachi. And most importantly, Orochimaru's purpose is the blood of Sasuke Uchiha's clan, and his Sharingan. This also shows that Orochimaru has a very deep research on Sharingan development. And the Uchiha clan, except for the Sharingan, is just a little more than the average ninja chakra. And as long as Sasuke skillfully uses his Sharingan, his strength will skyrocket. Now Naruto can't be his opponent at all, let alone little Sakura. After hearing this, Tsunade nodded, it makes sense. Yu Ming laughed and said, in fact, Sasuke's talent is much stronger than Naruto's. Because of the 9 tails in his body, Naruto can't keep up with Sasuke's progress in cultivation. At this time, I believe that with Sasuke's strength, he has surpassed the average Jonin, but Naruto's strength is still at the level of Jonin. If there is no 9 tails chakra, it will be even lower. This is not Yu Ming's opinion on Naruto, but the fact. Naruto wants to become powerful, but he needs to master the power of 9 tails. The power of 9 tails was originally given to Chakra by Sage of 6 Paths when he divided it. The other tailed beasts are just leftovers from the 9 tails chakra. So if Naruto wants to become powerful, he must master 9 tails chakra, otherwise he needs to have a strong physique, a powerful wood style, and a very terrifying talent like Senju Hashirama. Don't look at Senju Hashirama, who seems to be a little straight-headed, but his ninjutsu attainments are definitely quite high. And what he has mastered is almost all very powerful ninjutsu. Even without wood style, he has still the strength of Super Shadow. Because besides wood style, he has many powerful ninjutsu. Moreover, you must know that wood style was developed by himself, no one has developed it, whether it is his predecessors or his back. Although there is a reason for the presence of Ashura's chakra, even Black Zetsu said that Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara are definitely the reincarnation of the most powerful generation Ashura and Indra. And if Naruto does not master 9 tails, he may not be able to reach the level of Senju Hashirama in his entire life. This is Yu Ming's evaluation of Naruto. The gap between Naruto and Sasuke is still too big. If you play against Sasuke now, the result is no different from the result more than 3 years ago. In the Battle of the Valley of the End more than 3 years ago, Naruto lost. To fight Sasuke, Naruto needs to master Senjutsu and 9 tails chakra. It's just that he doesn't master any of them now, and the gap with Sasuke is huge. Tsunade nodded, as if he approved of Yu Ming's judgment. After a long time, Yamato walked into the Hokage room. He was still wearing a mask. He is now Anbu's captain, Anbu's top leader, and after Kakashi left Anbu, he has always been in charge of Anbu. And the strength is also elite Jonin. It can be said that among Anbu, his strength is the strongest. When Yamato entered the Hokage room, he saw Yu Ming first. Although he really wanted to say hello to Yu Ming, but his current status did not allow him to do so. Yamato is actually the name given by 3rd Hokage. Tianzong is his code name in Anbu. As for the later Tsunade named him Yamato, 1.9 is because Tsunade hoped that he would use Yamato as the code name to come out of Anbu as the captain of the 7th class. The name of Yamato is Yamato, which was taken by 3rd Hokage, and Yamato, whether it is Tianzong or Tsunade, is a code name. Tsunade looked at Yamato and said, "Now I want you to complete a task, but this task cannot be completed as Anbu. From now on you will act under Yamato's code name, because Kakashi has not recovered yet, so you will be the first the acting captain of Class 7. Yamato took off the mask, looked at Tsunade and said seriously, "I am honored to replace Kakashi-senpai as the captain." In fact, the relationship between Yamato and Kakashi is also good, but Yamato was always scolded by Kakashi when he was in Anbu, so he has some resentment towards him. Of course, their relationship is really good, and the resentment is nothing more than the inferior's frustration with the superior's reprimand.